Off. You pair of bastards. I'll become a ghost and never let you off. Then in a daze Yang Yi woke from the nightmare. He was lying prostrate on a desk in the warehouse office, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He looked down at his work uniform, a puzzled expression on his face. Before him were rows of shelves stocked with goods. This was the warehouse of the school convenience store. This was the convenience store where he had a part-time job on campus before the apocalypse. The air conditioner above blew cool air at 20°C, making Yang Yi shiver. Isn't this the scorching heat apocalypse? Why is there still air conditioning here? Could it be that just now was a dream? No, impossible. But I had already died, dismembered alive by that adulterous pair. Yang Yi decisively looked at the clock in the warehouse. June 30th, 2027, 0036. Damn, this is half a year before the apocalypse. That means I have been reborn. A wave of euphoria at surviving a disaster appeared on Yang Yi's face. Then this joy was replaced by cold, murderous intent and anger. In his previous life, the scorching heat apocalypse arrived. Daytime temperatures soared to over 80°C, lakes evaporated, extreme drought. Without water and electricity, food supplies and purified water became the only hard currency in this world. A bottle of Ebao water could be exchanged for a beautiful woman's most intimate personal service. A pack of instant noodles could make women take off their proud garments. For food and water, murder and robbery had become the norm. Society's order completely collapsed. And coincidentally, when the apocalypse struck, Yang Yi happened to be working as a cashier at the school's convenience store. Before people started looting supplies, he used welding to completely seal the supermarket, turning it into an apocalypse shelter, enjoying the vast supplies and clean water alone. However, all of this was shattered on that day 1 month after the apocalypse. That day, Yang Yi's goddess Lu Feifei came to his shelter. Lu Feifei was Yang Yi's goddess, the class belle of their class, and Yang Yi had taken up a day job delivering food and a night shift at this convenience store to earn money to buy gifts for his goddess. The goddess was still alive, and she had come to him of her own accord. Just when Yang Yi thought he could live a sweet and warm apocalypse life with the goddess Lu Feifei, unexpectedly the goddess Lu Feifei had brought a man with her. This man was exactly Lu Feifei's lover, the rich second-generation Gao Kai. This adulterous pair tricked open Yang Yi's supermarket iron door, then dismembered him alive. Not only that, they didn't waste the precious corpse resources, they drained his blood, drank it dry, and even consumed his flesh. Yang Yi sat in the office chair, his face dark and pained, hand covering his face, his expression completely twisted. Damn it. Damn it. My past self was so pathetic. I even groveled at that bitch Lu Feifei's feet. This life I will live for myself. Lu Feifei, Gao Kai, are you ready for my wrath? Huh. Yang Yi laughed coldly, his face evil and full of murderous intent. Conquest system has been bound to host Yang Yi. Damn, what sound was that? System, did I hear that right? Isn't that something only in novels? Yang Yi immediately perked up. System, please introduce your functions immediately. Conquest system, by conquering different women upon successful conquest you will gain points. Points can be exchanged for various supplies to help the host cope with the disaster apocalypse, and some advanced resources can only be unlocked by conquering specific women. In addition, conquering some special women will unlock corresponding abilities. Please host to conquer as many different women as possible to earn points. Friendly reminder, do not conquer women with low appearance, or those whose certain number of times exceeds 1A, otherwise the system will deduct a large number of points. Please investigate and verify the target in advance. Wow, awesome. There are actually 2 functions: first, exchange for supplies, second, gain abilities. And both functions are very helpful for the apocalypse. However, I don't know the specific method of conquest or the number of points needed to exchange supplies. I must do an experiment quickly. Just as Yang Yi was considering how to go out and test the system, he suddenly heard a slight noise from the checkout counter outside the warehouse. Huh, what is this? This chain convenience store is located on campus. Although it claims to be open 24 hours, it's actually just a mandatory requirement from the franchise company. After 11 p.m., there were basically no customers. Yang Yi remembered that in his previous life during this period the store's accounts never matched, losing several hundred yuan every day. The store manager even suspected that Yang Yi working the night shift was stealing. Yang Yi decisively got up, carefully avoiding making any noise, and arrived at the checkout counter. He saw a petite figure squatting under the counter taking small denomination bills from the cash register. Yang Yi's lips curled slightly. He quietly took out his phone, put it in his chest pocket to secretly record video. Then he pulled out a flashlight, snapped it on, and aimed it at the stealing figure. Off. The figure let out a terrified scream. Yang Yi finally saw her clearly. She had extremely high beauty, fair skin, a standard oval face, big eyes, with slender eyebrows, delicate and smooth skin exuding a charming fragrance. Her beautiful golden wavy long hair gave her an exotic charm. The most eye-catching was her exaggerated and large bust, hard to believe how it grew on her slender body like a thin branch bearing a huge fruit. This woman turned out to be Jiang Yining, one of the 4 campus beauties of Tianhai University. Coincidentally, Jiang Yining was also Yang Yi's colleague, also working part-time at this convenience store, but she worked the day shift as a cashier. Yang Yi always came to take over after her shift, so he had rarely seen this beautiful campus beauty colleague. However, earlier today Jiang Yining had brought Yang Yi a cup of milk tea. After drinking it, Yang Yi felt extremely sleepy and fell asleep on the desk in the warehouse office. At this moment Jiang Yining was panicked, clutching some change in her hand. Although she tried to act calm, her body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Yang Yi, you woke up. Yang Yi only then came to his senses. Probably the milk tea had been drugged. This woman deliberately came at night to steal money so that the store manager would naturally suspect the night shift worker him. Bitch, pretty sneaky. Yang Yi curled his lips and sneered. Yo, campus beauty Jiang, aren't you off work already? Why are you back at the store? Jiang Yining stammered. I saw you asleep, so I came to help you check today's accounts. Yang Yi cut to the chase, smiling evilly. I was wondering why the store has been missing several thousand yuan lately, and every time I check the surveillance it's conveniently turned off. Tisk, so it was you who stole it. Truly a thief within the family, hard to guard against, huh? Jiang Yining was shocked, her pretty face turning pale. She knew any further excuses were useless and hurriedly begged. Yang Yi, I won't do it again. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. He turned and walked to the convenience store's entrance, locked it from the inside with a U-shaped lock, then turned off all the lights in the store. He came back to Jiang Yining, a sinister and sly smile on his face. Jiang Yining, you don't want this to be known to the store manager, do you? Jiang Yining's eyes widened, her voice trembling. What do you mean by that? Yang Yi smiled. What do you think? Do you know the consequences if this gets to the store manager? Jiang Yining bit her lip, her eyes panicked. Her heart raced like a motor, then she resolutely pulled out a handful of change from her pocket. Yang Yi, I'll give you all this money. As long as you don't tell anyone, I promise I'll give you every cent I stole. Yang Yi reached out and slapped her hand, knocking all the money to the floor. He sneered, do you take me for a fool? If I accept stolen money, wouldn't I be your accomplice? You're clever. You give me stolen money if I accept I'm your accomplice. You're quite the schemer. Jiang Yining snorted. Then what do you want? I have nothing left but this money. If you want more, I don't have it. I've already spent all my money and I owe tens of thousands in online loans. That's why I did this. Yang Yi sneered. What kind of attitude is that? You're the one who stole, not me, right? Since you don't care, fine. I'll send the video I just recorded to the store manager. Oh, and I'll also upload it to the campus network so all the students can see the beautiful campus belle is actually a thief. That contrast is quite satisfying, isn't it? Huh. After saying that, Yang Yi took out the phone hidden in his chest pocket and shook it. Jiang Yining was stunned. She had turned off all the surveillance cameras while Yang Yi was sleeping, thinking he had no evidence. She never expected he had secretly recorded everything. Now she was completely trapped. She stared at the phone, her eyes practically sparking. What do you want? I told you I have no money. Jiang Yining gritted her teeth. Yang Yi waved his hand and smiled. No, I don't want your money either. Then what do you want, eh? Yang Yi walked up to her, reached out, and lifted her delicate chin, smiling. I want you. Ding. Conquest target bound. Jiang Yining. Current conquest value 0-100. Yang Yi's heart shook. Wow, I triggered the conquest system. Just as he was about to test it, Jiang Yining stepped back decisively, her chin leaving his fingers. Yang Yi, you're dreaming. Don't think you can threaten me like this. I'll just compensate the store manager. Yang Yi laughed. Jiang Yining, you're a college student, don't you understand? It's not about the money. It's your reputation that will be ruined. You have a rich boyfriend, right? Do you think his parents will let him marry a thief? These words shattered Jiang Yining's psychological defenses. She did have a rich boyfriend, it was no secret. But recently she heard that her boyfriend's family company had financial troubles, and he had no money to spend on her. She was used to living lavishly, and when she saw her best friends using the latest iPhone, she felt unbalanced. Her online loans were maxed out, and she dared not tell her boyfriend. So she resorted to this extreme method to get money. If Yang Yi exposed her, her life would be over. Everyone would look at her strangely. If this went to the police and was recorded in her file, finding a job would be a huge problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Yining deflated like a punctured balloon. She bit her lip and made up her mind, get through this for now. Yang Yi was usually a pushover, he would definitely delete the video. Yang Yi, I agree. Just this once. And you must promise to delete the video afterwards. If you break your word, I'll ruin you too. Yang Yi smiled. Of course, do you think I'm untrustworthy? Alright, take off your clothes first. Jiang Yining's face trembled. Right here. No, even if we do it, we should at least go to a hotel. I said here, now stop talking. Yang Yi snapped. Jiang Yining gritted her teeth, then nodded, and began to unbutton her shirt. Yang Yi chuckled, and pushed her onto the counter. Suddenly, he found his phone was dead. He found a fast-charging cable, plugged it into the phone, and the phone quickly heated up. After about an hour, the battery was full. After some time, Yang Yi casually took a pack of Dezhongjio from the cigarette display, opened it, and began smoking contentedly. A cigarette after the deed is bliss. Jiang Yining trembled as she sat up from the counter, her whole body aching. Her forehead was covered in fine sweat, her face flushed. Yang Yi smoked and said, Tisk, I didn't expect our campus belle to be a virgin. That's quite surprising. Jiang Yining gave him a cold glare and said weakly, Alright, I've given you my most precious thing. You must delete that video or I'll fight you. Yang Yi nonchalantly raised his phone and deleted the video in front of Jiang Yining. Jiang Yining breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled bitterly. I never thought my first time would be wasted in a place like this on a person like you. Yang Yi blew out smoke and laughed. What do you mean a person like you? Remember your current look. Maybe soon you'll be kneeling before me like a dog begging for my charity. Jiang Yining snorted. Dream on. Even if the apocalypse comes, I will never beg you for a single bite. Alright, we'll see. Yang Yi laughed. Jiang Yining looked at Yang Yi smoking the store's cigarettes and asked, Yang Yi, aren't you afraid the store manager will scold you for smoking the store's cigarettes? Who cares? The apocalypse is almost here, why would I care? Besides, I'm leaving tomorrow anyway. Yang Yi, I hope we never see each other again. With that, Jiang Yining picked up her handbag and slipped out of the convenience store into the night. A faint smile appeared on Yang Yi's lips. He then walked to the office computer and extracted a video from the surveillance footage. This video was recorded from the moment Yang Yi restarted the surveillance system before leaving the warehouse, capturing everything, including everything Yang Yi and Jiang Yining did on the counter. Yang Yi copied the video to his phone, then formatted the entire computer. Little girl, you thought you could escape me. Little did you know I have an even more explosive video. Yang Yi laughed maliciously. Suddenly he remembered his system. Since they had already been intimate, did that count as conquest? He checked. Conquest target Jiang Yining. Conquest value 0-100. Still 0. Does that mean I have to conquer her psychologically? Yang Yi pondered. This needs to be done quickly. The apocalypse is still 6 months away, and this rebirth didn't give him a space power. He would have to exchange points for supplies. Yang Yi left the convenience store satisfied and returned to his rented room outside the school. He had rented it earlier to deliver food for his goddess Lu Feifei. As soon as he got home, he felt terribly sleepy and fell asleep on the bed. Maybe the sleeping pills Jiang Yining had given him earlier were taking effect. He slept for a whole day. He had many nightmares. He dreamed of struggling in the extreme heat apocalypse of his past life, enduring intense heat. He also dreamed of being brutally killed by Lu Feifei and Gao Kai. Time reached 7 p.m. the next day. Yang Yi was still sleeping when a phone call woke him. It was his classmate Su Tao. His voice was urgent. Hey, Lao Yang, get up. I saw your goddess Lu Feifei going to the Hilton Hotel with a guy. Hurry and check it out. Yang Yi suddenly sat up in bed and rubbed his aching temples. Then it suddenly hit him. In his past life, on this very day at this very hour, Su Tao had indeed called. But in his past life, Yang Yi had not believed Su Tao's words. The reason was that both Su Tao and Yang Yi had once secretly harbored a crush on Lu Feifei, the class belle. Lu Feifei, however, had turned her attention to the better-looking Yang Yi and told him, if you want to pursue me, then let me see your sincerity. Furious and humiliated, Su Tao began to feel jealousy and hatred toward Yang Yi. He constantly badmouthed Lu Feifei in front of him, calling her a scheming green tea bitch who used him like an ATM. Of course, Yang Yi did not believe a word he said. What Yang Yi did not know, however, was that this was only the beginning of his miserable ordeal. He was just the least noticeable fish in her pond. Afterward, Yang Yi began his life as a simp. Having lost both parents at a young age, the academically outstanding boy had relied entirely on national and school scholarships and stipends to survive. At first, the more than 20,000 yuan he had saved was completely spent by Lu Feifei within 2 months. Every day, she had some excuse to ask him for money. Festivals, bad moods, or her latest fancy handbag, lipstick, or cosmetics. In short, everything was a reason for her to demand money from him. Lu Feifei was like a vampire, draining Yang Yi until he had nothing left. Then Yang Yi finally summoned the courage to confess to her. Lu Feifei simply smiled and shook her head. Yang Yi, you're wonderful, and you really are my type. In my heart, you can score 99 points. But 1 point is still missing, so show me your sincerity. Keep going. Back then, those words had sent Yang Yi over the moon. He was so thrilled that he lay awake for several nights. He believed he had completed 99 of the process and only needed a tiny final push to succeed. Little did he know he had fallen for Pinduoduo's one more cut trick. That last tiny gap was an endpoint he would never reach. Even now, on this very day, Yang Yi was still running food deliveries and doing side jobs non-stop, saving up to buy a Gucci bag for his goddess. At that moment, his phone suddenly received a message from the goddess Lu Feifei. Yang Yi, transfer me 680 yuan. I'm shopping with my good bestie Shir, and I want to buy a lipstick. I'll give you 10 minutes. Send the money to my WeChat. The corner of Yang Yi's mouth curled slightly upward. If he were still the same Yang Yi from his past life, he would probably have transferred the money without hesitation. But the person he was now had long since been reborn. He immediately checked the price of a couple's double room at the Tianhai Hilton Hotel. It was exactly 680 yuan. In other words, in his past life, Lu Feifei had gone to a hotel with Gao Kai using the blood and sweat money that Yang Yi had painstakingly earned by delivering food. While he was drenched in sweat out in the wind, and Rain, his goddess, was drenched in another kind of sweat with someone else. Laughable. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Yang Yi didn't have too many thoughts right now. He merely smiled and sent Su Tao a text, okay, I get it. Then Yang Yi got up, decisively got dressed, and prepared to head to the Hilton Hotel. I'm not that stupid. There are still a full 6 months until the apocalypse. If I killed those two morons with a knife right now, I'd probably be sitting in jail waiting for doomsday to arrive. No rush. I'll play with you two slowly. Only after I've had enough fun and drained you dry will I take your lives. How could I bear to let you die so easily? A plan began to form in Yang Yi's mind, and the corner of his mouth curled up like the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Yang Yi soon arrived at the Tianhai Hilton Hotel on his little electric scooter. He had just stepped into the hotel lobby when two familiar figures came out of the elevator. It was the goddess Lu Feifei smiling joyfully as she walked out arm in arm with the rich second-generation heir Gao Kai. A faint flush was still on Lu Feifei's face. She had clearly just finished doing the deed. The three of them came face to face at once. Lu Feifei was stunned for a moment when she saw Yang Yi sneering in front of her, then forced herself to calm down. Looking unconcerned, she said flatly, "Yang Yi, why are you here? Weren't you out delivering food?" Yang Yi smiled slightly, the corner of his mouth rising in mockery. "Your good bestie sure looks quite manly, huh?" Gao Kai frowned and turned to look at Lu Feifei. "Feifei, who is this stinking loser? Someone you know? You need to be more careful about the friends you make from now on. This guy is wearing cheap knockoffs head to toe. His entire outfit isn't worth as much as one pair of my socks. The stench of a loser is practically hitting me in the face. You should keep your distance from trash like him." Since she knew she could no longer hide it, Lu Feifei didn't intend to keep up the act. After all, if she absolutely had to choose between Gao Kai and Yang Yi, there was no doubt she would choose Gao Kai, the rich heir, 100 of the time. "Yang Yi, your mission as my human ATM is over. You can now get out of my sight forever." Lu Feifei decisively took Gao Kai's arm and said casually, "Yang Yi, I've told you many times. You're a good man, but you're not suitable for me. I don't like men who are suspicious and lack ambition. Please don't come bothering me again." Gao Kai laughed. "Oh, so you're Feifei's simp. Still with you looking this gorgeous, it's only natural that she has admirers." Yang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. He had thought that facing this shameless pair would fill him with fury and bloodlust. He had thought he would lose control, rush over, beat them to a pulp, and then end their lives with punch after punch. Yet when he truly came face to face with them, his heart was instead filled with calm. It was calmer than a tranquil lake, so calm that not the slightest ripple stirred within it. That kind of calm was 10,000 times more terrifying than explosive rage. Ignoring Lu Feifei, Yang Yi walked up to Gao Kai, put his arm around his neck, and pulled him aside. With a mocking grin, he whispered, "Gao Kai, I know what's going on with you. Your family's pharmaceutical company is running out of capital and is about to go bankrupt, right?" Gao Kai's expression darkened. "You? What nonsense are you talking about? That's not true." Of course, he had no idea that the Yang Yi of the past life had already investigated his background thoroughly. Yang Yi only smiled and went on, "I also know that you have a sister as beautiful as a flower. But once your company goes bankrupt, won't she become the debt collector's plaything?" "Huh." Gao Kai was enraged and shouted, "You stinking loser, you're asking for death. See, you're already anxious. I only spoke a tiny bit of the truth, and you can't even handle that. Also, Gao Kai, I know you have an extraordinarily beautiful fiancée. Her family is 10 times richer than yours. Whether your family can turn things around depends entirely on her, right?" Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Gao Kai's forehead. "Why you? How do you know this?" Yang Yi smiled faintly. "Tell me, what do you think would happen if I told your fiancée about how you fool around with other women?" Gao Kai's face sank. Clenching his fists, he roared, "You motherfucker, you're dead." As he spoke, his fist came swinging straight at Yang Yi's face. Gao Kai, a pampered young master, was frail of frame, his body long since ravaged by wine and debauchery. How could he ever hope to match Yang Yi, a worker inured to hard toil? Yang Yi merely sidestepped. The fist whistled harmlessly past his cheek. The next instant, Yang Yi was lying on the floor, clutching his face, wailing in agonized, feigned pain. "Ouch! He hit me! He hit me! Quick, call the police!" By then, the people in the hotel had gathered around to watch. Some people hurriedly dialed the police, while others called 120 for an ambulance. Gao Kai had meant to drag Lu Feifei away, only for the hotel security to detain them both, insisting they stay put and await the police investigation so as not to tarnish the hotel's reputation. Within moments, police cars and an ambulance pulled up. Several officers strode into the hotel lobby. "Who struck him?" Yang Yi sprang up as though nothing had happened, pointed at Gao Kai, and declared, "Officer, it was this imbecilic piece of trash who hit me." The officer noted that Yang Yi bore no visible injury and frowned. "You seem quite all right." Yang Yi touched his cheek, feigning agony. "Ouch. Internal injuries. They're internal injuries. Officer, do you hear me? I must already have a level 8 severe injury plus craniocerebral trauma." Just then, another officer reviewed the hotel surveillance feed and confirmed that Gao Kai had indeed been the first to throw a punch. "Take this man away." The officer immediately had Gao Kai escorted to the police car, while the ambulance medics were instructed to take Yang Yi to the hospital for a full battery of examinations. The test results came back that very day. There was nothing wrong whatsoever. His body was perfectly normal, healthier than the average person by a wide margin. Yet Yang Yi went on insisting that his vision was blurry, that he could barely make out anything. The doctor examined him several more times, but still found no issue. Left with no recourse, the doctor wrote in his medical record, nerve compression from a heavy blow or mental abnormality is suspected. Please return for further examination. Psychiatrists and psychologists were subsequently arranged to evaluate Yang Yi. He in turn scribbled nonsense across every examination and behaved with deliberate strangeness. The hospital's final verdict was a confirmed diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder PTSD complicated by intermittent schizophrenia BIP. The hospital also issued Yang Yi a mental disability certificate. In other words, Yang Yi was now a bona fide psychiatric patient. Afterward, the officer brought photocopies of the reports and the psychiatric certificate to the detention center. Inside, Gao Kai's parents waited in mounting anxiety. This is a difficult situation for you, the officer said, showing them the documents. The young man who was beaten has been diagnosed with a mental illness and optic nerve compression. There is a risk he may lose his sight in the future. Gao Ziyuan asked at once, then what are we supposed to do? He's just a lunatic. So what if my son gave him a beating? You can't lock my son up for life. Our family's company still needs my son to take it over. Gao Kai's motherly Huijin chimed in, yes, officer. My son has been a good child his whole life and has never beaten anyone. Why did he go after Yang Yi of all people? Yang Yi must be the one with the problem. The officer looked at the obstinate couple with quiet indignation. Then it's out of my hands. Unless you can persuade the young man to issue a letter of forgiveness, I imagine your son will be convicted of intentional injury and get anywhere from 1 to 3 years. Gao Kai, now dressed in detention clothing, immediately grew frantic. That won't do. In a few months I'm supposed to marry Miss Su Ying. If I'm sentenced, our family is ruined. Let me out. What he truly feared was not the sentence itself, but the loss of freedom behind bars. A fate that stood in unimaginable contrast to his hedonistic, high-living existence outside. Tears and snot streamed down his face, making him look repulsive. He whipped around and begged his parents, Dad, Mom, save me. I don't want to stay locked up. Hoo. Gao Ziyuan barked, stop that goddamn crying. Li Huijin, heartbroken, said, enough, old Gao. Say no more. Our son is in such a state. We have to find that Yang Yi right away, hand him 20 or 30,000 and get him to give us a letter of forgiveness. Sci-fi. Clutching his newly issued certificate, Yang Yi returned jubilantly to his rental apartment. Although it was a disability certificate, Yang Yi was overjoyed. The value of this certificate needed no elaboration. All those so-called T0 fairies, kids and old-timers were utterly nothing before this true god of the current meta. Yang Yi's rental was actually in a middle to upper-class residential complex. It just so happened that he had met a kind landlord who was leaving the country and rented the place out to him for a rock-bottom price. Just as Yang Yi was unlocking his door, a young married woman leading a chihuahua stepped out of the elevator. She was stunningly attractive with a plump, curvaceous figure. Her massive weapons were barely restrained, seeming as if they might spring free at any moment. She was at least an H-cup. She had the air of a well-to-do matron, not yet 30, yet already radiating the charm of a fully mature woman, an extraordinarily enticing sight. This woman was named Su Mei, Yang Yi's next-door neighbor. When she led the chihuahua out of the elevator, it bared its teeth at Yang Yi like a mad dog, huffing and snarling in fury. Su Mei saw Yang Yi unlocking his door and sneered. Oh, isn't this our fine college student Yang? What, not delivering food today? Tisk TSK. You can't afford this month's rent, can you? Move out of this complex. This isn't a place for a penniless college student like you to be renting. Yang Yi turned around and shot a vicious glare at the chihuahua, which was still baring its teeth. Bare your teeth one more time, and I'll make dog stew out of you. The chihuahua, frightened by Yang Yi's stare, scurried behind, Su Mei seemingly aware this man was not to be trifled with. Su Mei flew into a rage. Yang Yi, I never settled accounts with you, you brute, for kicking my son last time. Now you dare say you'll stew him. Just because you're a man you think I can't do anything about it. The son she spoke of was naturally the chihuahua on the leash. Once when Yang Yi was returning home, Su Mei had let her son dash out of the bushes without a leash, and he had nearly bitten Yang Yi. Yang Yi only gave an instinctive kick. And that was the origin of the conflict between them. But in his previous life, Yang Yi had known he was nothing but a poor student renting a room, while Su Mei next door was an affluent lady whom he could not afford to offend. So every time he encountered her, he would instinctively avoid her. Su Mei, for her part, kept pushing her advantage. Yang Yi often came home to find his doorstep reeking of dog urine. Yet the current Yang Yi was no longer the weak-kneed fool of his previous life. He was a man who had lived through the end of the world and crossed the boundary of life and death. How could he possibly pamper such an unreasonable woman? Yang Yi broke into a sly grin. Your son is a dog, so are you a bitch? Heh. Su Mei's face turned ashen in an instant. She had never dreamed that Yang Yi, that ordinarily honest and unassuming college student, would speak such filthy words today. Yang Yi, who are you scolding? Do you think being a student at Tianhai University makes you so impressive? Someone like you, my husband's company can grab any random intern off the street, and they'd still be better than you. Whoever answers is who I'm cursing. Besides, is there anyone else here besides you? What's it to you if I call you a bitch? You stinking bitch. Stinking bitch. Su Mei trembled with anger and hastily commanded her son, Sweetie, go bite this shameless wretch to death for mommy. The chihuahua seemed to understand her command. It bravely darted out from behind her, charging at Yang Yi with snapping jaws. Yang Yi kicked out. Damn it. Where did this stinking mutt come from? Thud. The chihuahua was sent flying by Yang Yi's kick and slammed into the corner, letting out woeful whimpers. Haha. Awesome. Yang Yi felt tremendous satisfaction. Sume watched her beloved son, lying on the ground, barely breathing on the verge of death. She trembled uncontrollably with rage. She rose to her feet and, roaring with madness, lunged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I'll fight you to the death. Yang Yi calmly extended his foot, precisely placing it in Sume's path. Thump! Sume's body fell straight toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi hypocritically reached out to catch her, and his hands happened to land on. The next second, Sume's body slammed heavily onto Yang Yi. Up! Sume shrieked. She wasn't light, and her whole body was almost wrapped around Yang Yi, the two in completely zero-distance contact. Only after Yang Yi had enjoyed a good feel did Sume snap back to reality. She scrambled to her feet. You pervert. You're touching me all over. She was so furious that her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Not at all. Didn't you throw yourself at me? Yang Yi mocked. You're finished. I'm calling the police. Don't go anywhere. I won't go. I'll just wait right here. Sume hurriedly dialed the police. Before long, several police officers arrived. The team leader in charge was the same officer who had handled Yang Yi's beating case earlier that day. When he got there and saw that it was Yang Yi again, he immediately asked about the incident. After Sume gave her account with many embellishments, the accompanying officers brought over the surveillance footage provided by the property management. The team leader said, clearly you were the one in the wrong from the beginning. Yang Yi didn't do anything at all. You were the one who started the trouble, and then you ordered your dog to attack him. Yang Yi was merely acting in self-defense. Sume was stunned, but he really did grope me. He molested me. The team leader quickly explained, look at the surveillance. In the footage, you're the one who pounced on him. He simply caught you. How could that be molestation? Then the team leader turned to Yang Yi and asked, how is your body? Are you okay? Do you want to go do another checkup? Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. No need. I've already gone through a full examination today. Let's not waste any more time. The team leader smiled. All right then, this matter is closed. If any problems come up later, such as her threatening you, contact the police immediately. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you, officer. After taking two statements, the team leader led his two young officers away. As soon as they went downstairs, one of the officers asked in confusion, Captain, why did you help that Yang Yi? He's partly to blame too. The team leader said meaningfully, you young people have no experience. You know what? That Yang Yi has a mental illness certificate. If he pulls that out, we'll have a mountain of work, at least 10 times as much workload as a normal case. And it's a freaking hassle. Anyway, that woman provoked him first, so we can just brush it off. You guys are still too young, too simple. The officer hastily gave a thumbs up and flattered, brilliant captain. Upstairs, Sume watched Yang Yi, who had molested her, get off scot-free, while her darling son, the Chihuahua, had breathed its last. She was so infuriated that she nearly fainted. She gnashed her teeth and threatened Yang Yi, fine, you got lucky. You killed my darling son. I'll never let you off so easily. Just you wait. After saying that, Sume returned to her room. As for the dog's corpse, she couldn't be bothered to collect it. She could always just get another pet. Yang Yi smiled nonchalantly and went back to his home. Then he began his pre-apocalypse preparations. There's still half a year before the apocalypse, but I don't have much money. Although the system can exchange supplies, it can't exchange for a safe house. Without a safe house, you're a sitting duck in the apocalypse. In his previous life, Yang Yi had seen too many people hoard supplies only to be robbed clean and then killed. In other words, he didn't need to worry too much about supplies right now. What he needed to consider first was an indestructible safe house. The best approach would be to build a villa in the remote mountains and turn it into a safe house. That was the safest plan. But Yang Yi immediately vetoed the idea. No, there's no time. Building a villa takes at least a year, plus the safe house renovation would take more than a year. Moreover, transporting all those construction materials would waste a huge amount of time. That simply won't work. And the water and electricity installation in the mountains is another huge project. If I want to survive long-term, I have to think long-term. I have to buy an existing villa without any decoration and remodel it directly. Looks like I'll have to live in the city. These are minor issues. The key problem is, I don't have money now. That means my top priority right now is to make money. Yang Yi rubbed his chin and started thinking about ways to make money. He considered buying lottery tickets. Unfortunately, in his past life, he didn't have a habit of buying them, so he couldn't remember the winning numbers of each draw. Besides, even if he did remember the winning numbers, he might not win anyway, as people online say the lottery is statistically manipulated nowadays to prevent transmigrators from hitting the jackpot. Real estate flipping. No. First, he didn't have enough funds. Second, housing prices weren't performing well this year. There were even areas where prices were falling. Even if he could buy low, selling would be a huge headache. Bitcoin. The stock market. Also no. Based on Yang Yi's experience from his previous life, Bitcoin and the stock market weren't going to fluctuate much this year. Suddenly, a few words flashed in his mind. Atom Super Intelligent Robot Technology Co. Ltd. At the thought, he became excited and thrilled, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I've found a way to make money. This matter traces back to a past life. In his previous existence, there existed a modest-sized technology company in Tianhai City. It was called Atom Robot Technology Co., Ltd. This company specialized in manufacturing robots, drones, and other electronic technological equipment. Their research and development capabilities were staggering. The company comprised virtually the nation's most exceptional young technological talents. Their products could truly be considered second to none across the entire globe. Yet this premier technology enterprise found itself swept up in the currents steered by beautiful country's agents. Those agents masqueraded as ordinary netizens traversing the digital realm to proclaim everywhere that Atom Company's robots were merely showy flourishes, empty shells devoid of any practical utility. They emphasized insistently that the truly formidable robots in this world belonged exclusively to beautiful country's products. In an instant, countless netizens began showering the company with mockery, declaring that their robots possessed no meaning whatsoever, nothing more than pure electronic refuse, neither capable of guarding homes nor accompanying men to sleep. If purchased merely as decorative pieces, the price proved far too exorbitant, with even the cheapest model costing tens of thousands. Some even claimed the company had developed these robots using the hard-earned sweat and blood of taxpayers, demanding their immediate collapse. Swiftly, all of Atom Company's robots fell into the depths of unsold inventory. Countless robots and drones lay entombed within warehouses, gathering dust. Meanwhile, Atom Company spiraled into financial distress, with debts exceeding 10 million. Just as Atom Company stood on the precipice of announcing bankruptcy, liquidation, and dissolving the company, Elephant Country and its neighbor Bar Country erupted into a localized war over water resources. Bar Country's military prowess fell woefully short of Elephant Country's. They were no match whatsoever. As Bar Country's leadership stood helpless, someone proposed spending a modest sum to purchase all those robots and drones from the neighboring Huan nation, deploying them as instruments of warfare. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Anyway, defeat was inevitable otherwise. Thus, Bar Country immediately dispatched envoys to Tianhai City and Huan Nation, and for a mere 200 million cleared out Atom Company's entire inventory. They also commissioned Atom Company to modify these robots for military applications. The outcome: the Elephant Bar conflict witnessed a stunning reversal. Atom Company's robots and drones entered the battlefield, their combat prowess alarmingly formidable, directly compelling Elephant Country's forces into a relentless retreat. This marked humanity's inaugural encounter with robots participating in warfare, and the world glimpsed precisely how fearsome these lifeless entities could truly be. Within a mere 3 days, the mighty Elephant Country found itself compelled to sign a ceasefire agreement, surrendering the water sources to Bar Country. The perpetually bullied Bar Country savored this magnificent triumph, for the first time celebrating as a nation. It was only then that everyone snapped back to reality. Huan Nation became the focal point of the entire world. Countless foreign tourists, officials, military delegates, and others descended in swarms, surrounding Tianhai City, so densely it became utterly impassable. They had but a single objective: Atom Robot Technology Company. Initially, domestic speculators glimpsed the commercial opportunity, offering 1 billion for Atom Company's equity, yet Atom Company refused to sell. Until the apocalypse descended, their company valuation soared to over 40 billion, a multiplication of hundreds of times. Yang Yi reminisced about all this, his heart already calculating schemes within schemes. He immediately opened TikTok, and as expected, Atom Technology Company had already surged into the top 3 trending searches. He casually tapped open a trending video only to find it filled entirely with vitriolic attacks against the company. Those beautiful country agents had infiltrated the comments, disguising their posts as seemingly normal, yet laden with ulterior motives. For instance, with so many poor people in our nation who cannot afford medical care, housing, or education, you squander such vast fortunes developing robot toys. Why not donate the money to impoverished mountainous regions? Likes 9,999. Nation, please wait for your people. Likes 8,586. Beautiful country's robots are the finest, developed solely to assist the disabled. How fortunate that technology rests in civilized hands. Likes 20,000. Instances of such outrageous rhetoric abounded, with numerous netizens of limited discernment being swept along by the currents, raining sarcasm and mockery upon Atom Company. Atom Company's verified account published a video stating that the company faced severe losses and awaited bankruptcy liquidation, earnestly requesting people show some mercy. Yet the masses refused to relent, the comment section filled with nothing but celebratory remarks. A demeanor of relishing chaos without a shred of decency. Yang Yi smirked with malevolence, his mind already conceiving the corresponding strategy. First, he visited Tianhai Wanda Plaza and acquired an entire ensemble of designer attire and leather shoes, then headed to a barbershop for a distinguished executive hairstyle, donning a rather impressive pair of gold-rimmed spectacles. Having always possessed handsome features and an upright bearing, after such meticulous grooming, he appeared every inch the successful magnate. He also spent over 1,000 yuan to rent a brand new Mercedes S-Class sedan. and merely dozens of yuan on a fabricated business card. Having completed all this Yang, he had nearly exhausted all his savings. When venturing beyond one's identity is self-crafted, he then drove to Tianhai City's Technology Industrial Park. There precisely stood the headquarters of Atom Technology Co. Ltd. He drove the vehicle to the building's entrance. The gatekeeper spotted the luxury car arriving, and without even asking decisively raised the barrier to grant Yang Yi's vehicle passage. Before he could even properly park, a middle-aged man strode out from the building. His expression bore the marks of exhaustion, his beard untrimmed for days, a visage of utter dejection. This man was named Zhao Guoping, the founder and chairman of Atom Company. These past days' worries had stolen his sleep appetite, even his ability to relieve himself. The arrival of this luxury car seemed to him like grasping a lifeline. He rushed over with frantic urgency. Approaching Yang Yi's vehicle, he courteously opened the door for the young man. "Good day, sir. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" Yang Yi stepped out, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles, and smiled. "You must be Zhao Guoping, President Zhao of Atom Company." Zhao Guoping hastily nodded. Yes. "May I inquire what to call you, sir?" Yang Yi extended his hand for a handshake, his expression serene as he spoke. "So you're Mr. Yang. What brings you here today?" Zhao Guoping's heart nearly leapt from his throat, though his expression remained composed. Yang Yi cast his gaze across the surroundings, remarking with evident regret, "Such a fine company about to collapse imminently. What a shame." Zhao Guoping forced a bitter smile. "Mr. Yang, please don't mock me. My head aches terribly as it is. By the way, Mr. Yang, may I ask which company you represent?" Yang Yi casually retrieved the freshly made fake business card and handed it to Zhao Guoping. Zhao Guoping examined it. "Xingrui Financing Group, professional manager Yang Yi." Zhao Guoping's eyes widened. "So you're a manager from Xingrui Group. I never imagined you'd be so young." Yang Yi smiled. "What doesn't it suit me? If you suspect I'm a con artist, feel free to call your group to verify whether I exist." Zhao Guoping hastily shook his head. No need. What con artist would bother swindling a company already millions in debt?" Yang Yi laughed. "Then let's take a look inside first." "Very well, Manager Yang, this way please." After entering the corporate building, he found it utterly desolate and woebegone. All the equipment, televisions, coffee machines, even the desks and chairs, had been taken away. Dozens of employees had gathered in the lobby on the first floor, raising banners and causing an uproar. There were at least 200 or 300 of them, predominantly young faces. As people spotted Zhao Guoping and Yang Yi walking in, they erupted into commotion. "CEO Zhao, when are you going to settle our wages and compensation? Don't even think about running away. We're sleeping here tonight." The cacophony of voices nearly made Zhao Guoping faint. "Please everyone calm down and stay composed. This gentleman beside me is Manager Yang from Xingrui Group. I'll discuss the matter with Manager Yang right away, and your wages will be sorted out very soon. Please remain patient." The crowd's fury gradually subsided. However, at least half the people in the gathering voiced different sentiments. "CEO Zhao, are you really going to sell the company? We don't want our wages. We just want you to pick yourself up. This company is our dream." "Yes, CEO Zhao, please don't sell. We worked so hard to get this far. Don't give up so easily." Zhao Guoping waved his hand with a bitter smile, then pulled Yang Yi into his office. He personally prepared a cup of instant coffee for Yang Yi. "Manager Yang, as you've seen, I've reached the end of my rope. I'll sell as long as you're willing to pay. These young people have had it tough too. I don't want to owe them their wages." Yang Yi smiled. "That shouldn't be a problem. Zhao, we're straightforward people here. Just give me a real price, and I'll run the numbers. If it's reasonable, I'll report back to my company immediately and purchase your firm." Zhao Guoping spoke somewhat sheepishly. "Well, the thing is, the goods our company has in stock, nobody wants them now. They're all just scrap metal. I wouldn't dare expect you to pay for them. I only hope you can cover all the essential expenses and outstanding debts." "Essential expenses, you mean?" "Mainly wages, compensation, and a small amount of arrears. Altogether, 18 million. What do you think, is that acceptable?" Yang Yi contemplated for a moment, then said, 18 million isn't much, to be honest. There's really no need to report this to our group, because the mergers and acquisitions we typically handle are in the hundreds of millions, or even billions. So I have a proposal." Go ahead. Zhao Guoping immediately leaned in to listen intently. "I can easily cover this amount myself and buy your company outright. What do you say, Zhao?" Yang Yi raised his coffee cup with a smile. Zhao Guoping's heart nearly leaped out of his throat with excitement. This Manager Yang was incredibly straightforward, not even haggling over the price, and he'd buy the company with his own money. Impressive. The rich really can do whatever they please. "Manager Yang, is this for real? You truly are my savior." Zhao Guoping was so overwhelmed, he almost knelt before Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled faintly. "Of course. But 18 million is nothing really. The real estate and hotels I've invested in personally are worth hundreds of millions. This amount is beneath my notice. The main reason is that Atom Technologies is a top-tier tech company in our country, and I don't want to see it go bankrupt. That would be a loss for the nation." Zhao Guoping's hands trembled slightly. What good deeds had he performed in a past life to encounter such a generous benefactor? "All right, Manager Yang. When would be convenient to sign the contract?" Yang Yi paused briefly, then said, "No rush. The contract can be signed anytime and my money can be transferred to your corporate account whenever. But for safety, Sake, I should send your company's various metrics back to our firm for an initial assessment. No problem with that, I hope. Zhao Guoping slapped his thigh with a start. Oh, look at me. I was so excited I didn't even think of that. Absolutely no problem. What materials do you need? I'll provide everything immediately. All right. Send me your company's settlement statements and financial reports. Additionally, I need you to do me a favor. What's that? This assessment requires you to go to our company in person for an on-site presentation, but given your current situation, I doubt you can leave right. Zhao Guoping replied with a bitter smile, of course. I haven't been able to leave the company for several days now. Those employees would think I was trying to run away. Oh, that's easy. Here's what I propose, Zhao. Use your company's authority to grant me a position as a board director and concurrent general manager. With this identity, I can go to our company and handle this matter for you. Of course, don't worry. I won't be taking any equity in your company. This is purely nominal, just a formality. Absolutely understood. Zhao Guoping agreed without a moment's hesitation. After all, who in their right mind would bother taking equity in a company on the brink of bankruptcy? That would be asking for trouble. Before long, Zhao Guoping had his staff make the changes to the company's equity structure. Yang Yi purchased 1% of the company's shares for just 1 yuan, and Zhao Guoping then authorized Yang Yi to the positions of general manager and financial agent using his chairman's authority. This way, Yang Yi would have full authority to handle all affairs of Atom Technologies. Afterward, Yang Yi departed swiftly. He drove to the city center of Tianhai. He stopped in front of an imposing and magnificent high-end office building. On the building was written Xingrui Holdings. This Xingrui Group was the largest investment company in all of Tianhai with staggering strength and a valuation approaching 10 billion. Yang Yi arrived at Xingrui Group with his new identity. He approached the front desk and informed the receptionist, I am the general manager of Atom Technologies. I need to speak with someone in charge of your company about an acquisition. The receptionist first registered Yang Yi's identity information and phone number, then politely guided him to the VIP lounge to wait, serving him a cup of hot tea. Soon the door to the VIP lounge opened. A young woman walked in. She was extremely beautiful, at least a 95 out of 100, with the classic fair skin, attractive features, and long legs. Her skin was so smooth and tender it put soft tofu to shame, and her beautiful curly hair made her absolutely stunning. She wore a well-tailored women's business suit, but her bust seemed overly developed, on the verge of spilling out, impossible to contain. She was at least a G-cup. It was hard to imagine how someone with her petite frame could have grown so endowed. Was she fed pig feed or something? Although she wore no expensive jewelry, she exuded an undeniably noble and commanding aura. It was clear she was far more than an ordinary general manager. She entered the VIP lounge, extended her hand for a handshake, and greeted Yang Yi with a practiced professional smile. Mr. Yang Yi, hello. I am Su Ying, general manager of the investment projects department at Xingrui Group. When he heard the name Su Ying, something suddenly stirred in Yang Yi's memory. Damn, this woman was actually Gao Kai's fiancée. What a coincidence. In his past life, Yang Yi had learned that Gao Kai indeed had a fiancée named Su Ying, but he never expected this Su Ying to be the general manager of Xingrui Group. Although Gao Kai's family was quite wealthy, in front of Su Ying's family their fortune was not worth a single cent. The only reason Su Ying had lowered herself to marry Gao Kai was that Gao Kai's father Gao Ziyuan had once been Su Ying's father Su Dehai's comrade-in-arms, and had even saved Su Dehai's life. Afterwards, Su Dehai promised his only daughter Su Ying to Gao Ziyuan's son Gao Kai. But at the time neither family had much money, and no one knew that a casually arranged childhood betrothal would later carry such enormous consequences. After leaving the military, Su Dehai went into business and transformed himself into the chairman of Xingrui Group. Although he was not entirely satisfied with Gao Kai as his son-in-law, he could not bear to go back on the promise made to old Gao, who had saved his life all those years ago. They were both men who valued their pride and honored their word. Helpless, he had no choice but to marry his daughter to Gao Kai. Yang Yi looked at the stunningly beautiful woman before him and immediately devised another scheme. Hello, Manager Su. Su Ying smiled and nodded, then glanced through the stack of Atom Company documents Yang Yi had handed her. After a few minutes, before she had even finished reading, Su Ying set the documents down on the table. She shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I just reviewed your company's materials, and they simply don't meet our investment standards. So this acquisition plan Yang Yi firmly cut her off. Stop, Manager Su. I understand everything you're saying, but I only want to say this: giving up on acquiring our Atom Company will absolutely be the greatest mistake of your life. Su Ying smiled faintly. Oh, is that so? Is Manager Yang even more professional than me, a professional investment manager? To be honest, for a company in your situation, the best option is direct bankruptcy liquidation. I've seen far too many cases like this. Yang Yi threw the Atom Company documents straight into the trash can. Manager Su, how about we make a bet? Sorry, Mr. Yang, I have no interest in gambling. Su Ying shook her head. Yang Yi smiled slightly. Tomorrow is July 2nd. I'll make a bold bet at 2:30 p.m. Tomorrow an accident will occur at the Huatian building construction site your company invested in. 2 construction workers will fall from the site and die. Suing was slightly annoyed and gave a light laugh. So Mr. Yang is not a professional manager but a master fortune teller. This meeting is over. I'll take my leave. With that, Suing rose and prepared to leave. At that moment Yang also stood up. He tore a piece of paper from his notebook, casually wrote down 2 names, and handed it to Suing. These are the names of the 2 construction workers who will die tomorrow, Manager Su. Want to make a bet? Without even looking at it, Suing crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. Mr. Yang, I don't have time to play such boring games with you. Goodbye. After saying that, Suing left the office. Yang meanwhile revealed an enigmatic smile. The next day arrived. At 2:35 p.m. Suing was busy handling her work when she suddenly received a phone call from a subsidiary company. On the other end of the line was the chief person in charge of the Huatian building construction project. His voice trembled with panic. General Manager Su, something terrible has happened. There was a safety accident at the Huatian building construction site. 2 construction workers fell because their safety ropes snapped due to poor quality. They died on the spot. On the other end of the phone, Suing was completely stunned. It couldn't be. Could it really be such a coincidence? She immediately asked for the names of the 2 construction workers. The person on the phone told her that one was named Chun Jiaqiang and the other Zhou Xiaojing. Suing hung up decisively and went to the VIP room where she had met Yang the day before. Without thinking too much, she rushed to the trash can, picked out the crumpled paper she had thrown away yesterday, and unfolded it with her delicate hands trembling. On the paper, written in exquisite handwriting, were 2 names, Chun Jiaqiang, Zhou Xiaojing. Su Ying's gaze suddenly froze. At that moment, Yang was sitting at home watching the news on television. The news was covering today's accident at the Huatian building construction site. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled upward, his face full of confidence and pride. Fortunately, he still remembered this news vividly from his past life, and to his surprise, he had actually put it to use. Just then Yang Yi's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. He smiled and answered. Yang Yi, who exactly are you? As expected, it was Su Ying. Her tone was filled with confusion and suspicion. Yang Yi chuckled. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can bring you boundless wealth and prosperity. You can regard me as your benefactor. Su Ying said calmly, even if you somehow foresaw today's accident yesterday, can I interpret it as meaning that you orchestrated the accident yourself just to win my trust and deceive me? Yang Yi said nonchalantly, if you insist on thinking that there's nothing I can do. Su Ying fell silent. In truth, she had already investigated the matter thoroughly. The cause of the accident was very simple. Someone in the procurement department had taken kickbacks and bought a batch of substandard safety ropes leading to the accident. As for the possibility that Yang Yi was behind it, that was almost impossible. So many workers had been using the same batch of substandard safety ropes at the same time. How could he have precisely determined which 2 would be in an accident? How could he have determined which 2 safety ropes would break, and at what time? He had even pinpointed it down to the hour and minute. It was utterly impossible. The police also arrived at the scene and arrested those responsible in the procurement department. After questioning, it was confirmed to be nothing more than a simple accident caused by cutting corners. If Yang Yi really had done it, he wouldn't have needed to go through such a convoluted process, unless he was some kind of deity. After a moment of silence, Su Ying asked, what do you mean when you say you can bring me wealth and prosperity? Invest in my company. I need 40 million right now. Su Ying was puzzled. But your asset liquidation documents show that the acquisition plan only requires 18 million. The extra 22 million is my compensation. If you trust me, after you acquire this company, I'll hold 51 of the equity, and I can give you 49. Su Ying was still doubtful. But this is just a company on the verge of bankruptcy. Acquiring it is meaningless, and the board won't approve it. Yang Yi said calmly, it seems you don't want to trust me. That's fine, I never force anyone. But if you don't want this golden opportunity, I can give it to someone else. I can trust you, Su Ying said at once. For some reason, she had a strong premonition that Yang Yi was absolutely not deceiving her. This opportunity was fleeting, and once missed, it would never return. Then transfer the money right away, Yang Yi said decisively. All right, I'll transfer it to your accounts immediately. I'll use 18 million to buy 49 of your company's equity, and the remaining 22 million I'll deposit separately into your personal account. Deal. Pleasure doing business. Yang Yi smiled slightly. Soon the corporate account of Atom Company, which Yang Yi managed, received a transfer of 18 million. His personal bank card also received an additional 22 million. 22 million in hand. And more than half of Atom Company's equity, to boot. Just like that, he had struck it rich. Just as Yang Yi was indulging in the joy of becoming a multi-millionaire, someone suddenly knocked on his door. He got up and looked through the peephole. His face instantly lit up with delight. It was actually Gao Kai's parents, Gao Ziyuan and Li Huijin. Creak. The door swung open. Gao Ziyuan and Li Huijin stood at the threshold, their expressions radiating condescension as they gazed upon the delivery rider before them, a man dwelling in the humblest of rental abodes. Gao Ziyuan spoke in a cold, measured tone. Yang Yi, my son remains in detention. You must provide an explanation. Yang Yi burst into laughter. He's the one who threw punches, not me. What explanation do you expect from me? If you want answers, go to the police. What exactly did you think you'd accomplish coming here? How absurd. Gao Ziyuan was rendered speechless. At this moment, Li Huijin interjected. Assuming the airs of a noble woman, she withdrew 20,000 yuan in cash from her handbag. Yang Yi, all this talk is simply because you want money, isn't it? Here are 20,000 yuan. Sign the reconciliation agreement, and this money is yours. Yang Yi broke into a chuckle. So much. How will I ever manage to spend it all? Li Huijin sneered. You only earn a few thousand yuan a month delivering food, don't you? This 20,000 is equivalent to several months of your labor. Sign the agreement quickly, and I'll hand over the cash immediately. Yang Yi sighed and shook his head. Keep your money. I don't want accusations of extortion. I'll sign the reconciliation agreement, but you must agree to one condition. The couple's eyes lit up with anticipation. They hadn't expected this young man to be so agreeable. Tell us, what condition? Yang Yi grinned. Write a contract making me your father and Gao Kai my dear grandson. After all, why would I hold a grudge against my precious grandson? The couple froze in absolute shock. So this rascal was mocking them all along. Gao Ziyuan's rage ignited instantly. You little bastard, are you seeking death? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I served in the military. What kind of situation haven't I witnessed? Slap. Yang Yi delivered a stinging blow across Gao Ziyuan's face, 5 vivid red finger marks instantly appearing. Gao Ziyuan was completely dazed. Li Huijin shrieked in alarm. You little scoundrel, how dare you hit an elder? Slap. Another brutal slap skewing the corner of her mouth grotesquely. Since his rebirth, Yang Yi's physical attributes had undergone a earth-shaking transformation. His strength, agility, and endurance all far surpassed ordinary humans. Let alone these two decrepit fools. Gao Ziyuan finally came to his senses and lunged forward, attempting to fight back. Yet Yang Yi dispatched him with consummate ease, leaving his face mottled with bruises. Li Huijin tried to assist, only to be similarly subdued by Yang Yi. The couple's agonized screams echoed through the hallway, terrifying their neighbor, Su Mei, into hiding within her apartment. She couldn't help but muse to herself. If this Yang Yi had truly turned violent against her, she wouldn't have stood a chance. The Gao couple departed, their faces swollen and bruised. They stumbled to their feet, hurling curses. You wait right there. I'm calling the police. They'll throw you behind bars. Yang Yi calmly produced his identification, his psychiatric certificate to be precise, and addressed the pair. Go ahead, arrest me. I was having an episode, lost control of my actions. So what if I hit you? I have the paperwork. Ha ha ha. Certified and ready for action. Invincible. The couple nearly exploded with rage. They hastily fled in disgrace. Approximately half an hour later, another knock echoed at Yang Yi's door. This time it was a familiar face indeed. It was Lu Feifei, the goddess from his past life. Yang Yi promptly opened the door. Upon seeing him, Lu Feifei adopted an air of arrogance, perpetually regarding him as an inferior. She lifted her chin and spoke dismissively. Yang Yi, I'm giving you one final chance. Sign the reconciliation agreement for Gao Kai, and I promise to continue accepting your gifts. This statement left Yang Yi utterly speechless. So her gift-accepting beggary was being portrayed as some noble act. She actually expected him to feel indebted to her. Yang Yi scoffed. Do you genuinely consider yourself some precious commodity? A well-used second-hand mess dares to put on airs and pretend to be pure. How delightfully ridiculous. Lu Feifei's complexion turned ashen. She ground her teeth in fury. Yang Yi, say that again. Yang Yi articulated each word with deliberate clarity. I said, you are trash. What now? Did you hear me clearly? Lu Feifei's entire body trembled with rage. Yang Yi, do you understand why I never chose you? Because you're a penniless loser, a wretched nobody. Gao Kai's family is worth over 10 million. How could someone like you possibly compare? Yang Yi burst into laughter, mocking her with a dismissive gesture. Over 10 million makes someone wealthy. Your definition of wealth is pathetically narrow. A mere 10 million. Insignificant, absolutely nothing. Get lost, and don't you dare appear in my sight again. With that, Yang Yi slammed the door shut with a decisive thud. Lu Feifei stood alone, utterly bewildered. She pondered his words intently. A mere 10 million, insignificant. Could it be that he's actually wealthy? And worth far more than 10 million? No, impossible. If he were truly rich, why would he deliver food and work part-time at a school? But what if he's a hidden rich second generation? Perhaps all of this was a test of her devotion. Lu Feifei deliberated, endlessly sensing something amiss. She resolved to observe carefully before making any decisions. If Yang Yi turned out to be a rich second generation, perhaps dumping Gao Kai wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. The following day, Yang Yi returned to Atom Company. Zhao Guoping today appeared utterly dejected, his whole being drained of vitality. 2 consecutive days had passed without word from Yang Yi. Assuming that Yang Yi had abandoned the acquisition of his company, Zhao Guoping had spent 2 sleepless nights in anxious torment. When Yang Yi finally arrived, Zhao Guoping's joy was like that of an innocent child. Manager Yang, you've finally come. Yang Yi smiled and led Zhao Guoping into the office. Following our assessment at Xingrui Company, I've decided to invest 18 million to acquire your company. Zhao Guoping grasped Yang Yi's hand, excitedly rendered speechless with emotion. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi initiated the acquisition process. He purchased all shares of Atom Technology for 18 million and transferred 49% of the equity to Su Ying. From this moment forward, Yang Yi would become the largest shareholder of Atom Company and its proprietor. The two returned to the main lobby. Zhao Guoping announced to all employees, "Effective today, our company's chairman shall be Yang Yi, Chairman Yang. Those who haven't received their wages, hurry to the finance department to register and collect what you're owed." The employees were overjoyed. Yang Yi continued addressing the gathered staff. "Anyone willing to continue working with our company, stay. I pledge to elevate Atom Company to national and even global Fortune 500 status." Many departing employees wore expressions of disdain, deeming this young man, even younger than themselves, nothing more than an arrogant windbag making impossible promises. Such a crumbling company aiming for the global Fortune 500. What delusion. Nevertheless, some employees chose to remain. Approximately 100 individuals, all expressing willingness to continue their tenure. The departing staff derided those who stayed, mocking them as fools for refusing severance, while laboring in a company destined for collapse, their minds clearly addled. Thereafter, before the remaining employees, Yang Yi announced, "Excellent. I have another matter to declare. Zhao Guoping shall continue serving as the company's chief executive officer. I personally allocate an annual salary of 2 million yuan. Additionally, he shall receive 1% of the company's profit-sharing rights." Zhao Guoping stood rooted in disbelief. He never anticipated that this new chairman Yang would show him such generosity, not only permitting him to remain in his executive role, but granting him an assured annual salary and profit-sharing. "Chairman Yang, Zhao Guoping stammered, uncertain how to articulate his gratitude. Yang Yi clapped him on the shoulder. "You possess the deepest understanding of our company's operations, technology, and personnel. This role is yours alone. Strive diligently. I shall not disappoint this mission." Meanwhile, at Xingrui Group, within the chairman's office, a broad-shouldered, imposing middle-aged man glared at the woman beside him, his countenance twisted with displeasure. "Ying, you spent 40 million acquiring a decrepit robot company." This middle-aged man was Su Ying's father, Su Dehai. Su Ying bit her lip, her expression resolute. "Father, I trust that person. He will never deceive me." Su Dehai shook his head. "Very well, 40 million is merely a trifle. Consider it a costly lesson. That fellow is certainly a swindler. Go home and rest. Within 2 months you'll be marrying your cousin Gao Kai. Wed, quickly become a proper housewife, and cease this foolish notion of working at a company." "Father, I don't want to marry." Su Ying's gaze wavered. Su Dehai erupted in fury. "Do you truly believe yourself exceptional? A career woman of remarkable talent? Let me tell you plainly, without my Xingrui Group you're nothing. You shall marry Gao Kai, or where shall my reputation find its footing?" Tears welled in Su Ying's eyes. "I refuse. I simply refuse." "Oomph. This is not your choice. If you refuse to marry, prove otherwise. Within 2 mere months build an enterprise surpassing my Xingrui Group. Fail to do so, and you shall wed immediately." Yang Yi stayed at home staring at the 22 million yuan in his bank account, mulling over his next plan. The first priority was definitely a safe house. However, 22 million yuan would probably only cover the bare structure of a house. Transforming it into a safe house would require a massive additional investment. At the same time, he also needed to set up defensive installations so that if any blind fool ever tried to pry open his door in the future, he could kill them on the spot. As for supplies, with the system around, he could exchange points for them, so there was nothing to worry about. The only real question was, what would the exchange process actually be like? Right now, he didn't have a single point, nor had he conquered even one woman or completed a conquest mission. He had no idea how many supplies a single point could be exchanged for. He had to complete a conquest mission as soon as possible and obtain some points to see how the exchange worked. If the apocalypse came and everything was ready except the supplies, wouldn't that be absolutely miserable? The first conquest target Yang Yi thought of was Jiang Yining, the stunning campus belle he had ruthlessly toyed with before. He had already confirmed that she was still a virgin, so she qualified as a conquest target. What was more, he still had a video in his hands which he could use to gradually bring her under control. However, conquering only her was clearly unrealistic. The points she could offer were limited and far from enough to cover the enormous supply demands of the apocalypse. Thus, he had to find other conquest targets and earn as many points as possible so he could rest easy. At the same time, that adulterous pair Lu Feifei and Gao Kai also had to die a miserable death. Gao Kai definitely wouldn't stay locked up for long. He could use his connections to get out through the back door. But that didn't matter. Let him out, and then slowly deal with him, torment him, trample him, and finally send him to his grave. Only that would be truly satisfying. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, was easy to handle. She was a textbook gold digger. If she learned that he was already worth tens of millions and would soon become one of the richest tycoons in the city, what would she think? Just thinking about it was exciting. For a vicious gold digger like her, the right approach was to keep giving her hope, shattering it, making her despair, then giving her hope again and making her despair again. After repeating this many times, he would completely hold her in the palm of his hand, and only then kill her. That would give him the deepest satisfaction. Yang felt incredibly good just thinking about it. Just as Yang was making his careful calculations, torrential rain suddenly began to pour outside the window, and the air grew damp. After who knew how long, someone suddenly knocked on his door. He walked over, peered through the peephole, and saw, of all things, a woman holding an exquisite suitcase. She was soaked to the bone. A mass of lovely wet curls hung across her face, obscuring her features, but from the outline of her face it was obvious she was absolutely a top-tier beauty. And her wet clothes were even more striking. She wore a pristine white dress now thoroughly soaked through. It clung tightly to her body, making her chest seem proud and prominent, like two towering peaks. What a body! Absolutely stunning curves. Still Yang felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on where. The woman raised her hand and knocked twice again. Yang, are you home? She said softly. Feeling a little puzzled, Yang opened the door. Huh, you are. The woman brushed her wet hair aside, revealing her breathtaking face. President Su. Yang said in surprise. This woman was actually Su Ying, the heiress of the Xingrue group and Gao Kai's fiancée. Su Ying was still dripping rainwater. She bit her lip and said, Yang. President Yang, could you let me stay at your place for a few nights? Of course, come in. Yang unhesitatingly let Su Ying into his rented apartment. Su Ying raised her head and looked around. She saw clutter scattered everywhere. Instant noodle cups, cookie wrappers, a trash can full of crumpled tissues, and even two food delivery uniforms from Ugly Group hanging on the clothes rack. She asked, somewhat confused, President Yang, is this your home? Yang nodded with a slight smile. You don't have to call me President Yang here. You can just call me by my name. All right, Yang. Actually, you're not the general manager of Atom Company, are you? Yang smiled, then took a thick bathrobe out of the wardrobe and draped it over Su Ying's shoulders. Very clever, Yang praised. Su Ying felt the bathrobe now wrapped around her. It had been worn for some time and carried the unique scent of a man, which made her feel strangely reassured. Yang went on with a smile. By the way, President Su, I'm curious to know how you ended up like this. As the heiress of Tianhai City's top wealthy family, it's not like you can't even afford a hotel, right? Besides, I also want to ask, how did you know I live here? Su Ying gave a gentle smile. You know who I am. Looking up your information was far too easy. Ever since I saw your identity details, I've been quite curious about you. It's hard to imagine that just 2 days ago you were arguing with a delivery customer over a complaint about a late delivery. Yang smiled. How could she possibly know that the so-called 2 days ago was actually his previous life? He was already living his second life. Then Yang shook his head. President Su, you still haven't answered me. Why did you come to my place? A trace of melancholy appeared in Su Ying's eyes as she slowly spoke. I ran away from home. In this city, if I stayed in any hotel, my father's subordinates would find me. After thinking it over again and again, the only stranger I was even slightly familiar with was you. No matter what, they would never know I'm staying here with you. Yang burst out laughing. A gorgeous woman like you staying in the same room alone with a man like me. Aren't you afraid I'll take you right here on the spot? Su Ying's cheeks flushed, and she took a small step back. I trust you. I can tell you're a man of honor. A man of honor. Bah. In this day and age, a man of honor was just another word for a pushover. And a pushover, to put it bluntly, was a goddamn fool. Among the capable, the moneymakers, the lady killers, and the successful men, how many of them were so-called men of honor? Those who commit murder and arson wear gold belts. Those who build bridges and mend roads die without a grave. Good people die young, while bad people outlive even turtles. However, since this gorgeous, curvy, top-shelf woman had delivered herself to his doorstep, why would he ever throw her out? He just couldn't force things. In the conquest system, forcing things would earn no points, which would completely defeat the purpose. Therefore, he had to make her submit to him from the bottom of her heart. What's more, this woman was Gao Kai's fiancée. Conquering her was both inevitable and essential. Enough talk. Time to make his move. Conquest target bound Su Ying. Current conquest value 0-100. Yang noticed that Su Ying's face was growing redder and redder. Even the skin behind her ears was flushed. He reached his hand out towards Su Ying's forehead. She instinctively tried to dodge, but her body was too weak. She felt Yang's cool fingers on her forehead and found it very soothing. However, given their relationship, her instinct was to break away from Yang's touch. Don't move. You have a fever, Yang said. Yang let Su Ying sleep in his own bed, then brought her a cup of hot water along with some antibiotics and ibuprofen. After taking the medicine, Su Ying drifted into a drowsy sleep. Accompanied by the white noise of rain pattering against the window, Su Ying managed to sleep reasonably well through the night. When she woke the next day, her first instinct was to check whether her body had been violated. Unfortunately for her, everything was perfectly fine. On the nightstand sat a breakfast set, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk. Su Ying covered her mouth and smiled, appearing somewhat pleased, yet with a subtle hint of disappointment lingering in her heart. Just then a system notification chimed for Yang. Su Ying conquest value 10, current conquest value 10100. After finishing breakfast, Suing walked into the living room. Yang Yi was watching the news on television. On the news, a beautiful anchor was reporting, yesterday conflict erupted between the Elephant Kingdom and the Bar Kingdom over water source ownership rights. Due to equipment disparities, the Bar Kingdom was forced to retreat to rear positions. We will continue to bring you the latest updates on this developing situation. Suing smiled and said, I thought you'd be interested in the stock market and municipal news. Turns out you're just like everyone else, obsessed with international news that has absolutely nothing to do with you. Yang Yi smiled faintly. Miss Su, tell me, is it not possible that somewhere in this world you will never visit, something happens that will never concern you, yet ultimately this very event shapes your entire life? Suing shook her head dismissively. I don't believe that. Take the war you're watching for instance. What does a conflict between two nations have to do with me? After all, they won't come fighting here. Yang Yi replied calmly. Miss Su, shall we make another wager? That your life will be affected by this conflict between two nations. Suing didn't believe a word he said. However, ever since the incident with those two workers, Suing had developed a sense of reverence for Yang Yi. I wouldn't dare wager with you. Suing laughed. Well then, rest at home. I have something urgent to attend to. Alright, come back early. After leaving the house, Yang Yi sent a message to the campus beauty Jiang Yining. Where are you right now? There's something urgent I need to discuss with you. After sending the message, a mischievous smile curved Yang Yi's lips. Urgent indeed. Ever since that time, Yang Yi couldn't stop thinking about her. After all, she was the first woman he encountered after his rebirth. Moreover, she was untouched and absolutely exquisite. He had to have her. Soon Jiang Yining replied, What's so urgent? I'm at the Zijianjiu restaurant on Dafeng Road. Tianhai City, Dafeng Road, the upscale Zijianjiu restaurant. A couple was seated in a booth by the glass window. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with gorgeous golden hair that seemed almost unreal in its beauty. This woman was Yang Yi's colleague, and one of the four campus beauties, Jiang Yining. At that moment she held a glass of red wine, gazing lovingly at her boyfriend with a serene expression and coyly whined. Yuxuan, you haven't taken me shopping on the pedestrian street in so long. My closet is going empty. Sitting before her was a handsome and dignified young man, her boyfriend, the wealthy second-generation Lin Yuxuan. Lin Yuxuan coughed lightly. Yining, please understand. My dad's hotel hasn't been doing well lately. He only gives me 20,000 yuan a month now, and that's not even enough for me. Jiang Yining puffed out her adorable little lips, looking sulky. Humph. I'll forgive you this time. But even if you can't take me shopping, at least make time to go out with me. Lin Yuxuan nodded, then reached out his hand, wanting to touch his girlfriend Jiang Yining. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yining instinctively flinched away. Yining, we've been together for so long. Why won't you even let me hold your hand? Jiang Yining smiled and said, Didn't I tell you? Once there's physical contact, it inevitably leads to further contact. I'm a very traditional woman. That said, Jiang Yining had her own hidden thoughts. She feared that if she gave everything to Lin Yuxuan without reservation, only to be abandoned by him later, she would be left with nothing. She had to leave a backup plan for herself no matter what. Lin Yuxuan thought for a moment and said, Alright, I won't force you. Let's go eat at my family's 5-star hotel sometime. My dad says they've newly hired several foreign chefs with exceptional skills. Sounds good. But Yuxuan, won't that cause trouble for your dad? I'd basically be eating for free. Jiang Yining said somewhat shyly. What's there to fear? Does his own daughter-in-law have to pay to eat? Lin Yuxuan teased. TCH, you're so improper. Jiang Yining rolled her eyes at him. At that moment, Lin Yuxuan suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing on the street outside the window. Oh, that guy playing with his phone outside. Isn't it that lowly loser Yang Yi from our class? Lin Yuxuan said to his girlfriend Jiang Yining, chuckling. Jiang Yining's expression shifted, and she turned to glance at Yang Yi standing on the street outside. Yuxuan, do you know him? Lin Yuxuan said with arrogant disdain. Know him? How could I not? This Yang Yi is just a bookworm. To pursue Lu Feifei in our class, he eats nothing but mantou in the cafeteria every day. I even heard he delivers food for extra cash. How pathetic is that? That Lu Feifei can't even compare to 1% of our Yining, yet this Yang Yi has actually driven up her asking price, thinking she's some great catch. Look at those cheap knockoff clothes he's wearing. How does he have the face to wear them in public? Jiang Yining looked somewhat surprised. So he's actually like that. Lin Yuxuan continued with a sinister grin. Yining, let me tell you a secret. I once spiked his drink with laxatives, and I even used my position as class monitor to dock his scholarship. Jiang Yining covered her mouth and exclaimed, wouldn't that be a bit too much? What's there to fear? This kid is honest and timid to the core. He has no background, no connections. What can he possibly do even if I mess with him? Ha! Lin Yuxuan sneered. This guy had been a pampered little bully since childhood. In school, he frequently bullied his classmates, and even the teachers could do nothing about him. Everyone knew his family had money. If someone got bullied, his dad would just compensate them with money, and that would be the end of it. This only fueled his brazen, fearless arrogance even more. At that moment, Jiang Yining's phone suddenly received a message from Yang Yi. If you don't want that matter to be exposed, come out and keep me company. Jiang Yining froze instantly, then promptly replied, so that's what you want. But you can't threaten me anymore. Your video has already been deleted. Forget about it. Ding. Jiang Yining suddenly received a short video clip sent by Yang Yi. She clicked on it instinctively. In the video, some rather inappropriate sounds suddenly played, drawing the stares of everyone in the restaurant as they fixed their eyes on her. As Jiang Yining opened the video, and those mortifying images began to play, her face instantly flushed crimson from her neck to the tips of her ears. She hastily slammed the video closed. At this moment, her boyfriend Lin Yuxuan wore a sinister grin as he watched her. "Yanni, I never expected you to enjoy watching romantic videos either. Haha, what were you watching? Share it with me." Jiang Yanni was both mortified and furious. The video showed exactly what had happened between her and Yang Yi on the convenience store counter that night. That damned wretch had actually recorded it. How utterly humiliating. If her boyfriend Lin Yuxuan were to see this, he would surely kick her to the curb without hesitation. Thus she immediately tried to explain. No, it was just some prank someone sent me. I have no idea who it was." "Really? I don't believe you. Let me see. I already deleted it," Jiang Yanni declared flatly. "Fine then." Though Lin Yuxuan appeared nonchalant on the surface, deep within, however, his heart was already churning with excitement. So his girlfriend Jiang Yanni, who seemed so demure and cultured on the outside, was actually a closet vixen. Such a contrast was most thrilling. He decided he needed to make his move soon. Surely she wanted it just as badly, right? She just didn't dare to say it. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jiang Yanni received another message from Yang Yi. "How was it? Pretty good filming, wasn't it? Got any of Teacher Chen's skills? I'm giving you 30 seconds, otherwise this video will appear on your boyfriend Lin Yuxuan's phone." It was only just now that Yang Yi had discovered that Jiang Yanni was the girlfriend of Lin Yuxuan, that disgusting class bully in his class. What a coincidence of enemies crossing paths. Recalling his past life, Yang Yi had indeed been a timid, submissive soul. Once, after drinking a beverage, he had suffered from diarrhea for 2 whole days. A classmate had told him it was Lin Yuxuan's doing. But the Yang Yi of his past life lacked the courage to confront him, thinking it was better to let sleeping dogs lie, so he swallowed his anger in silence. Then there was his scholarship. Though 8,000 yuan had been awarded, that scoundrel Lin Yuxuan had pocketed 4,000 of it. Yang Yi had confronted him privately. But Lin Yuxuan had denied everything outright, even daring him. "Go ahead and report me if you have the guts." Yang Yi could do nothing but endure further humiliation. There was no choice, really. When a poor family's child gets bullied, they either suppress their damage, become corrupted, or go insane. But those were all matters of the past life. As for now, well, Lin Yuxuan's girlfriend has been thoroughly at my mercy. I do wonder what expression he'll make when he learns all about this. Haha. After roughly 10 seconds of deliberation, Jiang Yanni ultimately surrendered. She replied, "This is the last time. Never come harassing me again, or I'll drag you to the police station, even if it costs me my life." Yang Yi nearly burst out laughing at her utterly toothless threat. From a psychological perspective, once you give ground on your bottom line, there's no limit to how far you'll keep retreating. As long as she hasn't been driven to the point of no return, she'll keep making concessions. She absolutely cannot accept the sunk costs she has already invested. Immediately after, Jiang Yanni rose to her feet. "Yuxuan Shaoqin from my dorm needs me back, so I'll leave first. Alright, see you tomorrow. Remember to come eat at my family's hotel." Okay. With that, Jiang Yanni departed. When Lin Yuxuan turned back, he noticed that Yang Yi outside had vanished as well. Though he didn't think much of it. He simply muttered to himself with a sinister smile. "Haha, if I'd known you were such a closet vixen, I wouldn't have had to wait this long. In a few more days, I'll claim your virginity." Jiang Yanni walked out of the restaurant and came face to face with Yang Yi, who was lounging about in his usual carefree manner. She sighed in exasperation and frustration. "I must say you're quite handsome, but your methods are so despicable. No wonder your goddess doesn't like you. None of your business. Come on, the room's already booked." Yang Yi grinned wickedly. "You must promise me this is the last time, or I won't go with you." Jiang Yanni insisted firmly. "Whether it's the last time or not isn't for you to decide. It's for me. If you satisfy me well, I might consider letting you go." Upon hearing the words "satisfy me," Jiang Yanni's face instantly flushed red. "You shameless degenerate. What terrible luck I must have had in a past life to encounter someone like you. No, to be precise, you must have stepped in dog poo in a past life to have the good fortune to meet someone as decent as me." Ha ha ha. Yang Yi laughed without a care in the world. Saying this, he produced a box of condoms from his pocket and stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. "This should be enough for tonight, right?" Jiang Yanni's face turned ashen. You devil. Enough chatter. I've booked the most expensive couple's suite at the luxury hotel owned by your boyfriend Lin Yuxuan's family. It costs over 8,000 yuan for one night. Every second is money. Can't waste it. Come with me. It was at his boyfriend's family's hotel. This feeling was so strange. Jiang Yanni suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. "Where did you get so much money?" "I'll tell you after we're done." With that, Yang Yi summoned a luxury car service on his phone. Soon an imposing and opulent Bentley Flying Spur pulled up in front of Yang Yi and Jiang Yanni. The glove driver specially got out to open the door for them, then bowed politely and greeted them with impeccable courtesy. "Respected Mr. Yang, your ordered luxury car has arrived. Please both take your seats, buckle up throughout the journey." We estimate arrival at your destination in 42 minutes. Mingyu Grand Hotel. Jiang Yanni stared at Yang Yi in bewilderment. This ride can't be cheap, can it? The luxury car driver politely replied. One trip costs 3,888 yuan, respected madam. Jiang Yanni gazed at Yang Yi once more with an inexplicable look in her eyes, as if her perception of him was beginning to shift. In other words, just tonight Yang Yi had spent 10,000 yuan on her. That was far more generous than Lin Yushuan. But wasn't he just a poor kid working at a convenience store? Where did he get all this money? At this moment Yang Yi's system notification displayed, subject of conquest Jiang Yanni. Conquest points 20. Current progress 20100. Even Yang Yi himself felt somewhat puzzled. How could it have increased so suddenly? The next morning bright and early. Mingyu Grand Hotel in Tianhai City. This magnificent establishment was Lin Yushuan's father's property, and he had profited handsomely from this 5-star luxury hotel. The hotel ranked among the top tier of luxury hotels in Tianhai City. Yang Yi dressed and quietly gazed at the exquisite beauty beside him. Meanwhile Jiang Yanni lay fast asleep on the hotel's luxurious bed, her legs tightly clutching a plush pillow. Last night, she had been utterly exhausted to the point of oblivion. Whereas Yang Yi felt his body was like a bull, bursting with inexhaustible energy. It seemed that a mere woman could never satisfy his needs. However, there were more important matters to attend to today, so there was no time for further indulgence with this beauty. Though he had 22 million yuan in savings, a mere few tens of millions was absolutely insufficient to dominate Tianhai City. But starting from today, he was about to ascend to great heights. Yang Yi had barely finished dressing when he received a call from Zhao Guoping, the CEO of his Atom Corporation. His voice was somewhat urgent and filled with excitement. Boss, I have something major to report to you. A foreign diplomat has contacted our company through our country's Foreign Affairs Department requesting to purchase all the robots and drones in our warehouse. Yang Yi took a sip from a cup of tea and smiled. It's the diplomat from Boss State, right? Boss, how did you know? Zhao Guoping was rather astonished. Had just a guess. Zhao Guoping then continued excitedly. The special envoy from Boss State said they want to buy every robot and drone from our Atom Corporation in one package. But they made one request. They want us to carry out military modifications, don't they, eh? Yang Yi said with a grin. Good heavens, boss, you're simply a master of foresight. You could even guess that. So do we modify them or not? This is a matter of Atom Corporation's reputation. If they're put on a battlefield and lose disastrously, I'm afraid our days ahead will be even more difficult. Could they be any more difficult than they are now? Yang Yi said lightly. Zhao Guoping fell silent for 3 seconds. Boss, you're right. I stand taught. Let me give you the next report. There are over 3,000 robots and 23685 drones in the warehouse. Their offer is 380 million. That price is too low. It doesn't even reach our cost. The price means nothing. What I really want is to strike Xiang State. They've drunk too much Ganges water. They're asking for a thrashing, Yang Yi said with a smile. No, boss, listen to me. It's true that I couldn't dream of a 380 million price. After all, these things are worthless just sitting in the warehouse, and I'd thank heaven if anyone wanted them. The key issue is the equipment modification plan. I made a rough estimate. Modifying all of them would cost about 360 million. In other words, once this deal is done, we only make 20 million. Make 20 million. I thought we'd have to pay out of pocket. That's good enough. I approve it. Head over and sign the contract now. Run. If you're too slow, they might go buy from someone else. Hurry, hurry. Yang Yi urged him. On the other end of the line, Zhao Guoping was dumbfounded. Could President Yang have lost his mind? 380 million was merely their opening offer, not the final transaction price. There was every reason to spend 10 days or half a month negotiating in depth. Even negotiating up to 400 million would earn an extra 20 million. What's more, they could ask Boss State's envoy to fund a certain percentage of the modification work, and then the profit would be even greater. By conservative estimates, they could make at least 50 million to 100 million. It was such a rare stroke of luck, yet President Yang had inexplicably turned it into this. For a top-tier tech company, what use is 20 million? What was he in such a rush for? Yang Yi set down his phone with a carefree expression, imagining the wonderful life that lay ahead. Suddenly his phone rang again. It was Suing calling. Her voice was somewhat angry and aggrieved, and she spoke with considerable force. President Yang, what on earth are you doing? Do you even know anything about business? The moment the call connected, she launched into a torrent of reprimands. Yang Yi replied calmly, what does it have to do with you whether I know how to do business? Suing grew impatient. Zhao Guoping just called me about selling the robots. Don't forget, I provided all the funding for this company, and I hold half its shares. You can't just decide all by yourself. We should convene a shareholders meeting and settle on a final plan through discussion before making a decision. Decision? You blockhead. What half? You only own 49. I'm the one who calls the shots in this company. If you think there's something wrong with what I'm doing, I can refund you 18 million and buy back your 49 stake. Yang Yi refused to compromise or yield in the slightest. Suing on the other end heard how ironclad Yang Yi was and instantly softened. She persuaded him with all sincerity. Yang Yi, I know you've never managed such a large enterprise, nor do you have any marketing experience. As an experienced manager, I can help you. We have plenty of time to negotiate with the other side. In the end, I can guarantee this deal will net you at least 100 million. Is 100 million really that much? Yang Yi sprayed a mouthful of tea. Su-Ying shot back, at least it's far better than your 20 million profit. She had woken up to such wonderful news this morning that she was almost moved to tears. She felt that she could make a name for herself through this acquisition which her father had never looked favorably upon, turning 40 million into 100 million in such a short time. This would be the fastest acquisition to recoup its investment and turn a profit in all of Xingrui Group's investment operations. Her father would surely regard her with newfound admiration. Perhaps he would even change his mind and stop forcing her to marry that frivolous playboy Gao Kai. But then she received Zhao Guoping's call saying Yang Yi planned to sell the deal at an extremely low price. Her world came crashing down. Her lifeline had been right in front of her, yet Yang Yi had ruined it. She regretted not having asked for a little more of the shares back then, so she could have been the one in charge. All she heard was Yang Yi saying dismissively, President Su, it seems you still don't understand me. I'm a man who loves gambling. As the saying goes, eating, drinking, and chasing women all lose, only gambling can win money back. But you never bet with me. How about this time we make it a proper bet? If this had been any other time, Su-Ying would have refused. But this time Yang Yi's reckless moves, which showed he had no clue about business, stirred her competitive spirit. Su-Ying wanted to go head-to-head with him. How could a college student who delivered takeout food compare with me, a female business prodigy who had been exposed to commerce since childhood? She was determined to make the obstinate Yang Yi completely admit defeat. Fine, I'll bet with you. But what are the terms? Yang Yi smiled faintly. Let's not make it too big. Let's just bet on what our final profit will be this time. Su-Ying sneered, fine, that's simple. If you handle this deal, the profit will definitely be under 20 million. If I handle it, it will definitely exceed 100 million. 20 million. Too little. In this life, if you're going to play big, I bet I can earn 10 billion this time. Su-Ying laughed. Fine, it's only 10 billion. Huh? What did you say? Su-Ying was stunned by Yang Yi's assertion. That's right, you heard me. 10 billion. Su-Ying was dazed for a moment, then mocked him. Yang Yi, I always took you for a mysterious man with a story. But now that you've said this, you're nothing more than that. 10 billion. What an absurd boast. Even Buffett wouldn't dare make that claim. Stop wasting words. Just say it. Do you dare to bet with me? I do. Since you dare to propose it, I dare to take the bet. But if you fail to earn 10 billion, what will you use to settle the wager? Su-Ying smiled. Simple. If I don't earn that much, I'll return every cent you've given me and unconditionally transfer my 51 shares to you. Good, it's settled. Su-Ying said at once. Wait, don't rush, Miss Su. We haven't yet discussed what you'll use to pay up if I win. Su-Ying was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Could she possibly lose this bet? No problem at all. As long as you win, make whatever request you like. I certainly won't refuse. Su-Ying laughed. Very well. What I want is also very simple. What do you want, eh? I want you. Su-Ying was stunned at first, and only after a few seconds did she slowly speak. Want me? Yes, if I win, you will unconditionally become my woman. You'll take whatever pose I tell you to without resistance. So, dare to bet. After hearing Yang Yi's scandalous words, Su-Ying instantly blushed with shame. You? This is too shameless. Yang Yi laughed heartily. What's there to be afraid of? After all, in your heart, I'm bound to lose. Are you afraid of me? Who said that? Would I be afraid of you? Ridiculous. A bet is a bet. You're going to lose anyway. Yang Yi smiled. Fine, it's settled. We'll see the result in 10 days. Okay, it's a deal. After saying that, Yang Yi hung up the phone. He was in such a hurry to sign the contract and sell those robots for a reason. That reason was the war timeline issue from his previous life. In just a few days, the Ba state and the Xiang state would clash over a water source, exchanging fierce fire. That battle would completely overturn the previously disadvantaged Ba side. Therefore, the robots had to be modified within 2 or 3 days and delivered to the Ba side as soon as possible. Otherwise, after that war, the Ba side would be forced to sign a ceasefire agreement, and those robots would be rendered useless. As for people like Zhao Guoping and Su-Ying, they naturally couldn't possess the information gap that a reincarnator like Yang Yi had. Yang Yi got dressed, tossed the room card onto the still sleeping Jiang Yining, and then left. Soon he returned to his home. He found that his home, which used to look like a dog's den, had suddenly become neat and spotless with an inexplicable fragrance lingering everywhere. What the hell is this? Still my home? At that moment, Su-Ying, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. Yang Yi asked in surprise, did you tidy up the whole house? Of course, otherwise did you think it was the snail girl? Su-Ying giggled, covering her mouth. I never thought a pampered young lady like you would actually do household chores. TSK tisk, what a contrast. Su-Ying's face turned red. I'm usually too busy with work to have time for housework. It's just that your home was so dirty and messy that I felt physically uncomfortable. So suddenly she realized she might have said something wrong. Yang Yi had kindly offered her his house to stay in, yet she called it dirty and messy. However, Yang Yi didn't say much. He just sniffed twice and asked, Is something burning? Su Ying's expression changed slightly, and she hurried into the kitchen. Then she brought out a basin of pitch black food. Or charcoal. Huh. What is this? Yang Yi was astonished. Su Ying playfully stuck out her tongue. Sorry, this is my first time cooking in my life. Then she placed the black dish on the dining table and went back to the kitchen to continue working. After an unknown amount of time, several plates that looked like a failed alchemist's creations were set on the dining table. Su Ying hastily took out a bowl scooped out from the rice cooker, a large bowl of super white rice, harder than iron, and handed it to Yang Yi. Then she looked at him with eager expectation and said, "Come on, taste my cooking." Yang Yi looked at the table full of dishes that couldn't be called dishes and felt a chill in his heart. What the hell, if I eat this, won't I be suffering from diarrhea until I'm exhausted? He forcefully suppressed the urge to flip the table and order takeout, then took a bite of the dish and a mouthful of rice. The two things from completely different worlds churned in his mouth. He tried to chew but couldn't bite through that half-cooked iron-hard rice. He wanted to swallow, but his throat issued a stern no. And those dishes made from who knows what were so salty that even a mummy would shout for the Salt King. "I say, is salt free in your house?" Yang Yi said abruptly. Su Ying was a bit shy. "Sorry, I didn't know how much to put in, so I just put in the whole pack you left." Yang Yi picked up a black, unrecognizable object and asked, "What is this?" "It's braised pork ribs." "Where are the ribs?" "Isn't that the one you picked up?" "But didn't I pick up a piece of charcoal?" Yang Yi froze entirely. "Just taste it, and you'll know." The heat was just a little too high. Su Ying said with a giggle. "A little. I can sense this pig didn't die peacefully." Yang Yi looked at the black rib in disbelief. Su Ying suddenly remembered something. "Ah, there's still soup in the pot. Wait, I'll get it for you." After that, she went into the kitchen again. As if seizing a lifeline, Yang Yi directly dumped the entire plate of black ribs into the trash can. After a while, Su Ying came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. "Ah, you finished eating so fast." Yang Yi smiled. "I eat fast, he. Was it good, he?" "Not bad." Su Ying's eyes looked a little disappointed. "Just not bad. It's absolutely delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such tasty, such unique ribs." Yang Yi laughed heartily. Su Ying smiled gracefully, her smile sweeter than honey. "Come, this is the soup I made for you. Drink more, it's good for your stomach." Looking at the basin of swill-like stuff, Yang Yi felt a little nauseous. But thinking that such a distinguished young lady had specially come over to cook for him, it would probably not be very nice to show dislike to her face. Moreover, he was supposed to conquer this top-tier, well-endowed woman. If he angered her, and she left, all his efforts over this period would be wasted. Add to that the fact that this woman was the fiancée of that despicable bastard Gao Kai, the type that absolutely had to be taken. Damn it, do it. Without thinking twice, Yang Yi decisively picked up the basin of soup, endured the nausea, and gulped down more than half. Then with a gratified expression, he rubbed his lower belly. "So delicious. This is the first time I've had such good soup. You have to make it for me every day from now on." Yang Yi joked with a grin. Hearing "every day," a blush inexplicably spread across Su Ying's face. Suddenly, Yang Yi's system notified. "Conquest target Su Ying. Conquest value 40. Current conquest value 40100. What an unexpected gain." At that moment, the doorbell rang. Su Ying walked over and opened the door. It was a delivery man wearing the yellow uniform of the Cho Tuan food delivery platform. "Hello, are you Miss Su? I'm a rider from Cho Tuan Delivery. This is your ordered meal. Enjoy your meal." Then the delivery man handed Su Ying a large bag of high-end meal boxes. Su Ying carried the large bag of meal boxes to the dining table. Yang Yi glanced over. The receipt on it showed the takeout cost over 380 yuan, and it was from an upscale Western restaurant, with even the meal boxes being very high-end. Yang Yi froze on the spot. "Didn't you cook? Why did you order so much takeout?" Su Ying snickered. "That was specially made for you. Since it was my first time cooking, I was afraid it wouldn't turn out well, so I didn't make much. Therefore, I ordered takeout for myself." Yang Yi nearly spat out the swill he had just drunk. "Are you seeking revenge on me?" he said viciously. Su Ying covered her mouth and smiled. "I suppose so. Who told you not to listen to me and be so stubborn?" Yang Yi sighed. "Short-sighted fool. Wait a few more days and you'll realize how ridiculous you've been." Su Ying laughed while eating. Let's see who's the fool here. Just remember there's a bet between us, haha." Yang Yi said with a wicked grin. At the thought of the bet that required her to strike whatever pose he demanded, Su Ying's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Several more days passed. A minor incident occurred during the modification of the robots that Yang Yi's Atom Corporation had sold to Pakistan. The original quote was 360 million yuan. Since Yang Yi had requested the modification company to accelerate progress, they had to work around the clock with thousands of installation workers. In the end, the modification costs exceeded the budget, reaching an astonishing 400 million yuan. Yet Pakistan's special envoy had only transferred 380 million yuan. This meant that this deal not only failed to earn Yang Yi the expected 20 million, but he had actually lost 20 million. He had started with less than 22 million in capital. Now he was left with only over 1 million yuan. Su Ying stamped her feet in anger nearby, wishing she could strangle Yang Yi on the spot. Zhao Guoping merely sighed repeatedly. However, Yang Yi was after all the boss, so he could only follow his arrangements. Ultimately, despite the close call, all the robots and drones were completed with military modifications in the shortest possible time and handed over to Pakistani personnel. That evening, Yang Yi had just returned home from the company when he saw Su Ying with a dark expression and her rolling suitcase. "Are you leaving?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. Su Ying glared at Yang Yi in frustration and pouted. "Yes, I'm leaving. I'm going home to apologize to my father. He made me clearly see how disastrous this acquisition has been. I was indeed too young." Yang Yi took a can of cola from the refrigerator, cracked it open, and guzzled several mouthfuls, then laughed heartily. "Look so impatient again. Young people are just not patient enough." Su Ying stood up and walked straight toward the door. As she opened the door, she turned around and bowed solemnly to Yang Yi, her chest bouncing with the movement. "Mr. Yang, thank you for your hospitality. Perhaps next time we meet will be on the day I marry my fiancée. Goodbye." After speaking, she decisively opened the door and left Yang Yi's home. Yang Yi felt the emptiness of his house, a slight, triumphant smile curling his lips. Xingrue Group Building, Tianhai City. Chairman's office. Su Dehai sat in his office chair, angrily reprimanding his daughter Su Ying beside him. "Look at this. Look at what a mess you've made. That Yang Yi doesn't know how to do business at all. He turned a 100 million yuan deal into just 20 million yuan, and in the end, not only did he not make money, but lost another 20 million. Something like this, even our company's fresh college graduates couldn't mess up." Su Ying held her small hands tightly together in front of her lower abdomen, head bowed, deeply disheartened. "Dad, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." She kept her head down, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Dehai sighed. "So I forget it, it's just 40 million yuan. Consider it a lesson for you. I'll cover the 40 million from my own pocket to fill the gap for the group, so those old geezers on the board won't use this against us. This company will still need to be handed to you one day." Su Ying could no longer hold back her grievances, and tears continuously fell. Su Dehai came to his daughter's side, patted her head, and then pulled her into his embrace, looking at this daughter who had been deceived by Yang Yi with a mixture of pain and concern. Su Ying burst into loud sobs. At that moment, the door to the chairman's office was abruptly interrupted by urgent knocks. "Come in." A staff member hurriedly rushed in. "Chairman, bad news. There are so many people downstairs. All the major media outlets, reporters, internet influencers. Everyone's here. They seem to say it's related to Miss Su concerning Atom Corporation. Our company has already mobilized the emergency PR team. Chairman Su, would you like to go down and take a look?" Su Dehai was so furious that he felt his skull might explode. "Damn it. That bastard Yang. On top of losing money, he's also caused me such huge trouble. I'll have someone flay him alive." Su Ying hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Dad, don't." Then Su Dehai took Su Ying to the ground floor lobby. By now, hundreds of people had gathered in the lobby. Various media reporters and self-media influencers seeking attention had all converged here in a swarm. When the crowd saw Su Dehai and Su Ying arrive, they surged forward like dogs catching the scent of meat. Su Dehai was taken aback by the scene before him. He had held many press conferences, but none had been this exaggerated. Reporters' microphones were all thrust forward. Fortunately, security personnel kept the crowd back, otherwise a stampede would have surely occurred. "Mr. Su, I heard that nearly half of Atom Corporation's equity is in your daughter's hands. What's your view on this matter?" "Mr. Su, I heard your daughter has precognitive abilities predicting the India-Pakistan conflict in advance and acquiring Atom Corporation at an extremely low price. Is this true?" Su Dehai hadn't yet recovered from the shock when a young staff member ran over with a laptop. He opened the laptop, showing Su Dehai and Su Ying the current news. "Mr. Su, look, this is the latest news. This morning, India and Pakistan had intense armed clashes at the water source area. Pakistan crushed India with overwhelming advantage, and the international community has erupted. This is because Pakistan purchased a batch of robots manufactured in our country, which shone brilliantly on the battlefield and drove India away with minimal losses. This morning, India was forced to sign a ceasefire agreement. Now our country's Atom Corporation has topped the global trending searches. Countless international buyers are already on their way to our country, preparing to order robots from Atom Corporation. It's said their production capacity is already booked 3 years out. Just now, someone discovered that Miss Su from our company ranks second in Atom Corporation's equity structure. Now our phones are about to ring off the hook. Major investment firms have begun evaluating Atom Corporation at the fastest pace." Su Dehai and Su Ying were instantly stunned. Su Dehai felt his heart pounding with anxiety. The dramatic reversal came too fast for him to react. Su Ying stood frozen like a wooden figure, her mouth slightly agape in unawareness, as if her power had been abruptly cut off. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Su Dehai urgently pressed, "What's the current valuation of Atom Corporation by the appraisal company?" The staff member quickly replied, "It's estimated to be between 40 to 60 billion yuan. What? Su Dehai couldn't believe his ears. Su Ying was completely petrified on the spot. Su Dehai swallowed hard, unable to believe what he had just heard. He turned to look at his daughter. His own Xingrui Group was already considered one of the top large companies in Tianhai City. In the capital market, its valuation barely exceeded 10 billion yuan. But his daughter Su Ying was currently a major shareholder of a super company valued at 40 to 60 billion yuan. Even if she only held half, that would still be 20 to 30 billion. Although these valuations were unrealistically high, at least from the perspective of company scale, Atom Company's potential was far greater than his own Xingrui Group. After decades in business, this was the first time he had felt such excitement. His hands were trembling. He grabbed his daughter by the shoulders, his speech already slurring. Quickly invite that Yang. No, Mr. Yang, to our company. I want to treat him to a meal. Su Ying snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled out her phone to call Yang Yi, only to discover that the line was busy. Yang Yi was at home watching the news. Everything that had happened today was exactly as he had predicted, and thoroughly under his control. Zhao Guoping was so busy with work that he didn't even have time to eat, yet he was happier than a child who had just gotten a beloved toy. This Atom Company had always been his life's work and his dream. Now that it had risen to glory overnight, he wouldn't mind being a bit busy. Even if he died from overwork, he would praise himself for a worthy death. Yang Yi's phone rang. It was Zhao Guoping. His voice was tired and hoarse, but also cheerful and excited. Oof, Mr. Yang, I'm so tired I'm seeing stars. The company is surrounded by those foreigners. We don't have enough hands, so I spent a lot of money to hire over 1,000 worker brothers from the nearby industrial park to help keep order. Is that okay? No problem. Arrange it however you like. It doesn't matter. Zhao Guoping paused, then continued, Mr. Yang, there's another thing. The several hundred employees who left before have all come to the company holding banners and shouting that they want to be rehired. What do you think? Should we? No. Tell them to get lost. Yes, Mr. Yang. No, one more thing, announce it in front of them. The loyal employees who stayed with our company will get a 5-fold, no 10-fold, pay raise. That'll make them die of envy. Ha ha. Yang Yi wore a mischievous grin. Ha ha ha, Mr. Yang. I'll handle it right away. Zhao Guoping was also extremely excited. When Zhao Guoping hung up and went to announce this in front of the former employees, the scene was filled with heart-wrenching wails and screams. There was also a faint smell of sour lemons in the air. Yang Yi had just hung up the phone when unexpectedly the doorbell rang. Yang Yi opened the door and found Su Ying standing there. She had specially put on very beautiful makeup today, which combined with her showy cleavage made her look especially charming. Hey Yang. Yang Yi. Her voice had become very gentle. Address me by my title during work hours. Yang Yi said with a laugh. Su Ying also laughed. Okay, Mr. Yang. What's up? Here for something. Su Ying was silent for a moment. You. What kind of person are you exactly? Don't you already know? I'm just a lousy food delivery guy, haha. Stop joking. I won't believe that even if I'm beaten to death. You're definitely some kind of god. Or someone from the future. Yang Yi laughed heartily. You guessed right. I really am from the future. Su Ying rolled her eyes at him. I don't believe you. You love teasing me. Yang Yi took an ice-cold Coke from the refrigerator and handed it to her. You have a fiancé named Gao Kai, right? Su Ying's body froze instantly, her eyes filling with shock and panic. In that instant she felt afraid. She was afraid Yang Yi would look down on her. She felt as if her heart had already been completely filled by the man in front of her. If he left because of Gao Kai, then. You? How do you know? Su Ying answered shakily. Yang Yi took a sip of Coke and said with an unconcerned smile. I told you I came back from the future. I saw all of this long ago, including Atom Company and the Shanghai conflict. Su Ying realized to her own surprise that she didn't harbor the slightest doubt about such an absurd claim. She said shakily, then, what else do you know? About me? Yang Yi said seriously. You will marry Gao Kai, but he is a playboy. A few months after you get married, he will mess around outside. When you discover it and ask him for an explanation, he will beat you. One of your eyes will be blinded, one of your arms will be broken, and your mind will begin to fail. In the end, you will be shut in Qingshan Hospital babbling madly all day. Actually, all of that was pure bullshit. According to Yang Yi's past life memories, on the day they were supposed to marry, Su Ying didn't even show up. She just ran away from home. She stayed away for months, and then the apocalypse arrived. Nothing had ever happened between the two of them. Anyway, even if Yang Yi was making up random nonsense right now, she would believe him unconditionally. Hearing what Yang Yi said, Su Ying broke down on the spot and collapsed to the floor. She trembled all over, her face full of horror. No, don't. I don't want to marry him. Oh. Yang Yi walked over and helped her to her feet. Don't be afraid. As long as I'm here, none of this will happen. Yang Yi whispered to comfort her. The next second, Su Ying bounced up, jumped onto Yang Yi, and wrapped herself around him tightly, like an octopus. Her face was redder than a traffic light. Her eyes were filled with love and admiration, and she breathed warm air as she said, Yang Yi, please don't leave me, okay? I don't even like Gao Kai. The one I like is you. If you don't want me, I'll jump out the window right now. Yang Yi held her, feeling her body heating up in his arms. Ha ha ha, you don't need to say that. Remember our bet. I made no less than 10 billion this time. It's time for you to honor the bet. Su Ying recalled the seductive bet, and a look of desire and anticipation appeared in her eyes. A loss is a loss. Tell me what pose do you want me to take? Yang Yi grinned mischievously. I like the missionary position. Huh. What a... After who knows how long, the setting sun cast a fiery red glow over the pure white quilt. Yang Yi looked at Su Ying sleeping soundly beside the bed with a blissful expression, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Gao Kai, this is only a sliver of interest on my revenge. Ding. Conquest target Su Ying, conquest value 60. Current conquest value 100,100, conquest successful. Gained 100 points. Obtained special ability Wealthy and Bold. Conquest level 1, the host combat power index doubled. Combat power index hidden, not yet enabled. Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised. Damn. Awesome. I finally have points. I can check the exchange list now. Points shop activate. Immediately, an interface displaying an exchange list appeared in Yang Yi's mind. The exchange list for level 1 was as follows: 1 point for 1 packs of King Shuibo instant noodles in various flavors, or 1 packs of crackers, or 1 sausages. 1 point for 1 tons of purified drinking water. Seeing this exchange list, Yang Yi was completely stunned. Damn, it's that cheap, eh? He had just obtained 100 points, meaning he could exchange just 1 point for 1 packs of instant noodles, or 1 tons of clean water. What the hell was the difference between this and unlimited supplies? Awesome. But just 3 seconds into his excitement, Yang Yi suddenly remembered something. Something's off. Why can I only exchange 2 kinds of basic supplies? Did I have to eat instant noodles and drink purified water every day after the apocalypse began? If that were the case, this post-apocalyptic life would be utterly miserable. And most importantly, once the apocalypse began, there would definitely be many women in his safe house. Was he supposed to have everyone eat instant noodles for every meal? That was too shabby. In that case, it would be better to build a bigger safe house and stock more food inside. But there was a problem. First, all food had a shelf life, before long, it would all spoil. Second, fresh meat, fish, and shrimp had to be frozen to last long, but frozen meat and seafood tasted awful. The biggest problem of all was storage space. The more women the safe house took in, the more supplies would be consumed, which meant the warehouse for storing supplies would have to be extremely large. At the same time, a great number of freezers and refrigerators would be needed, putting enormous strain on the safe house's power and cooling systems. Yang Yi's head ached at the thought. Come on, system boss, can't you give me an awesome storage space? Like in those post-apocalyptic novels I used to read. Just grab hundreds of billions of supplies for free and take them out anytime. Wouldn't that be great? Ding, the system has gifted the host a storage space. Hearing this, Yang Yi's heart surged with ecstasy. Yes, now I'm invincible. But immediately after, a single sentence from the system sent Yang Yi plummeting into an icy abyss. System notification: the capacity of the space storage system for exchanged items is infinite, but its capacity for storing external objects will expand as the host's ability improves. The current storage volume is 3M, totaling 27 cubic meters. With every level up, the storage space's volume doubles. The next level is 6M, totaling 216 cubic meters, and so on. Time inside the storage space flows at 0. Any food or meat stays perfectly fresh with no worries about expiration or spoilage. Exchanged food supplies or other items can be stored into or taken out of the space at any time. After listening to the system's explanation, Yang Yi was completely numb. This space was far inferior to those spaces that could hold everything in the world. It required leveling up to increase its volume. But at least there was one benefit. No need to set up extra warehouses or refrigerators. That was a silver lining in misfortune. System, how do I exchange for more items and supplies? Ding, when the host conquers the next woman, you will receive double points as a reward. The one after that will double again, and so on. Yang Yi's expression jolted. So it was that simple. In other words, the next woman he conquered would provide 200 points, the next 400, the next 800, then 1600, 3200, and so on. By the theory of exponential growth, if he could conquer hundreds of women, wouldn't his points be too numerous to count? Immediately after, the system continued. Every time you conquer a woman, you'll unlock a richer exchange list. Displayed below: 10 points for 1 tons of ice, not unlocked. Enter level 2 to unlock the next exchange tier. Seeing ice as an item, Yang Yi suddenly grew interested. In the scorching post-apocalyptic world of his past life, the importance of ice went without saying. It was comparable to gold. No, to be precise, even gold could not be exchanged for an equal weight of ice. When Yang Yi thought about designing his safe house, he had envisioned this. In the scorching apocalypse, ordinary air conditioners could not dissipate heat from their outdoor units due to the second law of thermodynamics, rendering the indoor units non-functional as well. Therefore, the only truly effective cooling method was the most primitive physical one: ice. A large number of split-type copper pipes had to be laid throughout the entire safe house, with flowing ice water circulating continuously through them. Only then could the best cooling effect be achieved. It seemed that his most important task now was to conquer women as soon as possible to unlock more supply exchanges. Suddenly Yang Yi remembered that the system had mentioned some kind of superpower, wealthy and bold. What does this superpower do? The system stated, wealthy and bold auxiliary passive superpower. Function description: during the host's daily spending, all monetary expenses are reduced by 90, meaning you only pay 10 of the original price, while the recipient receives the full normal amount. For example, if the host buys a car worth 200 yuan, the actual expense is only 200 yuan, but the seller receives the full 200 yuan. Friendly reminder: you must not maliciously exploit bugs to generate money, or the wealthy and bold superpower will be removed. Yang Yi's body shuddered. Damn, this superpower is good, this superpower is amazing, this superpower is absolutely fantastic. In other words, from now on, all my spending costs only 1/10 of the original price. Awesome. Yang Yi glanced at his bank card. Only a little over 1 million left. A bit embarrassing. Atom Company's market value was indeed high, but there was no way to cash out. If he relied on the company's daily operations to sell robots and make money, how long would that take? The apocalypse was coming in 6 months, and he also needed to buy a villa, build a safe house, conquer women, and so on. There was no time for that. After thinking it over, Yang Yi decided the best way to cash out was to sell the company. While there was still hype, he should quickly unload his founder's shares for cash. Although now wasn't exactly the peak to cash out, he was really in urgent need of money. But who could he approach to cash out? Yang Yi, my father wants to see you. At some point, Su Ying had woken up and she looked at Yang Yi with a smile. Her heart had been completely captured by Yang Yi, but she would only follow him for the rest of her life. Hearing her words, Yang Yi perked up instantly. Ahem, no problem. You make the arrangements. Su Ying, lying on the bed, nodded. Can you come a little closer? What? Yang Yi unconsciously leaned closer. Do it. With a thump, Su Ying pulled him onto the bed. Oh my. Evening fell. Yang Yi, invited by Su Ying's father Su Dahai, arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Tianhai City, Wielding International Restaurant. Su Dahai had reserved the most luxurious and expensive VIP private room inside, ordered the most expensive dishes, and also ordered many fine wines. In total, the whole spread cost over 2 million yuan. Su Dahai and Su Ying had been waiting there for a long time, waiting only for their most distinguished guest, Yang Yi. Soon Yang Yi arrived at the restaurant's luxurious private room and pushed the door open. Su Ying's face lit up the moment she saw Yang Yi arrive. She hurried over joyfully and grabbed Yang Yi's arm. Yang Yi, you're here. Come, let me introduce you. This is my father Su Dahai, chairman of Xingrui Group. Su Dahai quickly stood up and shook Yang Yi's hand very courteously. So you're Yang Yi, whom Ying often mentions to me. I never expected such a top-tier investment expert to be this young and handsome, truly accomplished at a young age. Yang Yi smiled and said lightly, President Su, you flatter me. I've been a bit busy these days, so why not just speak plainly? That will save my precious time. Su Dahai laughed heartily. Straightforward. Brother, I like that temperament of yours. Su Ying shot her father a displeased glare. You've gone and made yourself happy, calling him little brother already. Doesn't that mean I have to call Yang Yi uncle? With my relationship to him, I'd seem like Pangelian. Then Su Dahai said very bluntly, actually, there's only one thing I invited you over for today, Brother Yang. I want to acquire the founder shares of Atom Company in your hands. Yang Yi was thrilled inside. He had finally found a sucker to take over the shares. But his expression did not change. He only said calmly, oh, President Su, do you know how much my founder shares in Atom Company are worth now? The capital market estimates around 50 billion yuan. Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. That's only the current estimate. When the bell is actually rung and the company goes public, it will be at least 80 to 100 billion. In reality, Yang Yi had never planned to go public. Time was too tight. By the time the company listed, the damn apocalypse would have arrived a long time ago. Brother Yang is indeed an expert. Let's not beat around the bush. I'll give you a direct price. If you find it acceptable, we'll close the deal. Yang Yi nodded. President Su, please go ahead. Su Dahai cautiously raised a finger. 100 million yuan for one of your shares. How about that? Yang Yi laughed. Although his Atom Company had a very high valuation, its actual value was far lower than the valuation. That is to say, with the 51 of shares in his hands, selling to Su Dahai could bring 1 billion yuan. His own estimate of the company's actual value was around 10 billion yuan. Although it was slightly below Yang Yi's expectations, it didn't matter. What mattered most now was money, not shares or other things. Deal. Yang Yi sealed the deal decisively, afraid that Su Dahai would go back on his word. Su Dahai, for his part, was even more afraid that Yang Yi would change his mind. He immediately ordered a female staff member behind him to take a thick contract out of a folder and urged Yang Yi to sign it as soon as possible. Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. President Su, I can sell you these shares, but I have one condition. Name it, Brother Yang. That is, I'll only sell you 50 of the shares and keep one for myself. At the same time, I want to retain my decision-making power over Atom Company. In other words, even if you and Su Ying together hold 99 of the shares, you can't influence any of my decisions about the company. The real boss will still be me. You'll only have dividend rights. What do you think? Su Dahai pondered for a moment. In any case, the dividend rights were in his own hands and decision-making power was not important at all. He didn't believe Yang Yi would dare to close down the company. Su Dehai laughed heartily. No problem. That's a trivial matter. What's more, I can give you 10 of the dividend rights. Yang Yi laughed. Delightful. It's settled. Immediately after, the three of them concluded the matter in the private room and then began to taste the lavish meal. To be fair, the dishes at Yunding International Restaurant were indeed good, making Yang Yi a little tempted. What a pity, though. If it weren't for the limited capacity of his portable space, Yang Yi would have ordered tens of thousands of tables of delicacies and packed them all into his space. After eating and drinking his fill, the huge amount of 5 billion yuan was also transferred into Yang Yi's personal account. Overnight, Yang Yi achieved financial freedom. Now Yang Yi was a super rich tycoon with 5 billion in cash. This was 5 billion of real tangible money, not assets or securities. Even an ordinary listed company couldn't come up with such enormous cash flow. Yang Yi returned to his rented apartment, intending to tidy up his things and prepare to buy a villa the next day. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he saw Su Mei, who was just about to take her new son for a walk. This time she was walking a relatively large Labrador retriever. She believed that even if she ran into that shameless Yang Yi from next door again, this big dog would definitely bite him to pieces. The moment she opened the door, she saw Yang Yi coming out of the elevator. She immediately covered her nose and said sarcastically, "Oh, so that's why the hallway stinks so bad. It turns out the stinking loser is back." It had to be said she was very beautiful and elegant, and her chest was absurdly large, bigger than any woman Yang Yi had ever seen. But her tongue was truly vicious. Yang Yi laughed. "Smelly. Actually, I smell it too." "What do you smell?" "I smell a strange odor on you." Su Mei was a little taken aback and instinctively turned her head to sniff herself. "What odor?" "The odor of a slut." Su Mei immediately exploded with rage. You poor piece of trash, you stinking loser. Do you know what perfume I use? Chanel. More than 800 yuan a bottle. Yang Yi pretended to fan the air beside his nose and mocked. "No wonder. With such a heavy perfume, you still can't cover up your sluttiness. You were simply born to be a bitch, ha." Su Mei was so angry that she saw stars, but she still forcibly suppressed her impulse. She sneered with gritted teeth. "Whatever. I won't lower myself to argue with a poor nobody like you. My husband is about to become rich. When that happens, we're going to buy a villa in the villa district of this neighborhood, so I won't have to live next door to a pathetic loser like you." Yang Yi burst out laughing. "Isn't your husband just a small-time boss? Become rich. Do you know how much a villa in our neighborhood costs? Can the two of you even afford one?" Yang Yi didn't know much about Su Mei's husband. He only knew he seemed to be a small businessman doing export trade with an annual income of a few million yuan. However, her husband basically never came home on weekdays. He was a typical workaholic. Then Su Mei sneered contemptuously. "Do you know Atom Company? It's the hottest major company in the world lately. My husband is one of its distributors. Now that Atom Company has taken off, my husband is going to make a fortune. Someone like you, a loser, can only watch helplessly as my family moves into the big villa in the villa district. But why am I even telling you this? With your low-level status, can you even reach that kind of circle?" Heh. The corner of Yang Yi's mouth suddenly curled upward. Yang Yi didn't waste any more time arguing with that wretched Su Mei. He immediately rushed home and contacted Zhao Guoping. "Hello, Mr. Yang, what are your orders?" Zhao Guoping replied politely. "Help me investigate someone named Wu Bin. He should be one of our company's distributors." "Understood, Mr. Yang. I'll get on it right away." After speaking, Yang Yi hung up the phone. This Wu Bin was Su Mei's husband. Yang Yi had once heard some rumors about Su Mei and Wu Bin at the intelligence station downstairs, a mahjong room where middle-aged women in their 50s and 60s idled away their time. The seasoned gossiping aunties all said that Wu Bin had fallen off a horse as a child, shattering his vitality, rendering him completely infertile. After growing up, he had no interest in women either. He had always worked outside, and finding a wife was merely to silence the rumors and gossip. That's why his wife Su Mei was so empty, lonely, and cold, walking around with a pet every day. However, these were all rumors, impossible to verify. Shortly after, Zhao Guoping called back. "Mr. Yang, I found it. We do have a level 3 distributor named Wu Bin living in the Imperial Residence Luxury Community." The Imperial Residence Luxury Community was precisely where Yang Yi lived. It was basically confirmed. This was the husband of that shameless woman Su Mei. "All right, understood. Immediately halt all supply to him." Yang Yi said calmly. This doesn't seem appropriate. We have a long-term contract with him. If we stop supplying without cause, we'll be in breach of contract, and the penalties will be severe." Zhao Guoping said in surprise. Yang Yi said dismissively. "I told you to stop, so stop. Why so many questions?" "Understood, Mr. Yang. Immediate execution." Zhao Guoping agreed without hesitation. Penalties? What penalties? Who would even fear such trivial consequences? Even if this Wu Bin sued him in court, these contract dispute cases were incredibly complex, requiring first and second trials, collecting evidence, and filing appeals. The entire process would take at least a year or two to resolve. In any case, the apocalypse was only 6 months away. He wasn't afraid of anything. Who could blame him? That wretched woman from his family had provoked him. She deserved everything coming to her. Just thinking about what that couple would have to face next filled Yang Yi with sheer satisfaction. Sume walked her new son, a Labrador, through the villa district of the residential complex. She also went to the sales office to inquire about the prices of those standalone villas. Her air of superiority made the saleswomen at the office mock her behind her back, as if securing those villas was already a foregone conclusion. Gazing at those villas before her, Sume's eyes were filled with longing. She could already envision the wonderful life she would live in those villas. Returning home, she had barely sat down when her husband Wu Bin surprisingly came home. "Honey, you're home," Sume said with a face full of delight. Wu Bin replied coolly, "Came back to get some documents. I signed a big contract today. This time our family is going to get rich." Sume eagerly rushed over to massage her husband's shoulders. "How much will we earn this time?" Wu Bin smiled, "About 30 million or so." How we truly stepped on a pile of gold. Who would have thought Atom Corporation's products would be so popular? Prices skyrocketed dozens of times, and I became their distributor very early on. Sume gazed out the window longingly, murmuring, "If us small distributors are making this much money, then the owner of Atom Corporation must be making a fortune, right?" Wu Bin smiled slightly. "Obviously. I heard the owner of Atom Corporation is just a young person in his early 20s. Really impressive." Sume swallowed hard. She never expected the owner of Atom Corporation to be so young. About the same age as that pathetic loser Yang Yi next door. One really can't compare people. It's infuriating. Tui. How could she compare a penniless wretch like Yang Yi to the prestigious CEO of Atom Corporation? That would be defaming his noble identity. Sume suddenly spoke, very gently. "Honey, we're about to have money soon. Why don't we buy a villa in this residential complex? I don't want to live in this elevator apartment anymore." Wu Bin turned to look at her. "Why buy a villa? We live here just fine. We've finally got money coming in. We should invest it in the company, expand the business, and make even more money." Sume knew her husband was a workaholic. If she just asked him to buy a villa like this, he would never agree. He'd rather invest the money in the company. And so she thought for a moment. Then tears of grievance welled up in her eyes, her expression one of pitiful distress. "Sob, honey, you don't know. When you're not home, that pathetic loser next door bullies me every day. Seeing me, a weak woman all alone with no one to rely on, he even kicked my beloved son to death last time. Now when I see him, I tremble all over. So I was thinking, let's not live here anymore. Move to a villa instead. That way I won't have to encounter such unreasonable evil neighbors. I'd be much safer living alone in a standalone villa with a small garden." Wu Bin saw how aggrieved and pitiful his wife looked. Rage immediately surged within him. "FK, how dare he bully my wife? I'll f***ing kill him." Wu Bin leaped up in fury. Without hesitation, he grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen and stormed out angrily. He arrived at Yang Yi's door next door and banged on it forcefully. Yang Yi saw the furious man outside through the peephole and immediately smiled. He opened the door without hesitation. The moment the door opened, Wu Bin started cursing. "You're Yang Yi, right? FK, apologize to my wife right now." Yang Yi sneered. "Well, who do we have here? Isn't this the cuckold brother returning home?" Wu Bin's expression shifted. "What cuckold brother? What do you mean by that?" "Nothing, figure it out yourself, haha." Wu Bin didn't waste words. He raised the kitchen knife and threatened. "Yang Yi, I'm giving you 3 days. You must move out, or I'll have people kill you." Yang Yi laughed. "I just won't move. What are you going to do about it?" Wu Bin was stunned. He never expected this hothead to not only show no fear, but even provoke him in return. In his rage, he angrily raised the kitchen knife and swung it toward Yang Yi's shoulder. But at this moment, Yang Yi didn't even give it a second glance. Ever since his rebirth, his physical strength, agility, endurance, and reflexes had increased dramatically. And after his last conquest, the system had also notified him that his combat power had doubled. In other words, the current Yang Yi was almost like a Superman. Wu Bin's knife-swinging motion appeared in slow motion to him. With just a slight sidestep, he dodged Wu Bin's slash. Then he reached out and slapped Wu Bin's wrist that was holding the knife. Wu Bin yelped in pain, and the kitchen knife clattered to the ground. The next second, Yang Yi reached out and grabbed Wu Bin by the throat, lifting him up like a little chick. "Do you know who I am?" Yang Yi said coldly. Wu Bin struggled desperately, his face turning red from the strain while angrily roaring. "Let go. Who the hell are you?" "I'm a f***ing lunatic. Certified," Yang Yi said with an insidious smile. Then Yang Yi casually flung Wu Bin, sending him flying several meters away. He crashed to the ground, his entire body aching from the impact. Wu Bin's heart pounded with terror. He never imagined that this frail-looking young man could possess such terrifying strength. Held in his grip, he felt as if he had been hoisted up by an excavator. Wu Bin viciously spat on the ground. He then decisively pulled out his phone and called the police. "Damn it. I refuse to believe I can't deal with you." Soon several police officers arrived. They were the same patrol officers who had handled the dispute between Yang Yi and Sume previously. Seeing the officers, Wu Bin looked as if he had found his savior. "Officers, this man Yang Yi actually assaulted me." Wu Bin then began embellishing the story as he recounted it to the officers. However, those officers were far from foolish. After hearing Yang Yi's account, they unanimously concluded that Wu Bin was at fault. Moreover, the cleaver belonged to him. This was purely a case of deliberately coming to seek revenge and provoke a confrontation. Wu Bin, please come back to the station with us for investigation. The officer unceremoniously escorted Wu Bin directly to the police station. At the station, the officers determined that no serious harm had occurred between the two men, so later that evening Wu Bin was released. Meanwhile, the officers also recounted verbatim the earlier incident between his wife, Su Mei, and Yang Yi. That night, Wu Bin returned home alone, his face dark and sullen. Su Mei approached him with a look of concern. Honey, are you alright? Are you okay? Smack. Wu Bin delivered a heavy slap across her face. You wench, those officers told me everything. Last time you were messing around with that bastard next door, letting him cop a feel, weren't you? No wonder that punk called me a cuckold. Su Mei clutched her reddened cheeks, speaking with grievance. I didn't. Smack. Another barrage of slaps followed, still denying it. Would those officers lie to me? I know exactly what happened. You saw that he was young and handsome, and you wanted to seduce him. But he rejected you because you're already married, and that bruised your pride, didn't it? You even made up that whole story, making me lose face today. I really didn't, honey. You have to believe me. Su Mei hurriedly tried to explain. Pa, save your explanations. I know that all these years with my inability to perform as a man you've never been satisfied, so you went looking for others, didn't you? Take this. Wu Bin was furious, his face flushed red. Meanwhile, Yang Yi next door could hear their entire conversation with perfect clarity. There was nothing he could do. His hearing was simply too sharp now. Over the next 2 hours or so, Wu Bin launched a brutal beating on Su Mei, her shrill screams echoing through the walls. Yang Yi listened with great satisfaction, eventually drifting off to sleep on the sofa, lulled by those very screams. The next morning arrived. Yang Yi woke from his sweet slumber. The previous night he had been researching strategies for buying a house. Now that he had money, it was time to arrange for a large villa to serve as his safe house renovation project. After a full night of research, he discovered that the best place to buy was actually his very own neighborhood, Yufu Houding. First of all, Yufu Houding was an upscale residential area, though not quite the top tier. The standalone villas in Yufu Houding ranged from approximately 20 to 50 million yuan. In truth, during the apocalypse, those ultra-luxury mansions were not ideal locations. There were top-tier villas worth hundreds of millions in Tianhai City, but those places were too famous, too conspicuous. Once the apocalypse began, hordes of survivors would relentlessly attack those ultra-luxury villa districts, convinced that infinite supplies and clean water were hidden within. Although Yang Yi was confident that his fortified safe house could withstand an army, having so many people camped outside his home, watching him live with his women felt voyeuristic, and that was hardly pleasant. Moreover, Yufu Houding was very close to his alma mater, Tianhai University. If he was going to continue conquering women, then Tianhai University, famously a den of beauties, was undoubtedly the prime target. Nowhere in the entire city of Tianhai had more beautiful women than that university. Having made his decision, Yang Yi prepared to head downstairs to the sales office to buy a villa. The moment he opened his door, he encountered Su Mei, the beautiful young matron from next door, who had simultaneously opened hers. She was carrying several bags of trash downstairs, but her face was now covered in bruises, looking rather ghastly. When she opened the door and saw Yang Yi, her most despised neighbor, she couldn't help but sneer at him. What are you looking at? What's there to stare at? Yang Yi nonchalantly stretched and said with a mock grin, Good morning, beautiful sister next door. Looks like you had a rough night. Need me to buy you some ointment? Heh. Su Mei shot him a vicious glare. None of your damn business. Yang Yi laughed heartily. TSK tisk, I've got good news for you. I'm moving away. Su Mei's eyes lit up. That damned loser was finally moving out. Heaven must have finally opened its eyes. Oh, what can't afford the rent and got kicked out by the landlord? A broke bastard will always be a broke bastard. Yang Yi smiled. No, it's because I'm buying a house. Su Mei burst into laughter. You're buying a house. What a joke. Do you have any idea how expensive real estate is in Tianhai? You'd need decades of loans just to afford a toilet. Ha. Maybe you're right. Anyway, I'm done wasting words with you. See ya. Yang Yi shrugged indifferently and walked away without looking back. Maybe so. Not gonna waste my breath on you. Farewell. Yang Yi shrugged nonchalantly and promptly left. Hearing that Yang Yi was moving out, Su Mei immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her beating last night was worth it after all. That worthless loser was finally leaving. Oh, what a pity though, he never got to see me move into that big villa downstairs. Such a shame. That would have driven him green with envy. At the neighborhood sales center, Yang Yi consulted a sales lady about the standalone villas in the community. The villa area of Yufu Houding was divided into several tiers. The best, largest, and most ideally located ones were situated near an artificial lake. A row of several nearly identical supersized villas lined the shore. However, only 3 of these villas had been sold. According to the sales lady, those who could afford these villas were all wealthy individuals. One of them had been purchased by the CEO of a listed company to keep his mistress. Several beautiful women resided there. Another had been bought by a strikingly beautiful celebrity who was extremely mysterious and forbade anyone from disclosing any information about her. Among the remaining villas, the largest, most expensive, and most luxurious one remained unsold. Yang Yi decisively chose this finest villa. This standalone villa spanned approximately 1,000 square meters. It comprised 3 floors in total, with the 3rd floor being somewhat smaller. Outside, the villa featured a courtyard enclosed by walls complete with rockeries and landscaping. Absolutely stunning. And naturally, this villa carried the highest price tag. Calculating from the 1st floor alone, the price per square meter reached a staggering 8,000 yuan. In other words, the full purchase price of this villa was 80 million yuan. Without even blinking, Yang Yi swiped his card for 80 million. Soon after, he received a text notification from the bank. Only 8 million had been deducted, leaving a balance of 499,000 yuan. Yang Yi was momentarily stunned, then suddenly recalled that he possessed a supernatural ability called wealthy and bold. Everything he purchased was at a 90% discount. This 80 million yuan villa had only cost him 8 million, equivalent to just 8,000 yuan per square meter. What an incredible bargain. This ability was incredibly handy. After the sales lady Trembling completed the property transfer procedures for Yang Yi, she immediately asked to add his WeChat. But Yang Yi flatly refused. Although Yang Yi seldom turned anyone down, she was simply too plain looking. She was actually fairly pretty, but compared to Jiang Yining and Suing, the difference was like heaven and earth. Once you're accustomed to fine dining, how could you ever settle for rough fare? After everything was settled, the staff respectfully escorted Yang Yi to his grand new residence. Meanwhile, news of Yang Yi's property purchase spread like wildfire through the neighborhood. The gossip antis quickly circulated the news everywhere. Yang Yi was guided by the staff to the magnificent villa he had just purchased. Seeing the imposing mansion that resembled a manor, a satisfied smile appeared on Yang Yi's face. The villa was surrounded by a courtyard wall over 2 meters high, with only one entrance gate. The total area of the entire villa plus its independent courtyard reached a staggering 4,000 plus square meters. Furthermore, the craftsmanship and materials of the entire villa were exceptionally solid and reliable. The building materials used were mostly the most expensive and durable ones available on the market. Yang Yi pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in, proceeding all the way to the main entrance of the villa. Stepping inside, it was completely an unfurnished shell, a bare concrete space. As bare as could be, completely empty and utterly unlivable. Yet Yang Yi was extremely satisfied. An unfurnished property was the best option, as it allowed for brand new decoration and renovation. After all, building a safe house from scratch started from zero. If it had been a fully furnished apartment, he would have had to demolish everything and start over, wasting even more time. The only drawback was that he certainly couldn't move into the new house during this period and would have to return to his rental apartment until the renovation was completed. Soon the staff left Yang Yi's grand villa, leaving him alone to carefully plan out the renovation details. When Yang Yi reached the rooftop terrace, he suddenly sensed a trace of danger drawing near. After his rebirth, Yang Yi was extremely sensitive to any information, especially these kinds of danger signals. Yang Yi's expression grew grim as he fixed his piercing gaze toward a spot in a nearby bush. His vision was exceptional, like an eagle's. Inside the bush, several shrinking, timid figures were hidden. One of them was crouching there with binoculars, watching him. Then they extended their hand, making certain gestures, apparently measuring Yang Yi's height and distance. Yang Yi was instantly enraged. He raised his right middle finger in a gesture of galactic peace. Then he loudly roared toward the distant bushes. "What the hell are you staring at, you pretty boy? Count your mother's head. Come up and fight me if you've got the guts." The man in the distant bush was startled and quickly moved the binoculars away, gripping them tightly. Gritting his teeth, he said, "His aura is overwhelming." The few underlings beside him hurriedly asked, "What should we do, boss? That guy seems pretty tough." The leader holding the binoculars was a bald man. With a dark expression, he said, "No rush, brothers. I wonder how this poor kid ended up hiding in this villa. But it doesn't matter. There are fewer people here, making it much more convenient to handle things compared to his rental apartment." A nearby lackey sneered. "Yang Yi probably has no idea who he's really messed with. Coming here is simply seeking his own death." The bald boss let out a cold laugh. "Brothers, let's sneak over quietly and don't let Yang Yi spot us. Once we rush and first cut his tendon on the arm and let gouge out both his eyes and remove his tongue. Remember, don't take his life, let him live. That's the task our boss assigned us. Understand?" "Understood." With that, the group of 5 quietly disappeared into the bushes. Yang Yi observed these individuals vanish from his field of view. He sneered. These rotten fish wanted to harm him. He would wait right here for them. Before long, the bell at Yang Yi's villa courtyard gate rang. Ding dong. Yang Yi walked over. A man's voice came from outside. "Hello, I'm from property management. I need to come in and check your water meter. Please open the door." Yang Yi smiled. This was far too obvious. "I haven't even started living here yet. What the hell kind of water meter check is this?" This bunch was unprofessional, utterly amateur. Yang Yi didn't expose them, but instead cooperated and opened the villa's courtyard gate. As the gate swung open, several masked, burly men rushed straight in. Among them was a tall, lean man holding an exquisite black steel crossbow aimed directly at Yang Yi. The leader's feature was particularly distinct. A bald head so shiny, it looked like a peeled marinated egg. Haha, you damn fool. Never thought it would be this easy to trick this kid into opening his door. They all burst into laughter. The bald man continued, but why did this kid end up in such a luxurious big villa? Was he hired to clean? Yang Yi smiled, that expression somewhat creepy. You better save that question for the king of hell. The bald man's expression darkened, sensing that something about this Yang Yi seemed off. He immediately ordered, monkey shoot quickly. Take this kid down first. That so-called gun was none other than the steel crossbow. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crossbow bolts shot directly toward Yang Yi's thighs. Yang Yi dodged them with a slight flick of his body like a ghost. The tall, lean man was startled. He never expected Yang Yi to dodge crossbow bolts. He intended to reload, but Yang Yi's figure was already before him. Bang! A tremendous crash. Monkey was struck under the chin by Yang Yi's fist. His head violently dislocated from his neck on the spot, his entire body launching into the air and flying several meters away, instantly motionless. The bald man and the rest were all stunned. What the hell? Is this even human? They were armed with machetes and iron bars, but seeing their strongest fighter taken out instantly by Yang Yi, they immediately harbored the desire to retreat. Scatter! The bald boss urgently signaled his remaining 3 companions to retreat. Unexpectedly, Yang Yi's ghostly figure had already charged over. He delivered an uppercut to each of the 3 underlings. Olgun! All 3 simultaneously launched into the air, then crashed heavily onto the ground, losing their lives on the spot. The bald man, terrified, quickly dropped the machete on his person and decisively fell to his knees. Spare my life, brave sir. Yang Yi walked up to him and stamped his foot, pressing the man's head to the ground. Then he lit a cigarette and casually took a puff. Exhale, tell me you know what I want to hear. The bald man's face was pressed tightly against the ground, asking with a miserable expression, huh? Tell what? Yang Yi applied gentle pressure, causing him to wail in pain. I'll tell you what I want to know. With your intelligence, you're playing hitman. The bald man panicked. I'll tell you. Boss Gao Kai sent me. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. Gao Kai? Isn't he in detention? The bald man smiled bitterly. His family spent a large sum to get him out on bail. The first thing he did after getting out was find us, saying he'd give us 500 to come disable you. Yang Yi smiled. I see. Thanks. The bald man gave an innocent grin. You're welcome, brother. We're friends, aren't we? Bang. The bald man's head was crushed by Yang Yi's foot. Yang Yi's gaze grew distant, his eyes squinting as he muttered to himself. Gao Kai, I haven't even come looking for you yet, you come looking for trouble. Excellent. I'll use you as a test, but I won't let you die so easily, Just then a phone rang suddenly from the pocket of the bald man's corpse. Yang Yi retrieved it and checked the screen. The contact was labeled Boss Gao. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello? How did it go? Was it smooth? Is that bitch Yang Yi dead? He's dead, Yang Yi said in a flat tone. Why does your voice sound different? Gao Kai was somewhat bewildered. I said that bald guy is dead. Yang Yi chuckled. Holy shit. Who the hell is this? In his panic, Gao Kai failed to recognize the voice. I'm your damn father. Having said that, Yang Yi hung up the phone. On the other end, Gao Kai raged furiously. What the fuck is going on? Who the hell is this kid? Why does he sound so familiar? He was so frustrated he couldn't figure it out. At that moment, a woman of exceptional beauty and towering figure walked over. Her gaze was icy cold, but despite her stunning looks, there was a trace of viciousness in her eyes. She looked at Gao Kai coldly and said somewhat disdainfully, Shao Kai, I've told you many times, to deal with someone as cunning as Yang Yi, brute force won't work. You must rely on your wits to defeat her. Gao Kai whined in a childish manner. Oh, come on, sis, you know my brain isn't exactly sharp, so why tell me all this? You're so smart. Can't you help your little brother think of a plan? That Yang Yi has ruined me so badly, I'll never let him get away with it. The woman standing before Gao Kai was none other than his elder sister Gao Wan. The Gao family was in the pharmaceutical business, and their youngest son Gao Kai was indeed incompetent. A playboy who spent his days only thinking about drinking, whoring, and gambling. Therefore, nearly all of the Gao family's business operations were managed single-handedly by Gao Wan. Speaking of this woman, she was a renowned powerhouse in the pharmaceutical industry, known to all, recognized by everyone. Watching Gao Wan light a cigarette and take a drag, she then spoke in a detached manner. It seems only I can personally handle this matter to bring down Yang Yi. Shao Kai, rest assured, I will definitely send that Yang Yi to prison. Gao Kai was overjoyed. My dear sister, thank you so much. Yang Yi bound the corpse in the courtyard, wrapped it in black sacks, loaded several hundred gene of stones inside, and tossed the entire bundle into the riverbed of Tianhai City. Then he dusted off his hands and returned to his rental apartment. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard the arguing coming from next door. Su Mei and her husband Wu Bin were at it again. Shut up already. What the hell are you crying about? My head's pounding worse than some old patriarchus, and you're still sitting here sniveling. It's pissing me off. Wu Bin was beside himself with rage. Clearly something bad had happened. All he could hear was Su Mei wailing with a heartbroken expression. Wu husband, what should we do? Why did Atom Company suddenly terminate our supply agreement? We're going to lose those tens of millions. Wu Bin flew into a rage and smashed a glass cup right then and there. You're asking me? Who the hell am I supposed to ask? Fuck. That damn company. Just moments ago, Wu Bin had returned to his own company and immediately received an official notice from Atom Company. The document stated that due to insufficient production capacity, the goods originally scheduled for his company would be delayed indefinitely. Upon seeing this letter, Wu Bin was completely dumbfounded. He assumed it was simply because Atom Company's business had been booming lately, and they probably chose to prioritize supplying those far larger Tier 1 distributors over him. But without inventory, what could he do? He had just signed contracts worth tens of millions with overseas importers. If he couldn't deliver on time, he'd have to pay enormous penalty fees. Where was he supposed to come up with that kind of money? Sue Atom Company. Impossible. They were his benefactors, the source of his income. If he sued them, he'd cut off his own financial lifeline forever. The most critical issue was that even if he won the lawsuit, he wouldn't receive the compensation anywhere near quickly enough. And he'd already deposited tens of millions in credit guarantees with a third-party company alongside those importers. If he failed to deliver on time, all that credit deposit would be forfeited. It represented everything he owned. Worse still, there were several million in loans tied up in there as well. Wu Bin was sweating profusely with anxiety. His immediate priority was to contact Atom Company and demand they ship the goods. But Atom Company simply ignored him entirely, flatly telling him there was no stock available. Now Wu Bin was pacing around like ants on a hot pan. Fuck. It's over. This time it's really over. I never imagined such a big company would be so untrustworthy. Wife, we're going bankrupt. Sume broke down into loud sobs. She had thought she was about to start living as a wealthy housewife, moving into a grand villa to enjoy a brand new life. Who would have thought that within just a few hours she'd be reduced to a bankrupt woman? Enraged, Wu Bin backhanded her across the face. Stop crying already. Crying won't fucking help us now. You need to figure something out and bring me some money. I've got to find another way to keep my company afloat, and once Atom Company replenishes their stock, I can make a comeback. Sume covered her face and wept. I don't have any money. Wu Bin sneered coldly. You're so beautiful, and you're still a virgin after all this time. Can't you go out and make me some money? Don't women make it so easy these days? Sume's eyes flashed with shock, and she shouted angrily, Wu Bin, you bastard. What the hell are you saying? Are you even a man anymore? Wu Bin let out two cold laughs, about to lash out physically, but his phone suddenly rang. It was his company's deputy manager calling. Hello. President Wu. Terrible news has come in. Someone must have leaked word. All our suppliers are demanding payment, and our finances are completely drained. Those wealth management companies you borrowed from have also sent people to cause trouble for us. A cold sweat instantly broke out across Wu Bin's forehead, his hands icy and trembling uncontrollably. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that one small move would trigger such a cascade, and that he'd become a man stranded and alone so quickly. Now he was filled with self-loathing. He hated himself for being so greedy. Back then, in pursuit of greater profits, he had borrowed heavily from those so-called wealth management companies to leverage his position. He started with merely millions in assets, yet through leverage he'd somehow ballooned it to tens of millions. And those so-called wealth management companies were nothing but loan sharks, connected to organized crime. Now his company had completely collapsed. Wu Bin's life had plummeted from its zenith to rock bottom in less than a single day. Trembling, he spoke into his deputy manager. Hello. Hold them off for now. I have some matters to attend to and need to travel abroad. The deputy manager realized he was planning to flee and hastily added, Hey, you haven't paid my salary yet. But Wu Bin immediately hung up. No, we need to leave quickly. If we stay here, we'll die. Sume was equally panicked. Husband, wait for me. I'll go pack our things right away. I still have tens of thousands in savings. That should be enough for plane tickets, right? Good wife, thank goodness I have you. Hurry and pack. We're fleeing immediately. In the next apartment, Yang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Wanna run? Not a chance. Yang Yi decisively stepped out of his apartment and dragged several heavy pieces of furniture from his home to block the door of Sume's place next door. The most sophisticated ways of blocking a door often require the simplest techniques. Another 10 minutes passed. Sume finally finished packing her bottles, jars, cosmetics, and all the supplies for her son's dog, kibble dog bed, and the rest. Wu Bin stamped his feet in desperation beside her. What the hell is the time for packing this junk? Do you really think you can take all this stuff with you? Throw this damn dog downstairs. Sume hugged her Labrador protectively, her face full of anguish. No way. We'll have no money from now on, and I spent a fortune on this dog and these cosmetics. Wu Bin sighed. Fine. Let's make a run for it before those loan sharks figure out what's going on. With that, the two of them grabbed their piles of luggage and headed for the door. Wu Bin twisted the doorknob and shoved hard. What the hell? Why won't it open? He pressed his eye to the peephole and nearly lost his mind. What the fuck? Who did this? Sume hurried over. What's wrong, honey? Some bastard piled a mountain of furniture right in front of our door, blocked the whole thing. Sume panicked utterly. What do we do, honey? Oh God, what do we do? Wu Bin was so furious he nearly died on the spot. Damn it. Call property management and have them come help. I don't have their number. Wu Bin felt a sweet rush in his throat and nearly vomited blood. You useless idiot. What the hell are you good for? Sume felt wronged. Then suddenly an idea struck her. Right? We can ask our neighbor Yang Yi for help. I'll shout to him from the window. He should hear me. Wu Bin frowned. Will that kid help us? Whatever, go ahead. Sume nodded and rushed to the window, calling out loudly to the next balcony. Brother Yang Yi, are you home? Yang Yi poked his head out of the window and asked, what's up? Sume smiled sweetly. Good brother, could you check my doorway? Some terrible person has blocked it with furniture. Would you mind moving it for me? Yang Yi tilted his head and grinned. I blocked it. You want me to move it? Sume was utterly dumbfounded. What? Why would you do something like this? Yang Yi laughed. Can't help it. I am a terrible person after all. Wu Bin, hearing this from inside, nearly choked on rage. He rushed over. Kid, I order you to move that stuff right now, or I'm calling the police. Yang Yi chuckled. Go ahead. I'll just tell them you two were planning to flee. Wu Bin froze. Damn it. He'd spoken too loudly, and this bastard had heard everything. He immediately switched tactics, putting on a gentle smile. Brother Yang Yi, those things between us. I was in the wrong. I sincerely apologize. Please move that furniture, and I'll give you 20,000 yuan afterward. How about that? Yang Yi smiled. Money? I don't want money. I can ask for something else. Wu Bin blinked. What do you want? I want your wife. How about that? Sume froze, struck as if by lightning. Wu Bin was about to refuse instantly. Instead, he said firmly, no problem, brother. As long as you move that stuff, I'll give you Sume. Sume stared in shock. What are you saying? Wu Bin could only think of escaping. His wife meant nothing. He didn't even care whether he had a wife or not. He knew all too well what those loan sharks were capable of. If he didn't run now, it would be too late. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, then smiled. Looks like someone's coming outside. All right then, someone will open the door for you. Gotta go. He pulled his head back inside. Wu Bin and Sume stood dazed. Huh, what does he mean? Then from outside the door came the sound of furniture being dragged. Wu Bin was overjoyed. Thank goodness. Someone's come to save us. It must be the property management on patrol. Sume also breathed a sigh of relief. Soon the furniture was cleared away. Wu Bin hurried over, opened the door, and was about to thank them profusely, only to be dumbstruck. Outside stood 7 or 8 burly thugs, each covered in extensive tattoos. Wu Bin's throat clicked as he swallowed hard. They barged inside and locked the door behind them. The leader glanced at the luggage scattered about and smiled. Boss Wu, where exactly are you heading? Wu Bin was paralyzed. These were the very loan shark thugs who had been harassing him. I'm just going out for a walk. The thug laughed. Going shopping with all your luggage? Ha ha. They all erupted in laughter. Wu Bin was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he said, what are you doing here? The thug said coldly, don't play dumb with me. Your company's vice president already told me everything. Here's the deal. You pay me back every cent you borrowed today, or I'll throw you out this window. Thud. Wu Bin dropped to his knees at once. Brother, I truly have no money. That's why I'm running. Give me a few months. If I can rebuild, I'll pay you back in full. The thug pulled a sharp blade from his pocket and tapped it against Wu Bin's face. Do you really think I'll be able to find you in a few months? Then what do you want? The thug turned to his men. Boys, open his luggage. You lot search every other room. Don't leave a single coin behind. Soon they found over 80,000 yuan in cash inside the luggage. The thug sneered. You say you have no money. Then what's this? Trying to fool me. Get hit. He kicked Wu Bin in the face. Wu Bin curled up wailing. The thug picked up a bundle of cash, flicked through it casually. This few thousand is interest. Too bad the principal's probably gone. At that moment the thug turned and spotted Sume. He licked his lips and said to Wu Bin, this your wife? She's pretty handsome. Wu Bin nodded eagerly. Brother, my wife is still untouched. She's yours. Just let me go. She's all yours. Use her however you want, then sell her to a club. She's pretty enough to make a fortune. His words left everyone, Sume and the thugs alike, speechless. The thug kicked Wu Bin in the face, sending him flying into the wall, and roared, you bastard, are you even a man? Fuck. I'm disgusted just watching this. Wu Bin spat out a bloody tooth and forced a grin. I suppose I'm not much of a man. Meanwhile, Sume collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. Wu Bin, you're not a human being. The burly man stood up and addressed Sume, sister, your husband did say to pawn you over to us. Though we are no good fellows, you are truly pitiful, married to a man like him. I will give you one chance right now. Borrow money from your relatives and friends immediately. As long as you repay the 3+ million he borrowed, I will release you both at once. How does that sound? Sume burst into bitter tears. She had essentially been sold when she married Wu Bin all those years ago. Her father was a gambling addict who had accumulated unbearable debt. Eventually, through an introduction, she was married off to Wu Bin, a man incapable of fulfilling his marital duties, and her father received a bride price of several $100,000. Afterward, her father took the money and vanished. She had long severed ties with that wretched man and had no other relatives whatsoever. Everything she had, her luxurious lifestyle, her unchecked spending, her every possession, had come from Wu Bin. Now they asked her to raise money. Where would she possibly find any? Su-mei slumped to the ground, her heart turned to ash, her eyes hollow with indifference and despair. I have no money and I cannot borrow any. Do what you will. If you sell me to a club, I accept it. This is simply my fate. The burly man sighed. Sister, forgive us then. We must trouble you to come with us. Rest assured, once your debt is cleared, I will let you go. Su-mei felt utterly hopeless. 3 million. When would she ever finish repaying it? The thought of the dark, hopeless days ahead contrasted with the carefree life she had once lived as a wealthy mistress filled her with an overwhelming sense of despair. Suddenly her gaze sharpened with resolve, and she sprang to her feet, charging straight for the window without a second thought. The thugs cried out, "Stop! She's going to jump." But Su-mei was already at the window. Just as she was about to climb over, she noticed Yang Yi from next door, poking his head out wearing a cheerful smile. Well, now what's this? Flying across buildings. Su-mei gritted her teeth. None of your business. By then several burly men had rushed over and pinned her down firmly. Su-mei struggled desperately, but how could she hope to overpower a group of tough men? From next door, Yang Yi chuckled smugly. Beg me to save you, ha ha ha. Su-mei could bear it no longer. In a burst of raw desperation, she cried out toward Yang Yi, please save me, please. Yet she harbored not the slightest hope. He was surely just mocking her. But then Yang Yi let out a hearty laugh. All right then. With that, he stepped out of his room, crossed over to the neighbor's apartment, and knocked on the door. The thug opened the door and asked cautiously, little bro, you really want to help her? Of course, Yang Yi smiled. She begged me after all. I'm a soft-hearted sort, you know. Su-mei broke free from the thug's grip and threw herself toward Yang Yi, trembling violently behind him, her eyes wide with terror. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety from the relatively slender frame before her. Seeing this, Wu Bin roared angrily, Su-mei, you lowlife. You really think this loser can pay off our debt for us? That's 3 million, not 300 bucks. The thug spoke calmly. Young man, 3 million. Every penny counts. Credit card or WeChat transfer. Yang Yi smiled and transferred 3 million without hesitation. In truth, thanks to his wealth beyond measure ability, he had only spent 3,000, an insignificant sum given his fortune of nearly 5 billion. After the payment was confirmed, the entire room fell silent. Su-mei stared at Yang Yi with an incomprehensible gaze. What just happened? He transferred 3 million so casually without a sound. Wasn't he a delivery rider? 3 million, swiping it away like pocket change. If one didn't know better, they'd think he was paying in Zimbabwean dollars. Wu Bin was equally stunned. He could never have imagined that his neighbor, the despised nobody, would actually produce 3 million to settle his debts. It was like a dream. Wu Bin immediately put on a sycophantic face and said obsequiously, "Oh, brother Yang, this is. How could we possibly accept such a favor? I'll remember this kindness. Let me treat you to a drink sometime." Yang Yi waved dismissively. "I never said it was a gift. This 3 million is a loan. You'll need to pay me back." He then turned to the thugs. "By the way, what interest rate do you loan sharks charge?" 36% annually. "Good. Remember to factor in my interest as well," Yang Yi said with a grin toward Wu Bin. Wu Bin hurriedly nodded. Yes, absolutely. I will repay you." Yang Yi knew Wu Bin owed far more than 3 million. His only goal was to flee, and this was merely a delaying tactic. Still, it didn't matter. Yang Yi had no intention of collecting the debt anyway. Consider it the price for acquiring his wife. At this point, the thug leader walked over, patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, and winked slyly. "Brother, enjoy yourself tonight. We'll be on our way." With that, the group left the apartment. Yang Yi sat down on Wu Bin's sofa and smiled at him. "What are you waiting for? Run along." Wu Bin finally snapped out of his daze and reached for Su-mei's hand. "Wife, let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll be too late." But Su-mei pulled away coldly. "You go ahead. From today on, I am no longer your wife." Wu Bin barked, "What are you talking about?" Su-mei walked over and sat beside Yang Yi, leaning wearily against his warm shoulder. "I now owe brother Yang 3 million. From this day forward, I will work to repay him. As for you, scram before other creditors show up." Wu Bin froze. "Su-mei, you witch. Abandoning your own husband. You abandoned me first." Su-mei shot back sharply. "Fine. You win." Wu Bin stormed out in a rage, grabbing his belongings as he left. Only then did Su-mei allow her tense nerves to relax. She looked at Yang Yi with deep regret and bowed to him. "I'm sorry, brother Yang. I was wrong in the past, and I apologize for how I treated you. If you'll have me, I will do anything for you from now on." Yang Yi smiled. "Anything?" "Yes, anything." With that, Su-mei let a strap slip from her shoulder, her face flushing crimson. She was naturally beautiful, with a full, alluring figure that turned heads wherever she went. Her charming smile only amplified her allure. It was almost too intoxicating. Yang Yi gently grasped her small hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su-mei's eyes. You don't want a married woman after all." "I actually still." "Sure, that's not what I meant," Yang Yi laughed. "I was saying this place isn't safe. Come to my apartment." Su-mei smiled softly and followed him back to Yang Yi's home. Conquest target bound successfully. Target Su-mei conquest points 100. Current conquest points 100,100. Conquest complete. Points rewarded 200. Conquest Mall Phase 2 unlocked. Time passed as if it meant nothing. Yang Yi sat alone in the living room, lazily smoking his favorite cigarette. Meanwhile, Su Mei had long since fallen into a deep slumber in his bed. A satisfied, blissful smile lingered on her face. For the first time in over 20 years, she had experienced the pure joy of a woman. She felt as though everything that had come before was wasted. Nothing in this world could compare to the happiness and pleasure she had just discovered. Yang Yi sat on the living room sofa, carefully exploring the points exchange mall. Phase 2 unlocked available redemption items: 10 points for 100 tons of clean ice. 10 points for 100 tons of 98-octane gasoline. 10 points for 1000 tons of assorted snacks and treats. However, this time, there was no special ability akin to boundless wealth bestowed upon him. Overall, he was extremely satisfied. At least now he possessed a massive stockpile of ice and gasoline. He also held 300 points, yet it still did not feel entirely secure. A mere 300 points would be consumed swiftly, and the system had already indicated that more items would unlock in later stages. Phase 2 alone demanded 10 points per redemption. Future phases would surely demand even more, likely 100 or even 100 points per exchange. The urgent priority, therefore, was to continue his conquest without delay. With ice and gasoline secured, Yang Yi had accomplished the most crucial step in his safe house transformation project. Without those two essentials, construction could never have begun. Before long, the next day arrived. Yang Yi returned to his lakeside mansion. This time, he brought Su Mei, whose movements were still somewhat inconvenient, along with him to his new home. Su Mei was utterly stunned as she stepped into the villa. "Brother Yang Yi, this mansion. You bought it." In truth, she had heard the rumor the day before during casual conversation. A wealthy young tycoon had purchased the most expensive villa in the entire residential complex. At the time, she had been filled with envy, but had managed no contact with Yang Yi. With a gentle smile, Yang Yi nodded. "What do you think? Not bad, is it?" "It's perfect. I love it so much," Su Mei exclaimed, overcome with excitement. How could she have ever imagined that a villa she thought would forever be out of reach belonged to Yang Yi, and that Yang Yi, her dear younger brother, would actually let her live here? The mere thought of life ahead in the villa sent her heart racing with anticipation. Seeing her overjoyed, Yang Yi chuckled. "No need to rush. It still needs furnishing several months yet." Su Mei smiled sweetly and unhesitatingly wrapped her arms around Yang Yi's. "I'll wait. As long as I'm with you, a lifetime is no hardship at all." How cringeworthy. This woman truly was like a stray dog. Give her a bone and she'd follow you anywhere. Fortunately, that wretched Wu Bin had never touched her, otherwise she'd have been entirely unfit to set foot in my mansion. Next, Yang Yi placed a call to his modification company, the same firm that had previously handled the robotics upgrades for Adams Corporation Uinta Group. Their technology was world-class, ranking among the best globally. Soon, a senior executive from Uinta Company arrived at Yang Yi's mansion to survey the site and begin planning the post-apocalyptic safe house renovation. Upon seeing Yang Yi, the executive approached with the reverence one might show a benefactor. Mr. Yang, forgive the delay, there was heavy traffic. Thank you for your patience." Yang Yi offered a faint smile. "No matter. Let's get straight to planning. Money is not an issue, but the project must be executed flawlessly." The executive laughed heartily. "Mr. Yang, you may rest entirely assured with Uinta. In recent months, your robotics project for Adams Corporation was completed to perfection, wasn't it? Thanks to you, our orders are already scheduled several years out." Yang Yi smiled. "Then how do you manage to find time for my project?" The executive replied without hesitation. "Sir, even if orders were backed up for a century, you would always take priority." At that moment, Su Mei stood completely frozen. She stared at Yang Yi with eyes wide in disbelief, her gaze unblinking. You're someone connected to Adams Corporation?" The executive blinked in surprise. "Miss, aren't you Mr. Yang's companion? How can you not know his identity? He is the chairman of Adams Corporation." Su Mei stood as if struck by lightning, utterly paralyzed. Yang Yi merely smiled unbothered. He bore no ill will toward the executive for accidentally revealing his secret. He looked at Su Mei and asked gently, "Do you understand now? And you were the one who canceled Wu Bin's supply agreement?" Su Mei murmured in disbelief. "Yes, I was. Is there an issue?" Yang Yi smiled. He had no intention of hiding anything. What harm in letting her know? Su Mei stamped her foot, teeth clenched. "Brother Yang Yi, thank goodness you cut off that scum Wu Bin. Otherwise, I never would have seen his true colors." Without hesitation, she stepped to Yang Yi's side, and right before the executive's eyes planted a kiss on his cheek. "Brother Yang Yi, I'm so fortunate to have you." The executive was dumbfounded. What on earth was going on here? Were they siblings or lovers? Only the wealthy truly played by their own rules. He simply could not comprehend it. Su Mei, of course, said nothing further. She was not a fool. The power of Adams Corporation needed no introduction. Wu Bin's modest company was not even a speck of dust before them. With a reliable benefactor standing right before her, why would she scold him and walk away? Yang Yi smiled and said nothing more, merely turning to the executive. "Very well, let us begin planning the renovation for this villa." The executive then produced a thick stack of documents and began presenting his proposals to Yang Yi. "Mr. Yang, the renovation you require falls under the category of a post-apocalyptic fortress. This is a type we at Uintu have executed several times before. We have extensive experience. First, regarding the structural core of the house, every interior surface, I propose completely encasing it in low-entropy alloy. Low-entropy alloy is the hardest and most durable material in the entire solar system mined by Chinese scientists on Mars. Its strength approaches that of strong interaction materials. Ordinary bullets cannot pierce it, and even a missile would leave merely a white mark at most. Zero deformation. Yang Yi smiled approvingly. Excellent. The executive nodded. I plan to install 1 centimeter of low-entropy alloy within your walls, and then, Yang Yi immediately interrupted, hold on. Why stop at 1 centimeter? Make it 20 centimeters thick. The executive wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. Sir, 1 centimeter is more than sufficient. 20 centimeters would be astronomically expensive. Yang Yi replied with a calm smile. Do I look like someone who worries about money? Damn it. The man truly had pulled it off. But then again, when someone insisted on spending money, who was he to refuse? The executive immediately nodded. No problem, Mr. Yang. We'll proceed exactly as you've specified. Afterwards, the person in charge of Uintu Company continued to plan the overall structure of the house for Yang Yi. All interior walls, including the flooring, were reinforced with 20 centimeter thick low-entropy alloy. Fortunately, it was a standalone villa. Had this been done in a high-rise building, the structure certainly wouldn't have withstood such weight. Even the courtyard walls outside the villa were coated with a layer of low-entropy alloy to prevent them from being toppled by post-apocalyptic refugees. The villa's spacious living room featured an expansive floor-to-ceiling glass window with panoramic views. This glass was no ordinary variety. It was low-entropy silicon crystal whose strength rivaled that of low-entropy alloy. To block out external light, one merely needed to press a button, transforming the entire glass into opaque black. And the second floor was where things got interesting. The second floor boasted a vast balcony with an impressively sized swimming pool. However, being fully exposed to the elements, it would be unusable during the apocalypse. Thus, Yang Yi designed an enormous low-entropy silicon crystal glass enclosure completely wrapping around the entire second floor. This low-entropy silicon crystal could block 99,999% of the radiation heat sources and ultraviolet rays in the post-apocalyptic world, exceptionally safe. With this setup, he could use the swimming pool at will. Beside the pool stood numerous barbecue grills and copper hot pot stoves, perfect for whipping up a meal when boredom struck. Moreover, since nearly all the designs were essentially airtight, ventilation became a major concern. So Yang Yi also designed a whole-house fresh air exchange system, utilizing the world's finest ventilation equipment, ensuring the entire residence remained consistently clean, breathable, and absolutely non-stuffy. This was merely the first step, the external structure. The far more critical aspect was the interior. An interior design would be primarily dictated by Yang Yi himself. He transformed his third floor into an energy station. Since no one would reside there, he knocked down all the interior walls and installed a massive copperized storage tank. Then countless copper pipes were connected from this storage tank to every room throughout the house. Having survived one extreme heat apocalypse, Yang Yi had extensive experience in such conditions. Air conditioning was virtually useless. One had to rely on ice for cooling. He installed an oversized ice storage tank on the third floor into which he would toss ice cubes redeemed from his spatial inventory. The ice would rapidly melt into a cold water ice mixture. Driven by electric motors, the icy water would continuously circulate through the copper pipes running throughout the house, forming a self-sustaining loop. This achieved a purely physical cooling effect. Furthermore, this cooling effect could be precisely controlled electronically. Whatever temperature he desired, he could achieve. At its lowest setting, the entire house could drop to a winter-like 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. However, this design had one flaw: condensation. Water droplets would form on the walls, making the interior damp. But Yang Yi had anticipated this from the start. The whole house fresh air exchange system would perfectly resolve the issue, expelling all moisture vapor outdoors. The entire villa would remain forever cool, refreshing, and humidity controlled. Yet achieving all this required an enormous amount of electrical energy, and it would need to run continuously 24 hours a day. Although Yang Yi could currently redeem 1.0 tons of gasoline for 10 points, he dismissed this option. Ordinary gasoline generators were far too noisy and produced severe pollution, with unpleasant odors permeating the house. So Yang Yi arranged to order over 1,000 of the world's top-tier photovoltaic solar panels for clean energy use. During the extreme heat apocalypse, sunlight would be the least scarce resource. Those thousands of solar panels densely arranged across the rooftop would provide a continuous stream of clean energy. During the day, solar energy would be stored with excess electricity, charged into ultra-high density battery packs, then used at night when the sun had set. Through Yang Yi's calculations, the electricity generated by those massive solar panels would far exceed the combined maximum output of all household appliances by hundreds, even thousands, of times. In other words, Yang Yi's villa would achieve complete energy independence. With the design complete, the person in charge at Yuan Company proceeded to plan the interior decoration. They adopted an all-modern style, the highly artistic Bauhaus aesthetic, minimalist and elegant. All furniture and appliances were top of the line from the most prestigious brands. After completing everything, the person in charge began the final settlement and discovered the total price tag was a staggering 6 billion yuan, and this was after applying a discount. Furthermore, they guaranteed completion within 3 months. Yang Yi felt a sharp pang of pain. So much money. He recalled the apocalyptic novels he had read where protagonists built safe houses for mere millions. How had his budget exploded so dramatically? Fortunately, even at 6 billion, thanks to his abundant wealth ability, he only needed to pay 160 million to complete everything. Thinking that his assets had diminished by 4% in such a short span, Yang Yi actually felt a flicker of crisis. No wonder those wealthy individuals, despite earning more money than they could spend in a lifetime, still chased after profits every day. Money was something you could never earn enough of. Yang Yi suddenly had a brilliant idea. Although the system didn't allow me to exploit the abundant wealth bug to generate cash, why couldn't I simply go out and make money? No matter what business he pursued, he would only pay a tenth of others' costs, yet reap genuine silver and gold. Afterwards, Yang Yi returned home and contacted Su Ying. Ying, I have something I'd like to ask your advice on. Su Ying huffed. You only call me when you need something, don't you? Couldn't you spare some time to visit my company? Cough, I've been unusually busy lately. Alright then, what is it? Something that even you need to consult me on. Yang Yi asked. I have tens of billions in capital. I was wondering whether there's a way to make it generate returns. Without requiring my personal involvement, it just grows on its own. And it has to be immediate with profits visible right away. Actually, Yang Yi himself had already thought of a method. Purchase several hundred apartments, rent them out, and collect monthly income passively. However, that was far too slow. Buying properties and collecting rent took an excessive cycle, too troublesome. Su Ying smiled sweetly and said, isn't this simple? Establish your own fund management company, acquire high-quality assets with solid fundamentals that are merely short on cash flow, and you'll see returns the same day. How could I not have thought of that? Yang Yi excitedly slapped his thigh. Su Ying suddenly spoke shyly. Yang Yi, would you like to come see me tonight? I've booked a VIP couple suite at the Mingyu Grand Hotel. I'm busy today, bye. Saying that, Yang Yi hung up the phone. Frustrated, Su Ying stamped her foot on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Su Mei leaned atop Yang Yi, massaging his shoulders. How's the pressure? Not bad. You truly have a natural talent for this, Yang Yi chuckled. Su Mei's face flushed crimson. As long as you enjoy it, I can do this for you every day. Do what? Yang Yi asked with a mischievous grin. If you're so improper. Su Mei's face turned even redder in an instant. After that, Yang Yi simply turned around. The next day arrived. Yang Yi entrusted Zhao Guoping to find a fund management company for him. This company was the most professional team in Tianhai City, specializing in managing wealth for affluent individuals. They also had access to numerous quality assets awaiting acquisition. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang Yi readily deployed 180 million to acquire this fund management company outright. Of course, in reality, he only paid 18 million. Now this company was a wholly owned subsidiary of Yang Yi. The company's primary management was a young woman. After Yang Yi arrived at his new company, over 100 employees respectfully awaited his arrival in the office building. A young woman in a standard business suit walked toward Yang Yi. She was exceptionally beautiful, easily scoring a 93 out of 100. She wore round gold-rimmed glasses that gave her a scholarly air. Her mid-length black hair complemented her natural makeup, a pretty oval face, and luminously fair skin. Her figure was equally impressive, the slightly constrained suit accentuating a perfect S-curve. Mr. Yang. Hello. The woman extended her hand and shook hands with Yang Yi. Then she politely continued her self-introduction. Mr. Yang, I am the executive president of your company, Gu Shiran. From today onward, any request you have you may give directly to me. Yang Yi looked at the beautiful urban career woman, Gu Shiran, before him and stroked his chin in thought. Miss Gu, which university did you graduate from? Gu Shiran smiled and replied, Mr. Yang, I graduated from Tianhai University with a degree in business administration. Since graduating, I have worked at this fund management company for 3 years now. Yang Yi burst into laughter. I just remembered. So you are senior Gu Shiran, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. Gu Shiran was somewhat surprised and adjusted her glasses. Mr. Yang, could it be that you are also? Hee, I am also a student at Tianhai University, a sophomore this year, not yet graduated, Yang Yi said with a smile. That makes you my junior. Gu Shiran covered her mouth and chuckled. Suddenly, she seemed to remember that this young man a few years younger than her was her boss. Her expression suddenly turned flustered. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I didn't mean to. Yang Yi waved dismissively. No need for such formality, President Gu. Please tell me, how does our company make money? Gu Shiran's demeanor shifted to serious, and she patiently explained the greatest source of our revenue is acquiring quality assets that face funding difficulties, taking a majority stake, and immediately injecting capital to operate them. Over these 3 years under my management, we have acquired 67 quality assets in total, all profitable, with no losses whatsoever. Yang Yi laughed heartily. Excellent, very good. But I want to see results immediately. Miss Gu, can you deliver? Gu Shiran nodded and took out a tablet from her bag, opening it to show Yang Yi the relevant information. Mr. Yang, please look. This is an exceptionally high-quality asset I have been tracking for the past 2 months. This company is a hotel management firm operating Mingyu Grand Hotel, one of the most luxurious 5-star hotels in Tianhai City. The owner is named Lin Jiangwo. Originally, this hotel was generating strong revenue, but last year Lin Jiangwo undertook a comprehensive renovation and upgrade project. His intention was to increase profits after the upgrade, so he used premium materials and designs throughout the renovation. However, he encountered a funding shortfall. Unable to cover the costs himself, he borrowed from banks and private lending institutions. After completing the renovations, he expected to recoup his investment quickly and fill the financial gap, but instead encountered a tourism downturn, causing a sharp decline in visitors to Tianhai City. Now, although his hotel generates substantial daily profits, they still fall far short of covering the compounding interest from the predatory loans he took out. Therefore, he is now eager to sell 80% of the hotel shares, hoping to immediately repay his debts and start generating profits. Yang Yi suddenly reached out and interrupted Gu Shiran. He asked, does this Lin Jiangwo have a son named Lin Yushuan? Gu Shiran was somewhat surprised. Boss, how do you even know that? Yang Yi suddenly recalled from Gu Shiran's introduction that the Mingyu Grand Hotel was none other than the hotel owned by Lin Yushuan, the boyfriend of campus beauty Jiang Yanning. Lin Yushuan, that fool, always acted so impressive, but it turns out his family is nearly collapsing. What was he so arrogant about? Yang Yi asked, how much would it cost to acquire 80% of this hotel? 60 million. What about the daily returns? Based on our data projections, this hotel's net profit is approximately 250,000 yuan per day, meaning you would break even in about 8 months. Yang Yi smiled. For ordinary people, 8 months, but for himself, 10 times faster. 60 million. Thanks to his ability to magnify wealth, he only needed to pay 6 million in reality. And earning 250,000 per day, he would break even in just 24 days. Every day thereafter would yield 250,000 in pure profit. And 250,000 in his hands was equivalent to 2.5 million in actual value. This deal I'm in, Yang Yi stated decisively. Very well, boss, I will arrange everything. You only need to come in person to Mingyu Grand Hotel to sign and confirm a leave everything else to me, Gu Shiran said with great professionalism. Good, no problem. I will wait for your message. Gu Shiran smiled sweetly. Very well, boss. Please take care on your way back. Yang Yi bid farewell to his management company and returned home. 2 or 3 days passed peacefully. During this time, construction on Yang Yi's large villa had already begun. Yuan company dispatched over 100 elite workers, disregarding costs and time, to renovate the safe house for Yang Yi. They worked almost continuously, 2 shifts around the clock. Yang Yi was also very satisfied with their efficiency. Early that morning, as Yang Yi just woke from sleep, Su Mei had already prepared a lavish breakfast spread for him. Her cooking skills were quite impressive, comparable to a small restaurant. She cared for him with the meticulous devotion of an older sister toward her younger brother. Speaking of which, although she was several years older than Yang Yi, she was only 27 this year, right in her prime. And she had changed how she addressed him from younger brother to husband. After washing up, Yang Yi sat at the dining table and enjoyed the delicious breakfast. Then he waved to Su Mei, come here. Su Mei curled up beside him like a little kitten, and a woman's fragrance immediately filled the air. What's wrong, husband? In the morning is when energy levels are at their peak. We should get some physical activity going, Yang Yi said with a mischievous grin. Time quickly passed until past 6 in the afternoon. As soon as Yang Yi finished getting dressed, his phone rang with a call from Gu Shiran. Boss, all the materials regarding the share acquisition of Mingyu Grand Hotel are ready. You can come over now to sign the contract. Yang Yi smiled and replied, all right, I'll be there right away. Yang Yi arrived at the Mingyu Grand Hotel in Tianhai City. The entire establishment presented an air of refined elegance, a true 5-star sanctuary. Luminous lights blazed brilliantly, and an endless stream of patrons flowed through the grand lobby. There was no hint of any financial distress or impending closure. The first floor housed Lin Jiangwo's exclusive high-end Western restaurant. Nearly every table was occupied. Yang Yi stepped into the restaurant and spotted Gu Shiran seated in a private booth, waiting patiently with an elegant document folder resting beside her. Upon catching sight of Yang Yi, she rose hastily to her feet, beckoning him forward. Boss, over here. Yang Yi approached, and Gu Shiran spoke with the utmost respect. Boss, if you could wait here for a moment, I need to go upstairs to their office to have Lin Jiangwo review and sign the preparatory documents in advance. Go ahead. My stomach is just starting to feel hungry anyway, so I'll grab something to eat first. Gu Shiran nodded and departed with the document folder. Yang Yi surveyed the packed dining room with evident satisfaction. To acquire such a thriving establishment was truly like finding a treasure trove. He then picked up the menu and began studying it carefully. Yang Yi realized he was seated in the premium VIP section of the restaurant. Beside him was a larger VIP booth that remained unoccupied, though several people were already queuing outside waiting for a seat. Yang Yi wondered how this hotel was managed. Weren't there seats available? Why not let others sit here? Once he took over this hotel, he would certainly have the restaurant staff undergo rigorous service training. Yang Yi had already begun contemplating his future business ventures. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Yuxuan, wouldn't that be inappropriate? There are so many customers outside. Perhaps we could wait until it's less crowded before we eat. I'm afraid Uncle will scold us. Yanni, what are you worried about? This is my family's restaurant. I'm the boss's son. Don't I have the authority to do this? That VIP seat was reserved specifically for me. Just relax. All right then, Yuxuan. You're so kind. Yang Yi glanced back over his shoulder. There they were. Two faces far too familiar to mistake. The campus belle Jiang Yanni and her boyfriend Lin Yuxuan. As Lin Yuxuan guided Jiang Yanni inside, he attempted to take her hand only to have her evade him. The couple settled into the VIP seat behind Yang Yi and began placing their order. Yanni, order whatever you like. After all, this is my family's restaurant. Lin Yuxuan declared proudly. Jiang Yanni smiled shyly and began perusing the menu. After deciding, she apologized apologetically. Yuxuan, I need to use the restroom. Wait for me for a moment. Sure, no problem. Jiang Yanni then rose and left the table. After watching her disappear into the restroom, Lin Yuxuan swiftly produced a small white paper packet from his pocket. He tore it open and carefully poured the white powder into Jiang Yanni's juice. Having completed the act, a profoundly lecherous grin spread across Lin Yuxuan's face as he murmured to himself, tonight, there's no way you'll escape my grasp. What he never anticipated was that Yang Yi, seated right behind him, had witnessed every single move. A subtle mocking smile curved Yang Yi's lips. Moments later, Jiang Yanni returned. Yuxuan, sorry to keep you waiting. No worries, Yanni. Have some juice first. The food will take a while since the kitchen is busy with so many customers. Lin Yuxuan said with apparent concern. Okay. Jiang Yanni lifted her glass, about to take a sip. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly interjected from the neighboring table. Ahem. Hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Yanni immediately set down her juice and glanced toward the seat behind her. Lin Yuxuan too felt a surge of agitation. He stood up decisively, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Yang Yi, what are you doing here? Jiang Yanni felt a pang of fear. She worried that Yang Yi might have been following her. What if Yuxuan discovered the relationship she had shared with him? That would be catastrophic. Yang Yi smiled and replied, what do you mean? Isn't this a restaurant? Can't I come here to eat? Lin Yuxuan replied with a sneer, of course you can. This restaurant welcomes you anytime. But can a penniless wretch like you actually afford to dine here? The average spend here exceeds 2,000 yuan. If you're short on cash, I could lend you some. Yang Yi feigned surprise. 2,000. So cheap. I thought it would be 10 or 20,000. Lin Yuxuan burst into laughter. Look at you trying so hard to act tough. If I didn't know exactly what you're worth, I might actually mistake you for some hidden wealthy tycoon. With that, he gestured grandly toward the restaurant manager, who immediately hurried over. Boss, what can I do for you? Lin Yuxuan mocked. This is my classmate Yang Yi. Make sure you take good care of him. The manager hastily nodded. Understood, boss. How would you like me to take care of him? Lin Yuxuan spoke in a honeyed yet venomous tone. Bring him 2 portions of complimentary rice and a plate of complimentary pickled vegetables. Oh yes, how can one eat without soup? Add 2 bowls of complimentary soup as well. Oh, and make sure the portions are generous. I want my dear classmate to eat his fill. Do you understand? If the service isn't satisfactory, I might just have to fire you. The restaurant manager seemed to grasp Lin Yuxuan's intentions perfectly. He nodded and turned to leave. Lin Yuxuan then put on an act of concern for Yang Yi, saying, Yang Yi, look, we're classmates after all. I still need to look out for you, right? I'd hate for you to be kicked out for being unable to pay. That would be quite embarrassing, wouldn't it? His words carried the sharpness of a blade, and the atmosphere crackled with intense hostility. Lin Yuxuan reveled in his display of dominance, utterly pleased with himself. Wealth truly grants one the power to do as they please, showing off before the woman he desired. It was incredibly satisfying. Yet he was oblivious that his behavior had stirred a flicker of revulsion in Jiang Yanni's heart. Jiang Yanni tugged gently at Lin Yuxuan's sleeve, concern etched across her face. Yuxuan, isn't this going too far? Yang Yi didn't do anything wrong. He just came here to eat. Don't you think you're being excessive? Ever since Jiang Yanni had experienced that 3,888 yuan luxury car summoned by Yang Yi and that romantic suite worth over 800 yuan for a single night, she couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Yi's identity was far more extraordinary than it appeared. Perhaps his wealth was not far behind Lin Yuxuan's at all. Upon hearing his girlfriend speak up for Yang Yi, Lin Yuxuan flew into a rage. A cold, icy stare fixed upon Yang Yi. I don't see anything wrong with my arrangement. Do you? Yet Yang Yi remained unruffled in his seat, shrugging indifferently. Whatever you say. At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the restaurant's main hall. Lin Yuxuan looked up. A man and a woman approached, and the man happened to be his father, Lin Zhengwo. He hastily stepped out of the restaurant to greet them. Lin Yuxuan felt puzzled. Dad, why are you here? And this young lady is? Lin Zhengwo replied promptly. This is Miss Gu, the personal financial assistant of the chairman of Atom Corporation. She's here today on a very important matter. Oh, Lin Yuxuan suddenly understood, then leered at Gu Shiran with unmistakable lust. This woman's beauty rivaled even his girlfriend Jiang Yanni's. What a pity. She was actually the personal secretary of Atom Corporation's chairman. She must have already been involved with that chairman. There was no way his little business could compare to the chairman of Atom Corporation. While Lin Yuxuan was occupied outside, Yang Yi rose from his seat and approached Jiang Yanni's VIP table. Jiang Yanni instinctively covered her shoulder with her hand, fearing he might attempt something improper. What are you doing? Without a word, Yang Yi immediately swapped the positions of Jiang Yanni's juice and Lin Yuxuan's juice. Jiang Yanni stared at Yang Yi in bewilderment. What are you? Yang Yi placed a finger to his lips. Don't say anything. Just watch. With that, he returned to his seat. Soon Lin Zhengwo led Gu Shiran and Lin Yuxuan back into the restaurant. Gu Shiran strode directly toward Yang Yi's VIP table and nodded at him with profound deference. She then turned to address everyone. Allow me to introduce. This gentleman is Mr. Yang Yi, the chairman of Atom Corporation. At these words, Lin Yuxuan and Jiang Yanning were instantly frozen in place. Both stood there as if turned to stone, their bodies rigid as marble statues. Terrifying. Shocking. Unbelievable. Lin Yuxuan murmured to himself. No, that can't be right. I must have misread something. How could Yang Yi, this penniless nobody, possibly be the chairman of Atom Corporation? Meanwhile, Jiang Yanning had already been rendered speechless, her gaze fixed entirely upon Yang Yi. She could not believe it, could not bring herself to believe any of this. There must have been some mistake somewhere. That Yang Yi just not long ago had been working alongside her at the campus convenience store. Now he was supposedly the chairman of Atom Corporation, the very company taking the world by storm. Who in the world would believe such a thing? It must be a misunderstanding. She had known that Yang Yi might have come into money, but she truly had no idea he could be that wealthy. The Lin family's hotel compared to Atom Corporation wasn't even worth a single strand of hair. At this moment, the restaurant manager directed 2 employees to carry 2 bowls larger than wash basins, approaching with measured steps. One massive bowl contained a generous portion of plain white rice piled high. The other enormous bowl held an overflowing amount of floating on water, described as a regular soup, but truly no more than dishwater. Yet another employee carried a tiny dish of pickled vegetables. The restaurant manager was a shrewd individual. From the exchange between Lin Yuxuan and Yang Yi just moments before, he could clearly discern that Lin Yuxuan had deliberately sought to humiliate this Yang Yi. Thus he immediately grasped the intention and hastily brought forth these 2 enormous bowls of rice and soup. Thud! The 2 colossal bowls were slammed onto Yang Yi's table, producing a thunderous sound. Gu Shiran looked on with some bewilderment, turning to the restaurant manager and asking, "Didn't my boss just order a meal? Why are we being served so much rice and soup?" Lin Zhengwo was beside himself with anger, bellowing at the restaurant manager. "Are you out of your goddamn mind? Serving Mr. Yang with this mountain of rice and that wretched soup? Get this cleared away immediately." The restaurant manager had also been thrown into confusion. He simply could not comprehend what was happening. Yet Yang Yi merely raised his hand. "There's no need to clear it away. This is the grand feast your esteemed son has arranged for me. If we were to simply remove it, wouldn't that be wasting food?" Lin Zhengwo nearly choked with rage. How had his idiotic son managed to antagonize Mr. Yang? This hotel would have been finished long ago without Mr. Yang's investment. He would have been drowning in massive debts and driven to bankruptcy. Now that they had finally secured the investment and barely extricated themselves from this mess, the returns had indeed diminished by 90%. But at the very least, bankruptcy had been averted. He spun around, his face contorted with fury as he rounded on his son Lin Yuxuan. "What the hell are you still standing there for? Get over here this instant and apologize to Chairman Yang." Lin Yuxuan approached, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He was absolutely certain that this Yang Yi could not possibly be the chairman of Atom Corporation. After all, he had been classmates with the man for 2 years. He knew every detail about him. Lin Yuxuan clenched his teeth and declared, "Father, you've got to be mistaken. This Yang Yi is just a wretched loser. He got through school entirely on scholarships. How could he possibly be the chairman of Atom Corporation? They must be colluding to deceive you." Lin Zhengwo felt like he was about to spit blood. "Do you think you're clever? Zhao Guoping, the president of Atom Corporation himself, has already verified Yang Yi's identity. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch, still question Chairman Yang?" Lin Zhengwo in his rage raised his hand. Smack! He slapped his son hard across the face. "Kneel down this instant and apologize to Chairman Yang. Otherwise I disown you today." Lin Yuxuan clutched his reddening cheek, frozen in shock. Make him a proud young heir who had never known defeat since childhood kneel before Yang Yi and apologize. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment Yang Yi raised his head and looked toward Gu Shiran, asking, "Is my acquisition agreement ready?" Gu Shiran withdrew a stack of contracts from the document folder. "It's ready. Once you sign to confirm, you will become the primary beneficiary of this hotel and all its affiliated restaurants." Yang Yi took the contract, picked up a pen, and was just about to sign. Unexpectedly he paused. He raised his gaze toward Lin Zhengwo and calmly stated, "On second thought, I've decided not to buy it. With that he set down the pen and contract, rising to leave. Lin Jiangwo broke into a cold sweat, frantically pleading, "Chairman Yang, please wait." Then he spun around and delivered a vicious kick to his son Lin Yuxuan's face, sending him sprawling. "Are you going to apologize to Chairman Yang or not? Do you expect your old man to kneel instead?" Lin Yuxuan trembled as he spoke. Chairman Yang, I was a fool with eyes blind to the truth. Please give me one more chance. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Yang Yi smiled, then walked over to Lin Yuxuan and helped him to his feet. "I was just joking with you. We're classmates after all. How could I possibly be angry with you?" Lin Yuxuan felt as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Thank you. His body trembled, uncontrollably, cold sweat drenching his entire being, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Beside him, Jiang Yining was already completely dumbfounded. Everything before her had reversed so rapidly that her mind was now a complete blur. Witnessing how a single sentence from Yang Yi could reduce the insufferable Lin Yuxuan to groveling on the ground like a dog, Jiang Yining's gaze toward Yang Yi began to shift. A hint of admiration and reverence had crept into her eyes. Perhaps admiring the strong was simply a woman's nature. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo hastily brought the contract back before Yang Yi, speaking with the utmost courtesy. "Chairman Yang, please." Yang Yi picked up his pen, glanced at the two massive bowls of rice and soup before him, and smiled. "I was born in the countryside, raised in a poor household myself. My parents taught me from childhood to cherish every grain of rice. I cannot stand seeing others waste food. Very well, here's my condition. Let this esteemed young man finish eating all this rice and soup. I will sign immediately after." Lin Jiangwo and Lin Yuxuan both froze in place. Particularly Lin Yuxuan, who stared at the two enormous bowls of rice and soup before him, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Jiangwo understood perfectly. His son had offended someone he should never have offended. He himself was now in a dead end. There was only one thing left to do: sacrifice his son. He decisively seized Lin Yuxuan and hurled him before the table, shouting sternly, "Finish every last bite of this for me. Leave even a single grain, and I'll break your legs." Lin Yuxuan had no choice but to grit his teeth, pick up his chopsticks, and begin eating. This was what they called digging one's own grave and dropping a stone on one's own foot. Only today did Lin Yuxuan truly come to understand this phrase. Fortunately, there was at least a dish of pickled vegetables to make the meal somewhat bearable. Yang Yi watched him eating pickle by pickle, rice by rice, and decided he wasn't about to let him enjoy it too comfortably. He resolutely commanded, "Pickles aren't good for you at all. They contain nitrites and are carcinogenic. Remove them." The restaurant manager swiftly carried away the pickled vegetables. Lin Yuxuan gazed at the white rice that loomed before him like a mountain and the clear soup that resembled a vast ocean. Tears welled up in his eyes, yet he dared not shed them. Yang Yi glanced at his watch. "I'll give you 20 minutes. If you can't finish, I'm leaving." Lin Yuxuan clenched his teeth and began devouring the food ravenously. Those 20 minutes felt like an eternity for Lin Yuxuan. Eating flavorless white rice while sipping unsalted hot pot broth, each bite dragging on like a lifetime. His stomach was bloated to an enormous size, resembling a toad, his belly aching with an indescribable fullness. He could almost see his great-grandmother before him, asking, "Child, is there another famine? How can you eat like a starving ghost reincarnated?" Lin Yuxuan had never imagined that one day he would nearly be killed by a mere pot of white rice. As he swallowed the last mouthful of clear soup, Lin Yuxuan nearly passed out from overeating. He wanted to burp, but dared not. He knew he would turn into a human geyser. Meanwhile, Jiang Yining had stopped paying attention to Lin Yuxuan altogether. All her focus had shifted to Yang Yi. In her gaze, his features grew ever more handsome, ever more captivating. "How did I never notice before that Yang Yi is this handsome?" Yang Yi watched Lin Yuxuan dig his own grave and burst out laughing. He walked over to Jiang Yining's table, picked up the juice that had been at Lin Yuxuan's seat, and handed it to him. "Have this juice to settle your stomach. I know you've eaten all that bland food and are craving something sweet, right?" Lin Yuxuan was on the verge of tears. He had no desire for anything sweet. He simply wanted to vomit. But what choice did he have? He had already consumed so much, did one more sip really matter? He glanced sideways and confirmed Jiang Yining's juice was still untouched, then set his mind at ease and drank it all in one gulp. "How about it? Full?" Yang Yi asked with a grin. "Full, Director Yang." Lin Yuxuan managed a forced smile. "Good. Here's what I'll do. I'll let you rest a few more minutes so you don't actually burst." With that, Yang Yi signed a contract on the spot. He had actually acquired an 80% stake in the hotel for only 6 million yuan, becoming the majority shareholder and owner. Seeing Yang Yi sign, Lin Jiangwo felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. Thank goodness his son had pulled through. But Lin Yuxuan had only rested for 2 or 3 minutes when his expression began to look deeply wrong. His face slowly turned red as though painted with a coat of crimson pigment. Uncomfortable, he tugged at his collar. "Oh, what's going on? Is the air conditioning off today? Why is it so hot?" He kept pulling at his clothes, his face growing redder by the moment. Lin Jiangwo watched him with growing concern. "Son, what's wrong? Why are you so red? Do you have a fever?" He reached out and touched his son's forehead. He was instantly startled. Burning. Far too hot. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly said, I'm taking you to the hospital. Lin Yuxuan suddenly stripped off every piece of clothing and ran to a round marble pillar in the restaurant, clutching it tightly. Then he rubbed against the pillar in a most indecent manner, groaning. Come on, baby darling, let's go get a room. I can't take it anymore. His expression turned thoroughly lewd, as though his mind had been clouded, his eyes filled only with an unspeakable desire. His commotion drew every pair of eyes in the restaurant to him. All the customers immediately pulled out their phones to record videos for social media. Jiang Yaning was completely dumbfounded. Only she knew what was happening. Yang Yi had swapped the juice in front of Jiang Yaning with Lin Yuxuan's and given it to him to drink. It was obvious, a highly potent aphrodisiac. Lin Jiangwo was drenched in cold sweat and urgently signaled the restaurant manager. Quick, clear the place. Don't let them film. Yang Yi let out a hearty laugh and, accompanied by Gu Shiran, prepared to leave the restaurant. Jiang Yaning called out to him from behind. Yang Yi, please wait. What is it? Jiang Yaning bowed deeply to him, gratitude on her face. Thank you so much for today. If not for you, I would have. Yang Yi waved his hand and smiled. A great favor needs no words of thanks. If you wish to thank me, wait for me upstairs. Jiang Yaning looked surprised. Upstairs? The same room we stayed in last time, Yang Yi said with a wicked smile. Her face flushed red instantly, and she silently nodded before walking into the elevator alone. Gu Shiran beside Yang Yi regarded him with a puzzled expression, thinking, what a tangled web. So President Yang has been involved with someone else's girlfriend all along. Time passed quickly until the next day. Early that morning, Yang Yi woke from the luxurious king-sized bed at Mingyu Grand Hotel. He discovered Jiang Yaning had her long slim legs wrapped firmly around him in her sleep. Yang Yi roused her. Jiang Yaning stirred awake from her slumber. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Yang Yi, and she gave him a sweet smile. Conquest target, Jiang Yaning. Conquest value 80, current progress 100100 points, earned 400, current balance 700 points. Point mall stage 3 unlocked, host combat index doubled. Yang Yi felt a surge of joy inside. He had finally completed another conquest mission. However, Yang Yi had never understood what the combat index was truly for. He only sensed that with each conquest completed, his physical abilities improved dramatically across the board. Never mind, it didn't matter. What mattered was the point mall. He decisively opened it to browse. Point mall stage 3, legendary blade cold edge, a legendary blade of ice. Striking an enemy freezes them solid. Redemption 100 points, legendary blade flame, a legendary blade of fire. Striking an enemy reduces them to ashes. Redemption 100 points, infinite ammo, desert eagle, never requires reloading perpetually in an infinite ammo state. Redemption 200 points, usage restriction, this weapon may only be wielded by the host. Anyone else who grips it will permanently remain in an empty chamber state. Ingredients category, fresh pork, beef, lamb, seafood, and other meats 10 points, redeem for 100 tons, fresh fruits, vegetables, and other plant ingredients 10 points, redeem for 100 tons. This stage of the point mall was actually weapons and fresh ingredients. No need to worry about provisions anymore. 10 points could redeem 10,000 tons, practically infinite. Beyond those high-value weapons, there were countless ordinary weapons and equipment available at astonishingly low prices. For example, a standard Type 95 assault rifle cost only 1 point. Or a top-tier bulletproof vest and helmet, also just 1 point. Including various grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs. All available in bulk for just 1 point. As for ammunition, it was even cheaper. 1 single point could redeem 1000 rounds of any caliber. This was virtually infinite ammunition. The absurdity knew no bounds. But Yang Yi preferred the truly infinite ammo Desert Eagle. No need to reload, able to fire endlessly. That was a weapon worth wielding. So he decisively spent 200 points to redeem an infinite ammo Desert Eagle, then another 18 points to purchase a collection of firearms, and over 1 million rounds of ammunition. Yang Yi now had only 482 points remaining. Watching his points vanish like water, he couldn't help but wince. These points spent far faster than his own savings ever had. He had to make the most of these final months and continue conquering more women. At that moment, Yang Yi noticed that stage 3 of the point mall had yet another category, gourmet category, finished premium dishes, superior Western and Chinese cuisine, reaching the pinnacle of the world's finest chefs, 100 points per dish. How many? How much? 1 dish for 100 points. Was he mad? Converted to pork equivalent, that was worth 100 tons. Who in their right mind could afford to eat that? But Yang Yi reconsidered. Perhaps when his points eventually became so numerous he could no longer count them, he would be able to indulge in these world-class delicacies at will. An extra option was never a bad thing. Next, Yang Yi retrieved the Desert Eagle from his spatial storage. It was an exceptionally beautiful pistol, gleaming with a silvery white brushed metal finish. It was so exquisite it resembled a work of art rather than a killing instrument. Yang Yi smiled with excitement and returned the Desert Eagle to his storage. He then dressed, freshened up, and his phone suddenly rang. It was a video message from an unknown number. Yang Yi was about to delete it, assuming it was some scam, when he noticed a few words. Yang Yi, if you want to save your woman, come to the unfinished building in the northern district. Yang Yi's gaze hardened, and he decisively tapped to play the video. Whoa, hubby, save me quickly. It was Su Mei who had been kidnapped. She was bound to a chair, twisting frantically, her eyes brimming with terror. Beside her stood several burly men. One of the men pressed a sharp dagger against Su Mei's pale, delicate neck, making her tremble uncontrollably. Then a woman wearing a black face mask stepped into frame. She wore a tight black leather jacket, and from her figure alone, she exuded an undeniable dominance. Even with her face partially covered, her stunning beauty was still faintly visible. However, her eyes were filled with coldness and malice. This woman was clearly no one to trifling with. She walked over to Su Mei, lifted her pretty face with her fingers, then looked up at the camera, and said with a faint smile, Yang Yi, you have 1 hour to get here. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what will happen to your woman. Oh, by the way, my brothers here just got released from prison. With such a beautiful woman right in front of them, TSK, TSK, TSK. The countdown begins now. The video ended. After watching the video, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. Yang Yi decisively threw on his clothes, preparing to depart. Jiang Yining was left alone on the bed, staring resentfully at his hurried, departing figure like a wronged little wife. In the unfinished building district north of Tianhai City, a woman wearing a black face mask stood on the 5th floor. At that moment, 2 middle-aged people in their 50s walked over from nearby. A man and a woman. And these two were none other than Gao Kai's parents, Gao Ziyuan and Li Huijin. They regarded the woman before them with cold, menacing expressions. Woman, are you confident about this? The woman wearing the black mask was of course Gao Kai's elder sister, Gao Wen. Gao Wen spoke confidently. Relax. Dealing with a college student pretending to be insane is hardly difficult. Since he dares to lay hands on my younger brother, I will not let him go either. Wen, what is your plan? Li Huijin asked. I've hired a group of thugs. When Yang Yi comes to rescue his woman, I'll find a way to make them clash. Whether my hired men kill Yang Yi or Yang Yi accidentally kills my men, in the end he will fall right into my trap. Gao Ziyuan asked, what if Yang Yi kills all those thugs? That fellow seems incredibly skilled. I, who once served in the military, am no match for him. Gao Wen smiled and pointed toward a certain corner. I've installed surveillance cameras inside the building. Even if Yang Yi is as formidable as he is and kills those thugs, I can use the footage to send him to prison. With a bribe, judge securing either a death sentence or death with reprieve will be a breeze. Gao Ziyuan nodded and gave his daughter a thumbs up. Truly my daughter, sharp-witted as ever. That scoundrel Yang Yi is dead meat this time. Huh. Li Huijin also laughed. Then daughter will head home and wait for your good news. You've worked hard. Gao Wen nodded indifferently. Soon Gao Ziyuan and Li Huijin quietly departed from the scene. Gao Wen's phone received a voice message from Gao Kai. Sis, I love you. You're so magnificent. Make sure that Yang Yi kneels before you and begs for mercy. Little Kai, rest assured. No one in this world dares to bully my younger brother. Gao Wen replied with a cold sneer. After sending the message, she walked into the interior of the unfinished building. Inside, 8 burly thugs were guarding Su Mei, who was bound to a chair. Seeing Gao Wen enter, everyone hurried to their feet and respectfully chorused, second sister. Gao Wen said coolly, please be seated. When Yang Yi arrives, you all know what to do, correct? The men nodded in unison, cracking their knuckles. Rest assured, this time we'll make sure that kid regrets everything. Yang Yi hailed a taxi and was dropped off at the famous unfinished building district north of the city. The area was nearly overrun with weeds, and the building stood only as a skeletal frame, virtually deserted. From a distance, Yang Yi spotted the thugs from the video on the 5th floor. He saw the masked Gao Wen standing at the balcony, watching him with a cold gaze. Excellent, you actually came. Then come up. Yang Yi calmly ascended to the 5th floor of the unfinished building. He glanced at Su Mei bound to the chair and noticed she bore no injuries or signs of assault. Seeing Yang Yi, Su Mei felt as though she'd spotted her savior. She wanted to cry out, but knew that Yang Yi alone could not defeat those burly thugs. Tears streaming down her face, she cried, husband, run. You can't beat them. Yang Yi said coldly, shut up. Su Mei immediately fell silent. Yang Yi regarded the mysterious woman and said, do you know the consequences of kidnapping my woman? Gao Wen smiled. I should be the one asking that. Do you know the consequences of provoking someone you shouldn't have? Yang Yi grinned. You're Gao Wen, Gao Kai's elder sister, correct? Gao Wen was taken aback. Logically, Yang Yi should have no way of knowing who she was. But even if he did know, so what? She yanked off her mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Though her beauty was slightly surpassed by Su Mei, Jiang Yining, and Su Ying, she could still be rated an impressive 85 out of 100. Then she sneered, humph, letting you see me makes no difference. Today you must die here. Everyone attack. Kill him. The thugs rose decisively, grabbing machetes, hammers, and steel pipes. Dare to mess with the second sister of the Qinglong Society kid. You won't even know how you died. Brothers, move in. Start by cutting off his tendons. All 8 lunged forward at once. The next instant, Yang Yi drew a desert eagle from his coat, its metallic gleam catching the light, and aimed it at the group. Everyone froze dumbstruck. Going to charge or not? Yang Yi sneered. Gao Wen was equally stunned. Having a gun was entirely beyond her expectations. But this was perfect. She could still execute Plan B using Yang Yi's act of killing to send him to prison. Gao Wen immediately barked, he's just an ordinary college student. Where would he get a handgun? It has to be a fake. Don't be afraid. Attack. Whoever chops off his limbs first will be rewarded with 2,000 yuan. Heavy rewards always attract brave men. The thugs believed Yang Yi almost certainly could not possess a real firearm. After all, firearms were strictly controlled in Huagua. Even the leader of the Qinglong society likely didn't own one, let alone a college student. Having convinced themselves of this, they charged forward without a hint of fear. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out. A bullet struck the lead thug right in the ear, completely obliterating it. Blood gushed everywhere. Everyone was frozen in shock. This gun was actually real. The wounded man rolled on the ground in agony, clutching his mangled ear, while the others immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands in surrender. Yang Yi walked up to the thrashing thug and sighed. This is my first time firing a gun. I didn't expect such heavy recoil. It actually missed its mark. Looks like I should find time to practice at a shooting range. Yang Yi had originally aimed for the man's head, but only hit his ear. Next time he'd aim for the ear instead. Maybe then he'd actually hit the head. Seeing Yang Yi approach, the thugs frantically begged for mercy. Big brother, have mercy. Yang Yi laughed. Who the hell begs for mercy while standing up? Kneel. Thud. The remaining 7 promptly dropped to their knees. Yang Yi walked before them and remarked coolly upon their extensive tattoos and scarred bodies. Tattoos and scars, huh? Gangsters. The thugs hastily replied, we dare not. We're merely a bunch of street delinquents. We don't qualify as a real syndicate. Just then Gao Wen's voice sounded from behind them. Brothers, don't be afraid. I checked. He can only load 7 rounds in that pistol. He's already fired 1 shot, so at most 6 remain. We're still 8 able-bodied men. Get up and kill him. I'll offer a 1 million yuan bounty. Upon hearing Gao Wen's offer of 1 million, everyone was immediately tempted. 1 million yuan. For them, not to mention a lifetime, even 10 lifetimes would never be enough to earn such a fortune. Could they not take every streetwalker on the entire block? Fuck it, when you gamble in life, you gamble big. Worst case, I die. Brothers, let's go. Let's take him down. Everyone decisively rose to their feet and grabbed weapons from the ground, charging at Yang Yi. Yang Yi laughed heartily, completely unfazed. He pulled the trigger decisively. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, permanently crippling 3 of them in an instant. The remaining 4 still had the ability to fight. Fuck it, brothers, let's fight to the death. He only has 2 bullets left. For 1 million yuan. The 4 men steeled their hearts and gritted their teeth, willing to risk their lives for 1 million. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out, crippling 2 more men. Only 2 remained, glaring viciously at Yang Yi. Haha, your gun must be out of bullets by now, right? Yang Yi smiled. If you were Yin Shuangying, those words might buy you a chance to live. Bang. A single gunshot rang out. This time his aim was true, right between the man's eyebrows. As expected, it blew his head open. The last remaining man instantly panicked. What the fuck? How do you still have bullets? Yang Yi grinned. Want to bet again whether there are any bullets left in my gun? The burly man immediately dropped to his knees. I won't bet. I give up. This has nothing to do with us. Second sister sent for us. Yang Yi raised his head and looked behind him. There was no trace of Gao Wen anywhere. That woman was as cunning as a fox. The moment she saw Yang Yi drawing his gun, she had quietly slipped away from behind during the chaos. Yang Yi kicked the man to the ground and stepped on his head, demanding, why do you call Gao Wen second sister? The man quickly replied, our Qinglong society is just a small gang. Gao Wen is our number 2 figure. She has an affair with our boss Zhang Xiaolong, and everyone knows it, so we have no choice but to obey her. Oh, I see. Bang. Yang Yi crushed the burly man's skull under his foot with a single stomp. Then he walked over to the remaining men and methodically snapped each of their necks with his bare hands. He then made his way over to where Su Mei was bound to a chair and picked up a black hood from nearby, the same one used to kidnap her earlier. Su Mei looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Huh, what are you? Don't rush. Let me take a photo first. Yang Yi smiled mysteriously. He then placed the black hood over Su Mei's head, and she cooperated obediently. Yang Yi snapped a photo before removing the hood again. Hubby, what are you trying to do? You'll find out soon enough. He then untied the ropes binding Su Mei. Su Mei immediately embraced Yang Yi tightly after freeing herself, crying, Hubby, I was so scared. They pried open our door, found me alone at home, and kidnapped me. Wah. Yang Yi thought about it. These people's original target should have been himself. Since he wasn't home, they mistakenly took Su Mei instead. He gently patted Su Mei's head. Don't panic. Since someone dares to kidnap my woman, I will never let them off that easily. You can rest assured. Su Mei nodded with deep emotion. Then she followed Yang Yi back to the rental apartment. This time, however, Yang Yi and Su Mei stayed in separate places. He slept at Su Mei's home next door, just in case someone came looking for them again. As soon as they arrived home, Su Mei looked worried. Hubby, do you think they'll come knocking again? After all, we're living right next door to each other. It's fine. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Don't worry. By the way, take off your clothes and hand them to me. You'll need to change into something else later. Sumei's face turned red. What are you? I want to. Early the next morning, Sumei was still deeply asleep. She had been having nightmares all night, dreaming of being kidnapped and then rescued by Yang Yi. With Yang Yi by her side, she felt completely at ease. Yang Yi woke up early and picked up his phone to send a text message to Gao Wen from yesterday. Gao Wen, you dare to kidnap my woman. This time I'll make you taste what it's like to be kidnapped yourself. Stay home and wait for me, hee. At the other end of the phone, Gao Wen was startled. She hadn't dared to go home the day before, afraid Yang Yi would come storming into her house. Instead, she had checked into the president's suite at Mingyu Grand Hotel in Tianhai City and stayed the night. However, she felt somewhat reassured holding the surveillance footage of Yang Yi killing people with a gun. What she could never have imagined was that Yang Yi had somehow traced her to Mingyu Grand Hotel. She decisively replied to Yang Yi's message, humph. Yang Yi, you think having a gun makes you special? When you killed my men yesterday, my surveillance cameras captured everything. I'll report you to the police station right now. Just wait and rot in prison. Yang Yi replied, all right then. I'll be waiting for you to surrender at the police station. Don't you know where you are right now? Mingyu Grand Hotel, right? Take your time. My people will be there shortly. Just wait for me. Gao Wen felt her heart racing with fear. Damn it, this Yang Yi was so damn cunning. How could he possibly trace her location like that? Who exactly was he? Regardless, she couldn't stay at Mingyu Grand Hotel anymore. She had to leave immediately. Gao Wen gathered her belongings and hurriedly walked out of Mingyu Grand Hotel. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had not arranged for anyone to directly kidnap her at the hotel, since Mingyu Grand Hotel was not entirely within Yang Yi's sphere of influence. If Lin Zhangwo or Lin Yushuan's people spotted them, it would cause unnecessary trouble. After exiting the hotel, Gao Wen began earnestly pondering how to evade Yang Yi's pursuit. Go home? Definitely not. Yang Yi would certainly have someone waiting outside her house. Stay at another hotel? No, that wouldn't work either. This Yang Yi seemed omnipotent, knowing exactly where she was hiding. This was getting quite troublesome. Just as Gao Wen was deep in thought, her eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. I'll just stroll around on Jianyang Road pedestrian street in Tianhai City. I dare say Yang Yi wouldn't dare to kidnap me in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gao Wen suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that the safest place to avoid being kidnapped was actually the bustling, crowded pedestrian street. Having figured this out, she hurriedly ran toward the most lively Jianyang Road pedestrian street in Tianhai City. Meanwhile, her every move was being watched by a security guard at Mingyu Grand Hotel. This security guard was actually a subordinate arranged by Yang Yi, serving as a spy inside Mingyu Grand Hotel. Soon Yang Yi received a message from his subordinate tracking Gao Wen. Mr. Yang, Gao Wen has gone to Jianyang Road pedestrian street. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yang Yi's mouth as he muttered to himself, little thing, you think I wouldn't dare to grab you in broad daylight, right? After saying that, Yang Yi dialed a phone number. Gao Wen hurried to Jianyang Road pedestrian street with great urgency. Seeing the street teeming with a surging crowd, she felt her worries ease. There were even special police officers on patrol nearby. This place was safe after all. She refused to believe Yang Yi could abduct her here. Suddenly a stir erupted in the crowd. Many people began to gather around, and Gao Wen instinctively turned to look. Hey, this is the filming site of the TV drama Desperate Escape. Would the onlookers please step aside and not disturb the crew? A worker in a yellow vest wearing earphones, a headset, and other electronic gear was directing the crowd. So they were filming here. The professional TV crew raised their boom microphones and various cameras and filming equipment, moving steadily toward Gao Wen. Scene 3 action. A man who looked like a thug charged straight at Gao Wen. Caught completely off guard, she was tackled to the ground. Gao Wen's heart raced with shock. What was going on? Why had their filming suddenly involved her? Gao Wen was pinned to the ground by the burly actor, unable to move. She cried out frantically to the surrounding crowd, help. Help. Save me. The director gave her a thumbs up. Excellent, keep it up. You must show even more panic and fear. Gao Wen was frantic and had no idea what was happening. All she could do was scream for help with a terrified face while the onlookers kept giving her thumbs up. While this actress is really good, she doesn't look like she's acting at all. I think she's about to become famous. Her acting is amazing. She is 1,000 times better than those expressionless pretty boy idols. She's absolutely invincible. If she doesn't become famous, heaven itself would not allow it. The more terrified Gao Wen grew, and the more she struggled. The more desperate she became, the more the onlookers praised her acting. She cried out in desperation, help. I'm not acting. They really are trying to kidnap me. The director nodded. The lines are correct, but you need to put in more effort. Your panic isn't intense enough. Gao Wen kept struggling, but all her cries for help and pleas for mercy looked to everyone else like acting. It wasn't just the onlookers. Even the patrolling special police officers came over and gave her thumbs up, praising her lifelike performance. Panic gripped Gao Wen's heart, and she felt utterly powerless. Every word she said and every move she made was perceived by others as acting. Soon the actor tore off a strip of strong adhesive tape and sealed her mouth, so she could not speak. Then he bound her hands and feet firmly with sturdy rope. Then he threw her into a van. The actor said in an exaggerated manner, "Bitch, this is what you get for betraying me." After that, the actor got into the van and drove off. Only then did the director call cut, giving an okay gesture. Cut. Okay, let's move to the next set. Soon the director led everyone onto another van. The crowd dispersed as if nothing had happened. It was the same familiar place, the unfinished building area in the north of the city. At this moment, Gawain was bound to a chair, unable to move, her entire body tightly restrained. This was where she had kidnapped Su Mei yesterday. Even the chair was the same one from yesterday. It was just that the roles of kidnapper and kidnapped had been swapped. Yang Yi tore the tape from her mouth, sat down alone in front of her, and lit a cigarette. "Gawain, did you think you were being clever? That once you were out on the street, I could do nothing to you?" Gawain forced herself to calm down. "Yang Yi, you really are an insidious, cunning villain, coming up with such a twisted way to kidnap me." Yang Yi smiled. "Villain? Aren't you the villain? You even dared to come to my home and kidnap my woman. But this time I won't let you off so easily." Gawain sneered coldly. "Don't you just covet my beauty and want to sleep with me? Let me tell you, my man is a mafia boss. If you dare do anything to me, he will never let you go." Yang Yi smirked. "The head of the Green Dragon Society, Zhang Xiaolong, right? What do you think? If I had my way with you right here and sent the video to your man, would he still want you afterward?" Gawain's face darkened. "How dare you?" Yang Yi laughed. "Actually, I'm not interested in a tramp like you. Still, having a little fun with you wouldn't hurt. After all, no matter how many locks a key opens, it doesn't stop the key from working." Gawain gritted her teeth. "What exactly do you want? I'm not such a bad person. How about this? Give me the video you took yesterday, I'll destroy it, and then I'll let you go. What do you say?" Gawain thought for a moment, then nodded. "Fine. I hope you keep your word." With that, she glanced at a spot above her head. There is a pinhole camera installed up there. All the videos are on that camera's memory card. Yang Yi looked up, carried a stool over, and took down the camera. "Can you let me go now?" Gawain asked quickly. "Of course. I wasn't interested in a tramp like you anyway, heh. But before that, you need to take a nap." Yang Yi gave a sinister smile. Then he produced a syringe from behind his back and quickly injected the liquid inside it into Gawain's neck. In just a few seconds, Gawain completely lost consciousness. After that, Yang Yi stripped off all her clothes. Then he changed her into the clothes he had stripped from Su Mei yesterday and pulled the black hood back over her head. Finally, he bound her tightly to the chair with rope. Now she looked almost exactly like the photo Yang Yi had taken of the kidnapped Su Mei the day before. Yang Yi nodded with satisfaction. Next, he fished her phone out of her clothes, used facial recognition to unlock it, and opened her WeChat. He found a contact named Xiao Kai. There was no doubt that this Xiao Kai was her younger brother Gao Kai. Then Yang Yi sent Gao Kai a message. "Xiao Kai, your sister has avenged you." Soon Gao Kai replied, "Sis, who is this?" Yang Yi smiled and replied, "This is the woman I kidnapped from Yang Yi's house yesterday. She's so beautiful that even your sister can't compare. That Yang Yi is really lucky." Then Yang Yi sent over a photo of Su Mei being kidnapped yesterday. In the photo, Su Mei looked enchantingly beautiful and pitifully alluring. Her looks and figure truly surpassed Gao's, and compared to Lu Feifei, she was on an entirely higher level. Gao Kai excitedly sent a voice message. "Damn it. That bastard Yang Yi actually gets to enjoy such a beautiful woman. Damn it. What right does he have? That stinking loser, that poor bastard. How could this gorgeous woman ever take a fancy to him?" Yang Yi smiled and continued impersonating Gao. "When Xiao Kai, your sister, knows you like to have fun with women, so she specially left her for you. I've injected her with a strong anesthetic, so come on over and enjoy yourself as you please. Let's make that stupid bastard Yang Yi die of anger for daring to bully my little brother." Gao Kai was so ecstatic he practically soared. "Sis, you're so good to me. Send me your location and I'll be right over. Xiao Kai, I have a few things to deal with at the company, so I'll head off first. Take your time and have fun there. Oh right. Just in case the anesthetic wears off and she sees your face for safety, Sake, be sure not to take off her hood." Got it. Got it. Sis, you can trust me. Hee hee. Afterward, Yang Yi sent him the location. He smiled, then took out a brand new pinhole camera and installed it in the same spot where the previous camera had been. A lewd smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Tisk tisk tsk. This scene is too beautiful. I don't even dare to watch it, ha ha." Afterward, Yang Yi vanished from the place. Soon a luxury car appeared downstairs. Gao Kai stepped out of the car, his face full of excitement and a sly grin as he muttered to himself, "Yang, you bastard. I'm going to cuckold you this time. Huh." An indeterminate amount of time had passed before Gao, when finally regained consciousness from the anesthesia. She discovered that the ropes binding her had been removed at some point. She reached up and tore off the black hood covering her head, letting out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she realize her clothes had been changed into a different set, now stained and dirty. Gazing at the changes to her body, a cold sneer played upon her lips. Heh. He claimed he had no interest in me, yet in the end he gave in anyway. But this must never reach Zhang Xiaolong, she murmured. Then her expression darkened, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Yang, you dare defile me, and you shall pay the price. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, at a certain seafood wholesale market, one of the largest of its kind in the entire city, the market supervisor was named Zhang Xiaolong. Truth be told, he was little more than a triad thug in disguise. This market had been built up by his father years ago through sheer hard work. After his father's passing, all ownership of the market was handed down to his only son Zhang Xiaolong. Thus Zhang Xiaolong held absolute control over the seafood wholesale market. Beyond the monthly rent, there was a bewildering variety of additional fees: sanitation charges, storage fees, security fees, protection money, and even lighting usage fees. Every so often he would invent some pretext or another to extract money from the merchants. The amounts weren't exorbitant, but they were calculated precisely, enough to keep the merchants barely surviving, yet never allowing them to profit significantly. All the merchants harbored deep grievances against him behind his back, yet on the surface they maintained an outward show of respect. He commanded a large gang of hoodlums who carried out his bidding, and he seized this opportunity to establish a mid-tier street gang known as the Qinglong Society. At that moment, inside the Qinglong Society office, Zhang Xiaolong pulled on his trousers and fastened his belt before lighting a cigarette. On the bed sat Gao Wen, her face flushed with a ruddy glow. Zhang Xiaolong spoke in a detached tone. When are you saying someone bullied your younger brother, and in seeking revenge on his behalf you ended up being double-crossed and losing quite a few men? Gao Wen wore an expression of profound grievance. Yes, husband, you must do something for me. You have to help me kill him. Zhang Xiaolong nodded nonchalantly. Killing someone is hardly a problem, a trivial matter. But you mentioned he wields a desert eagle capable of firing multiple shots, and that does pique my interest. Gao Wen ground her teeth as she spoke. I have no idea how a mere college student could obtain such a weapon, but it was precisely that gun that cost those men their lives. It's fine. They were merely rootless thugs without families. Their deaths mean little. But when lately higher-ups have assigned us urgent missions, and I've dispatched most of my men on various operations. Personnel may be difficult to spare, so your revenge may need to wait a while. Gao Wen paused in surprise. Higher-ups? Don't they usually avoid assigning tasks to small gangs like ours? Why the sudden change? When Zhang Xiaolong referred to higher-ups, he was actually speaking of Tianhai City's true #1 criminal dynasty, the Zhiyuan Group. From its name alone, the group did not appear to be a traditional triad organization. In truth, they had long since undergone complete laundering of their image, transforming into one of Tianhai City's most prominent corporate conglomerates. With assets exceeding 10 billion, they were an undisputed economic titan. In its early days, Zhiyuan Group's chairman Qin Zhiyuan was nothing more than an ordinary street thug. Through relentless struggle and oceans of blood, he ultimately rose to become the undisputed kingpin who cast a shadow over the entirety of Tianhai City. Compared to Qin Zhiyuan or the Zhiyuan Group, an operation of Zhang Xiaolong's size couldn't even qualify as legitimate organized crime. At best, he was little more than a band of petty thugs. Zhang Xiaolong and his crew had long since been absorbed into the Zhiyuan Group, becoming an extension of their will, essentially acting as hired muscle, the unseen enforcers of the underworld. They typically handled the group's most unsavory business, intimidating stubborn homeowners who refused to relocate, eliminating enemies, and causing trouble for commercial rivals. Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, when you have no idea. Old Master Qin had a child in his old age, a daughter born when he was already past 50. She is his absolute treasure. I've never met her, but from what I've heard, she was spoiled rotten since childhood, utterly tyrannical and violent, stabbing anyone who crossed her. No one dares offend her. Gao Wen was visibly startled. No way, that can't be true. Could it be this exaggerated? Could our mission this time be connected to Old Master Qin's daughter? Indeed. A few days ago, Old Master Qin's daughter suddenly ran away from home for no discernible reason. Naturally, no one dared ask why. Old Master Qin was beside himself with worry, terrified she'd been kidnapped by old enemies. So he issued orders to all the smaller gangs under his control, commanding us to locate his daughter immediately, with a reward of 10 million yuan. Upon hearing the figure of 10 million, Gao Wen's heart immediately stirred. Her family's pharmaceutical company was currently facing serious difficulties, and that sum of money could truly solve their pressing crisis. She eagerly asked, Brother Long, do you have any photos of her? Perhaps I can assist in the search. Zhang Xiaolong nodded and retrieved a photograph from his chest pocket. Here, this is a photo of Old Master Qin's daughter Qin Xiao. But if you happen to find her, you must report her whereabouts to me immediately. I'll give you 2 million from the reward. Gao Wen cursed silently in her heart. Damn it, you get to fuck me every day, and now you're offering me 2 million. How can you even say that with a straight face? When I find her, I'm keeping that 10 million all to myself. Go fuck yourself. Yet Gao Wen's face remained perfectly composed, breaking into a gentle smile. Of course, I'll definitely hand over any information to you right away. As for the 2 million, forget it. I care about you, not your money. Taking the photograph Zhang Xiaolong offered her, Gao Wen's eyes fell upon it, and she was immediately startled by what she saw. The woman in the photograph was Qin Xiao. Her beauty was extraordinary, easily scoring a 95 out of 100. Her figure, however, was merely average, likely due to developmental factors. At best, she possessed a modest B-cup bust. Yet her neck and arms were covered in sprawling, flamboyant tattoos. A nose ring adorned her nostril, and a lip stud at the corner of her mouth symbolized her rebellious spirit. Her eyes were accentuated with heavy smoky makeup. She wore an all-black Gothic-style dress, and her hair was dyed half burgundy and half blue, styled into two exaggerated pigtails. Most striking of all was the small tuft of blue-violet hair at the edge of her forehead, which gave her an oddly untamed aura. Her expression radiated an arrogant, supremely confident arrogance. This woman, she looks absolutely begging for a beating. Gawain couldn't help but mutter. Chill. Word is everywhere that people are searching for her. She's a walking 10 million yuan. Under no circumstances can you leak any information about her, or more people will get involved, reducing our share of the reward, Zhang Xiaolong warned urgently. Don't worry, husband, Gawain replied with a smile. Back at his residence, Yang Yi returned home and first inspected his sprawling villa. Their construction progress was astonishingly rapid. Within barely over a month, they would be ready to move right in. All renovation materials used were top-tier, environmentally friendly products from around the world, completely free of any harmful substances. Yang Yi was highly satisfied. It seemed that with sufficient wealth, any problem could be solved effortlessly. With 5 months remaining before the apocalypse, time was still on his side. However, the issue of food remained unresolved. Although he could exchange points for world-class gourmet dishes, the cost was exorbitant. 100 points per dish, which was hardly affordable for everyday consumption. Even though Yang Yi now had access to the Phase 3 points mall stocked with abundant fresh pork, vegetables, and other ingredients, he simply couldn't cook. While Su Mei's culinary skills were decent, they remained mediocre at best, far removed from the realm of truly delicious. Was he really going to survive the apocalypse eating instant noodles day after day? Yang Yi pondered for a moment, recalling the Cloud Summit International restaurant he had visited with Su Ying and Su Dehai. As one of Tianhai City's premier dining establishments, the food had indeed been excellent. If he could recruit their chef to serve as his personal professional cook, that would be quite splendid. Yet the mere thought of the typical obese middle-aged chef with a thick neck and greasy demeanor made Yang Yi lose his appetite entirely. But it didn't matter. He would simply build the chef a small kennel to live in with the sole responsibility of preparing his meals. Yang Yi made up his mind and promptly set off for the Cloud Summit International restaurant. He then booked the most luxurious private dining room and ordered 3 signature dishes: a French course featuring Wellington steak, a Chinese course featuring Peking roasted duck, and an Italian-style dessert. Though each represented a different culinary tradition, it was evident that the chef's skill was truly exceptional. All 3 cuisines, each in its own style, had been executed to near-perfect mastery. Yang Yi nodded with great satisfaction, then called out to the waiter outside the door, "Go and fetch your head chef for me." The waiter appeared somewhat surprised, but complied, hurrying off to summon the restaurant's head chef. Yang Yi thought to himself, after all, a chef is just an employee. Even the most skilled chef might earn 1 or 2 million annually. If I offer 10 to 20 million as a salary, they'll come cook for me, and I can stop wasting valuable points on expensive meals. I'm absolutely brilliant. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a remarkably pleasant and melodious young woman's voice calling out, "May I ask who's looking for me?" Yang Yi turned around somewhat taken aback. At the door of the private room stood a girl with dyed blonde hair, dressed in a white chef's uniform. At the moment, however, her long blonde hair was completely covered by a layer of transparent netting. The girl looked 18 or 19 at most, much younger than Yang Yi. Her face was exceptionally beautiful, worthy of at least 94 points out of 100. Even compared with Su Ying and Zhang Yining, she was in no way inferior. Her skin was fair as snow, and together with her long blonde hair, she had a faintly European air about her. The key, however, was her figure. She wasn't tall, only moderate in height. But with the white chef's uniform she wore and her prominent high bosom, she cut a rather peculiar figure. Petite, yet blessed with a generous bust. Her looks, figure, age, temperament, even her hair color and facial expression, reminded Yang Yi of an anime he had once watched. It was Arina Nakiri, the heroine of Food Wars, whose resemblance to her was a staggering 99, almost as if she were that character brought to life. Yang Yi looked a bit surprised. "Huh, I'm looking for your head chef." The girl said coolly, "That would be me. May I ask what you wish to see me about?" Even Yang Yi could no longer keep a straight face. "What? You're the head chef?" The girl remained unmoved, hands on her hips, wearing an aloof expression. "What? Is there a problem?" Yang Yi smiled. "No problem. Could I speak with you alone for a moment?" The girl looked back at the assistants and servers beside her. "You may go now. Attend to your own duties." Everyone nodded deferentially and left the private room. The girl stepped inside alone. The expression she turned on Yang Yi carried a touch of coldness and aloofness, as though he were completely beneath her notice. "May I ask your name?" Yang Yi smiled. "I'm Ling Xiangxuan. Miss Ling, let me speak frankly. I think your culinary skills are quite good. Would you consider leaving this restaurant to serve as the executive chef of my company?" Yang Yi stated bluntly. Ling Xiangxuan was taken aback for a moment, then a trace of a mocking smile curled up at the corner of her mouth. "So it's about poaching me. How much are you prepared to offer me?" Yang Yi smiled. "However much Yunding International Restaurant pays you, I'll pay 10 times that." Ling Xiangxuan smiled. "You're not in the restaurant business, are you?" Yang Yi frowned slightly. What makes you say that? He was a little surprised. This girl seemed rather extraordinary. She had actually been able to tell at a glance that he wasn't in the restaurant industry. Ling Xiangxuan smiled. Very simple. If you worked in this industry, then after hearing my name you would know who I am, and you would also know that the owner of this restaurant is my father. Oh, who exactly are you? Ling Xiangxuan said with a composed, confident expression. I am the honorary chairwoman of the Tianhai Restaurant Association, the #1 chef in all of Tianhai, the youngest national special grade chef in history, and a dual certified master of both Chinese and Western cuisine. Since I started my career at the age of 6, I have never lost. To be frank, the chef who can surpass me hasn't even been born yet. Yang Yi was speechless. That was arrogant as hell. No wonder they said anyone in the restaurant business would know her. Not knowing her really would make one an ignoramus. However, since she was the daughter of this restaurant's owner, poaching her was basically impossible. She definitely wasn't short of money. This restaurant was Tianhai's most high-end dining establishment, and probably its most expensive one at that. It also had several branches throughout the city. Its annual revenue easily surpassed $1 billion yuan. This was going to be a problem. Was he going to leave empty-handed today? But where else could he find a chef with better skills than hers to cook for him? Not to mention she was a woman, and such an easy-on-the-eyes one at that. Even if she were to live in his house after the apocalypse, there would be nothing odd about it. For that reason alone, her value far exceeded any male chef's. Yang Yi could only cough twice. Ahem, I've actually been living abroad all this time. I don't know much about the restaurant industry at home, especially in Tianhai. So failing to recognize Chef Ling is only natural, right? Ling Xiangxuan smiled faintly. If that's the case, then there's nothing more for us to discuss. I'm sorry, but there are many things waiting for me in the kitchen. Goodbye. With that, Ling Xiangxuan rose to leave. Just then Yang Yi's lazy voice rang out from behind her. What a pity. She may be a remarkable chef, but she's still too young. Her control over the heat still isn't quite there. Ling Xiangxuan stopped and turned around saying coolly, does the gentleman know a better chef than me? You might as well ask them to come out and compete with me. Yang Yi smiled. He wasn't afraid of her competing, he had been afraid she wouldn't. Finally she'd taken the bait. He rose, reached up, and adjusted his collar. That chef is me. So, want to compete with me? Yang Yi looked confident and composed. At that moment footsteps sounded again from outside the private room. A bald, pot-bellied, heavy-set, middle-aged man hurried into the private room followed by a crowd of restaurant staff. The man said to Yang Yi apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. My daughter doesn't know any better. Please be magnanimous. The man was named Ling Yunji. He was Ling Xiangxuan's father, the owner of Yunding International Restaurant, and its previous executive chef. He had once been one of the finest chefs this city, and even this country, had ever produced. Later he handed down his craft in its entirety to his daughter, who had loved cooking since she was a child, and he stepped back into management to run the restaurant. Although his daughter's skills were still slightly inferior to his own, she was Ling Yunji's proudest and most accomplished student. He believed that it was only a matter of time before this gifted daughter surpassed him. But his daughter also had a serious flaw, an obsession, even a terrifying desire to win. Whenever anyone dared challenge her abilities, she would unhesitatingly crush them, and she took endless pleasure in doing so. In Tianhai, many celebrated chefs could no longer sit still when they learned that Ling Xiangxuan, only 18 years old, had obtained the title of Tianhai's #1 chef and become the honorary chairwoman of the Tianhai Restaurant Association. How could a mere young girl be worthy of such a lofty title? Did she look down on us old-timers who had built our reputations over the years? Did she really think that just because her father was impressive, she could bask in his glory? And so these famous chefs came to Yunding International Restaurant one after another, challenging Ling Xiangxuan. But after dozens of challenges, these old established chefs finally realized just what kind of monster they had provoked. Dozens of challenges, and Ling Xiangxuan won every last one. At first this should have been a source of pride for her father Ling Yunji. But some famous chefs, red-faced at losing to a young girl, couldn't swallow their pride, and began spreading rumors all around town. They claimed Ling Xiangxuan had won unfairly, saying that she had purchased expensive high-tech flavoring essences from abroad for seasoning. And these words did indeed affect Yunding International Restaurant's business. After that, Ling Yunji hurriedly suspended all challenge matches. Following the principle that trouble avoided is trouble best, he no longer allowed his daughter to accept any chef's challenge. In any case, no one was a match for her. But just now several helpers from the back kitchen had come to report that a customer wanted to poach his daughter. He knew that anyone who could dine here was either rich or a government official. Afraid of offending such a customer, he had hurried over to apologize in person. He hadn't expected to hear this customer say he wanted her to compete with him. Without a doubt, this customer was also a chef, someone who, just like all the previous challengers, refused to believe the odds. But why bother? How could anyone on earth be a match for my daughter? Ling Yunji quickly shook his head. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, but my daughter no longer accepts challenges. Please, I accept your challenge, Ling Xiangxuan declared with a challenging look. Ling Yunji was somewhat angry, turning to look at his daughter. Xiangxiang, how many times have I told you? You are not allowed to accept any more challenges. Ling Xiangxuan gave a proud smile. Father, I have already come of age. You have no right to interfere with my choices. My pride makes it clear to me I will show every person who challenges me what a true genius really is. Ling Yunji let out a sigh. Alas, this daughter of his was so far beyond ordinary genius, and her temperament was so unyielding that no one could ever bend her will. Ling Xiangxuan had achieved success at a young age, yet she had been subjected to so much doubt and speculation from her seniors that she had developed an abnormal obsession with recognition. She longed to defeat all those who doubted her and to make them willingly acknowledge her victory. Only then could her competitive nature find some satisfaction. Thus he had no choice but to turn to Yang Yi and say with some embarrassment, "Mr. Yang, how about this? If you two do compete later, we won't judge who wins or loses. You came here happy, so let's have you return happy. If my daughter approves of your cooking, then today's meal is on me. What do you say?" Ling Yunji's words were quite tactful. To put it bluntly, even if you lost, he would not give you a hard time. Without any judgment of victory or defeat, you could not be considered a loser. In his heart, this young man, never seen or heard of in the culinary world, was nothing but an egg dashing against a stone. With those skinny little shoulders of his, could he even flip a wok? Ling Xiangxuan smiled with confidence. Since this is a contest, it has to be decided by victory or defeat. Otherwise, what's the point? Yang Yi smiled. I agree. But Mr. Yang, we need a wager after all. Since you've bragged that you're better than me, you must be quite confident. Ling Xiangxuan smiled. Yang Yi nodded casually. Chef Ling is right. What wager do you want? What I want is simple. If you lose, you'll go to our hotel's kitchen and wash dishes for half a year. But don't worry, I'll pay you the standard wage. That shouldn't be unfair to you. How about it? Ling Yunji was alarmed, sweating profusely, and hurriedly tried to stop it. No, Mr. Yang, my daughter was only joking with you. This meal is my treat. Please just go home, will you? What the hell was he supposed to do if his daughter won? How could this possibly end well? Yang Yi laughed heartily. I like your style, Chef Ling. It's just like mine. I accept this wager. Ling Yunji was so angry, he nearly spat blood. This daughter of his was always causing him trouble. Ling Xiangxuan continued, Mr. Yang, you still haven't said what your wager is. What I want is simple. If I win, you'll come to my house and be my private chef for half a year. How about that? Ling Yunji sighed. He wasn't worried that his daughter would go to this Mr. Yang's house and be his chef for half a year, because the chef who could defeat his daughter truly hadn't been born yet. It's a deal. Then please follow me to the kitchen. We'll start right away. Ling Xiangxuan could hardly contain her excitement. Soon the group brought Yang Yi to the kitchen of Yunding International Restaurant. Quite a few waiters and kitchen staff, from prep cooks to assistants, gathered nearby to watch the excitement. Another clueless fool who doesn't know when he's outmatched. Who knows how many so-called master chefs have come. In the end, they all lost to our beautiful young Chef Ling. Don't they know that the only reason our Yunding International Restaurant has become the #1 restaurant in Tianhai City is our head Chef Ling? Absolutely ridiculous. The murmurs of the crowd rose one after another. Ling Xiangxuan led Yang Yi into the kitchen and said to him, Chef Yang, you can choose any of the cookware and ingredients here. What dish would you like to compete with me over? Yang Yi smiled. What dish are you best at, Miss Ling? Tianjing roast duck. All right, then we'll compete with roast duck. Ling Xiangxuan laughed. You're very brave, but I won't be modest. Since you want to challenge my signature dish, don't blame me for going all out. Having said that, Ling Xiangxuan walked over to the cookware and began to work. Yang Yi, however, said, I'm not used to people watching me cook. Do you have a private kitchen? I'm used to working alone. Ling Xiangxuan smiled. Of course we do. Then she pointed to a separate kitchen at the back. Chef Yang, let's set the time limit at 1 hour. After the hour is up, we'll swap the dishes at random and hand them to everyone present for a blind tasting and scoring. No one will know which dish you made. Is that all right? Yang Yi nodded. Very fair. With that, he walked into the private kitchen and locked the door behind him. He set a countdown timer on his phone. An hour later, Yang Yi simply spent 100 points to redeem a plate of the world's finest delicacy, Tianjing roast duck, from the system space. Ling Xiangxuan's roast duck was already finished, and Yang Yi opened the kitchen door and walked out at almost the exact same time as she did. Yang Yi carried a plate of Tianjing roast duck that had already been sliced. The two roast ducks looked almost exactly the same. Judging only by appearance, there was virtually no difference. This made Ling Xiangxuan somewhat surprised. Chef Yang, it seems I underestimated you before. I didn't think you actually had some real skill. Yang Yi smiled. The same appearance doesn't mean the same taste. Come on, let's take them out and see which is which. The two walked out together, each holding a plate of roast duck. Outside, a crowd had already gathered, and Ling Yunji was waiting there too. Seeing the two come out at the same time, he rubbed his hands together a little awkwardly. Would you let me have the first taste? Yang Yi smiled. Of course. Pick either one. The duck in our hands might not be the one we made ourselves, it could be the other person's. Ling Yunji nodded and first picked a piece of roast duck skin from Yang Yi's plate, tasting it. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Incredible. A delicacy of the world. He was full of praise as he ate. This duck was simply too delicious. A faint smug smile appeared at the corner of Ling Xiangxuan's mouth. Actually, she had just swapped plates with Yang Yi. In other words, the duck on Yang Yi's plate was the one she had made. Then Ling Yunji picked up his chopsticks and took a piece from his daughter Ling Xiangxuan's plate. He put it into his mouth. Crunch. It was like a volcanic eruption. His taste buds were conquered in an instant. His mouth went slack, and he stood there completely dumbfounded. He looked at his daughter and murmured, "Xiang. When did you learn to make something so extraordinary? I never taught you." He instinctively felt that this bite of duck was his daughter's masterpiece, because compared with this plate, the piece he had just eaten was merely passable. There was simply no comparison. At this level, never mind Xiang. Even he himself couldn't have made it. The smile on Ling Xiaoxuan's face froze. She promptly picked up her chopsticks, took a piece from her own plate, and put it into her mouth. For a moment, she was stunned as well. No. Impossible. The next second, she gently set down the plate in her hands, her eyes full of dejection. She lowered her head and said to Yang Yi, "I lost." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Huh? How did Miss Ling surrender before even serving us her dishes? Impossible, surely. Ling Xiaoyun walked up to Yang Yi, gazing at him with profound curiosity. "To be honest, judging from your aura, I never believed you were a professional chef. However, your roast duck has completely conquered me. I admit there is still a gap between us." Ling Yunji walked to his daughter, patting her shoulder gently. "Xiang, there is always someone stronger, and beyond every peak lies another. The skill of this master chef Yang is such that even I cannot compare despite decades in the industry. Never have I tasted such a perfect roast duck." Seeing his daughter concede defeat, Ling Yunji felt no sorrow. Instead, he believed his daughter had truly grown. She had finally encountered someone far superior to herself. It was time to temper her arrogance. A good thing. Ling Xiaoyun gazed at Yang Yi and spoke with solemn gravity. "Master Chef Yang, I wish to take you as my teacher. May I?" Yang Yi was immediately flustered. "Damn it, with my level to become your master. I cannot even fry an egg properly, yet I would teach a genius chef. Though that victory just now had something to do with the scoring system, everything I have achieved in this life is through my own hard work. After all, my points were earned through my own efforts in conquering challenges." Yang Yi cleared his throat. "No problem. However, I have one principle when accepting disciples. Regardless of anything else, you must first serve as my personal chef for half a year. Only after the 6-month trial period ends will I consider whether to officially take you as my disciple." Ling Xiaoyun smiled charmingly. "All right, I'll go pack my things and follow you." Ling Yunji laughed too. "Daughter, go with peace of mind. The shop will be taken care of by me. I look forward to your triumphant return once you've mastered your craft." Afterward, Yang Yi brought Ling Xiaoyun back to Sumei's home. When Sumei saw Yang Yi bringing home a young girl, she showed no surprise whatsoever, simply welcoming her with a warm smile. In the evening, when Ling Xiaoyun emerged carrying several plates of dishes she had stir-fried, Sumei was astounded. This skill is simply invincible. Yang Yi was equally pleased with this 18-year-old girl. As for half a year later, when the apocalypse arrives, by then it would be impossible to drive her away, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Shortly after dinner, Yang Yi's phone rang. It was Zhao Guoping calling. "Hello, Mr. Yang. I received a strange call today. It seemed to be from a female scientist, and she specifically asked for you by name. Would you like to meet her?" Yang Yi was somewhat puzzled. "A scientist? Looking for me? Are you serious?" Yes, this woman kept going on about the end of the world, extreme weather changes and such. It sounded incredibly far-fetched. I initially thought it was a scam, so I had my people investigate. Turns out this woman was actually nominated for the Nobel Prize last year. That's why I rushed to call you, sir. Yang Yi stood there in a daze. A scientist, a Nobel Prize nomination. The significance requires no elaboration. Though she didn't win the prize, just receiving a nomination was already remarkable. Yang Yi estimated this female scientist to be at least 50 to 60 years old. And what she said about the apocalypse and extreme weather changes had caught Yang Yi's attention. As a reborn survivor who had experienced the apocalyptic extreme heat in his previous life, Yang Yi understood perfectly that whoever could obtain advanced information about the apocalypse would survive when it arrived. This female scientist was absolutely extraordinary. She might possess much information he was unaware of. He must meet her. He absolutely had to meet her. All right, arrange it immediately. I'm going to meet this scientist right away. Zhao Guoping paused on the other end of the line. Well, Mr. Yang, there's one thing. This woman seems somewhat arrogant. She insists that you come to the location she designated. No problem. Where is it? Jianyuan Street, Starry Sky Space Bar. A bar. A scientist wants to meet me at a bar. Yang Yi was dumbfounded. He had expected this female scientist to arrange a meeting at a cafe or tea house, never imagining it would be at a bar. Quite peculiar indeed. Nonetheless, Yang Yi did not dwell on it much. He was now eager to meet this scientist. Soon Yang Yi arrived at the designated location. Jianyuan Street, Starry Sky Space Bar. One of the largest and most luxurious bars in Tianhai City. Neon lights flickered, countless men and women danced in the pool, revelry abounded, and pulsing music constantly assaulted the ears, making them ache. Yang Yi actually did not enjoy such noisy, chaotic places. He found his pre-booked seat, table 66. This was where the female scientist with the surname Lin had arranged to meet. However, there was no scientist ant here. Only a stunningly beautiful young woman sat on the sofa, lighting a slender lady's cigarette. Her appearance was exceptionally beautiful, at least a 92 out of 100. with wine-red curly waves cascading down. Though not spectacular, her chest was at least a D-cup, perfectly proportioned. Her expression carried a hint of pride and nonchalance, as if all people and things were beyond her line of sight. She sat on the sofa with legs crossed, looking like a sophisticated socialite. Yang Yi frowned. Did you sit at the wrong table? The woman exhaled smoke and smiled faintly. Mr. Yang, you are not mistaken, nor am I. I am the person you came to meet. My name is Lin Shuyu. Yang Yi was taken aback. So Dr. Lin is actually this young. I thought you would be an old auntie in your 50s or 60s. Yang Yi internally gasped. This woman looked no more than 27 or 28 at most, yet she was a top scientist nominated for the Nobel Prize. Holy crap. I simply learned faster than ordinary people. No need to be so surprised, Mr. Yang. Yang Yi smiled, then decisively sat down. Dr. Lin, I never expected a renowned scientist like yourself to choose a bar as our meeting place. Lin Shuyu scanned the surrounding revelers with her eyes and smiled. The people here are very pure. One might also say they are all common folk concerned only with their own enjoyment. No one pays attention to others' conversations, so I need not worry about eavesdroppers. Yang Yi laughed and nodded in agreement, then said, Dr. Lin, let's cut to the chase. I want to know about this matter of the apocalypse you mentioned. Lin Shuyu extinguished her cigarette and lit another, explaining in detail. Simple. This world is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. One might say the apocalypse is approaching. I know, Mr. Yang, that you are a wealthy person, so I wish to sell you this intelligence and exchange it for some money. The corner of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. And why would you think I would believe your nonsense? The apocalypse. That's a load of crap. I don't believe a single word. Lin Shuyu smiled. Whether you believe it or not does not affect whether the apocalypse will actually arrive. Mr. Yang, you simply need to tell me. Are you willing to spend a small sum to purchase this information that could affect your entire life? How much do you want? 100 million. That's cheap. I'll take it. Lin Shuyu was somewhat surprised. She paused for a moment. Yes, President Yang, I actually only need 80 million. When I mentioned 100 million, I was hoping you would negotiate the price down. Yang Yi shook his head. At such a low price, what is there to negotiate? Tell me about it. Consider it a story. Lin Shuyu smiled and began to recount her story. I am a scientist at the National Academy of High Energy Physics. Since earning my doctoral degree at 12, I have dedicated myself to high energy physics research for nearly 16 years. 2 years ago, I discovered that solar radiation was undergoing subtle mutations, variations so minute they were virtually imperceptible. However, through a series of precise calculations, I determined that this mutation would eventually surge dramatically, and once it reached its critical threshold, the Earth would face catastrophic destruction. Last year, I submitted this report to the International Nobel Committee, and they nominated it for consideration. However, those arrogant foreign scholars dismissed my research as mere nonsense existing only in theory. After being rejected by the Nobel Committee, the state also terminated my research, deeming it worthless, and transferred me to geological studies. But my research cannot stop. Perhaps through my work I can save this world. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted. Hold on. Dr. Lin, it appears you overestimate yourself. This world does not need saving by someone like you, nor could you possibly save it. Lin Shuyu grew somewhat agitated. Why not? With only 80 million, I can purchase the high-precision measuring equipment I need. What I've calculated so far is merely a rough estimate, not yet refined to hours and minutes, and the reliability of my predictions isn't particularly strong. Once I complete extended calculations and achieve 99% reliability, the state will surely recognize the value of my research. My work will not be in vain. Yang Yi smiled. Let me guess. Approximately, when did your calculations indicate? Lin Shuyu paused slightly. My. President Yang has interest in this as well. I assumed men of means like you spent your days on women and wine. But President Yang, I cannot disclose the specific timeline. Once you know when it occurs and decide not to fund my research, I have no leverage over you. Therefore, I will share that information only after payment is made. Yang Yi laughed heartily. Slightly interested him. Let me guess. Your calculated apocalypse date falls in December of this year, doesn't it? Upon hearing these words, Lin Shuyu froze, completely paralyzed with shock. She remained utterly stunned until the burning of her cigarette against her fingers snapped her back to reality. No, that's impossible. How could you possibly know? No one besides me is aware of my research. Lin Shuyu said in utter disbelief. The world is vast and full of wonders. This is merely an ordinary matter to me, Yang Yi replied with a smile. It seems you won't be providing me with funding, correct? How does my knowledge of this relate to whether or not I give you money? Besides, with the apocalypse drawing near, money will lose all value soon enough. Nevertheless, the 100 million I owe you will be paid in full, not a single cent less. Yang Yi stated calmly. Lin Shuyu's expression conveyed profound astonishment. She regarded the enigmatic figure before her, President Yang, with an intricate mix of emotions. Thank you, President Yang. I'll need to secure a larger facility to house my equipment and continue my research. Yang Yi laughed aloud. I can provide a space as well, no charge of course. My residence is quite spacious. I believe it will accommodate your equipment. Lin Shuyu was deeply moved. Thank you, President Yang. By the way, let me share some additional findings from my research. Oh, do go on. Essentially, the core issue revolves around solar radiation mutation. Through my research, I discovered that Earth will ultimately experience intensified greenhouse effects, and solar radiation can trigger genetic mutations in humanity. These words stirred something within Yang Yi. Genetic mutation. Indeed. In simpler terms, it could transform certain individuals into superhumans, immune to fire and water, even capable of sprouting wings to fly and move through earth and sky. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's heart was profoundly shaken. In his previous life, he had experienced the apocalypse, albeit for merely a month. His understanding of the apocalypse's specifics was limited. He had only witnessed its early stages. He had never known that solar radiation during the catastrophe would cause human mutation. Lin Shuyu's research findings undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for Yang Yi. So this apocalypse was far more complex than mere rising temperatures. Perhaps countless superhumans would emerge. Would his safe house remain secure under such circumstances? Yang Yi immediately asked Dr. Lin, I'd like to know, how long after the apocalypse would these genetic mutations typically manifest? Lin Shuyu shook her head. I cannot say for certain. It might occur on the second day of the apocalypse, or perhaps a year later. I'm currently researching this aspect, though it will require time. All right. It's settled then. You'll reside at my home from now on. As for research funding, I'll provide whatever you need without any ceiling. Lin Shuyu's eyes brightened. President Yang, thank you. I'll return home to pack my belongings and await your instruction. Yes, I will contact you once my residence is renovated. Very well. Lin Shuyu nodded and departed. Yang Yi remained alone on the sofa, lost in contemplation. Soon after, several burly men arrived without preamble and took seats on Yang Yi's sofa. Brother, you're Yang Yi, correct? The speaker was a bald man with a brutal face and grotesque tattoos on his scalp, giving him a menacing appearance. Yang Yi stated flatly, I'll give you 3 seconds to leave my sight. A burst of laughter erupted from the group of burly men. The bald man yanked open his shirt to reveal a black handgun concealed beneath. Still talking tough? Do you even know who we are? Come quietly with us. Our boss wants to meet you. Time's up, Yang Yi said coldly. What time's up? The bald man looked somewhat puzzled. Bang. Yang Yi rose and delivered a flying kick, sending the bald man tumbling several meters away. Silence instantly descended upon the bar. Everyone's gaze fixed upon the female police officer. She wore civilian clothes, her hair dyed blue, looking nothing like a police officer at all, more like a street hoodlum. At this moment, she held a police-issue handgun aimed squarely at the several strong men beside Yang Yi, her expression utterly serious. She possessed striking beauty, elegant nose, oval face, slender waist, ample bust, clad in a tight-fitting street punk leather jacket exuding an aura of heroic valor. Yang Yi acutely discerned from her demeanor and bearing that she was unequivocally a police officer. She had deliberately disguised herself as such, her purpose undoubtedly to go undercover for a case. Her features struck Yang Yi as oddly familiar, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Suddenly it came to him. This woman, who was she? Across all of Tianhai City, a female police officer, and one so beautiful. There was only one person. That was the police flower Su Yi. In an instant, Yang Yi recalled everything about her. In his previous life, this female police officer's deeds were known by every soul. In the days before the apocalypse, she went undercover in a drug den, and though initially successful, she was betrayed by an informant working for another drug trafficker. The drug lord cornered her on the rooftop, intending to rape her. Yet she, who valued chastity above all else, chose to end her life by leaping from the building. Su Yi, who had barely 2 years in service, sacrificed herself on the anti-drug front lines. In the end, citizens from the entire city spontaneously gathered for her memorial, offering countless flowers, with mourners numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Yang Yi of the previous world was among them. In his life, Yang Yi had only ever revered 3 types of people: anti-drug police officers, soldiers, and firefighters. Beholding her now lively and present here for reasons unknown, Yang Yi felt an unexpected surge of joy. She was among the rare few who could evoke within Yang Yi a glimmer of human nobility. Su Yi raised her handgun, approached the bald man, and nudged his waist with her foot. Don't move. Show me what you've got. The bald man nearly wet himself in terror, trembling as he produced the handgun from behind him. Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. This gun is a replica. It can't fire any bullets. Su Yi cautiously accepted the gun he offered. She examined it meticulously twice over. Then her brow furrowed deeply. It truly was a replica gun. No good. Her cover had already been blown. At this moment, 2 other male officers in plain clothes walked over from the side. Captain Su, what do we do? Seems like we targeted the wrong person. Su Yi spoke with remarkable composure. No rush. Quickly seal off this bar. They must still be here. Don't let a single soul walk out. Understood, Captain Su. Do watch your own safety as well. The 2 male officers walked to the bar's entrance and exit, then bellowed at everyone present. Please remain where you are and do not leave. Cooperate with the police investigation. Every man and woman in the venue instantly complied, the place falling into absolute silence. Baozi, come with me to close the door. Let's not rush to evacuate the crowd, otherwise it will become too chaotic later, and that person will definitely seize the chance to escape. We've gone to great lengths to set up this operation. We can't let Captain Su's efforts be in vain. Yes, Captain Zhang. The officer nicknamed Baozi nodded. With that, the two walked together toward the entrance, preparing to seal the bar completely. Suddenly, two figures burst forth from the shadows at lightning speed. The two men launched flying kicks at Baozi and Captain Zhang, sending them hurtling out of the bar. Bang! The bar's entrance slammed shut with a thunderous boom, then was locked tight. Open the door. Open it now. Oh no. Captain Su is still inside. Baozi and Captain Zhang frantically paced about like ants on a hot walk, yet utterly powerless, forced to watch themselves locked outside. At this moment, absolute chaos erupted inside the bar. People began fleeing in all directions without direction. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. 7 or 8 men who looked like troublemakers emerged onto the bar stage. One of them even held a handgun. Everyone shut the hell up. Otherwise I'll blow your brains out. The crowd immediately fell silent, all huddled in place, trembling uncontrollably. The man with the gun was impossibly gaunt, resembling a monkey with dark circles ringing his eyes and pallid skin. Clearly a veteran drug addict through and through. He walked up to Yang Yi's booth with the gun, then grinned at Su Yi. Oh, aren't you that little lady who came to buy drugs a few days ago? Turns out you're actually a cop. Heh. A few days prior, Su Yi had disguised herself as a drug user, and through a contacts arrangement came here to purchase narcotics, intending to round up this drug trafficking ring in one sweep. Unexpectedly, the other party proved more cunning than she'd anticipated. The person conducting the transaction wasn't their boss, just a mere minion. Su Yi rejected the deal outright, and told the lackey she would return in a few days to make a larger purchase. The meeting point was this bar. Su Yi had learned the drug ring's leader possessed a handgun. When she saw the bald man earlier using a gun to threaten Yang Yi, she instinctively assumed he was the drug trafficker. Never did she imagine she would end up exposing her own position through this misidentification. Su Yi stood her ground against the drug lord, handgun raised, speaking with perfect calm. Put down your gun now and crouch on the ground with your hands on your head. I can consider your actions as voluntary surrender and treat you leniently. The thin man burst into laughter. You bitch. What are you thinking? Everyone in our line of work faces dozens of death sentences. How much lighter could lenient possibly get? You think you can scare me? Su Yi's expression darkened. Fine then. Let's make a deal. I'll let you escape from here, but release everyone present. She understood that everyone here had already become hostages in the drug lord's hands. Her own situation was extremely dire. The thin man smirked faintly. Officer, this isn't the time for you to be making demands. The one with the leverage here is me. I'll count to 3. Hand over your handgun, and I promise not to give the others any trouble. Su Yi fell silent. Surrendering the gun now would be no different from severing her own arms, yet refusing to hand it over would put everyone present in danger. What should she do? Hurry up. Don't test my patience. I have a limit, you know. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand it over, I'll pick someone at random to kill. The thin man sneered. 1, 2. Wait. I'll hand it over. Su Yi urgently called for a halt. She then tossed her handgun toward them. One of the thin man's subordinates caught the handgun. At this moment, the wail of police sirens rose up outside the bar. Damn it. This bitch called for reinforcements. The thin man rushed directly to Su Yi's side, grabbing her by the throat with one hand, while pressing the gun against her temple with the other. The subordinate panicked. Boss, what do we do? We've got 2 guns. Quick, grab another hostage. Who should we take? The subordinate urgently asked. The thin man glanced at Yang Yi, who sat calmly and composedly beside him. You. The subordinate approached with the gun, aiming it directly at Yang Yi. Bang. The bar's entrance was shattered open by the police battering ram. Boss, what should we do? One of the thin man's subordinates urged anxiously. Police officers in full tactical gear had rushed into the bar. They quickly evacuated all the bystanders. Baozi and Deputy Captain Zhang watched with visible tension the hostage officer Su Yi. A middle-aged police officer who appeared to be in charge picked up a megaphone and shouted, "Put down your guns, and you'll get leniency." The drug lord known as the Thin Man urgently yelled back, "Shut your mouths. I've got 2 hostages right now. Get me a van immediately, or I'll kill them. Don't do anything rash." "No problem, I'll get you that van right away," the police commander pleaded. Soon a Wuling Hongguang van pulled up at the bar's entrance. Several drug dealers escorted Su Yi and Yang Yi onto the van. Shortly after, they drove to an old dilapidated house in the suburbs. The thin man locked Su Yi and Yang Yi in a room and posted 2 of his men with a pistol to guard them. Su Yi said to Yang Yi with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry I dragged you into this mess. You shouldn't have gotten involved." Yang Yi smiled lightly, brushing it off. "Not bad. Being with a beautiful woman like you makes it bearable." Su Yi was somewhat surprised. At a time like this, he still had the mind to make jokes like that. "Aren't you afraid?" Su Yi asked. "Afraid of what? A missed head leaves only a bowl-sized scar. Whether I die early or late, it's going to happen. What's there to fear?" Yang Yi smiled faintly. His optimistic attitude instantly affected Su Yuyi. Unexpectedly, this man could still speak so calmly and nonchalantly under the circumstances. Su Yuyi smiled at him. If there's a confrontation later, you must protect your own safety. Easy enough. Officer Su, you'd better take care of yourself. Yang Yi said with a faint smile. Su Yuyi nodded, slightly moved. Suddenly, she seemed to have remembered something. Hey, how did you know my surname? Guessed it. Yang Yi laughed it off. All right then, what's your name? Yang Yi. After a few minutes, one of the subordinates holding binoculars ran over anxiously. Bad news, boss. I saw those cops following us. The drug lords suddenly became flustered. Impossible. We took the suburbs places without surveillance. How could they possibly know? At this point, Yang Yi smiled. Brothers want to know why. The thin man looked up at Yang Yi, then picked up his pistol and walked over. You tell me why. Yang Yi said calmly, I'll give you some advice. Let this female officer go. The thin man laughed. Let her go because you say so. Who the hell are you to give orders? Fuck. The others burst into hearty laughter. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. Do you know why you're being followed? Because this female officer has a tracker implanted in her body. As long as you're with her, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you'll still be tracked down. These words left everyone stunned, including Su Yuyi. She paused for a moment. How could this be? How could there possibly be some so-called tracker inside her body? Nonsense. But in an instant she understood. Yang Yi was saving her. Su Yuyi was deeply touched inside. She had wanted to refuse Yang Yi's kindness, but on careful thought, if she revealed the truth, wouldn't she be betraying his good intentions? The most crucial thing was if she told the truth, neither of them would escape. It would be better to go along with his plan, get out quickly, and then call for backup to rescue him. The thin man turned his head and looked coldly at Su Yuyi. Officer, is this kid telling the truth? Su Yuyi's gaze met Yang Yi's, finding him smiling at her. Then she made up her mind. Pretending to be slightly angry, Humph. I didn't expect you to discover it. So what if you did? Yang Yi smiled approvingly and said to the thin man, letting her go poses less risk for you. At least the pressure from the police would be lessened. I promise. I can become your hostage and flee with you until you completely shake off the police. The thin man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. All right, brothers, let this woman go. Let's make a run for it. Roger that, boss. Having said that, one of the henchmen quickly escorted Su Yuyi downstairs. At this moment, Yang Yi's system notification flashed. Target conquered. Su Yuyi conquest value, 20. Current progress, 20,100. Before leaving, Su Yuyi shot Yang Yi a grateful glance, while secretly resolving to quickly call for reinforcements to rescue him. Soon after, Su Yuyi was released and left the place. After a few minutes, the thin man thought it over and felt uneasy. We can't stay here. We need to change locations quickly to shake off the police pursuit. Yet Yang Yi actually broke free from his ropes and stood up from the chair. He stretched comfortably. I'm tired of sitting. Time to work. The thin man looked at him in astonishment and quickly pointed his pistol at Yang Yi. What the hell? When did you break free from those ropes? With your IQ, you dare to play hostage-taking? Pathetic. Yang Yi's face was full of mockery. Damn it, we've been tricked. Die. The thin man, furious and humiliated, decisively opened fire. Su Yuyi had barely been gone for a few minutes when she found the police's hiding spot. They crouched behind an abandoned tin shed, quietly waiting for any sounds from the building where the hostages were being held. Unexpectedly, they saw Su Yuyi returning alone. Deputy Captain Zhang and Baozi hurried over to meet her. Captain Su, you? How are you back here alone? Su Yuyi shook her head with great concern. We don't have time to explain. We must hurry back to rescue him. That civilian hostage is still in there. He saved me, and I'm afraid those drug dealers might sense something is wrong and kill him. Deputy Captain Zhang said somewhat impatiently. Captain Su, since you're back, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time to wait them out. Hostage situations aren't resolved in 3 or 5 minutes. No, we must act immediately right now. Su Yuyi issued an unquestionable order. Her heart was filled with worry for the man who had saved her, Yang Yi. She was afraid he might lose his life because of her. Move out immediately. Su Yuyi ordered again. Then she led Deputy Captain Zhang Baozi and several task force members quietly approaching the square. Wait for my signal. We'll storm the building. They only have 2 guns. We have a chance. Su Yuyi immediately instructed. Copy that. Su Yuyi immediately led her team to prepare for the assault. Suddenly they heard it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots. Su Yuyi's face fell, her heart skipped a beat, and she appeared somewhat panicked. No, they're firing. Su Yuyi charged up the flatbed building like a madwoman, disregarding all danger. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. It's my fault. If I had known, I would never have left. Her heart was filled with guilt toward Yang Yi. Soon she and the others arrived at the iron door of the room where Yang Yi had been held hostage. Su Yuyi's heart pounded. She was terrified of what she might see behind that door. If she found his corpse, she would carry this shadow for the rest of her life, unable to escape it. However, there was no sound from within. Su Yuyi decisively signaled. Action! Bang! The iron door was kicked open. Su Yuyi immediately raised her pistol and aimed into the room. But the scene inside froze her in shock. Corpses. The entire room was filled with corpses. Every corpse died with eyes wide open, their expressions filled with intense terror and disbelief, as though they had witnessed something they should never have seen. Yang, where are you? Su Yi had no time to ponder. She immediately began searching for traces of Yang, but there was none. He had vanished as if he had evaporated from this world. Deputy Captain Zhang and the others rushed in and were utterly stunned by what they saw. How could this be? Su Yi shook her head, her spirit somewhat crushed. I think I understand why now. Those drug dealers must have had superiors above them. This whole group was silenced, and Yang Yi was surely captured by them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had already returned to his home. Dealing with a handful of drug dealers was as simple as killing a chicken for him. Tianhai City, a certain seafood wholesale market. Brother Long. Terrible news. The monkey's hideout has been raided by the police. A subordinate in a flustered state rushed to Zhang Xiaolong to report. The thin drug dealer previously pursued by Su Yi was one of Zhang Xiaolong's subordinates, contributing substantial funds to him. Zhang Xiaolong's expression darkened. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? That bastard monkey won't have ratted us out, will he? The subordinate looked deeply worried. I'm not sure about that, but monkey's head got addled from too much drinking. I suspect those police officers probably coaxed the information out of him with just a few words. Damn, this is getting complicated. Zhang Xiaolong was losing his composure. At this moment, Gao Wen sitting beside him spoke calmly. Husband, I think monkey will definitely betray us. But we can't just sit here and wait for death. Wen, what should we do? Gao Wen turned and asked the subordinate. Which officer is handling this case? I just received word from the drone. It seems a female officer named Su Yi is specially handling this case. Gao Wen smiled. Then this is easy. Just kill her and destroy all the evidence, and we can walk away clean. Zhang Xiaolong's face darkened. Right. Kill her. If we get caught, the death penalty is unavoidable anyway. Why not take a gamble? The subordinate hurriedly said, I just received fresh intelligence. They say that Su Yi was shot by Monkey and his crew and is currently being treated in the inpatient ward of Tianhai City's First People's Hospital. Zhang Xiaolong laughed heartily. What a perfect opportunity. Heaven is helping us. Arrange for your brothers right away and eliminate her. All right, Brother Long. Zhang Xiaolong's face turned grim. Hopefully this succeeds, otherwise we're in serious trouble. He knew full well how dangerous it was to murder a police officer to silence her. Once exposed, being arrested would be the least of his worries. It might even provoke the military to launch a direct armed suppression against him. After all, catching criminals requires evidence, but counterterrorism only needs a name and coordinates. No matter how formidable he thought himself, he had never dared to imagine confronting the armed forces. Just then Gao Wen's eyes darted thoughtfully. Husband, I know what you're worried about. Actually, there's a better way to handle this. Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Oh, Wen, tell me. This is simple enough. My younger brother has an enemy named Yang Yi. You know him, right? I have a way to lure him to that hospital. After killing the police officer, we can frame him for it. This way we achieve two objectives with one stroke. No one will come after us, and that kid will be sent to prison. A hint of sinister resentment played across Gao Wen's face, creating a sharp contrast with her beautiful features. Is that really possible? Wen, go do it right away. Don't worry, I've already planned everything. That evening, Yang Yi sat alone at home with many delicious dishes made by Ling Xiangshuan placed before him. Though her cooking skills certainly couldn't match the top-tier gourmet dishes from the system exchange, hers was already considered outstanding. Yang Yi was enjoying his meal alone when his phone suddenly rang. It was his old classmate Su Tao calling. This Su Tao was the classmate who had called at the very beginning of Yang Yi's rebirth to tip him off that Lu Feifei had gone to a hotel room with someone else. During this recent period, Yang Yi hadn't returned to school and had barely maintained contact with him. This scheming kid Yang Yi had no intention of keeping close ties with. Hey, old Yang, you haven't been back to school for ages. What you been up to lately? Making money, Yang Yi replied with a smile. Come on, someone like you getting rich. By the way, let me tell you something. Your goddess Lu Feifei seems to have been hospitalized. What does that have to do with me? Are you stupid? Such a great opportunity, aren't you going to make yourself useful? If you don't go, then I will. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment. This Su Tao, something seemed off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but the guy's intentions felt too pointed, as if he were subtly hinting for Yang Yi to go to the hospital, setting a trap. But it didn't matter. Yang Yi wanted to see what this kid was actually up to. All right, then I'll get ready and head over right away. Thanks for the heads up. Su Tao chuckled. Don't mention it, bro. If you manage to win over Lu Feifei, you're treating me to a meal. No problem, talk to you later. After that, Su Tao sent an address to Yang Yi, Tianhai City First People's Hospital Inpatient Department 6th floor room 613. Yang Yi glanced at the address and didn't think much of it. He promptly left and headed toward the location. Tianhai City First People's Hospital Inpatient Department 6th floor room 613. This was an independent ward. On the hospital bed lay a beautiful female patient. At this moment, she seemed to have fallen into a deep coma, like an elegant sleeping beauty, peaceful and serene. This patient was none other than Su Yi. She wasn't actually injured or ill. Today she had devised a desperate scheme. In order to catch the mastermind behind those drug dealers who had silenced their own people, she chose to leak false information through the drug dealers' informants. The message implied she had suffered severe injuries and was hospitalized. This way the drug dealers' superiors would likely come to eliminate her. Though extremely dangerous, it was the most effective method. To avoid tipping off the enemy, this plan was known only to her. She hadn't called any colleagues to provide covert protection. At this moment she lay on the hospital bed like a sleeping beauty. However, hidden beneath the blankets beside her hand was a fully loaded pistol ready for action at any moment. If someone opened the door and entered, they would undoubtedly be the drug dealer's superior who had received the tip to silence her. Her expression appeared calm, but inside she was somewhat anxious. Click. The sound of the ward door handle being twisted echoed through the room. Su Yi's alertness immediately sharpened to its peak. Her hand gently rested on the pistol, waiting for the intruder to enter. She slightly opened her eyes, wanting to see who had come. But the person pushing through the door made her heart skip a beat. It was none other than Yang Yi. Su Yi's tears nearly spilled over. Why could it be you? With her rich experience in investigating cases, she instantly understood everything. No wonder Yang Yi happened to appear at that bar, and was then so conveniently grabbed by that group of drug traffickers as a hostage. Later, when he was tied up in that bungalow alongside her, he was unexpectedly so calm and composed. He seemed completely unafraid of those drug traffickers brandishing guns. This hardly resembled an ordinary citizen held hostage by drug traffickers. What stood out most was how he casually offered a seemingly nonsensical excuse to the thin monkey, yet that thug actually fell for it. It made sense now. He deliberately sent her away, so he could eliminate the drug traffickers and silence them, ensuring she'd become his witness and accomplice. So this entire scheme was orchestrated by Yang Yi. And there was one crucial detail. Su Yi had only shared her fabricated story about being hospitalized with serious injuries to a handful of police informants. Aside from those drug traffickers, absolutely no one else knew which hospital or room she was in, not even her colleagues. He was the mastermind behind the drug trafficking operation. Otherwise, nothing would make sense. Yang Yi, you've completely shattered my trust. Su Yi's heart pounded like she'd been struck by a massive hammer, her entire body trembling slightly. She watched as Yang Yi approached her step by step. Unable to bear the weight of her vulnerability any longer, Su Yi decisively reached into the blanket and grabbed the concealed pistol. She sat up, abruptly pointing the gun directly at him. Yang Yi, tell me why. Her face twisted with madness as though some deep faith within her had been shattered. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was equally stunned. He never anticipated that the patient lying in this hospital bed would be his old acquaintance, Su Yi. What the hell is going on? Suddenly a system voice echoed in his mind. Conquest target, Su Yi. Conquest value, -20 current progress, 0-100. Damn it. Yang Yi's mind was in complete chaos. He had no idea what was happening. So he immediately asked, Officer Su, what do you mean by pointing a gun at me? Su Yi sneered coldly. Stop pretending. You're the real mastermind behind everything. Raise your hands above your head and get down on the ground now. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Let me explain. I won't listen. Nothing you say matters now. You're just a sinister, deceitful hypocrite. Tears swam in Su Yi's eyes. In that moment, she had only one thought: arrest Yang Yi and bring him to justice. As Yang Yi tried to explain, the doorknob rattled again. A mysterious young man with a covered face entered the room and locked the door behind him. Su Yi asked in astonishment, Who are you? The man himself looked confused. According to their plan, Su Yi should have been unconscious at this point. Why was she holding a gun aimed at him? And the second key figure, Yang Yi, was also present. But the masked man quickly recovered his composure. His mind still worked well enough to think on his feet. He grinned at Yang Yi and said, Boss Yang Yi, shall we take care of this woman now? Yang Yi was completely stunned on the spot. There was no way to clear his name now. He had barely processed the situation when he realized he'd walked right into a carefully orchestrated trap. The young man decisively pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Su Yi on the hospital bed. Meanwhile, Su Yi kept her gun trained on the supposed mastermind Yang. The young man fired without hesitation. Bang! Yang Yi's expression darkened as he shouted, Watch out, and kicked Su Yi off the bed. Yang Yi roared, What are you just standing there for? Hide. Damn it. Su Yi was completely dumbfounded. What in the world was Yang Yi doing? Wasn't he coming to silence her? Why would he help her? The young gunman also froze, muttering, I'm kidding, right? Someone's reaction. Faster than a bullet. He fired again, without hesitation, this time aiming at Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi's figure dissolved into a blur, moving so fast, it was barely visible to the naked eye as he dodged the bullet and closed in on the young man. Uppercut. A rising fist struck the young man's chin, sending him flying through the air. He crashed onto the floor heavily, his jaw completely dislocated, neck twisted at an unnatural angle, cervical vertebrae shattered. He died right there. In his original plan, Yang Yi was supposed to be an easy target, but he never expected Yang Yi to be this formidable. Su Yi crawled back up from beside the bed, gun once again aimed at Yang Yi. She bit her lip and asked, Why did you save me? Yang Yi retorted dismissively, Are you stupid? Can't you see what's happening? I'm being framed here, or you'd already be dead. You're definitely lying. Su Yi still didn't believe him, convinced he was manipulating her with some scheme. Yang Yi sighed. With a burst of speed from his legs, Yang Yi instantly appeared before Su Yi, snatching the pistol from her hand in a lightning-fast motion. He pointed the gun at her. By now she was completely dumbfounded. Was he human or some kind of monster? How could he move so fast? Not to mention herself, even top-tier special forces would stand no chance against him. Su Yi managed a bitter smile and closed her eyes, expecting to be shot dead. Yang Yi simply held the pistol toward her and said coldly, "If I wanted you dead, do you think you could have escaped?" Su Yi slowly opened her eyes. Yang Yi tossed the gun back to her. "Keep it, idiot. It'd be troublesome for a police officer to lose their weapon." Holding her beloved pistol, Su Yi looked at Yang Yi with confusion and curiosity. Who exactly was he? If he came to harm her, why had he just saved her? Could it really be that he had nothing to do with this? "That's correct, it really has nothing to do with me, Officer Su. I urge you to examine the facts carefully," Yang Yi said with a smile. He seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. Su Yi conquest value 60 current progress 60100. Su Yi lowered her head, shyly feeling ashamed of herself. Despite Yang Yi coming to rescue her, she had actually pointed a gun at him. "It seems I need to find the answers from this assassin." Yang Yi approached the dead assassin and retrieved a phone from his chest. After unlocking it with facial recognition, he accessed the WeChat app. Among the recent contacts, Yang Yi spotted someone he recognized. Su Tao? It was indeed this guy, he murmured, then opened the chat history. The records showed the final messages between the assassin and Su Tao. The last message read, "Fine, I'll give you 500 yuan once it's done. I'll contact you shortly." Yang Yi's lips curved into a slight smile. Yang Yi took out his phone and walked to Su Yi's side, showing her the chat log. "Look, this Su Tao is my good classmate. I was tricked into coming here by him." Su Yi stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, I almost hurt you just now." "Almost? You were about to blow my head off. And you call that almost?" Yang Yi mocked. Suddenly Su Yi threw her arms around Yang Yi's body. She spoke in a daze. "I'm sorry, I was wrong about you. If not for you today, I might have." Yang Yi patted her head and laughed. "Cough, Su officer, don't tell me you've fallen for me." Su Yi released Yang Yi, her face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly her phone received an internal police message. "Su team, regarding the identity of the Yang you mentioned, we've checked it out. He's completely clean, a law-abiding citizen. Moreover, he's the most famous chairman of Atom Company in Tianhai City, with a net worth exceeding hundreds of billions." Su Yi's mouth fell slightly open. Earlier she had asked Baozi to check Yang Yi's identity information through the police internal system. Turns out he had a clean background and was a successful young entrepreneur who had made tremendous contributions to the country and society. Fortunately, she hadn't easily tried to kill him, otherwise she would have regretted it for the rest of her life. She said with some guilt, "I'm sorry, Yang Yi, I was wrong about you." Yang Yi shook his head and laughed. "Lady, you just held a gun to my head, and now a simple sorry is enough." Su Yi said awkwardly, "Then what do you want? I've saved you twice. You know what to usually happen in dramas when a man saves a woman. If the man is ugly, the woman would say, 'I have no way to repay your kindness in the next life. I shall serve you as a beast of burden.'" Su Yi looked puzzled, then asked, "What if the man is handsome?" "Then it's, 'I have no way to repay your kindness. I shall marry you.'" Yang Yi laughed heartily. Su Yi's face immediately flushed red. "Umph, you have no sense of propriety." Yang Yi grinned wickedly. "So, what will you say?" Before he could finish, Su Yi's lips pressed against Yang Yi's. Caught off guard, Yang Yi was kissed right on the lips. Thank you." When Su Yi's lips left his, a thin string of saliva connected them. She had never kissed a man before, her movements stiff and clumsy. "Is a simple thank you enough?" Yang Yi grinned wickedly. "Well, what else do you want?" Yang Yi chuckled and glanced at the hospital bed. "Lucky for us, there's something ready right here." "Huh." After some time passed, Yang Yi put on his clothes, and Su Yi had completed her transformation from a girl to a woman. She looked at Yang Yi, saying with a hint of resentment, "A handsome man with such a successful career like you must have many women, right? In the future, will you abandon me?" "Men, there's never too many women, hee, but don't worry, I'll take responsibility for you." Yang Yi laughed heartily. Ding, conquest points, 40 current conquest progress, 100100 target, Su Yi successfully conquered. Gained 800 points, current remaining total points, 1282, combat power index doubled. Points mall, 4th stage, unlocked. Gained special ability, heart reading interrogation. Function active support ability can be used once on a human with weak spiritual power. Any question asked will be answered truthfully. Caution can only be used once per day and only once in a person's lifetime. Cannot be used again on the same person. Yang Yi was stunned. While this ability is so overpowered, isn't this basically mind reading? Though the usage restrictions are quite significant. First, the target's spiritual power can't be too strong. Second, it can only be used once per day and only once in a lifetime per person. But having it is better than not. This ability is absolutely awesome. Yang Yi suddenly remembered something. "Su officer, I have something to take care of. I'll be leaving now. Let's get in touch again." Yang Yi walked away confidently, leaving behind Su Yuyi sitting on the hospital bed with a look of lingering affection. Yang Yi arrived at a park just outside Tianhai University. By this time the sky was darkening and people had gradually dispersed. There was hardly anyone strolling in the park. Yang Yi picked up the assassin's phone and sent a message to Su Tao. The job is done, come get your money. I'm in the park outside your school. Alright bro, on my way. In just over 10 minutes. Su Tao arrived at the designated location. He looked around. Hey, where are you? I'm right here. Yang Yi's figure emerged from the bushes, a cruel smile still lingering on his face. Su Tao felt his hairs stand on end. Why Yang Yi? Why are you here? Did you think I was already dead, eh? Yang Yi smiled. How is that possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Yi's fist arrived at his stomach. One punch folded him like a folding phone. He knelt on the ground, retching violently. Please. We're classmates, why are you hitting me? Yang Yi waved his hand and activated his special ability, heart-reading interrogation, on him. Su Tao's eyes immediately became hollow, his whole person, as if he had lost his soul, looking dazed. Su Tao, I ask you, who exactly instructed you to lure me to the hospital? Su Tao said with vacant eyes. Gao 1 and Gao Kai instructed me. Gao 1 asked me to lure you to the hospital, then frame you, so you'd be sent to prison. After her brother gets married, Lu Fei will be mine. Tisk tisk, so that's it. As expected, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You did all this for that bitch Lu Fei. Since that's the case, you can go down first and wait for her to keep you company. The moment the words fell, Su Tao suddenly snapped back from his trance. Yang Yi, it really wasn't me who wanted to harm you. It was someone else. Don't kill me. Yang Yi slowly pulled out a desert eagle with a silencer from his chest. Su Tao was so frightened that warmth spread beneath him, then he gritted his teeth to bolster his courage and threatened sternly. Yang Yi, I have a backup plan. If I don't return on time, someone will receive a message I preset. If you kill me, you definitely will. Bang. Without hesitation, Yang Yi pulled the trigger and blew Su Tao's head off. Yang Yi took out his phone and looked at a video saved inside. The obscene footage made Yang Yi feel utterly ridiculous. Then he murmured to himself, Gao and Gao Kai, you two siblings have courted death. But I'm not in a rush. I won't let you humiliate yourselves so easily. Why would I let you die so quickly? But before that, I won't let you continue living so freely and happily. Gao, and your good days are numbered. A cunning smile curled at the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Just then, light footsteps and the glow of a flashlight sounded on the path outside the woods. Yang Yi frowned and kicked Su Tao's body into the sewage ditch beside him. Outside, a very pleasant and beautiful female voice rang out. Hey, Su Tao, where are you? If you're here, answer me. At the same time, a male voice chimed in. And Yoshi Sr., someone seems to have crawled into that bush over there. Let's go check it out. Swish. 3 people squeezed in from outside. The moment they entered, they spotted Yang Yi right away. The prettiest and most elegant girl among the 3 asked Yang Yi, student, what are you hiding here? Have you seen a male student named Su Tao? Su Tao. He's already become one of the creatures swimming in that filthy ditch. Yang Yi smiled faintly. I've been searching everywhere for him too. I'm his classmate. Why did he go missing? The beautiful girl sighed. Where the hell did Su Tao disappear to? He just sent a text saying if he didn't return to school within an hour, we should come find him at this park. He said he might be in danger, but we haven't seen anyone. Who knows what he's up to? The girl's appearance immediately caught Yang Yi's attention. Incredibly beautiful. Her silky, lustrous long hair was neatly tied into a single ponytail casually draped behind her, nearly long enough to reach her hips. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned, like the golden ratio made manifest. Even those heavily filtered internet celebrities couldn't compare to her. She could easily score 95 points. Even Zhang Yani, the campus belle, was slightly inferior by half a step. And most striking of all was her figure. She wore a cropped fitted t-shirt that hugged her perfect curves. On her exposed midsection and arms, traces of muscle were faintly visible. These elegant muscle lines radiated a distinctive aesthetic of raw power. Clearly a trained fighter. Yang Yi couldn't help but ask, what relation do you have with Su Tao? Let me introduce myself. I'm Yuchi, a third-year e-commerce student at Tianhai University. I'm also the president of the student union and the director of the comprehensive Sanda fighting club. Su Tao is a member of our student union's inspection team. You're Yuchi Sr.? Yang Yi's eyes lit up. No wonder she was so beautiful. She was one of the legendary 4 campus belles, standing on equal footing with Zhang Yani. Yet Yuchi appeared even more radiant, her entire being filled with a bright sunny aura that made everyone around her feel completely at ease. Yang Yi had long heard stories of her legendary reputation. She was said to be the most unattainable among the 4 campus belles, holding the prestigious position of student union president while being a passionate martial arts practitioner. She had publicly declared that any man who wished to pursue her must defeat her in combat. This proclamation sent those bewitched by her beauty into a frenzy. Countless male students joined her Sanda fighting club, launching challenges against the director herself. However, all of them were beaten into submission. Her strength, technique, and agility were completely at odds with her delicate frame and beautiful appearance. Those burly male students weighing over 200 pounds were effortlessly knocked out by her immediately begging for mercy on their knees. From then on, no one dared challenge her. Thus, she became the most legendary of the 4 campus belles, the one who could only be admired from afar and never approached. At this moment, the male student beside Yuchi pursed his lips in displeasure, gazing at Yang Yi with arrogant disdain as he said coolly, "Hey, since you're Su Tao's classmate, that makes you a junior. Don't you think you should greet president and properly? Where are your basic manners? And you call yourself a college student?" The guy was repulsive. From the way he looked at Yuchi, Yang Yi could tell he was one of her devoted lapdogs. And from the way she looked at him, Yuchi had absolutely no interest in him whatsoever. He seemed desperately eager to display his authority and dominance as a senior in front of his goddess, hoping to win her favor. Yang Yi glanced at him with icy indifference. "I'm talking to senior in. What the hell business is it of yours? If you don't want to die, shut your goddamn mouth." The male student froze for a moment, then rolled up his sleeves with a cold smirk. "Looking at you, you probably haven't trained at all right. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your instructors. Teach you what real discipline means." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. After all, he'd been training in Sanda and Judo for a year or two. Teaching this scrawny-looking junior a thing or two would be a piece of cake. What better way to showcase his manly prowess in front of Yuchi? He raised his fist and charged straight for Yang Yi's face. As for Yang Yi, he had already decided to give this insufferable kid a full power slap to teach him a lesson. Smack! His fist was effortlessly caught by Yuchi. "Stop! We came here to find someone, not to fight. Wang Chong, don't be so reckless." Yuchi's voice turned icy cold. Wang Chong seemed somewhat displeased, turning his head away. Yang Yi mocked, "Senior, and you should really keep your subordinates on a tighter leash. Biting people like rabid dogs. Only thing is you might bite someone you shouldn't. Then you really won't know how you ended up dead." Wang Chong ground his teeth in fury. Yuchi sighed, "Enough of that. We still need to keep looking for Su Tao. Oh, add my WeChat. If you hear any news about Su Tao, let me know immediately." "Sure." Yang Yi promptly added Yuchi's WeChat. Her profile read, "A Yundong Fitness personal trainer Yuchi." Yang Yi was somewhat surprised. "Senior, and you're actually a personal trainer at a gym?" "Yeah, the biggest gym, just outside campus. I work there as a personal training instructor. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me." Yuchi smiled faintly. Even now, she didn't miss a chance to promote herself. "By the way, what's your name? I need to add you to my contacts." Yang Yi, "Alright then. We'll go find Su Tao first. Remember to notify us the moment you hear anything." "Will do." Afterward, Yuchi led the 2 others away, continuing their search for Su Tao. Yang Yi looked down at his own flat stomach and frail body, suddenly feeling dissatisfied. Although he was incredibly powerful inside, from the outside, he looked like a complete weakling. No wonder everyone who saw him wanted to step on him. Too skinny, too frail. At least from appearances alone, he didn't look like a strong person at all. Yang Yi shook his head and sighed. "Seems like it's time to find this beautiful personal trainer to help me work out." Yuchi and Wang Chong searched the park for nearly an hour with the third person, yet still found no trace of Su Tao. The plain-looking female student among them spoke up. "Oh, this is definitely just a prank. Su Tao pulls this kind of stuff all the time. Last time he even tried to scare Senior in with a fake spider, only to get it stomped flat by her instead. Forget it. Let's call it a day and head back. We can continue tomorrow." Yuchi shook her head. With that, the 3 prepared to give up searching for Su Tao and return to campus. However, Yuchi's phone suddenly received a voice message from the owner of the gym where she worked part-time. Xiaoan hurried to the gym. "Congratulations, you've got a big client." Yuchi's face lit up with joy as she promptly replied, "On my way." Yuchi gathered her equipment, changed into a sleek set of athletic wear, and donned a dynamic baseball cap before heading to her part-time job. Yundong Fitness Gym. It was past 8 in the evening, the peak hours when the gym hummed with activity. Given the heavy demands of her academic studies, Yuchi typically declined the most mundane trainer positions at the gym. She only took on one-on-one private training sessions. These commanded higher fees and were relatively less taxing. And she adhered to one unwavering principle: she accepted only female clients, never males. Yuchi arrived at Yundong Fitness Gym at last. The gym's owner hurried over with an ingratiating smile. "Yuchi, please wait in the private training room. That esteemed client will be here shortly." Yuchi nodded with a smile. At this moment, the owner spoke with evident embarrassment. "Yuchi, I need to tell you something. This client is male. Is that acceptable?" Yuchi's brow furrowed as she firmly refused. "Owner, have you forgotten the promise you made to me from the very beginning? You agreed I wouldn't take male clients. Why are you going back on your word now?" The owner hastily tried to reason with her. "Ichi, think about it carefully. All the women at our gym come just to check in and take photos, then disappear. They work sporadically at best. Your income has been stagnant. You only make 5,000 or 6,000 yuan monthly, while other private trainers earn 10,000 or 20,000. Yuchi shook her head. "No, this is a matter of principle. Owner, I think we should leave it at that. Have that client find someone else. There are several other female trainers here besides me." The owner was nearly in tears. No, that client specifically requested you by name for his private training sessions." Yuchi let out a cold laugh. So that was the deal. Another one drawn to her figure and appearance. Without hesitation, Yuchi turned and walked away from the gym, utterly unmoved by the owner's desperate calls behind her. The owner slunk back to the VIP private training room. A man sat on the sofa within. It was Yangi. The owner apologized profusely. Mr. Yang, the trainer you booked seems to be unavailable tonight. Perhaps I could reschedule you with another private training instructor. Our teachers here are all quite beautiful. Yangi said calmly, that won't be necessary. Please refund my payment. I'll come back when she's available. With that, he rose and walked out on his own, leaving the owner behind, stamping her feet in regret. This major client had paid 2,000 yuan for private training sessions. The agreement between her and Yuchi was a 50-50 split. Each would take half, which meant the owner stood to earn 1,000 yuan in one go. She felt as if she were watching silver melt away in her hands, her heart aching so severely it nearly gave her a heart attack. Yang Yi left the gym. No sooner had he stepped outside than he spotted a familiar figure, Yuchi, who had just departed moments ago. Yang Yi mused to himself, wasn't she supposedly busy? Here she is now. How could she just walk away like that? Something's not right. Yang Yi decided to follow her discreetly to see where she was headed. Yuchi left the gym and walked to a pedestrian street in the city center of Tianhai. She entered a large pharmacy and approached the prescription medication cabinet. She picked up a box of Western medicine called Nuaweiji. A sales clerk approached. Ma'am, are you purchasing Nuaweiji? This medication is specifically designed for semi-vegetative states. Yuchi furrowed her brow and asked, why has the price gone up again? It was just over 800 yuan last time, and now it's 120. Yuchi seemed very familiar with this medication. She even knew its usual price. The sales clerk quickly explained, Ma'am, you may not be aware. The pharmaceutical company producing this medication is Ziyuan Pharmaceutical right here in Tianhai. Recently, the United States has been imposing economic blockades on China, restricting many raw material imports. This medication is now in short supply and raw material costs have skyrocketed. If you want to buy it, you'd better act fast. Otherwise, you might not be able to get it next time. Yuchi's expression darkened as she quickly said, then how many boxes do you have in stock? Give me all of them. The sales clerk checked the inventory. We currently have 12 boxes left. Each box lasts 6 days, so that's enough for about 2.5 months. Are you sure you want all of them? Yes, put them all in a bag. I'll take them all. Alright, that comes to 14796 yuan. Would you like to pay by QR code or cash? Upon hearing this medication cost of nearly 1500 yuan, her face instantly drained of color. However, she quickly paid the entire amount through her phone. She then carried the bag of medication out of the pharmacy. Gazing at the medicine in her hands, she murmured to herself, I can't do this anymore. My Huabei and Jebei credit lines are maxed out. If this continues, I won't even be able to afford food. She lifted her head toward the darkening sky, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. Feeling an overwhelming heaviness in her heart, she held back her anguish and silently prayed, Mom, please get better soon. Your daughter truly can't hold on much longer. Then she lowered her head, wiped her tears, and continued walking in one direction. That direction led to Tianhai First People's Hospital. She had only walked a short distance when she passed through a remote, deserted alleyway. Suddenly, several thugs burst out from the shadowy corner, their bodies reeking of alcohol. Clearly a bunch of drunk troublemakers. Hey there, pretty lady, where are you headed? Yuchi said coldly, get lost. Don't come looking for trouble, or I won't be merciful. The group burst into hearty laughter. Without further ado, fueled by alcohol, they lunged directly toward Yuchi. But how could these intoxicated thugs possibly match someone trained in martial arts like Yuchi? Yuchi dispatched them effortlessly in a few swift moves, her expression unruffled. Next time, pick someone who doesn't know martial arts. Yuchi sneered. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity rang out beside her arm. One of the thugs lurking in the shadows pressed a stun gun directly against her shoulder. Her entire body went numb and rigid, and she toppled flat to the ground. The drunk thugs helped each other up, laughing lecherously. Haha, this woman's got some fire. Turns out she's quite the fighter. She must be really tight all over. Yuchi gritted her teeth in fury, but her body had already lost all strength. At this moment, a flushed-faced drunk snatched the bag of medication from her hands and tore open all the medicine boxes inside. What the heck is this? I thought it was Viagra. Junk, toss it. He hurled all the pills into a trash can filled with kitchen waste beside him. Yuchi forced open her mouth and screamed with anguish, my medicine. You. The group of drunk thugs rubbed their hands together and approached her with ill intent. Hey beautiful, we're not asking for your life. Just have some fun with us. It's quite pleasurable, you know. Her body had regained a sliver of sensation, but she still had absolutely no strength and was utterly helpless. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Yuchi's eyes blazed with towering fury. She seemed to see what horrifying fate awaited her. Just as the group of drunk thugs was about to lay hands on her, a man's voice rang out from the back of the alleyway, carrying a hint of mockery. Hey, such a good time. Why not invite me? Hearing that voice, Yuchi was once again plunged into despair and terror. The group of drunkards suddenly sobered up halfway, hastily, turning around to glare at the shadowy figure in the darkness. Boy, none of your business here, get lost. The newcomer was naturally Yang Yi, who had been tailing Yuchi all along. Without wasting any words with them, Yang Yi decisively pulled out his Desert Eagle fitted with a silencer. A gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through the neck of one drunken thug, leaving a bloody wound. Everyone stood frozen in shock, stunned into silence. The bastard has a gun. Were you really planning to fight him? The remaining drunkards' alcohol buzz instantly evaporated. They hurriedly dropped to their knees, trembling as they pleaded, "Big brother, don't kill us. This woman is yours to do with as you please. We're leaving. Yang Yi simply shook his head. I missed again. I was aiming for his head of all things. After speaking, he raised the pistol once more. 3 muffled shots echoed from the silencer, and the remaining men collapsed into pools of blood. With one man, Yang Yi had aimed for his navel, but unfortunately missed, and hit elsewhere instead. And Yuchi slowly regained feeling in her body, struggling to her feet, as she watched the shadowy figure before her. Yang Yi stood with his back to the light, rendering his face completely obscured. And Yuchi assumed he was another predator come to take advantage of her situation. She understood that even at her full strength, she stood no chance against a man wielding a firearm. With a gaze of resigned acceptance, she stared at the shadow. If you intend to defile me, as well, go ahead. But before you do, please wait a moment. I need to find my medicine. She marched resolutely to the trash can, disregarding the sour stench and swarming insects, and plunged her hand inside to retrieve the pills. What she pulled out were all pills dissolved by contaminated water, completely useless. She burst into tears. Why? My medicine. Her crying sounded like a child who had lost their toy, evoking sympathy. Yang Yi approached and extended his hand to help her up. Only then did Yuchi get a clear view of the man's face. She asked in astonishment, Yang Yi, your eyesight is terrible and your hearing isn't much better. You didn't recognize me and couldn't even identify my voice. TSK. Yang Yi mocked. Why are you here? Just passing by. As a concerned citizen, it's only natural I'd step in to help. Yang Yi said with an upright expression. And Yuchi was stunned. How does a law-abiding citizen have a gun? Where did you get it? Mind your own business. Oh, all right. And Yuchi once again gazed listlessly at the completely dissolved pills before her. Her expression grew increasingly despondent. It's over, completely over. I have no money left for medicine. The prices keep rising. I can't afford it anymore. Yang Yi cleared his throat twice. Ahem, I seem to recall you have a part-time job at a gym. Why not ask your boss for a loan? Yes, I'll try. Yang Yi smiled, turned, and began to leave. Then I'll take my leave. Take care, senior sister. Wait. And Yuchi called out urgently. Moi. Thank you just now. And please rest assured I will never speak of this. And Yuchi spoke seriously. Yang Yi smiled. Neither will I. He departed, leaving her alone. And Yuchi quickly grabbed her phone and dialed the gym owner. Hello, boss lady. I was hoping to borrow some money from you. The woman's impatient voice came through the receiver. Aki, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you clearly have the ability to earn money. Why do you insist on acting so high and mighty? Do you understand? Just now, when you left, our shop lost 200,000. And Yuchi was stunned on the spot. So that VIP client, who specifically asked for her, had actually paid 200. She realized she had caused such a huge loss to the shop. Obviously the boss wouldn't lend her any money. The boss sighed heavily. Aki's sister knows your mother was in a car accident 2 years ago, and your father, that gambling addict, abandoned you both and ran off. You're shouldering schoolwork and caring for a half-vegetative mother all by yourself. You must be exhausted. But now isn't the time to maintain such pride. Your mother's medical needs are bottomless. If you don't humble yourself and work hard to make money, how can you save her? If you're willing, you could easily become our top-performing personal trainer. And Yuchi hesitated. Her inner resolve finally wavered. Compared to her mother and to money, her dignity and principles seemed worthless. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clenched her teeth. Sis, I agree. On the other end of the line, the boss breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, then hurry back. That client just called again. He's offered 200 up front. I'll split it with you 4-6, giving you 12000. Upon hearing the figure of 100, a glimmer of hope pierced through in Yuchi's despair. It was enough to buy her mother medicine many times over. Her tense nerves loosened slightly. She muttered to herself, I just hope that person isn't some greasy middle-aged man with a potbelly. With a worried expression, and Yuchi returned to the gym where she worked. The place was much less crowded now. Her heart raced with anxiety. She feared her wealthy benefactor might be a pervert who liked to make unwanted advances. She worried he'd be an ugly man whose bald head reeked of oil. She dreaded having to stand close to him and guide him through certain awkward exercise poses. She feared the smell of his sweat and the lecherous gleam in his eyes. However, she had come to terms with one thing. At minimum, I won't have to sell my body. I'm just a fitness instructor, not a prostitute, she told herself. In truth, many wealthy second-generation students had previously pursued her. But she had rejected every single one without exception. She desired men who could connect with her on a spiritual level, not those offering mere financial transactions. At that moment, the boss rushed over to greet her. Aki, you're here. Quickly, that big client is waiting for you in the private training room. Go in and take good care of them. Don't keep our VIP waiting too long. And Yuchi nodded, and with a nervous heart, pushed open the door to the private training room. Hello, I'm your personal trainer. My name is... Oh. Yang-e. How could it be you? Conquest target bound and Yuchi. What? Surprised. Yang-e said with a smile from the sofa. And Yuchi stared in bewilderment. But why would you spend so much money? Yang-e replied casually with a laugh. 200,000, really that much? To me it's like spending 20,000. Buying a week of senior sister and Yuchi's private coaching sessions. Isn't it worth it? 20,000 yuan. That's still quite a lot, isn't it? Don't waste my time with nonsense. Do you know how much money you're wasting with every word you say? And Yuchi stuck out her tongue, looking somewhat embarrassed. Then let me teach you fitness from here on. Afterwards, Yuchi and Yang-e began one-on-one up-close guidance sessions together in the gym. Yang-e's athletic talent was astonishingly high. Even Yuchi, a fitness enthusiast and martial arts master, was continuously amazed. Any movement needed only one demonstration before he could thoroughly grasp it. He could be considered the smartest and most talented student she had ever taught. About an hour passed, and Yuchi was already sweating from exertion, her body emanating a warm scent, carrying her natural fragrance. Physical contact between her and Yang-e was inevitable during their training. At first, Yuchi had thought she might feel some resistance. After all, in her entire life, she had basically never touched another man's skin. But unexpectedly, after coming into physical contact with Yang-e, she not only felt no resistance, but also sensed a warmth within him. A warmth that felt like peace and security. Breathing in the male hormones radiating from Yang-e, she actually felt intoxicated and captivated. She guessed that perhaps she had been drawn to him by his extraordinary athletic talent. It definitely wasn't because he spent 200,000 yuan on her course. She was especially afraid that her favorable feelings toward Yang-e were because of his wealth, because she deeply despised gold diggers. After the private coaching session ended, Yang-e changed into a sports tank top, exposing his arms and half his chest. And Yuchi came to his side without any hesitation and reached out to touch his biceps and pectoral muscles. Then she smiled and said, Yang-e, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. After just over an hour of training, your muscles have already become much firmer. You're truly a genius. It's a shame you didn't start systematic training earlier. Otherwise, there would definitely be a spot for you among our national athletes. Yang-e laughed heartily. That depends on who's teaching. If it were an ordinary instructor, it definitely wouldn't work. But if it's a beautiful instructor with a great figure like you, how could I not improve quickly? And Yuchi's face flushed slightly. Smooth talker. With that, she deliberately pinched Yang-e's arm hard. How had she gotten so close to a guy? Could it be that I've started to like him? No, I'm not a gold digger. It's definitely because he's handsome and because he's my student. It's absolutely not because he's rich. Just as Yuchi was letting her thoughts wander freely, her phone rang. It was Wang Chong from the student union calling. And Yuchi answered the call without hesitation. On the other end, Wang Chong's voice came through, somewhat hurried, tense, and trembling. Hello, President. Something terrible happened. Su Tao, he. What's wrong with Su Tao? Don't panic, speak slowly. Su Tao is dead. Wang Chong was practically scared out of his mind. And Yuchi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. How did he die? Just now, some students who were on a date, meeting up, at the park outside the school, discovered Su Tao's body in a filthy ditch, then immediately called the police. Then Wang Chong continued urgently. The police quickly sealed off the scene. After their forensic examination, they determined that Su Tao died from a gunshot wound, and it should have been from a high-powered pistol. Most critically, this gun should have been equipped with a silencer. What's more, the time of death was exactly when we were setting out to look for him. And Yuchi stood there in a daze. Gunshot, high-powered pistol, silencer, and the time of death. All this evidence pointed unmistakably to one person. The very Yang-e who sat calmly on the sofa gazing at her. And Yuchi spoke with extreme composure. Alright, I understand. Wang Chong quickly added. By the way, President and the police have already questioned me and Jolie just now, and they've taken our statements. They said they'll be coming to question you soon. They'll probably arrive any minute now. Alright. With that, and Yuchi hung up. She looked at Yang-e sitting on the sofa with a calm expression, bit her lip, then asked. Yang-e, was it you who killed Su Tao? Yang-e picked up his teacup and took a leisurely sip, saying nonchalantly. Yes, I killed him. So what? Do you want to report me? And Yuchi froze. How she wished that Yang-e was not the murderer who killed Su Tao. But, why did you do it? Yang-e said, there's no why. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. It's as simple as that. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of the private training room. A man's voice rang out from outside. Isn't Yuchi here? We're from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. We're here to ask you some questions. And Yuchi bit her lip, then opened the door without hesitation. As for Yang-e, he sat on the sofa watching her in silence. After the door opened, 3 police officers in uniform walked in. The leading detective asked her, You should know about Su Tao's death by now, right? And Yuchi nodded. Don't be nervous, comrade student. We know this matter has nothing to do with you. We're just here for a routine inquiry. I want to know if you have any clues regarding Su Tao's death. For example, who did he have contact with tonight? Or perhaps did he usually argue with other students or offend anyone? And Yuchi was silent for approximately 2.5 seconds, then raised her head resolutely and said, No, comrade Su Tao was a very quiet person. He never had any conflicts with anyone. However, last time I saw him, he was meeting with a tattooed man outside the school. Afterward, I asked him who that person was, and he said it was his cousin, so I didn't ask further. The police officer nodded, took out his phone, and opened a photo of a man, showing it to Yuchi. Is this the person you're referring to? Yuchi looked at the photo and nodded. That seems to be him. This man is also dead. His death was gruesome. His cervical vertebrae were shattered. After checking their call records, we found that the last person Su Tao had contacted was this man, making him the primary suspect. However, according to the forensic examiner's judgment, his time of death was earlier than Su Tao's. Yuchi nodded. Then I'm not sure about that. The police officer then asked abruptly, Do you happen to know a student named Yang Yi? He's also a student at Tianhai University. Yuchi's heart instantly rose to her throat. Although Yuchi's heart was racing inside, she maintained a calm and composed exterior, as she was struggling to think of how to respond. To her surprise, Yang Yi, who had been sitting on the sofa, rose to his feet and smiled slowly. Officer, I am Yang. The three policemen walked directly toward him, filling Yuchi with terror. The detective team leader said very politely, So you are Mr. Yang. Of course we bear no suspicion toward you. We merely wish to ask, between 7 and 8 o'clock tonight, where were you? Yang Yi smiled and replied, I was at the school basketball court watching a chicken play basketball for about 2.5 hours. Is there anyone on site who can corroborate this? Me. At that moment, Yuchi's voice rang out. She walked over with a calm expression. I can testify. This afternoon, Yang Yi and I were dating on the playground, watching them play basketball. Some people were singing, dancing, and rapping over there as well. The detective team leader was somewhat astonished. Dating? Does that mean Mr. Yang is your boyfriend? Yuchi decisively stepped beside Yang Yi, reached out, and naturally linked her arm through his. She then smiled and said, Yes, he is my boyfriend. The detective team leader suddenly remarked, So you are Mr. Yang's girlfriend. Indeed, you make a splendid couple. With that, he said apologetically to Yang Yi and Yuchi, Mr. Yang, I apologize for interrupting your time together. If there is nothing else, we shall return to the station now. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Immediately thereafter, the three policemen departed. Yuchi murmured in bewilderment, Why was that police captain so courteous to you? Are you acquainted with him? Not particularly. Perhaps he finds me handsome, Yang Yi said with an incredibly smug expression. Yuchi had not noticed that her hand was still linked with Yang Yi's arm, her chest continuously brushing against his body. She suddenly realized and hastily withdrew her hand. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Yang Yi burst into hearty laughter. What is there to apologize for? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Ha ha. I'm shameless. Yuchi shot him an annoyed glance. Yang Yi suddenly grew serious. Thank you just now for not exposing me. Yuchi pursed her lips. I simply didn't wish to see someone with such a promising future like you end up in prison. Alright, senior sisterin. Since it is still early, teach me to train for a while longer. Okay. The three detectives returned to their police car. One of the younger officers asked the captain with some perplexity, Captain Zhang, who is that Yang? You were so courteous to him. Captain Zhang spoke gravely. That Yang Yi is the chairman of Atom Company, the most prominent enterprise in our Tianhai city lately. The two detectives exclaimed in unison, Holy crap. He is so young. The young officer continued. But Captain Zhang, how did you come to know that? And you just questioned him. Does this Yang Yi have any suspicion? Captain Zhang nodded. Initially, when I was investigating the call records of the deceased Su Tao, I discovered that earlier that day, he had placed a phone call to Yang Yi. I immediately grew alert. From my over 30 years of policing experience, this Yang Yi carries a sliver of suspicion. Therefore, I promptly investigated his background, and only then did I discover that he is in fact the chairman of Atom Company. So soon after I lifted my suspicion of him. The young officer asked, somewhat puzzled, why? Because he is wealthy, does that absolve him of suspicion? Captain Zhang offered a faint smile, speaking with great confidence. Certainly. We have encountered numerous cases involving wealthy murderers. However, top-tier billionaires typically hire assassins rather than wielding pistols themselves. For them, hiring a killer costs merely a few 100,000 yuan. There is no reason for them to risk their own lives. Consider it from another angle. If you were wealthy, would you be so foolish? Moreover, the two of them were close classmates who generally maintained good relations. No discord existed between them, and there was no motive for murder. Would killing him not only bring trouble upon himself? The two team members suddenly understood. Captain Zhang, you are truly remarkable. Nonsense. I have crossed more bridges than you have eaten salt. The next day arrived. Yang Yi awoke from his substantial bed. At home, Ling Xiangxuan had already prepared an exquisite breakfast for him. A fried egg pancake, fried dough stick, and muffin, along with a cup of hand-ground soy milk. Yang Yi took a couple of bites and found the flavor far subpar, well below the standard of previous breakfasts prepared by Ling Xiangxuan. Xiangxiang, your culinary skills have regressed considerably. Is something troubling you lately? Ling Xiangxuan stuck out her adorable little tongue. Sorry, master. This breakfast was actually made by Sister Su Mei. Su Mei could be seen lowering her head, her face tinged with embarrassment. I am sorry, Yang Yi. I only wished to share some of Xiangxiang's workload. Yang Yi smiled. He understood that Su Mei hoped to learn cooking techniques, fearing she would be despised by him for not being outstanding enough. Yang Yi chuckled. It is fine. Any improvement is a good thing. Take your time. Su Mei nodded with a smile, then sat upon the sofa and began watching television. On the news, a lovely female anchor was broadcasting the morning report. Influenced by international developments, the United States has escalated sanctions and supply restrictions against our nation. Yesterday, the United States finalized another batch of chemical material export bans, which will pose severe challenges to China's pharmaceutical and chemical sectors. Su Mei shook her head somewhat dismissively. Let them impose sanctions. What relevance does this hold for us ordinary citizens? We have not even witnessed increases in the prices of vegetables and rice. Only the wealthy suffer. Yang Yi's expression turned rather intriguing. This scene mirrored his past life precisely. In his former lifetime, a major pharmaceutical safety incident was closely tied to this matter. Moreover, the central figure of this affair was precisely the pharmaceutical company owned by the Gao Kai family. A sinister smile suddenly curled at the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Gao, when your prosperous days have come to an end. Soon thereafter, Yang Yi departed from his residence and made his way to Tianhai City First People's Hospital. A few days prior, Tianhai City, Ziyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, President's Office. The proprietor of the company was Gao Ziyuan, the father of Gao Kai. However, Gao Ziyuan had nearly delegated all affairs to his daughter Gao when placing himself in a semi-retired state. President Gao Wen sat in her office chair perusing the company's financial statements. Gazing at the remarkably impressive revenue figures, an uncontrollable expression of excitement welled upon Gao Wen's face. At that moment, the general manager of Ziyuan Pharmaceutical hurriedly entered the office. President Gao, a grave misfortune has occurred. Our current batch of raw materials for producing new Awakener has not yet departed the American port before their customs authorities seized it. Currently, the factory's raw material reserves are nearly exhausted. What shall we do? Gao Wen appeared to have already been aware of this matter. A trace of coldness gleamed in her eyes as she forcefully slammed her pen upon the desk. She spoke calmly. What is there to fear? I have a solution. What is there to fear? I have a solution. The general manager appeared somewhat taken aback. President Gao, do you have a solution? We have less than 7 days until the next batch of pharmaceutical products is scheduled to ship. Even if U.S. Customs agrees to release the goods, it would be too late. Gao Wen shook her head. Who said I was planning to use American raw materials? The general manager looked confused. But they've monopolized these high-quality raw materials. Other countries practically don't have any. Gao Wen smiled. Our country has them, and the price is much cheaper, less than a tenth of America's. The general manager shook his head. The raw materials produced in our country are originally meant for industrial chemical applications. Although they're cheap, they contain too many impurities. If we try to purify them, the cost would far exceed the price of American materials. Besides, the purification cycle is extremely lengthy. Purification? Why would I need to purify them? Gao Wen smiled. The general manager froze on the spot. Not purify them. How could we possibly use them? The novel gene we make would have such high toxicity that I'm afraid. Gao Wen sneered. What is there to be afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. I've already spread the word, getting various media outlets to publicize how America has cut off our raw material supply. Now our novel gene has risen from the initial 400 yuan per box to 1,200 yuan, a full threefold increase. You know, our cost is only 60 yuan per box, and our gross profit margin has reached 95. Besides Lianhua Qingwen, who dares claim higher profits than us. At first I was worried that the price increase would cause sales to drop and the marginal profit rate would turn negative. So afterward I had the media hype up the scarcity of novel gene. Our goods were subsequently snapped up, and now all the products currently on sale have completely sold out. America's embargo against us has actually become our money tree. Gao Wen's mind was filled with thoughts of profit and returns, and she gave no response whatsoever to the general manager's concerns about the toxicity of domestic raw materials. In her view, these were minor issues. She then said with a smug expression, if we use domestic raw materials plus the reduction in circulation costs, I just estimated that our cost per box could drop to around 10 yuan. I plan to rebrand this batch of medicine as the latest version, and I'm preparing to raise the price to 1,800 yuan per box. Do you know what kind of profit margin that represents? 99.5. As she spoke, her emotions became somewhat agitated, and she was completely exhilarated. It wouldn't be difficult for her to become a billionaire, let alone a tycoon worth tens of billions. At that time, she would simply kick Zhang Xiaolong to the curb and find an even wealthier husband. The general manager shook his head. President Gao, you're profiting from national disaster. Bullshit. All I know is that money is king. It's not just me profiting from national disasters. Compared to those real capitalists, I'm still far behind. But how do we solve the toxicity problem? The general manager was still worried about this issue. Gowan smiled coldly and sinisterly. Don't forget our novel gene is specifically for treating semi-vegetative patients. Basically, they're half dead already. Even if they really do die from taking it, it can only be considered their bad luck. Besides, haven't they been taking plenty of medication already? At that time, we just pushed the blame onto the patients, saying that due to long-term medication, they've developed drug resistance, which has reduced the drug's efficacy. Combined with taking other large quantities of medication, the accumulated toxicity has aggravated damage to their liver and kidneys, leading to failure. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Haha. The general manager was extremely embarrassed. This President Gao had seemingly transformed into a demon. Money truly the root of all evil. At this moment, the general manager suddenly recalled something crucial. By the way, President Gao, there's still the most important matter. Won't the Food and Drug Administration regularly conduct random inspections of our products? At that time, wouldn't. Gowan waved her hand, casually indicating it was of no concern. This is nothing for you to worry about. My father is good friends with a high-ranking leader at the Municipal Administration of Industry and Commerce. I'll have my father speak to him. We're not paying them all that money for nothing. You can rest assured and do it boldly. I'll give you double bonuses at the end of the year. All right, President Gao. The general manager nodded and left. Gowan sat in her office chair, continuing to look at her company's financial statements, her eyes filled with excitement and exhilaration. Tianhai City First People's Hospital. Inpatient department. Yang Yi had come here alone. In his previous life, Yang Yi still remembered the incident where the Gao family's Yuan Pharmaceutical had manufactured counterfeit products and caused a medical accident. A drug they produced called novel gene, due to problems with its raw materials, caused many patients to develop various chronic illnesses after long-term use, with many dying from liver and kidney failure. However, by the time the country reacted, it was already close to the time when the apocalypse was about to descend. In his previous life, when the Gao family was still being investigated and evidence was being gathered, the apocalypse arrived so conveniently that they didn't end up in prison because of it. Instead, they accidentally escaped and survived the disaster. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. In my previous life, your Gao family happened to stumble upon good fortune. This time around, now that you've encountered me, do you think you can still get away? Yang Yi walked alone into the inpatient department. He arrived on the 7th floor where patients in semi-vegetative states, due to various conditions, were housed. Novalgene was precisely the medication used to treat this condition. After careful consideration, Yang Yi determined what he would do next. It was to gather evidence of the deterioration of the Novalgene drug. And the method was particularly simple. He only needed to find a patient who had not yet taken the deteriorated Novalgene, draw their blood for toxicological testing, then have them take the genuine Novalgene for testing. Then have them take the latest counterfeit Novalgene and draw blood again for testing. By comparing the two, the toxicity of taking the new version of Novalgene could be measured, as could the damage the drug caused to the human body. This was far more convincing than testing the toxicity of the new version of Novalgene alone. However, this kind of testing had to be conducted in a professional precision laboratory. Ordinary hospital routine blood tests could not detect it. Moreover, this test had another prerequisite: the patient must be someone who had not yet taken the new version of Novalgene. Once they had taken the new version of Novalgene, no comparison could be made, and the persuasiveness of the evidence would be greatly reduced. This was also why people did not discover the dangers of the new version of Novalgene at first. It was only after long-term medication that various problems emerged, and only then was it discovered. Yang Yi walked to the nurses' station and struck up casual conversation with the nurses there, pretending to be a patient's family member. Those nurses originally had very poor service attitudes. Facing various patients and family members every day, they were emotionally drained, so their attitudes naturally couldn't be good. But when they saw the handsome Yang Yi chatting casually with them, they suddenly became interested. Several nurses all came to the nurses' station to chat with Yang Yi, having a most delightful time. They told Yang Yi everything, even going so far as to ask him to guess the color of their underwear. Yang Yi also bantered with them, making them blush until their faces looked like monkeys' rears. After chatting for approximately half an hour, Yang Yi finally obtained the information he wanted. Currently, only one patient had not taken the new version of Novalgene due to financial issues. She was a middle-aged woman named Zhou Xiaomei who had been in a semi-vegetative state for 2 years due to a car accident. Upon receiving this news, Yang Yi felt somewhat surprised, but it also brought a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had arrived early enough. Had he waited any longer, once this last patient took the new version of Novalgene, gathering evidence to bring down Yuan Pharmaceutical would have been considerably more troublesome. He slipped quietly into the ward where that patient was staying. It was a plain companion ward with no dedicated nursing staff, housing several patients. In plain terms, this was the kind of ward chosen by those with more modest financial means. Several patients lay on their beds, all in deep slumber. Yang Yi was well aware that semi-vegetative states came in varying degrees. In the most severe cases, there was hardly any difference from a true vegetative state save for the retention of a faint trace of consciousness. Those in slightly better condition could even turn their necks aside from total body paralysis. They were not vastly different from ordinary people. As Yang Yi reached the ward door, he overheard a patient's family member chatting with his target, Zhou Xiaomei. "Sister Zhou, why haven't I seen your daughter these past couple of days?" Zhou Xiaomei appeared to be in reasonable shape. She was conscious and aware, merely paralyzed, and unable to move. Zhou Xiaomei replied with a smile, "My daughter is a student at Tianhai University. She's probably been busy with schoolwork recently. Thank you so much for looking after me these past days, dear. Without you I'd struggle even to turn over." Yang Yi seized upon this opportunity and confidently stepped into the ward. He approached Zhou Xiaomei's bedside and observed the completely paralyzed woman. Her appearance, however, surprised Yang Yi. It was hard to believe she was a woman in her early 40s. She was exceedingly beautiful with well-proportioned features and a graceful, rounded elegance, a classic countenance of prosperity and marital good fortune. Her charm was something beyond mere description, not simply beauty but an utterly unique allure. Her looks, aura, and cultivated grace rendered even the brightest young girls of 17 or 18 pale in comparison. Yet Yang Yi had a nagging sense that her face was vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered her somewhere before, though he could not quite place it at the moment. On her bedside table sat several boxes of the new Novager alongside an open box of the old version. Likely just a few pills remaining before she would need to switch to the new medication. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel his timing was impeccable. When Zhou Xiaomei noticed the strikingly handsome young man approaching her bedside, she was momentarily taken aback. "Young man, may I ask?" Yang Yi offered a gentle smile. "Hello, Auntie Zhou. I am a classmate of your daughter. My name is Su Tao, and I too am a student at Tianhai University." With that, Yang Yi produced his student ID for Zhou Xiaomei to examine. However, the name on the card had been altered by him to read Su Tao, the name of a person who had long since turned to dust. Zhou Xiaomei's expression instantly relaxed. Gazing at Yang Yi with evident warmth, she smiled and said, "So it is you, student Su. What brings you to see me?" Yang Yi smiled gently. "It goes like this, Auntie. Your daughter asked me to draw some blood for testing at the medical school of Tianhai University. There is a research team there studying conditions related to semi-vegetative states. Would that be convenient for you?" Zhou Xiaomei blinked and replied in a tender voice, "Of course. It is only a blood draw after all. I am quite accustomed to it. It is no trouble at all." Yang Yi nodded, then produced a disposable blood collection kit and drew several milliliters of blood from Zhou Xiaomei. "As for this Novager, our medical school is also currently researching it. As you may know, the price has been rising steadily. Our faculty is studying its chemical composition and mechanism of action within the human body, hoping to develop a generic alternative. Once produced, the price will drop significantly, making it affordable for everyone. Therefore, Annie, I will need to draw another sample after you take this medication." Zhou Xiaomei agreed with a smile, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Student Su Tao, my body cannot move at all, so I will have to trouble you to help me adjust my position, otherwise I cannot cooperate properly." Yang Yi nodded and lifted her blanket. To his surprise, instead of any unpleasant odor, a fresh and pleasant fragrance wafted toward him. This spoke volumes. Though she was in a semi-vegetative state, her daily care had been impeccably maintained. She was clean, spotless, without a single blemish. Next, Yang Yi wrapped his arm around Zhou Xiaomei's waist and gently rolled her onto her side. Yang Yi noted that her body was remarkably soft and supple, more akin to a girl of 17 or 18 than a mature woman entirely free of any sense of aging. Zhou Xiaomei felt the closeness brought by the young man, and her cheeks flushed with a faint, embarrassed warmth. "I am troubling you." "It is nothing, Auntie." Following the plan, Yang Yi administered the old version of Novager to Zhou Xiaomei, then drew another blood sample. After some time had passed, he repeated the process after she took the new version of the drug. Once the blood draws were complete, the samples had to be sent for analysis immediately, without delay. Yang Yi quickly bid farewell to Zhou Xiaomei, placed the collected blood in a professional specimen case, and carried it to a precision laboratory in Tianhai City for comprehensive analysis. Meanwhile, back in Zhou Xiaomei's ward, the family member of another patient who had been keeping watch began to tease her. "Sister Zhou, that young man surnamed Su, who just left, must be your daughter's boyfriend, isn't he? He's quite handsome, seems like a nice fellow, and very polite." Zhou Xiaomei smiled warmly with evident gratification. "I suppose so. My daughter has excellent taste. So many boys pursued her, and she turned them all away. But this Su Tao shows no disgust whatsoever toward a paralyzed woman like me. He is truly a fine, gentle young man. I am very satisfied." Suddenly, footsteps sounded from the corridor. A young, beautiful girl carrying a thermal food container entered the ward. Had Yang Yi been present, he would have recognized this girl at a glance. She was none other than Yuchi, the president of the Tianhai University Student Union. She carried the food container to her mother, Zhou Xiaomei, and smiled. "Mom, work at the gym has been a bit busy these past 2 days. I had a major client to attend to, so I had no time to come over. Look what I brought you. Your favorite sour radish and aged duck soup, and also minced pork with eggplant." Zhou Xiaomei gazed at her daughter with deep affection and said, Chi-Chi, tell me, could you possibly be keeping some happy news from your mother? And Yuchi's cheeks flushed red. She assumed her mother had discovered her flirtatious behavior with that important client Yang Yi. Otherwise, why would she ask such a question? Mom, what do you mean by that? And Yuchi said, blushing shyly. Zhou Xiaomei chuckled. You have a boyfriend and haven't even told your mother. Are you afraid I won't like him? Absolutely not. If I ever found a boyfriend, I would bring him to you right away, and I would never let you down. And Yuchi said with unwavering determination. Zhou Xiaomei said triumphantly, stop hiding it from me. Your boyfriend has already come to see me just now, haha. Huh, my boyfriend? Who? And Yuchi looked startled. Zhou Xiaomei spoke slowly, still pretending. You won't admit it unless I say his name, will you? Well, Mom knows already. His name is Su Tao. What if? And Yuchi stood frozen in place. She felt her entire body trembling slightly, as if pierced by a bitter winter wind, icy and biting. Su Tao, who was already dead, had actually come to her mother's hospital room. She said in utter disbelief, How? How is this possible? Zhou Xiaomei smiled warmly. Oh, Chi-Chi, stop hiding it from your old mother. Having a boyfriend isn't a bad thing, and that young man seems quite nice. And Yuchi shook her head firmly. Impossible. Mom, you must have been mistaken. As a university student who championed scientific materialism, of course, she didn't believe in any supernatural nonsense like resurrection of the dead or returning from the grave. Someone must have impersonated Su Tao. Zhou Xiaomei then said, How could that be? Su Tao even showed me his student ID. There's no way he'd trick me, right? Besides, what's the point of him tricking a disabled, paralyzed woman like me? He just drew some blood from me and didn't ask for any money. And Yuchi said, nothing, lost in contemplation, her expression gradually growing grave. Blood drawing? Why would someone impersonate Su Tao to draw blood from her mother? This is far too strange. There must be something fishy going on. And Yuchi decided to investigate this bizarre incident secretly, but her mother must under no circumstances find out. After a while, Yuchi took out her phone and called a classmate. After hanging up, she smiled and said, Mom, I just asked around, and it really is Su Tao. Zhou Xiaomei nodded with relief. Later, Yuchi left the hospital room and bought a long-lasting wireless hidden pinhole camera from a computer store outside the hospital. She then secretly installed the camera aimed at her mother's hospital bed. She wanted to know exactly who was behind this sinister act. If anyone was trying to harm her mother, she would make them pay dearly. Even if it was that already dead Su Tao, she would make him die a second time. Yang Yi brought Zhou Xiaomei's blood samples to the most high-end biochemical laboratory in Tianhai City. He had the blood sample from Zhou Xiaomei undergo multi-segmented detection and analysis. The technician was a foreign-educated elite named Zhang Yan. He was a young man in his 20s with thick glasses, clearly a bookish type. He handed the test report to Yang Yi. Mr. Yang, your test analysis report is ready. Please have a look. Yang Yi studied the report for a long while, then frowned and said, What the hell is all this? I can't understand a single word. The report was filled with professional medical terminology in English. Even with Yang Yi's high level of English proficiency, it might as well have been an alien script. The technician explained patiently. Mr. Yang, let me clarify. The report shows two types of drugs presenting two extreme scenarios. The first type of drug poses relatively minor harm to the human body. As long as it's not taken in excess, long-term use won't affect the body. The second type of drug, once entering the human body, will react with free radicals to produce reactive substances. Short-term use won't cause any problems, but long-term use will impair the body's metabolic functions. The reactive substances will severely damage liver and kidney functions, eventually leading to complete organ failure. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. Good, Xiao Zhang, this is exactly what I needed. With that, Yang Yi took the report and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Yan stopped him. Mr. Yang, please wait. What's the matter? Is this patient someone important to you? Yang Yi shook his head. Not particularly important. The report is what matters. Why do you ask? Zhang Yan sighed. I recognize this drug you brought in. It's Novajet, right? I researched this drug when I was pursuing my medical doctorate in America. Yeah, so what? Zhang Yan continued. To my knowledge, the raw materials for this drug have been restricted by America cutting off the supply. The only version available on the market now is the new version of Novajet. I must remind you, if this patient is important to you, you must change the medication as soon as possible. Otherwise, the patient won't survive long before dying from liver and kidney failure. Yang Yi fell into contemplation. This Zhou Xiaomei seemed to have no connection with him. But if she died soon, it would be troublesome for his plan to bring down Gao Wen's company. And if she were willing to serve as his witness, that would be much more advantageous. With that, Yang Yi made a decision. He would save her. Xiao Zhang, is there a substitute for Novajet? Zhang Yan shook his head. No, but I can introduce you to someone who might be able to cure this patient's condition. Who? My senior from Harvard, Ekaterina. Zhang Yan suddenly blurted out in fluent Russian. Excuse me, can you speak Chinese? Yekaterina? Yang Yi asked. That sounds like a Russian name. Zhang Yan pushed up his glasses and smiled. No, her nationality is also Chinese. Her mother is Russian and her father is a medical professor from China, so she's a mixed-race person. Her father's surname is Yi combined with the name her mother gave her Yekaterina, so her Chinese name is Yelena. Senior Yi started school in America when she was 8 years old. She's an expert in semi-vegetative states. With her everything will be fine. Yang Yi nodded. Xiao Zhang, get this Yelena back for me. I need her to help cure this patient. All right, Mr. Yang, but Senior Yi's fees might be a bit expensive. Are you questioning my capabilities? Zhang Nian knew he had misspoke. A bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he quickly shook his head. No, I'll contact Senior Yi for you right away. After that, Zhang Nian quickly reached Yelena and had her purchase the earliest available flight back to China. Soon it was the next day. Yang Yi drove a top-tier luxury car alone to Tianhai City International Airport. He didn't let his subordinates pick her up. Instead, he chose to personally meet Yelena mainly because he feared that if news of this leaked out, the Gao family might find out and all his efforts would be wasted. He held up a sign for picking up passengers with the words Yelena. Then he waited bored at the exit area. In his impression, Slavic women were indeed beautiful, but their expiration date was terrifyingly short. Once they hit their 20s or 30s, they would start expanding horizontally. Their hips could grow as wide as a meter. They aged quickly, and their skin became so rough you could plant scallions in their pores. Zhang Nian wasn't young anymore, almost 30. If Yelena was his senior, then this Yelena had to be at least in her 30s too. She was probably a full-grown pig. Soon people began streaming out of the exit. Many foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, but none were the person Yang Yi was looking for. After quite some time, just as Yang Yi was looking around restlessly, a young girl walked out of the exit and approached Yang Yi, smiling at him. Excuse me, are you Yang Yi the boss? Yang Yi glanced at this girl in astonishment and was instantly stunned. Her features perfectly combined the finest qualities of Eastern and Russian beauty. An incredibly beautiful oval face, golden curly hair, sapphire blue eyes, a high-bridged nose, and porcelain white skin as smooth and refined as polished marble. Most importantly, her age. She looked no more than 20 at most. Yang Yi asked in surprise, "Who are you?" The girl extended her hand and shook Yang Yi's hand, smiling. "Hello, I'm Yelena." Yang Yi froze instantly. "You are senior sister Zhang Nian." Yelena smiled faintly. "What? Don't I look like one?" Her smile was exceedingly beautiful, and combined with her stunning looks, she resembled an elf from the Western world. Her features lacked the typical Western deep-set eyes and prominent nose and cheekbones. Closer to a Chinese appearance, yet blended with Western characteristics. Yang Yi chuckled. "I never expected you to become the world's foremost neurology expert at such a young age." Yelena nodded. "Yes, I was admitted to Harvard University in the States at 12, completed all my professional courses within 2 years, and began performing surgeries at 16. Now at 22, half of the publications in top international journals on the nervous system and cardiovascular diseases are mine." Shocked, Yang Yi was stunned to the point of goosebumps. Though he himself was an outstanding student who had earned his place at Tianhai University, one of the top 3 in the country. However, compared to this beautiful girl of similar age standing before him, he could barely be considered anything more than common. Yet her formidable medical expertise ignited a sly thought in Yang Yi's mind. Had he known sooner, a doctor's value in the apocalypse would have been immeasurable. In his previous life, countless perished from epidemics and diseases brought by the apocalypse. Yang Yi realized that even if he could purchase endless medicines and medical equipment, without medical knowledge, all those supplies would be useless. Who could control whether they fell ill or not? What if he contracted some disease in the apocalypse, having medicines without medical expertise, prescribing recklessly, and killing himself? His family was still short a doctor, and this Yelena before him was as if fallen from the sky, a genuine treasure. He must bring her into his fold. "Ahem, Miss Yi, then please accompany me to the hospital." Yang Yi quickly invited Yelena. "Very well, Mr. Yang." Tianhai City First People's Hospital inpatient ward. Yang Yi first entered Zhou Xiaomei's room alone. Zhou Xiaomei's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Yang Yi. "Student Su Tao, you're here again. What do you need this time?" Yang Yi glanced around and noticed the other accompanying family members in the ward were absent. He walked to the door and locked it. His actions left Zhou Xiaomei somewhat puzzled. Yang Yi smiled. "Auntie, here's the situation. An internationally renowned medical professor specializing in neurology and cardiovascular diseases recently came to our university. I know your condition can only be managed with medication, not cured. So I was wondering if I could bring this professor to examine you. Perhaps she can find a cure." Zhou Xiaomei's eyes brightened with hope, then dimmed again. "A top doctor. The fees must be exorbitant. I don't have money. Let's forget it. Thank you anyway, Student Su." Yang Yi smiled gently. "Don't worry about the money. I can cover it. But Auntie, I have one condition you need to agree to." "Huh? What?" Hope flickered back in Zhou Xiaomei's eyes. Yang Yi nodded and explained in detail. "Didn't I draw your blood sample a couple days ago? After that, I discovered prohibited substances in that medication. I want to expose this unethical company's illegal activities. I'll arrange for media to interview you, and you must describe the side effects you experienced after taking the drug, so everyone can hear about this company's wicked actions." Zhou Xiaomei pondered. "But I don't seem to have experienced any side effects." Yang Yi grinned. "That's precisely why I need you to exaggerate slightly, Auntie. Just a little. Not just a little. Make it as severe as possible. We must make society aware of drug safety issues, Yang Yi said earnestly. Zhou Xiaomei fell silent for a moment, then spoke with firm determination. All right, I agree. Thereafter Yang Yi had his subordinates, disguised as hospital orderlies, carry Zhou Xiaomei directly into a vehicle. They drove to a private hospital in Tianhai City. Yang Yi spent a considerable sum renting a premium operating room at this facility, which possessed the finest medical equipment in all of Tianhai City and the most professional medical staff. After a surgery lasting 5 to 6 hours, Yelena successfully repaired Zhou Xiaomei's damaged neurons using specialized techniques. Though Zhou Xiaomei had not yet recovered to her pre-accident state, she could at least slowly move her neck. Her legs and feet also showed signs of recovering movement. Yelena emerged from the operating room with an air of nonchalance. Seeing Yang Yi waiting outside, she smiled. Mr. Yang, the surgery was highly successful. I believe fewer than 3 people worldwide could perform this operation with such success. Yang Yi couldn't help but admire. This woman truly was a treasure. Then Yelena glanced at her watch. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. I have an academic symposium at Harvard the day after tomorrow that I need to chair personally. I've already arranged for someone to book my flight back to the States tonight. Yang Yi smiled. I've already canceled your flight for you. Yelena looked surprised. Why, oi? Because I'd like to hire you as my personal physician. Don't worry about the cost. It's not an issue. Yelena shook her head with a smile. Money isn't a problem for me either. I'm far wealthier than you might imagine. I came to perform this surgery personally out of respect for Junior Zhang Yan. So I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but I need to return to school for more important matters. Yang Yi sneered. More important matters? You mean helping those arrogant white-faced pigs research treatments for their ailments? If he recalled correctly, Professor Yi held Chinese nationality, right? Yelena nodded. I was born in China, raised in China, and my father is also Chinese. China to me is like a mother. Mother, don't make me laugh. Do you know? That country you favor so dearly, the States, in the name of their so-called national security, has cut off numerous pharmaceutical and chemical raw materials to our nation. Countless patients have died from inability to produce essential medications, suffering chronic deaths. So tell me, do you still intend to aid those who are our enemies? Hearing Yang Yi's words, Yelena fell silent, her lips pressing together gently. She understood these things without him having to say them. On one hand, she was engaged in the most cutting-edge medical work in the States, receiving their exorbitant salaries and rightfully enjoying all of it. Yet for a Chinese woman like herself, wasn't this tantamount to betraying her homeland? Performing surgeries on wealthy, sick, white people, or politicians conducting research for them. They lived longer, grew healthier. But her own country's people suffered the consequences of their actions. Was she truly a good person or a bad one? Whenever confused, she would seek guidance from her mentor. And her elderly teacher would comfort her. Lena, science knows no borders. Your research here in America is in essence contributing to all of humanity and the whole world. But at those moments, she always recalled Junior Zhang Yan's words when he chose to leave Harvard and return to his homeland. Bullshit. Yelena remained silent for several minutes before suddenly speaking to Yang Yi. Very well, I agree. Afterward, Yang Yi arranged for Yelena to stay temporarily in the presidential suite of the Mingyu Hotel, awaiting completion of the villa safe house before moving her in. Next, Yang Yi arranged for a TikTok influencer with over 10 million followers to conduct a professional interview with Zhou Xiaomei. The video was quickly uploaded to Douyin. He also invested heavily in Douyin advertisements, and the traffic surged dramatically. Soon this interview video climbed to the top of the trending hot search list. Public opinion began to spread like wildfire. At the Tianhai University cafeteria, and Yuqi had just finished her meal when she received a phone call from the chief physician at Tianhai First People's Hospital. Hello, is this Yuqi? Your mother was discharged from the hospital today. She still owes approximately 160,000 yuan in medical expenses. Please come to settle the payment as soon as possible. And Yuqi froze in shock. What? Wasn't my mother recovering well in the hospital? How could she possibly be discharged? We are not entirely sure ourselves. This afternoon, several people in nursing uniforms carried your mother into a car. We all assumed they were arranged by you. And Yuqi was completely stunned. She rushed to the inpatient department of Tianhai First People's Hospital without hesitation. Soon she arrived at her mother's ward. The hospital bed was empty, her mother nowhere to be found. And Yuqi was on the verge of collapse. She never imagined her mother had been kidnapped. However, she quickly regained her composure. It must be the person who impersonated Su Tao. Suddenly, she remembered the pinhole camera she had installed in the ward. She hastily removed the memory card from the camera and inserted it into her laptop to review the footage. After carefully studying the footage for some time, and Yuqi finally caught sight of the so-called kidnapper who had taken her mother. It is actually Yang Yi. And Yuqi stared at the man's face appearing on the screen, disbelief written all over her features. She never could have imagined that Yang Yi would do something like this. She immediately dialed Yang Yi's number. Yang Yi, tell me why. And Yuqi's voice trembled with barely contained fury like a volcano about to erupt. On the other end of the phone, Yang Yi sounded somewhat bewildered. Huh, what's the matter? And Yuchi snapped, "Stop pretending. I saw everything. Why did you kidnap my mother?" Yang Yi fell into contemplation. Her mother? Who? At that moment Yang Yi suddenly glanced at Zhou Xiaomei sleeping in the hospital bed. Oh my, could Zhou Xiaomei possibly be her mother? No wonder she seemed somewhat familiar. She bears a 3-point resemblance to an Yuchi. Why not seize this opportunity to win her over? This is truly a gift falling from the heavens. Yang Yi smiled and prepared to tease her a little. Ah yes, your mother Zhou Xiaomei is indeed the one I kidnapped. Any problem with that? And Yuchi's whole body trembled with rage. You? Why would you do this? I haven't wronged you, have I? And my mother hasn't wronged you either, right? Yang Yi smiled. Well, I've taken a liking to her. Is that not allowed? Hee. And Yuchi was rendered utterly speechless. Do you want to talk? Yang Yi asked with a smile. And Yuchi composed herself. Tell me, what are your conditions? Come to the gym, let's talk face to face. Yang Yi said casually with a smile. All right. At the Yundong Fitness Center, Yang Yi entered the private training room. And Yuchi had been waiting for him there for quite some time. Yang Yi locked the door behind him and sat on the sofa looking utterly nonchalant and casual. And Yuchi sat across from him and asked calmly, Yang Yi, what exactly do you want? Beg. Yang Yi smiled. And Yuchi was stunned. You. What are you thinking? Enough nonsense. I told you to beg, so just beg. Yang Yi, I will never beg you. I would rather die than beg you. Yang Yi smiled. Then are you planning to call the police to arrest me? And Yuchi stared at Yang Yi through gritted teeth, wishing she could tear out his heart to see what he was truly thinking. But if she actually had to call the police to arrest him, she somehow found herself unable to do so. What should she do? What should she do? Just as she was torn by indecision, the television in the room suddenly began playing a news broadcast. This afternoon, a trending topic topped our city's search rankings. A semi-vegetative patient from a car accident 2 years ago is accusing Ziyuan Pharmaceutical of manufacturing substandard products that caused her severe side effects. Here are the details. Immediately following was a trending video from Douyin. In the video, a middle-aged woman with her eyes pixelated was accusing Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's Nuoveji of causing her severe side effects. Hearing this voice, and Yuchi's whole body felt as if struck by lightning. This was her mother's voice. And Yuchi immediately stared intently at the television screen. On the television, Zhou Xiaomei tearfully accused the company of everything. This Ziyuan Pharmaceutical has absolutely no conscience. They actually manufactured such defective products to harm patients like us who are suffering from serious conditions. Fortunately, I had someone conduct blood tests and drug metabolism tests for me. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have survived much longer being harmed by them. I am here to call on all fellow patients who are taking this medication to stop immediately. Let us all go to Ziyuan Pharmaceutical to demand an explanation. The comments section below the Douyin video already had tens of thousands of entries with over 1 million likes. Countless people voiced their righteous indignation against Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's unconscionable practices. And Yuchi was astounded, because she saw her mother in the video actually sitting upright on the hospital bed, looking far better in condition and complexion than ever before. Mom, why is she? She turned her head and looked at Yang Yi with a puzzled gaze. Strange, too strange. If Yang Yi truly kidnapped her mother, why would he let her appear publicly in broad daylight? Wouldn't that be providing evidence for his own kidnapping? Yang Yi, what exactly did you do? And Yuchi gazed at Yang Yi in bewilderment. Before Yang Yi could speak, a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, the gym owner's excited voice rang out. Chi, quick, open the door. Look who's come. And Yuchi hastily opened the door. Standing outside was a very beautiful middle-aged woman, carefully supported on either side by 2 professional nurses in uniform. This woman was naturally Zhou Xiaomei. And Yuchi could no longer contain the suppression in her heart, and with tears streaming down her face, she tightly embraced her mother. Sob, Mom. I thought. Sob. After a long while, she finally came to her senses, staring blankly at Zhou Xiaomei, murmuring, Mom, you. How can you stand up? Zhou Xiaomei gazed at her daughter with a relieved and gratified expression. Yuchi, you found yourself an excellent husband. And Yuchi turned her head in disbelief to look at Yang Yi, who was grinning in the private training room. Could it be him? Zhou Xiaomei nodded with a smile. Your boyfriend arranged for a foreign doctor to perform the surgery for me. He also settled my outstanding hospital bills. I can now stand up on my own, albeit with some difficulty. And Yuchi gazed up at the smiling Yang Yi, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. She lightly bit her lip and murmured, Yang Yi, I. Afterward, Yang Yi instructed the nurse to send Zhou Xiaomei home for proper rest. And Yuchi locked the door of the private room, then walked up to Yang Yi and knelt before him. Thank you, I'm sorry. Her eyes glistened with tears of emotion and guilt. She had heard from her mother that the doctor who performed her surgery was the most top-tier physician in the world, not someone you could simply hire with money. Moreover, the surgical fees, medical expenses, and nursing care at that private luxury hospital combined with the professional nursing staff, the total cost was at least several million yuan. He had treated her mother with such dedication, yet she had suspected his sinister intentions. How could he be so kind like a merciful bodhisattva? How could I be so wicked like a villain? Overwhelmed by guilt, and Yuchi could only kneel to express her apology. Yet Yang Yi made no move to help her up. He merely smiled and said, "I still prefer your previous proud and defiant demeanor. Could you please get back to that?" And Yuchi's face flushed red. "Humph, get back to what? This woman of mine has always been like this." Immediately, she rose resolutely from the ground. Standing up, she pressed her hands on the sofa beside Yang Yi's neck, cornering him in what could only be described as a double wall bang. Oh, it was a sofa bang. Her face drew close to Yang Yi's, making her feel somewhat flustered. "The kindness and righteousness I owe you, I probably won't be able to repay in this lifetime." Yang Yi gazed at the breathtaking beauty of the school beauty before him and smiled. "Who asked you to repay?" "I must repay." Smooching, Yuchi's lips pressed against Yang Yi's, giving him a deep French kiss. Yang Yi savored her somewhat clumsy first kiss, which carried a faint trace of jasmine fragrance. After a few minutes, her lips parted from Yang Yi's face. At this moment, and Yuchi was as shy as an adorable little kitten. Yang Yi seemed unsatisfied. Is that it, eh? What else do you want? This is only enough to cover the interest." Yang Yi shook his head in dissatisfaction, and Yuchi shyly lowered her head. Then let's get a hotel room." Yang Yi declined. "No, I'm too fired up right now." Then what should we do?" "Right here." "Oh." Not sure how much time passed. Yang Yi successfully infused his profound love into the girl who had always been lacking in affection, allowing her to complete the transformation from a girl to a woman. Outside the door, the gym's female owner had been secretly listening to the ambiguous sounds coming from the private room. She munched on sunflower seeds while saying with a grin, "Youth is truly wonderful. They have so much energy. Tonight I'll go home and squeeze that good-for-nothing husband dry." Conquest targeting Yuchi. Conquest value 100. Current conquest progress 100100. Conquest successful, gained 1600 conquest points. Current remaining total points 2882. Point Mall 5th stage unlocked. Obtained ability Berserk Engine. Berserk Engine, gain invincibility for 10 seconds of strength, speed, and defense increased by 1.0 times, immune to any damage. After the duration, ins will return to normal state. Use with caution. Inside the private room, and Yuchi had collapsed in a sweat and fallen into a deep sleep on the sofa. Yang Yi turned on the TV and watched his recent accomplishments. A news broadcast came through the television. Influenced by today's counterfeit drug controversy, Tianhai City's Yuan Pharmaceutical has initiated an internal investigation. The person in charge, Gao Wen, personally held a press conference strongly condemning the spread of rumors and claimed that the medications produced by her company have no problems and are completely legal and compliant. Yang Yi smiled. The Gao family's every move was within his calculations. He noticed that all videos online regarding Nuowaji's fabrication had been throttled. Even the one that initially topped the trending searches, the one where Zhou Xiaomei made her accusations, had been harmonized. If left unattended, in a few days this matter would likely fade from public attention. After all, the internet has no memory. However, Yang Yi merely muttered indifferently, "Gao Wen, you want to compete with me over who has more money and can better wield the power of capital, do you?" Yang Yi had anticipated all of this from the start, so he had prepared the next step accordingly. He spent a fortune to continue hiring those highly followed major bloggers, compelling them to vigorously propagate Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's wrongdoing. At the same time, he exaggerated and intensified the matter of Ziyuan Pharmaceutical using money to suppress public opinion. At the end of the video, he didn't forget to add psi-capitalism. Ziyuan Pharmaceutical never imagined that they believed their money could overcome everything, yet they didn't know they were facing a super capitalist of overwhelming magnitude, Yang Yi. They hired internet trolls to suppress public opinion, but this backfired, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Countless netizens rose up in anger, cursing Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's ancestors. Many incensed netizens even ordered takeout deliveries to Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's factory entrance, sending funeral wreaths and paper money. Now Ziyuan Pharmaceutical looked less like a pharmaceutical company and more like a bustling burial ground. Due to the massive public outcry, relevant departments such as the Administration of Industry and Commerce and the Public Security Bureau also initiated emergency investigation procedures. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Ziyuan Pharmaceutical in Tianhai City, Chairman Gao Ziyuan, his wife Li Huijin, their foolish son Gao Kai, and CEO Gao Wen. The entire family of four was now panicking like ants on a hot walk. Gao Kai wore a mournful expression. "What do we do, Mom, Dad, Sister? There are so many people outside. We're in serious trouble this time." Gao Wen was drenched in sweat, appearing extremely agitated. "You shut up. You ask me. Who am I supposed to ask?" Gao Ziyuan said solemnly. "Wen, think carefully. Have you offended anyone?" Gao Wen shook her head. "Impossible. In all this time, besides that despicable loser Yang Yi, I haven't offended anyone else." Gao Ziyuan frowned and said, "Then could it be him? Could he be the one deliberately causing trouble behind the scenes?" "Absolutely not. That Yang Yi has no abilities and no money. Dad, do you know how much power was mobilized to attack us this time? At least over 100 million. Those top-tier bloggers with tens of millions of followers charge hundreds of thousands per video for this kind of content. And at the same time, dozens of top bloggers were posting videos. I couldn't even manage public relations, and I don't know who on earth wants to destroy us. At this moment, Gao Ziyuan's phone rang. It was his former comrade in arms and close brother Qin Xiaoping, the director of Tianhai City's Administration of Industry and Commerce. His voice was urgent. Old Gao, tell your daughter to flee immediately. I just received news that the City Public Security Bureau has joined our Administration of Industry and Commerce to investigate your company. Your daughter is the largest shareholder and actual controller. If there are real problems, she'll definitely not escape liability. Leave Tianhai City quickly. Gao Ziyuan wore a look of sorrow as he said, Thanks, brother. I know what to do. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Gao Ziyuan put down his phone. Somewhat despondently, he said to his family, Our family is truly finished this time. Fortunately, I saved a lot of money when I was young. Even if our company gets seized, those savings can still allow us to live safely for the rest of our lives. One would run quickly, or it will be too late. Gao wore a look of determination. That I understand, but I will not let this go. I will find the person who destroyed us and then kill them. That very day, the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, in conjunction with multiple departments, launched an investigation into Ziyuan Pharmaceutical. Through rapid testing protocols, they discovered that the drug Nuvigi contained substantial quantities of substances hazardous to human health. The police decided to arrest and interrogate Gao, when the actual controller and largest shareholder of Ziyuan Pharmaceutical. To their astonishment, when they arrived at the pharmaceutical company, the entire building and factory complex had been completely deserted. Scores of workers and management personnel gathered below, shouting for Gao when to settle their wages. Yet there was no sign of her anywhere. She had long since fled to some unknown destination. Meanwhile, she appeared on Tianhai City's wanted list as a fugitive suspect. Furthermore, the vast majority of assets belonging to Gao Ziyuan's household, including real estate and luxury vehicles, were registered under Gao Wen's name, and without exception, all frozen by the court. Subsequently, the court sealed Ziyuan Pharmaceutical and initiated liquidation proceedings for all company assets, as well as the houses, vehicles, and other possessions belonging to Gao Ziyuan's family. After all outstanding wages and debts were distributed, the court confiscated Ziyuan Pharmaceutical's remaining assets. Thus, a mid-sized pharmaceutical enterprise collapsed, entirely vanishing into the annals of history. On the outskirts of Tianhai City, beyond the Third Ring Road, lay an unremarkable villa district. The area was remote, bordering on suburban. Gao Kai, Gao Ziyuan, and Li Huijin arrived as a family of three. They hauled their belongings in large and small bags, fleeing to this place as though escaping disaster. Gao Kai surveyed the modest two-story villa, barely 200 square meters, and voiced his disdain. Dad, are we really living in this dump? It's remote and dilapidated, not even convenient to reach a bar. Enraged, Gao Ziyuan threw the luggage onto Gao Kai. Stay if you want or fuck off. If I hadn't purchased this place when I was young, you'd be sleeping on the streets. You good for nothing. What do you even do around here besides eat, drink, and indulge yourself? Li Huijin embraced her son Gao Kai with evident distress. Enough, Lao Gao. Don't take out your frustration on the child. Now we should be thinking about how to rebuild from here. Gao Ziyuan sank onto the worn sofa and sighed heavily. Our company only thrived because of Wenwen's capability. I'm already old. With these worn-out bones, what could I possibly rebuild with? Gao Kai suddenly had an idea. Dad, didn't you say you have substantial savings? Why not withdraw them to continue running a company? Perhaps our family could get rich again soon. How about this? Give me the money, and I'll go start a company. Gao Ziyuan slammed the table and roared, You bastard, don't think I don't know what you're after. You just want to scam my money so you can go off and live it up chasing women, right? Gao Kai fell silent, for that was indeed what he intended. He then curled his lip and muttered, When you have money, you should spend it. Why hoard it away? Enjoy the wine while it lasts. Smack. Gao Ziyuan backhanded Gao Kai across the face. Fuck. You useless idiot. What the hell are you good for besides spending money? How did I end up with a bastard like you? If you were even a tenth as capable as your sister, we wouldn't be in this mess. Fuck you. Li Huijin hurriedly tried to stop Gao Ziyuan's tirade. Lao Gao, stop swearing. Shouldn't we be figuring out what to do next? Gao Ziyuan lit a cigarette and calmed down. Huff. I still have over 30 million in savings. That was dirty money I accumulated when I was younger, so I never dared deposit it in a bank. I converted it all into gold and stored it in a secret location. If cashed in now, it should be worth 40 or 50 million. Gao Kai clutched his reddened cheek and said with surprise, That much? Dad, hurry and convert it to cash to buy a better house, then get me a car. It'll only cost a few million at most. It's not that much. Gao Ziyuan restrained his urge to slap him again and said bitterly, You idiot, that money is for your sister. We cannot touch it. Your sister is our family's only hope. Once things cool down, I will spend money to bribe connections and find a scapegoat to serve time on your sister's behalf. When she returns, she'll use the money to restart the company. Then Gao Ziyuan's gaze grew grave. What matters most right now is identifying the person targeting our family. Without finding this person, even if one returns, it will be nearly impossible to rebuild. They operate in the shadows while we are exposed. Hearing this, Gao Kai immediately perked up. Dad, leave this matter to me. You always say I'm useless. I will prove to you whether I truly am. Gao Ziyuan felt a flicker of satisfaction. He finally sensed his son was not entirely worthless. Li Huijin also gazed at her beloved son with tender compassion. Kai, you've grown up. Gao Kai chuckled slyly. Dad, how about this? If I find the mastermind behind all this, will you tell me where our family keeps the gold? Gao Ziyuan fell silent for a moment while his wife Li Huijin quickly interjected. Lao Gao, if our Kai truly has the ability to uncover that mastermind, is it really such a problem to tell him where the money is hidden? Gao Ziyuan gritted his teeth. Fine. As long as you bring that person to justice, I will tell you where the gold is stored. Haha. Thanks, Dad. Don't worry, I'll definitely track down that bastard. Gao Kai said with excitement. Night fell. Gao Kai sat alone in the villa's courtyard smoking. The place had terrible ecology. Mosquitoes everywhere biting him until his face swelled. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Lu Feifei, his former lover. Hey honey, are you doing okay? Fuck okay. I'm living in this dump getting eaten alive by mosquitoes. Gao Kai snapped irritably. Lu Feifei grew serious. Honey, have you found the person who framed your family's company? I'm thinking about it. I'm wondering if it's someone who once pursued my sister and she rejected them. Lu Feifei continued. Honey, do you think that person could be Yang Yi? Gao Kai chuckled. Him? That loser. I sent someone to look for him last time. Unexpectedly, when they arrived at his house, it was completely empty. He must have moved because he was terrified of me. How could a poor bastard like him harm my family? Lu Feifei shook her head. Something feels off. I get the sense he has become a different person lately, and he hasn't attended classes at school for quite some time. I suspect he may have encountered a patron who lifted him up. It could be his doing. After all, Yang Yi remains the prime suspect. Gao Kai narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Feifei, you make a valid point. Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow, come with me, figure out how to trace Yang Yi's whereabouts and tail him. Let's see if he is indeed behind this. If he is, I will surely have someone eliminate him. Alright, honey. If it really is him, remember, I deserve the credit. Don't worry. My dad just told me about the family savings. Once I get my hands on that money, I'll buy you an LV handbag. Really? Thank you, hubby. I love you so much. How about this? For fear of tipping them off, let me tail Yang Yi alone tomorrow, and then I'll fill you in on what I find. Alright. Waiting for your good news. The next day arrived. Yang Yi returned to campus, and Yuchi invited him to eat at the cafeteria, which he readily accepted. After their meal, the two made their way to a small grove on school grounds to talk about life and dreams. This little wooded patch had been affectionately dubbed Cannon Forest by the students. After all, quite a few couples spent their intimate moments there. Used condoms were often spotted scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, Yuchi casually linked her arm through Yang Yi's. Yang Yi smiled. President, and won't someone seeing us together damage your esteemed position? Yuchi rolled her eyes at him. Esteemed. My paltry title doesn't hold a candle to your background. Not even close. Yang Yi shook his head. Rome. It's not even close to my toenail, ha ha ha. Yang Yi, what kind of person are you really? Some rich kid. Yang Yi chuckled. Generally speaking, rich second-generation brats tend to have something wrong with their heads. Do I look like that? Yuchi covered her mouth and laughed. Not really. Then she fixed him with those big, lovely eyes of hers. You, close your eyes. Yang Yi complied. The very next moment, Yang Yi felt warm lips pressed gently against his own. I'm yours now. Don't abandon me later, okay? Yuchi spoke softly. She was an innocent girl who had never dated before. A girl like her, once thoroughly won over by a man, would devote herself to him wholeheartedly. Just as Yang Yi was about to open his eyes, Yuchi pressed against them and slipped an envelope from her bosom into his hands. Don't open them yet. Wait until I'm gone, then look. A few seconds later, when Yang Yi opened his eyes, Yuchi had already vanished. He pulled out the envelope from his chest with some surprise. Inside was a letter. It was, to his astonishment, a love letter from Yuchi to him. The letter expressed her gratitude and deep affection for him, declaring that she would stay by his side for the rest of her life. Yang Yi smiled and tucked the letter back into his chest. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Zhao Guoping. His voice carried urgency and tension. Director Yang, something terrible has happened. Our company is being investigated by the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce. Director Chen Xiaoping of the Bureau has arrived with several staff members and demands to see you. Director Yang, please come back at once. I have a bad feeling about this. Yang Yi paused. Upon hearing the name Chen Xiaoping, memories from his previous life suddenly surfaced regarding Ziyuan Pharmaceutical. In his past life, after the fake medicine scandal exploded, Ziyuan Pharmaceutical should have been thrust into an investigation almost immediately. Yet the matter was deliberately dragged out for far too long, ultimately allowing the Gao family to escape judgment before the apocalypse arrived, narrowly dodging disaster. The mastermind behind all this was none other than Chen Xiaoping, the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Later, Chen was arrested by the Procuratorate, and under interrogation, he spilled shocking secrets. It turned out that Chen Xiaoping had been accepting bribes from Ziyuan Pharmaceutical for many years. He and Gao Ziyuan had once served together in the military, forging an unbreakable bond as sworn brothers, which is precisely why he was willing to protect them. At the mention of that name, a cold smile curled Yang Yi's lips. Fine. Tell him to wait in my office. I'll be right back. Yang Yi hung up and was about to turn back when he suddenly sensed someone tailing him. Indeed, a suspicious figure emerged from beside a tree. Yang Yi said calmly, "Come out. I've seen you." A strikingly beautiful figure stepped out from beside the tree. To his surprise, it was Lu Feifei. A hint of mockery played across her face. "No wonder you haven't come looking for me lately. You found someone new, have you? Who is she?" "None of your damn business," Yang Yi replied dismissively. Lu Feifei felt a twinge of discomfort inside. It wasn't jealousy exactly. After all, when Yang Yi used to grovel before her, he had been incredibly generous, skimping on his own meals and spending his living expenses and part-time wages on gifts for her. Now, although she had attached herself to the rich second-generation heir Gao Kai, he was far more stingy than Yang Yi had ever been. Asking him to buy something worth a few thousand yuan would take forever, and he even made her split the cost of hotel rooms. A convenient ATM machine as reliable as Yang Yi being stolen away by someone else was, regardless of perspective, a loss. Lu Feifei adopted a cold demeanor. "Yang Yi, tell me honestly, did you really take down Gao Kai's family?" That authoritative look of hers once held tremendous power over Yang Yi. He never dared to lie to her. But this time, after pondering for just a second, Yang Yi decisively activated his ability, mind-reading interrogation. In the next instant, Lu Feifei's expression went blank, as though her soul had been drained away. Her eyes grew hollow and vacant. Yang Yi pressed firmly, "Why did you come asking this question? Did Gao Kai send you?" Lu Feifei answered mechanically and truthfully, "Gao Kai sent me. You're the prime suspect. As long as he can unmask the mastermind behind this, he'll learn the location where his father hid the gold, worth a full 50 million. His family plans to use that money to rebuild their fortunes." Yang Yi stood stunned for a moment. As expected, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Gao family wouldn't fall so easily. That sly old dog Gao Ziyuan had long ago kept a secret ace up his sleeve, an asset that remained untouched. However, Yang Yi was not worried in the slightest. After all, the intellectual gap between that family of fools and himself was incalculable. The arrogant and tyrannical Gao one had already been reduced to a stray dog hiding wherever she could. Still, since they possessed a reserve fund as a safety net, he would inevitably need to locate it and seize it for himself, stripping them of their final hope. Within moments, Yang Yi conceived a brilliant strategy. Right after that, Lu Feifei snapped out of the mind-reading interrogation ability. She paused, having no idea what had just transpired, assuming she had merely zoned out for a second. Yang Yi smiled. "No wonder you trailed me here. You were after this answer. Since you've been so sincere, I'll tell you, yes, I did it, hee. Lu Feifei froze instantly. She had expected Yang Yi to deny it or make excuses, never imagining he would confess so openly. Did this mean she and Gao Kai had finally identified the mastermind? Gao Kai would now learn the location of his father's hidden gold, and she could return to her carefree life. A wave of excitement swept through Lu Feifei. But soon she composed herself. This couldn't be right. Would this loser Yang Yi actually be lying to her? Even if he wanted to take down the Gao family, he simply didn't have the capability. Could he really have gained the patronage of some influential figure? So she continued, "Yang Yi, have you gotten involved with some high-ranking official or wealthy person?" Yang Yi's lips curled slightly as another scheme took shape in his mind. "Exactly. You guessed it right. TSK, TSK, TSK. Turns out you're actually quite smart." Lu Feifei was somewhat astonished. She never expected Yang Yi to answer all these questions so straightforwardly, so she decisively pressed her advantage. "Yang Yi, tell me honestly, who is helping you from behind the scenes?" Yang Yi shrugged indifferently. "I don't seem to have any obligation to tell you that much, do I? Besides, that's my network. If I were to betray him and the procuratorate got involved, wouldn't I end up in trouble too? Don't treat me like a fool, all right?" Lu Feifei also knew that Yang Yi would never reveal who his benefactor was. That would be tantamount to destroying his own future. She suddenly had an idea, putting on a charming demeanor, letting her shoulder strap slip down. With a seductive glint in her eyes and a tender expression, she said, "Yang Yi, haven't you always liked me? How about this? Let's make a deal. You tell me about that person, and I'll let you have your way with me right here. What do you say?" Yang Yi looked at her repulsive display and immediately felt his stomach churning. Although she was pretty enough to score at least an 80, she paled in comparison to the stunning beauties at Yang Yi's home. The most crucial point was that she was already tainted. For Yang Yi to be with someone like her would feel like finding a piece of chewed gum stuck under a bus seat, scraping it out and chewing it again. Yang Yi suppressed his urge to vomit and firmly refused to give it up. "I won't tell you anything. I still need that benefactor's help to rise to prominence." After saying this, Yang Yi departed decisively. Lu Feifei didn't idle away either. She dressed quickly and continued to secretly tail him. However, Yang Yi had long noticed her following him. He exited the forest and arrived at a secluded pavilion, while Lu Feifei trailed far behind, believing herself well hidden as she watched everything Yang Yi did in the pavilion. He saw Yang Yi take out his phone and dial a number. "Hello, President Zhao notified Director Chen immediately. Tell him to go to Xiangxiangxia tea house. I want to thank him in person for his help this time. Remember, this matter must not be known by others. After speaking Yang, he hung up the phone and left the pavilion. Lu Feifei, hiding behind a smug smile, curled her lips. I found out after all. Let's see which high-ranking official helped you. Then she hailed a taxi and headed to Xiangxiangxia Tea House in Tianhai City. Tianhai City. Xiangxiangxia Tea House, the most luxurious tea house in Tianhai City, which also serves as a high-end restaurant. On the second floor, in an exclusive private room, a middle-aged balding man wearing an executive jacket sat at the head of the room, his face radiating the aura of authority. He was Chen Xiaoping, the director of Tianhai City's Industry and Commerce Bureau. Beside him sat a young man also wearing an executive jacket. This young man was Zhongli, Chen Xiaoping's secretary, and at the same time his straw man. Through Zhongli, Chen Xiaoping had received considerable bribes. Secretary Zhongli picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chen Xiaoping. Director, why did that Yang Yi arrange to bring us here? Chen Xiaoping said indifferently. Xiao Zhang, you followed me for so many years and still don't understand this basic thing. He brought us here simply to give me some money. Zhongli nodded. Director, how much do you think we should ask for this time? Chen Xiaoping said, my brother Gao family is finished. They were a fat piece of meat for us. Now that Gao Ziyuan can't come up with money anymore, it's time for us to turn our attention to other companies. In fact, Chen Xiaoping was not commissioned by anyone to target Yang Yi. He had no idea what had happened between Yang Yi and Gao Ziyuan. He simply wanted to squeeze some profit. Zhongli was somewhat worried. What if that is a rash young man who refuses to pay? Chen Xiaoping sneered, that's simple enough. I have plenty of ways to make his company unable to survive in this Tianhai City. Don't worry about that. He's so rich that offering us something is only fair. As local officials, even without merit, we've endured hardship. Zhongli nodded. Director, your insight is profound. Before long, Yang Yi walked into the private room alone, carrying an exquisite silver briefcase. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei had just arrived here and booked the neighboring private room, quietly listening to the conversation inside. Yang Yi placed the briefcase on the table and then greeted Chen Xiaoping with a smile. Director Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Xiaoping stood up and shook Yang Yi's hand with a smile. Yang, so young and so distinguished. Hee. Yang Yi smiled, I don't deserve such praise. It's all thanks to Director Chen's guidance, otherwise I wouldn't have developed so quickly. And this time, if not for Director Chen's help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Here, Director Chen, this is a small token of my respect for you, please don't reject it. After saying this, he opened the lid of the briefcase. Chen Xiaoping was very confused by what Yang Yi said. He hadn't helped him at all. What did he mean by this? However, Chen Xiaoping didn't have time to think too much. When he saw Yang Yi open that silver briefcase, he was instantly captivated by what was inside, casting his doubts aside. Inside was an entire case full of cash. Moreover, it was US dollars. Chen Xiaoping couldn't help but sigh, this guy really knows how to play the game. This case contained at least 2 million, which converted to RMB would be at least over 10 million. This was much more generous than that guy Gao Ziyuan, who only gave hundreds of thousands at a time, so stingy. Chen Xiaoping gave Secretary Zhongli a subtle glance. Zhongli decisively stood up, closed the briefcase, and brought it to his side. Chen Xiaoping said very politely, Yang, look at this, how can I accept this? But since it's your sincere gesture, I'm embarrassed to refuse. Rest assured, from now on in this Tianhai City, you can walk however you please. I guarantee no one will dare to cause you trouble. Yang Yi laughed heartily and raised a cup of tea. Come, Director Chen, brother Zhang, this junior offers you a toast in tea instead of wine. Please continue to help me in the future. Small matter, cheers. Chen Xiaoping said magnanimously. Cheers. Zhongli was also excited. After finishing the tea, Yang Yi's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, he said apologetically, sorry Director Chen, I have something to handle and need to go back first. I won't keep you company today. I just ordered a table full of good food and drinks for you. Please wait a moment, enjoy the meal before leaving, don't waste my heartfelt gesture. Chen Xiaoping laughed heartily, no problem, go ahead and attend to your affairs. Okay, then I'll take my leave first. Yang Yi decisively left the private room. After a while, the waiters at this high-end tea house began serving dishes one after another. A table full of the finest delicacies and premium wines. This single table was worth at least several hundred thousand. Chen Xiaoping said to Zhongli, take out the money and check if it's real. Zhongli lifted the briefcase, randomly took out over a dozen US dollar bills, and began to examine them carefully. Then Zhongli said with an excited expression, no problem, Director, it's all real. We've made a fortune this time. Huh. We've made it, really made it. What a generous boss. Never mind, let's eat first. Don't waste this huge table of fine food and wine. The two began to feast with great joy. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei in the neighboring private room took out her phone and coldly called Gao Kai, husband, I found the real mastermind. Hurry and bring some people over. Right in the second floor private room of Xiangxiangxia tea house. Remember to bring more people. Haha, okay. Gao Kai on the other end of the phone was very excited. A hint of wickedness and satisfaction appeared on Lu Feifei's face. That case of US dollars will belong to me. Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li sat in the luxurious private room with exhilarated expressions savoring the exquisite cuisine and expensive vintage wines. The mere thought of that box of US dollars filled them with boundless excitement. Chen Xiaoping raised his glass with a smile. Xiao Zhang, leave the money laundering to you. Remember to transfer the funds into my wife's overseas bank account. No problem, Director Chen. You can count on me. Zhang Li replied with a sycophantic grin, just as the two were reveling in their arrogance. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the private room. By the sound of it, there were at least a dozen people. Bang! The next instant, the door to Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li's private room was kicked wide open. Leading them was none other than Gao Kai. He had brought over a dozen burly men, their bodies covered in tattoos, who looked like anything but decent folk, and they stormed into the private room. The group wielded weapons like wooden clubs and baseball bats, their faces twisted with cruel smiles. Zhang Li sprang to his feet and shouted angrily, "How dare you barge in here? Get out now." Gao Kai sneered, "So you two are Yang Yi's precious guests, huh?" Chen Xiaoping remained composed and said, "So what if we are? Could you possibly be Yang Yi's sworn enemy?" Gao Kai laughed, "You guessed it. Haha. I never expected that despite his meticulous planning he would still slip up and expose your whereabouts." Secretary Zhang Li spoke with remarkable composure. "Do you even know who he is? Before Director Chen loses his temper, you'd better scram." Gao Kai burst into laughter. "The hell I care who you are? Anyone who helps Yang Yi die's brothers hit them. I'll beat the living daylights out of these two idiots." Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li were instantly stunned. Before they could even begin to explain, Gao Kai's gang of thugs raised their weapons and charged forward. Thud after thud. Blow after blow landed on both men, each strike reaching the flesh. No external wounds, but severe internal injuries. "I'll stop, please stop, it hurts so much." Chen Xiaoping was knocked to the ground, clutching his head and begging pitifully. Secretary Zhang Li fared no better. His glasses were smashed to pieces, and he curled up on the ground covered in bumps from the clubs. Yet in his arms he clutched the briefcase containing the US dollars tightly. Ignoring their desperate pleas, Gao Kai felt on top of the world. "Huh, this is what happens when you cross me. And you dared to help that scoundrel Yang Yi mess with us. I'll make sure to crush you two bastards." Gao Kai's heart raced with triumph. He thought to himself that finally he had vented his anger thoroughly. At this moment, Lu Feifei approached and nestled against Gao Kai's arm, saying flirtatiously, "Husband, this time I'm the one who deserves the credit. If I hadn't tracked Yang Yi, how could we have succeeded so easily?" Gao Kai lovingly flicked her nose. "The moment I get the location of my father's gold stockpile, the first thing I'll do is buy you a handbag." "Thank you, husband." Lu Feifei smiled. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. She hastily said to Gao Kai, "By the way, that briefcase. Hurry, get that briefcase. It has the US dollars Yang Yi gave them." Only then did Lu Feifei realize the briefcase had vanished. After looking around for a while, she discovered that Zhang Li, the one currently being beaten, was holding it tightly in his embrace. "Quick, pry that briefcase out of his arms." Two muscular men exerted tremendous effort to forcibly pry open Zhang Li's arms and snatch the briefcase from his grasp. Lu Feifei excitedly snatched the briefcase away. At this moment, the briefcase was completely locked and the password had been scrambled. Only then did she realize why Zhang Li had clung to the briefcase so desperately. He had set a password on the box while being beaten. And this briefcase was of excellent quality. Without the password, it would be difficult to open. Lu Feifei kicked Zhang Li in the face. "Tell me the password." Zhang Li's face bore a look of utter defiance. "Damn it, kill me if you have the guts, but you'll never get the password in this lifetime." Lu Feifei furiously kicked him several more times. Gao Kai then walked over, took the briefcase from her, and said with a faint smile, "You think I have no way to open this briefcase, don't you? Let me tell you, I know plenty of thieves and burglars. Cracking a piece of junk like this is as easy as pie. Actually, there was an even simpler method to crack this briefcase. That was brute force, blasting it open with explosives. But the US dollars inside would likely be destroyed in the process. To be safe, Gao Kai decided to have his men send it to a locksmith expert on the streets for cracking. He then handed the briefcase to a most trusted subordinate. This subordinate was thin as a rail, resembling a bamboo pole, with a standard punkish yellow hairdo. "Daniel, catch. Take this box to get cracked open. If even one bill is missing, I'll cripple you." Yellow-haired Daniel nodded. "Don't worry, Kaiji." With that, Daniel left with the briefcase. Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li on the ground were already beaten black and blue, barely alive. The two lay on the ground feigning death, completely motionless. Gao Kai nodded with satisfaction. "All right, brothers, let's go. We're hitting the bar. Once Daniel cracks the password, I'll split some money among you guys so you can have some fun with women." Everyone tossed aside their various clubs and batons, excitedly following Gao Kai and Lu Feifei out. After a long while, Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li finally dared to climb up and sit on the ground, gasping heavily. "Damn it, I've been director for all these years, and I've never suffered such humiliation. I'll definitely have someone kill him." Chen Xiaoping cursed furiously. Zhang Li was beaten into a swollen mess, his clothes torn to shreds. He said apologetically to Chen Xiaoping, "Director Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't protect the briefcase. It was snatched by them." Chen Xiaoping shook his head. Forget it. Once I find out which bastard robbed us, it's not too late to get the briefcase back. Alright, Director Chen. Shall I take you to the hospital? Chen Xiaoping shook his head. He absolutely did not want others to know he had been beaten. At this moment, Chen Xiaoping's phone suddenly rang. It was his good brother and comrade Gao Ziyuan calling. Hey Lao Chen, where are you? Chen Xiaoping said, What's up Ziyuan? I'm busy right now. Nothing much. Last time was all thanks to you. If you hadn't tipped me off, my 1-1 would have been caught by the police. So I want to treat you to a nice dinner at a big hotel tonight, and give you a little token of appreciation. Chen Xiaoping's eyes lit up. The little token of appreciation obviously meant exactly what he thought. He was money mad. How could he possibly refuse? Alright then Ziyuan. Tell me where, and I'll come find you later. Gao Ziyuan laughed. Dingsheng Grand Hotel. I've already booked a private room. Tonight I also plan to introduce my son to you. After going through this, my son has matured. I'm planning to let him take over the family business, so he won't be idling around all day doing nothing. Alright Ziyuan, I'll be right there. Daniel, a subordinate of Gao Kai, walked toward a dimly lit street, briefcase in hand. There stood several shops offering services like locksmithing, scrap metal collection, gold and jewelry recycling, and luxury tobacco and alcohol resale. However, beneath the veneer of legitimate crafts and commerce, these establishments served as channels for syndicates and hoodlums to peddle their stolen wares. What Daniel was unaware of was that a Beidou tracker had been concealed within his briefcase, ceaselessly transmitting his location to an outside party. Before reaching his destination, a dark silhouette suddenly lunged from the shadows. The figure moved with extraordinary speed and remarkable agility, unmistakably a trained fighter. A handkerchief clasped in the assailant's hand swiftly covered Daniel's mouth and nose. After merely 2 or 3 seconds of struggle, Daniel collapsed into unconsciousness. Some time elapsed before Daniel roused from his slumber. His first action upon waking was to immediately inspect the briefcase. The briefcase remained untouched where it had fallen, though the attacker had stolen his phone and wallet. Daniel rubbed his throbbing temples and cursed profusely. That bastard actually drugged me. Thank heavens the briefcase wasn't taken. What a close call. He examined the briefcase repeatedly and discovered marks where someone had attempted to pry it open. Clearly the culprit couldn't breach it, and thus remained ignorant of the valuable contents within. Phew, if I'd lost this thing, Brother Kai would have done away with me for sure. Daniel breathed a sigh of relief. With briefcase in hand, he pressed onward toward his destination. A graceful figure materialized from the shadows, obstructing his path. It was Lu Feifei. Somewhat taken aback, Daniel blurted, Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Lu Feifei flashed a mysterious smile, drawing Daniel aside into a narrow alley. Daniel, have I ever treated you well? Sister-in-law has been nothing but kind to me. One word, excellent. Daniel hastened to flatter. Lu Feifei gave a bewitching smile. Daniel, there should be $2 million in this briefcase. When they crack the code open later, you'll tell Gao Kai there's only 1 million. The remaining 1 million goes to me. Daniel froze on the spot. You goddamn, this is embezzlement. Daniel hesitated awkwardly. Sister-in-law, this doesn't feel right. If Brother Kai finds out, I'll be in deep trouble. Lu Feifei smiled elegantly. Don't worry, Daniel. I didn't tell Gao Kai the exact amount. I only mentioned 1 million. He wouldn't dare ask Director Chen, the man he beat up, about the contents, would he? Daniel's eyes darted about. He reasoned that what Lu Feifei said made sense. But then a realization struck him like a thunderbolt. You scheming bitch. If I help you skim Brother Kai's money, you get the cash, while I bear all the risk. You Jezebel. With that, Daniel's expression shifted to one of righteous indignation. Sister-in-law, I will never betray Brother Kai. Please don't ask this of me. Though I may lack talent when it comes to loyalty, I am absolutely Brother Kai's #1 man. Otherwise, Brother Kai wouldn't have entrusted me with such an important task. Lu Feifei covered her mouth and giggled. And what if I agreed to split that 1 million with you? Upon hearing these words, Daniel went numb. 500,000 in US dollars. Converted to RMB, at least 3 million. A fortune beyond imagination. When had he ever possessed more than 4 digits in his entire life? 3 million was enough to patronize every streetwalker on Red Light Avenue 100 times over. Cold sweat poured down Daniel's back, his whole body trembled. The allure of money vastly outweighed any loyalty to Gao Kai. Were it not for knowing that Gao Kai moved in powerful criminal circles and had a mob boss for a brother-in-law, Daniel would have coveted the entire sum for himself. Since Lu Feifei was now conspiring with him to deceive Gao Kai, they were truly in the same boat. She certainly wouldn't betray him. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei, still believing Daniel's resolve, remained unshakable, prepared to raise the stakes. She reached out and pinned Daniel against the alley wall with one swift motion. Using her other hand, she slipped the garment off her shoulder, causing her attire to half collapse, revealing a breathtaking expanse of cleavage. She pressed it against Daniel's chest, sending his blood racing. Lu Feifei alluringly enticed him. Daniel, isn't sister-in-law beautiful? Daniel stared unblinkingly at the enticing sight before him, feeling his desire surge beyond containment. He swallowed hard. Beautiful, beautiful. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Lu Feifei gave a seductive smile. Daniel, as long as you're willing to do as I say, I'll belong to you. Right here, any position you prefer. I'll accommodate you completely. How about it? Daniel hastily averted his gaze skyward. Sister-in-law, you've misjudged me. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Feifei seized Daniel's hand and placed it upon. Then smiled. How about this? Daniel flushed crimson with excitement, grinning lecherously. Spot on judgment. With that, the demon within him could no longer be restrained. Afterward, indescribable sounds of passion echoed from within the alley. Some time passed. Lu Feifei emerged from the alley fully dressed. Daniel, once you've cracked the code, hand me the briefcase. I'll handle the division of money. Rest assured you'll get every cent you're owed. After all, we're in this together now. Daniel grinned and shamelessly squeezed Lu Feifei's body. No problem, I trust you. With that, he walked into a locksmith shop carrying the briefcase. About an hour passed. The briefcase was cracked open. Daniel glanced at the money inside. Indeed, stacks of green banknotes. With his limited knowledge and experience, he couldn't identify what currency it was. He promptly closed the lid, picked up the briefcase, and walked out of the shop, handing it over to Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei then carried the briefcase into a small room. After a long while, she emerged from the room, clutching a thick black plastic bag bulging with US dollars, which she handed to Daniel. Here, this is 500,000 US dollars. Hide it however you can. As for the remaining 1 million, take it back to Gao Kai as proof of completion. With that, she handed over the briefcase containing the 1 million US dollars. Daniel accepted both the briefcase and plastic bag, then departed in high spirits. Lu Feifei gazed upon the 50,000 crisp US banknotes before her eyes practically blazing with fervor. This was the first time in her life she had possessed so much money. She would truly become a wealthy lady now. Once she extracted some more money from Gao Kai, she would be set for life. As Lu Feifei contemplated how to convert these dollars into RMB, her phone suddenly rang. It was Gao Kai calling. Hey Feifei, I got the money. The box actually contained 1 million US dollars. You've done a tremendous service this time. Hurry over. I'm at the Dingsheng Grand Hotel. My father wants to introduce me to a high-ranking official. Get here first. After I'm done, I'll take you shopping for handbags. Lu Feifei's face beamed with joy. Hee, thanks honey. I'm on my way. Gao Kai sat in a car hurrying to the Dingsheng restaurant that Gao Ziyuan had mentioned. Looking at the briefcase filled with over $1 million in front of him, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. What a double blessing today. Not only did he beat up Yang Yi's backers, but he also pocketed the $1 million Yang Yi had given him. Awesome. How refreshing when good fortune strikes. Just then his phone rang. It was his father Gao Ziyuan calling. Hey dad, what's up? Gao Ziyuan instructed. Xiao Kai, hurry to the bank and withdraw some money, then buy a few bottles of good wine and some cigarettes. Put the money into bags. How much should I take out? About 200 will do. As your first meeting gift for when you see Uncle Chun. Gao Kai pursed his lips. Dad, I've never met your so-called good brother before. Why the sudden urgency to meet him today? Gao Ziyuan spoke with sincere earnestness. In the past, I didn't let you meet him because your sister handled all these connections. You were out indulging yourself day and night, neglecting the company entirely. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications since these matters aren't exactly above board. Gao Kai's eyes darted around as an idea struck him. Oh dad, I accomplished something significant today. I traced back those who orchestrated the schemes against our family. Don't I deserve some credit? Surely you'll let me in on where the gold is hidden. Gao Ziyuan laughed heartily. My son has finally proven himself. All right, no problem. I'll tell you right now. All the family's gold is stored in a safe on the second floor of our Purple Lake Villa in the eastern suburbs. But that villa's been abandoned, and no one lives there now. Does it have a combination lock, Dad? Gao Kai asked eagerly. Yes, the code is 763,421. Got it, Dad. Don't worry, I'll definitely use this money to help our family rebuild. Gao Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement and triumph. As for using the money to start a company or revive the family business, Gao Kai hadn't the slightest intention. He was only focused on retrieving that gold and converting it to cash for his hedonistic pursuits. Once you've got the money, hurry over. Uncle Chun will be arriving soon. All right, Dad. I'll be there shortly. Tianhai City. At the Dingsheng restaurant's premium private room, Gao Ziyuan and his wife Li Huijin had prepared an elaborate spread of fine wines and dishes, eagerly awaiting their old friend Chen Xiaoping's arrival. Not long after, Chen Xiaoping was helped into the private room by his secretary Zhang Li. Upon seeing their battered and bruised faces, Gao Ziyuan and his wife looked utterly bewildered. Lao Chen, what happened to you? Did you get into a car accident on the way? Gao Ziyuan asked in astonishment. So don't even get me started. Today I ran into a bunch of hoodlums. I was just sitting there enjoying my meal in peace when they stormed in and beaten me and Xiao Zhang without any provocation. What the hell? Gao Ziyuan hurriedly asked with concern. Damn it, they dare to assault government officials. Where's the law? Lao Chen, don't worry, I'm calling the police right now. Gao Ziyuan reached for his phone to make the call, but Chen Xiaoping snatched it away in panic. Are you kidding me? There's no way we can involve the police in this. How would I explain to the police that a gang of thugs robbed me of a $2 million bribe? Chen Xiaoping quickly said, No, forget it. Let's not pursue this matter. I'll find those guys eventually. Gao Ziyuan's expression darkened. Looks like you've got something you can't say. But don't worry, Lao Chun. My son and daughter both have connections in the underworld. Tell me what happened, and I'll use those connections to sort things out for you. Chen Xiaoping exchanged a glance with his secretary Zhang Li, sensing this might actually work out. If the legal route fails, they'll turn to the underworld. After all, $2 million is no small amount. Chen Xiaoping began to explain carefully. It's like this, Lao Gao. In my jurisdiction, there's a large enterprise, and its chairman is named Yang Yi. Today was our first meeting, so he brought $2 million as a gift. But before I could even warm my hands on that money, a group of thugs showed up and beat both me and Xiao Zhang without warning. Not only that, they also stole the $2 million. Can you believe this bullshit? Hearing the name Yang Yi, Gao Ziyuan and his wife Li Huijin froze in shock. Who did you just say? Yang Yi. Yeah, don't you know him? Chen Xiaoping was taken aback. Gao Ziyuan couldn't believe it. That loser Yang Yi couldn't possibly be the chairman of such a big company. He urgently pressed. Is this Yang Yi you're talking about? Quite young. Probably early 20s, handsome, tall, and slender. Exactly. Do you know him? Gao Ziyuan spat on the ground and said fiercely, I not only know that bastard, I know him too well. Chen Xiaoping was stunned. What's going on? It looks like you two aren't on good terms. Gao Ziyuan sneered. Remember when my son was arrested and detained a while back? After that, I spent several $100,000 to cut connections with you just to get my son Xiao Kai released. I remember. That Yang Yi is the one who got my son locked up last time. That explains it. I went to his place with money to get him to sign a letter of forgiveness, but he refused to take it. So this kid's actually loaded. Gao Ziyuan said coldly. Chen Xiaoping pondered for a moment. Lao Gao, could there be some misunderstanding here? That Yang Yi seems like a decent person to me, generous with his money. He handed over $2 million straight away, which is far more generous than what you've ever offered, ha. There was clear sarcasm in Chen Xiaoping's words. He was implying that he'd been a brother to Gao Ziyuan for years, handling troubles on his behalf time and again. Yet each time he rewarded him with only a few $100,000, totaling less over all these years than Yang Yi gave in a single gesture. Gao Ziyuan sneered. Lao Chun, and you call yourself a high-ranking official. You haven't noticed anything wrong yet. What do you mean? Chen Xiaoping pressed urgently. Hey Yang Yi may be generous, but tell me, do you actually have that money in your possession right now? Well, that's true. I don't have it. Gao Ziyuan smirked coldly. Exactly. From everything you've told me, I already figured it out. Yang Yi is cunning as a fox. He gifted you the money to build rapport, then hired thugs to steal it back. He gains goodwill without any actual loss. Chen Xiaoping fell silent. His secretary Zhang Li also rubbed his forehead, thinking through everything. He said to Chen Xiaoping, Director Chen, Boss Gao's analysis does seem reasonable. Muttering to himself, Chen Xiaoping said, that can't be right. The thugs who stole the money claimed they were Yang Yi's enemies. Gao Ziyuan laughed loudly. Of course they would. Do you think he'd admit his own men were behind the robbery? By claiming they were his rivals, he clears his own name completely. Chen Xiaoping seemed to snap out of his reverie. He grabbed a wine glass and hurled it to the ground in fury, shattering it into pieces. Bastard. I almost fell for his scheme. No wonder he was so generous, dropping $2 million like nothing. Gao Ziyuan patted Chen Xiaoping on the shoulder and smiled. Calm down, old friend. Now that we know Yang Yi's behind this, taking him down will be straightforward. Chen Xiaoping nodded firmly. You're right. I'll make sure that bastard pays. Gao Ziyuan checked his watch. My son's arriving soon. Don't worry, he has deep connections in the underworld. He'll handle Yang Yi for you. Just then a voice came from outside the private room. Gao Kai announcing his arrival. Dad, I'm here. Hearing that familiar voice from outside the private room, Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li immediately felt their hairs stand on end. Zhang Li immediately said, Director Chen. That voice sounds like it was from before. Chen Xiaoping waved his hand to signal Zhang Li not to speak. Then Chen Xiaoping dragged Zhang Li into the private restroom in the room, closed the door, and listened quietly to what was happening outside. Gao Ziyuan walked out and brought his son Gao Kai inside. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei linked arms with Gao Kai as they entered the private room together. They felt invigorated and beaming, happier than ever. Gao Ziyuan smiled and said, Good son. Thanks to you for uncovering the mastermind behind this. Once things cool down, I'll have your sister come back. Gao Kai carried a bag filled with liquor and cigarettes into the room and asked, Wait, Dad, didn't you say you'd introduce me to your good brother, Director Chen? Where is he? Just then the restroom door creaked open and Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li emerged from inside. Gao Ziyuan quickly introduced his son. Come, Xiao Kai, this is my good brother, Director Chen Xiaoping. Call him Uncle Chen. The young man beside him is your Uncle Chen's secretary Zhang Li. Just call him Brother Zhang. But when Gao Kai and Lu Feifei saw Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li with swollen and bruised faces, they were stunned. With a clatter, the box of tobacco and liquor fell from Gao Kai's hands and shattered on the ground. Chen Xiaoping and Zhang Li regarded him with sinister grins. Chen Xiaoping forced a grin, his teeth clenched as he said, So it's you, my dear nephew. I've been searching for you everywhere. Heh. Gao Ziyuan was taken aback. Wait, old Chen, you know my son. Chen Xiaoping sneered. Know him? We're practically inseparable. Oh, when did you meet? Gao Ziyuan remained bewildered. Before anyone could react, Gao Kai dropped to his knees with a thud. I'm sorry, Uncle Chun, I had no idea it was you. Chen Xiaoping approached Gao Kai and kicked him squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Gao Ziyuan and his wife Li Huijin stood frozen in shock. Old Chun, what are you doing? Chen Xiaoping whirled around, glaring ferociously at Gao Ziyuan before shouting in fury, damn it. It's this little bastard who gave me these injuries. Gao Ziyuan was dumbfounded. No, that's impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Before Gao Ziyuan could explain himself, Chen Xiaoping ordered Zhang Li to pounce on Gao Kai and beat him mercilessly on the ground. Zhang Li was no ordinary man. Despite his scholarly appearance behind those glasses, he fought with a viciousness that surpassed even gangsters. He rained punch after punch onto Gao Kai's face. Gao Kai cowered on the ground, clutching his head and wailing desperately, too terrified to fight back, as Zhang Li pummeled him without mercy. Zhang Li vented his pent-up rage from earlier, cursing wildly. How dare you strike me? I'm the Secretary of the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce. You little punk dared to hit me. Fuck your mother. His fists went numb from the relentless beating, realizing it wasn't enough to satisfy his wrath, so he rose to his feet and drove his boots into Gao Kai's body. And you had the audacity to steal my money. I'll kill you. Gao Kai lay broken, blood spilling from his lips, eyes swollen shut, head covered in bruises. Brother Zhang, stop. I was wrong. Lu Feifei stood paralyzed nearby, her face pale with shock, terrified that Zhang Li would turn his fury on her next. Stop it. Gao Ziyuan and Li Huijin rushed over to shield their son. Only then did Zhang Li feel somewhat satisfied, returning to his seat to gulp down liquor with a smug expression. Li Huijin gazed at her son with a heartbroken expression before turning sharply to Chen Xiaoping. Old Chun, what's going on? Why did you suddenly start attacking? When did my Gao Kai offend you? Gao Ziyuan pondered for a moment, and understanding dawned on him. Looking up at Chen Xiaoping, he said, I get it now. The backer of Yang Yi that Xiao Kai mentioned. You're his connection, right? Chen Xiaoping retorted coldly, backer my ass. When did I become anyone's backer? Your damn kid barges in without asking questions and tries to rob me. Didn't you just say the person who stole my money was one of Yang Yi's men? Could your son be working for Yang Yi? Gao Ziyuan hastily explained. No, of course not, old Chen, you've misunderstood. Let me explain. Chen Xiaoping cut him off sharply. I don't want to hear your excuses right now. If your son isn't connected to Yang Yi, then give my money back immediately. We'll sort out the rest later. Chen Xiaoping felt somewhat relieved. At least it was old Gao's son, which meant he might still recover those $2 million. Gao Kai quickly got to his feet and meekly instructed his subordinate to bring in the briefcase containing $1 million from his car. He offered it respectfully with both hands. Uncle Chen, your money. Chen Xiaoping snatched the briefcase from him. But when he opened it, he discovered that half the money was missing. Smack! Chen Xiaoping delivered a devastating blow to Gao Kai's face and roared. You little brat. Is this all my money? Where's the other $2 million? Gao Kai held his swollen face, looking aggrieved. I don't know. I wasn't sure how much was inside either. When they gave it to me, that's all there was. Chen Xiaoping sneered coldly. I don't care about that. My $2 million. I want every cent back. Pay me now. Gao Kai suddenly remembered something and hastily explained. I know. It must be that bastard Daniel. He took this box. He definitely stole half the money. Then he turned to one of his men and ordered, quick, go get Daniel here. The subordinate nodded and hurried away. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei felt drenched in sweat. If Daniel showed up, she wondered if she'd even make it out alive. Her face paled as she told Gao Kai, I don't feel well. I think I should go to the hospital. Snap. Under Chen Xiaoping's orders, Zhang Li slammed the private room door shut and locked it. Chen Xiaoping sneered, did I say you could leave? None of you are getting out of here until I get my $2 million. Lu Feifei trembled with fear, already imagining what would happen when Daniel arrived. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Brother Kai, I brought Daniel. Daniel was dumbfounded at the sight before him. The two bruised and battered men in the private room. Weren't they the same two who had been beaten earlier? It was over. From the looks of it, Brother Kai had kicked an iron plate. Daniel was shoved into the private room by one of the lackeys. His entire body trembled as he stammered to Gao Kai, Kai Gu. What do you want from me? Slap. Gao Kai backhanded Daniel across the face, drawing a thin trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. You damn well dare to play dumb with me. Money, hand over the money now. Daniel stammered tremblingly, what money? Gao Kai kicked him hard in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. What money? The American dollars in the box. You dare say you didn't take them? Daniel lay on the ground, turning his head to look at Lu Feifei, whose face had turned deathly pale. He knew this time it was likely all over. He gritted his teeth and decided to risk one more gamble. Brother Kai, I really didn't take the money from the box. I unlocked it and brought it straight back to you. I never even looked inside. Gao Kai didn't waste words on him. He grabbed a steak knife from the dining table and pressed it against Daniel's throat, threatening viciously, spit out that $1 million or I'll take your life today. Daniel was so terrified, he wet himself right there. He knew that staying stubborn would only lead to his death. Damn it, since he was going to die anyway, he might as well drag that slutty Lu Feifei down with him. If it weren't for her, how would I be in this mess? Danyu glared viciously at Lu Feifei, then pointed at her and shouted to everyone, "Boss, I did take the money, but I was forced into it." It was sister-in-law, oh no, that whore Lu Feifei. She told me to open the box and take out $1 million so we could split it 50-50. But as you know, brother Kai, I've always been loyal to you. So I refused to the death. Then she used her beauty to seduce me, and in that alley, I was blinded by her looks for a moment. That's why. Hearing this, everyone present stared at Gao Kai and Lu Feifei with strange looks. Especially Gao Kai's lackeys. They never would have imagined that this beautiful sister-in-law was so slutty. Pure on the outside, but a little vixen on the inside. Damn it, if only I had been the one sent to crack that briefcase. The lackeys regretted bitterly. And Gao Kai felt as though Shi Yangyang and Mei Yangyang had moved into his head, turning it into a green meadow. He wished he could stab that damn whore to death with a knife. But right now there were more important things. Gao Kai walked coldly to Lu Feifei and extended his hand, handed over. Lu Feifei's face turned deathly pale. She knew further denial was pointless, so she nodded. I hid the money in my rental apartment. Good, I'll send someone to get it. Gao Kai said coldly. Then he sent several trusted lackeys to retrieve the 2 bags of American dollars that Danyu and Lu Feifei had hidden separately. Soon those few returned to the private room, carrying 2 thick black plastic bags. Gao Kai respectfully placed the 2 bags of money on the table. Uncle Chen, I found it back for you. Please count it first. Seeing his money recovered, Chen Xiaoping immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Zhang Li and instructed, count it, and see if anything is missing. Yes, Director Chen. Zhang Li replied immediately. He then opened the 2 black plastic bags and began counting. However, after merely dozens of seconds, he noticed something was wrong. He saw that his fingers counting the money had been stained with a light green pigment by those American dollars. This money seems to be fake, Zhang Li said with an expression of surprise. He then hurriedly inspected them, examining both the money in the black plastic bags and that briefcase together. Soon he reached a definite conclusion. Director Chen, the money is fake. Chen Xiaoping roared in anger and threw the counterfeit bills from the table onto Gao Kai's face. Damn it, my money. You little bastard swapped it, didn't you? Gao Kai was terrified. That's impossible. After picking up the box, I haven't touched it at all. I gave it straight to Danyu to crack it. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. So he decisively turned to look at Danyu and said with a vicious expression, I understand now. You bastard swapped the money, didn't you? Danyu turned completely white with fear, as if he had been dead for days. No, it's impossible. This box never left my hands since I got it. Suddenly, Danyu recalled the incident on the way to crack the box, when someone had knocked him unconscious with a handkerchief. Could it be? That was when Danyu's expression tightened, his head covered in cold sweat. If he had lost those $2 million himself, could he walk out of this room alive today? Thinking of this, Danyu felt as though the sky had fallen. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Atom Company, Yang Yi was reclining in his luxury office chair, looking perfectly at ease. On the desk in front of him sat a laptop computer and an open briefcase. Inside the briefcase were piles of American dollars. Standing in the office was also a slender young man, somewhat shifty-looking, clearly the type who specialized in petty theft. Yang Yi took a stack of dollars from the briefcase, roughly $10,000, and tossed it to the young man. The young man caught the money with an expression of wild delight. Boss Yang, thank you. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled, as expected of Li Hao, known in the underworld as the oil-eating rat. Your skills are indeed quick. You handled this well. Earlier, when Danyu took the briefcase to crack it, the beta tracker inside had sent its real-time location to Yang Yi. Yang Yi immediately dispatched an expert to knock out Danyu and replace the original briefcase with an identical one filled with counterfeit bills. A perfect swap. This expert was none other than Li Hao, known in the Jianghu as the oil-eating rat. Agile and nimble, he specialized in petty theft and all sorts of underhanded tricks. Absolutely top tier. To avoid suspicion, Yang Yi also instructed Li Hao to make it appear as though the box had been pried open. This way it would seem the box hadn't been opened, and therefore nothing was taken. Moreover, Yang Yi had installed several micro pinhole cameras and wiretaps on that briefcase containing the counterfeit money. At this moment, every move in that luxurious private room of Dingxing Restaurant was captured on camera, all displayed on the computer in front of Yang Yi. Dingxing Grand Restaurant. At this moment, the atmosphere was somewhat stagnant. Danyu stood frozen in place, cowering and trembling all over. He suspected that it was most likely the person who had knocked him unconscious earlier who had swapped the briefcase. Gao Kai roared angrily. Tell me, what exactly is going on? If you don't, I'll kill you today, believe me. Danyu's crotch was instantly soaked, sweat pouring from his forehead, his face pale and bloodless. All right, Kai, brother Kai. I'll talk. Atom Corporation Chairman's office. Li Hao stared at the surveillance footage on his computer and asked in some puzzlement. Boss Yang, why did you have me swap the real briefcase with a fake one back then? Yang Yi chuckled. If we hadn't done it that way, how could we shift the blame onto that bitch Lu Feifei? I guess that this money-hungry woman would set her sights on that suitcase full of US dollars. Li Hao shook his head. But I still don't get it. Even so, the one who lost the money is Daniu, isn't that right? What does that have to do with Lu Feifei? Yang Yi smiled faintly. Let me ask you. If you were Daniu right now, what would you say? Would you take the blame for the lost money on yourself, or shift it directly onto Lu Feifei? Li Hao, being rather quick-witted, immediately grasped Yang Yi's intention. Oh, I understand now. Boss Yang, what you mean is that in Daniu's view, Lu Feifei had taken the briefcase away once, so he definitely wouldn't be willing to take responsibility for the loss. Therefore, even if he knows that he himself is the one who lost the money, he will unhesitatingly pin it on Lu Feifei. Yang Yi nodded and smiled. It's a choice that affords him no alternative. Even if he knows the truth, he will only choose the path I've laid out for him. Boss Yang, you're awesome. Li Hao couldn't help but give Yang Yi a thumbs up. Should keep watching. Dingsheng Grand Restaurant. Daniu's gaze turned resolute, as if he had made up his mind. He abruptly turned his head toward Lu Feifei, who looked utterly flustered. Pointing at her, he shouted. It was her. It was her. She was the one who swapped the money inside the case. Lu Feifei was stunned on the spot. She had never swapped the money at all. She had only taken the case from Daniu, divided the money inside, and handed it over to him. Thus she immediately defended herself. It wasn't me, I swear it wasn't me. I just took the case, divided the money inside into 3 shares, one of 1 million and 2 of 500,000, and I really didn't touch a single cent. Darling, believe me, I would never do such a thing. It must have been Daniu. Daniu took the case away, and on the way he might have swapped it for the same model. Gao Kai pondered for a moment, then walked up to Daniu and said coldly, Daniu, what do you have to say now? I think you're the more suspicious one. After all, the case was taken by you, and you had plenty of time to swap it for an identical one. Boss, please believe me, it really wasn't me. Daniu hurriedly argued in his own defense. Gao Kai knew that in any case the one who swapped the money had to be one of the two of them. At that moment, Lu Feifei's eyes lit up as if an idea had struck her. Right? Darling, there's another way to verify if Daniu really swapped the case. Tell me quickly, Gao Kai said urgently. Lu Feifei said, beaming with excitement. Isn't it simple? I watched Daniu take the case to crack the code. Look, Brother Zhang is here now. At that time it was Brother Zhang who set the code on that case. If Daniu really didn't swap the case, then the code on this fake case would definitely be wrong. All you need to do is ask Brother Zhang what code he set, and then ask the person who opened it. If the codes of the 2 cases don't match, doesn't that prove the case was switched by Daniu? At these words, everyone present was suddenly enlightened. Zhang Li and Xin Xiaoping also had their eyes light up. Gao Kai felt somewhat gratified. As expected of a top student from Tianhai University, she was indeed clever. The only flaw was that she was a bit too flirtatious. Daniu, on the other hand, was completely numb, cold sweat pouring down his undershirt, thoroughly soaked. It was over. This time it was truly over. The case he was holding must have been swapped by the person who knocked him out. That case's code absolutely couldn't be the same as the one Zhang Li had set. He was done for. This time he was truly done for. Daniu seemed to see his great-grandmother waving at him, and his whole mind sank into a half-dazed, half-conscious state. Gao Kai walked up to Zhang Li and asked with a fawning expression, Brother Zhang, what code did you set at that time? 270,739. It's the last 6 digits of my ID card. Apart from me, no one in the world knows that code. Zhang Li said indifferently. Gao Kai nodded, then had one of his underlings call the locksmith who had opened the case for him earlier. Daniu meanwhile felt as if he were about to die, though his legs trembled like a pile driver. His despair was even greater than the despair Sun Wukong felt when the Tathagata Buddha pressed him under the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years. Lu Feifei, on the other hand, was watching Daniu with a smug expression, her face a mask of contempt and gleeful anticipation. Soon the phone was connected. Hello, Brother Kai, you're looking for me. Gao Kai quickly asked, what's the code on the case I had Daniu bring over to crack earlier? 270,739. Silence, an eerie silence. Atom Corporation Chairman's office. Li Hao was a little stunned. No way, Boss Yang. How is it that the code on this fake money briefcase you gave me is exactly the same as the code on the real one? Do you really have the power to foresee the future? Did you predict the code that Zhang Li would set beforehand? Yang Yi laughed heartily, then casually pressed a string of digits on the briefcase in front of him. In the next moment, a string of numbers appeared on his phone. Exactly the digits he had pressed. There's no such thing as clairvoyance. It's just that this briefcase of mine is equipped with high-tech devices. When Zhang Li set the code on it, I received the code information right away. I see. So you had long anticipated this step. Dingsheng Grand Restaurant. All the people present were frozen solid, including Lu Feifei. Now she was utterly dumbfounded. This briefcase, it hadn't been swapped after all. What on earth was going on? Daniu, however, snapped out of his dazed state. No way. Could my great-grandma's spirit have really shown up to help me? Daniu couldn't bother with the details. He knew this wasn't the time to ponder what was happening. He only knew that now was his turn. Assuming an air of solemn righteousness, he declared, Brother Kai, I told you before, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. I would never betray you. Now doesn't this prove my innocence? Gao Kai said nothing. He turned around and looked at Lu Feifei, whose face was pale with a cold gaze. Now what do you have to say? Lu Feifei swallowed hard with difficulty. She had no idea what had happened. That box was something she watched Daniel carry in and crack open. If the box had not been swapped, then the only suspect for swapping would be herself. But she really did not swap the money. What was going on? Lu Feifei calmed down. She knew she was innocent, and if Daniel was also innocent, then there was one other suspect. It was Zhongli. If the box he handed to Daniel from the start had the money swapped inside, then everything would make sense. Thinking of this only possibility, Lu Feifei's expression lifted, and she decisively pointed at Zhongli and said loudly, "It was him. It must have been him who swapped the box. Or he directly swapped the money inside." Everyone was shocked, especially Zhongli. He never dreamed that this woman who swapped the fake money would turn the tables and throw the blame at him. Zhongli furiously stood up, picked up a teacup, and threw it at Lu Feifei. "You fing bullshit." While Chen Xiaoping stood up, very calmly. Looking at Lu Feifei calmly, he said indifferently, "Stop framing people here. From the moment the box reached Zhongli's hands until you all came in and grabbed the box, he never left that private room. Where did he get the time to swap the real money for fake money?" Lu Feifei's face turned deathly pale. She was completely puzzled by how this was happening. Bizarre, truly bizarre. This would at least require Conan himself to solve this mystery. Meanwhile, Daniel wore an expression of secret satisfaction. Only he knew the truth of what had transpired. But he did not dare speak a word about it. Obviously, if he revealed the truth, the person losing the money would become himself. He was not foolish. As long as he could distance himself from blame, he was content to let them tear each other apart. Hee. But then Lu Feifei suddenly thought of another possibility. Her mind cleared, and she understood everything. So she declared loudly, "I get it now. I understand. It's Yang Yi, it's definitely Yang Yi. He loaded the box with fake money from the very beginning. Sirs, all of you have been deceived by him. He is so poor, just a worthless loser. How could he casually produce $2 million US? Chen Xiaoping coldly responded, "You are talking complete nonsense. When Yang Yi first handed the briefcase to Zhongli, I had Zhongli inspect the dollars inside. They were all genuine. Besides, do you even know who Yang Yi is? He is just an ordinary college student. Not long ago, he was delivering food outside school to pursue me. Someone like him, a penniless loser, suddenly becoming rich. I refuse to believe it no matter what." Not only Lu Feifei, but Gao Kai, Gao Ziyuan, Li Huijin, and others also agreed. Gao Kai nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Chen, are you mistaken? Where could that loser possibly get $2 million to give you? It must be fake." Gao Ziyuan shook his head. "I also think so. Old Chen, were you deceived? He must be impersonating some company president to trick you." Chen Xiaoping laughed heartily, then gave his secretary Zhang Li a meaningful look. Zhang Li understood immediately, quickly opened his laptop, and accessed the internal industrial and commercial administration system. He pulled up a page showing Atom Technology Co., Ltd., Chairman Yang Yi, Legal Representative Yang Yi. When the Gao family members and Lu Feifei saw the information displayed on the computer, they were all stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. Chen Xiaoping coldly smiled at Lu Feifei. "What do you say? Are you trying to claim that Yang Yi hacked into our industrial and commercial internal system to create a fake identity for himself? Do you think that as chairman of the city's top-ranked company with a net worth of tens of billions, he would give me $2 million in fake US dollars? Lu Feifei was utterly shocked. Yang Yi was actually the chairman of Atom Company. His net worth, tens of billions. Oh my God, what have I been doing all this time? Yang Yi, you deceived me so thoroughly. Clearly a wealthy person, but deliberately disguised yourself as a poor guy to test me. Is it not because you are afraid I would be with you only for your money? Am I that kind of woman who chases after money? Wah, Yang Yi, you liar." Chen Xiaoping continued. "What else do you have to say?" Lu Feifei had come to terms with all this. The $2 million was not important at all. What mattered was Yang Yi. She said calmly, "I admit it. Is not it just $2 million? I can get it back for you, cannot I add?" Chen Xiaoping was somewhat surprised. "Oh, you can send me those $2 million back." Lu Feifei nodded. "Yes, do not worry. Let me leave, and I will get it back for you soon. After all, this amount of money to our Yang Yi is nothing at all. If I ask him for it, he will definitely give it." Chen Xiaoping was stunned for a moment. "All right, I will let you go. Remember, do not think about running or hiding. With my connections and police relations, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I can find you. Sir, do not worry." Lu Feifei did not take it seriously at all. She was now thinking only of Yang Yi. She could not wait to find Yang Yi immediately and be with him. Then Lu Feifei left alone. In Yang Yi's chairman's office at Atom Company, Li Hao finished watching all this and felt somewhat shocked by Yang Yi's scheme. "Mr. Yang, you are truly a genius. Without spending a single cent, you made those people tear each other apart, falling into complete discord. Brilliant. You are truly brilliant." Yang Yi laughed. "Who said I did not spend any money? Did I not just give you 10,000 US dollars? Li Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Hee, thank you. Serving me and handling tasks receiving payment is only right. I have more work for you." Li Hao nodded hastily. "Please give me your orders, Mr. Yang." Yang Yi watched the stunned expressions on the Gao family's faces in the video and muttered, "The Gao family still has 50 million in gold bars. This is their last trump card. As long as I take this last bit of their hard-earned savings, the Gao family will only be able to live hand to mouth. This is far more satisfying than killing them. Letting a group of pampered wealthy people live like wanderers, this is true torture. In comparison, killing them would actually be a mercy. Li Hao hastily responded. Mr. Yang, please instruct me. I will do it immediately. Yang Yi smiled and told Li Hao his plan. After listening, Li Hao was stunned. But this plan requires knowing where the Gao family stores those gold bars. Just as Li Hao was feeling puzzled, the phone on Yang Yi's desk rang. It was the front desk calling. Hello, Mr. Yang, there is a woman outside causing a commotion wanting to see you. She says her name is Lu Feifei. Do you want to see her? Yang Yi smiled and said to Li Hao, see, the address where the gold bars are stored. It is coming to us voluntarily, is not it? Yang Yi led Li Hao out of the office, making their way toward the reception room on the lowest floor of the building. Lu Feifei stood at the company's front desk with an air of towering arrogance. She fixed the receptionist with a haughty glance. Get out of my way. I'm coming in to see your chairman, Yang. The receptionist looked considerably uneasy. Miss, I've already notified the chairman. Please wait a moment. Without an appointment, you can only wait here at the front desk for now. Lu Feifei sneered coldly. Do you even know who I am? Move aside. When Yang Yi arrives, I'll have you fired, mark my words. The receptionist went pale with fright. Though her position at Atom Company was nothing extraordinary, the monthly salary exceeded 10,000 yuan, a sum far too valuable to risk losing. President Yang of Atom Company was renowned for his generosity, and such employment was nearly impossible to replicate elsewhere. She pleaded urgently. Miss, I implore you, show some compassion. I genuinely cannot permit you to enter. Lu Feifei let out a contemptuous snort. You brought this upon yourself. Let me make something clear. I'm the boss's woman in this company. Push me too far, and I'll have Yang Yi dismiss every single one of you. The receptionist's legs went weak beneath her. She found herself trapped between two impossible choices, neither yielding nor resisting, offering any escape. She never could have imagined that while Chairman Yang Yi was so generous and reasonable, his girlfriend would be utterly unreasonable. Suddenly, the elevator doors slid open and Yang Yi and Li Hao emerged. Who the hell is spouting nonsense here? Yang Yi asked with a mocking expression. Upon spotting Yang Yi, Lu Feifei regarded him as though he were her long-lost kin. She immediately transformed into a beaming visage and waved frantically in his direction. I'm over here, Yang. Yang Yi approached her, teasing. What? Have you come to discuss business with me? However, for business matters, you'll need to speak with our general manager. That's not my department. Lu Feifei huffed coquettishly. Oomph. You rascal. Still joking with me. Stop pretending. I know exactly who you are. Yang Yi smiled. So what if I do? Even acquaintances get no discount from me. With that, Yang Yi turned to leave. Lu Feifei hurriedly called out to stop him, her voice carrying a pitiful plea. Yang Yi, I was wrong before. But I truly love you. What I did to you before was merely to test your sincerity. It's only now that I realize you're the one best suited for me. I'm willing to marry you right now. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and register immediately, okay? Lu Feifei couldn't wait to marry Yang Yi on the spot, consummate the union immediately, and bear him twin sons without delay. By then, a crowd of employees had gathered nearby to watch the spectacle. Yet no one dared speak, only suppressing their laughter in silence. Then a young woman with short hair, tall stature, long legs, a slender waist, striking beauty, and exceptional elegance stepped forward. A name badge hung around her neck reading Atom Technology Co. Ltd. Marketing Department General Manager Chun Li. She approached Lu Feifei step by step, sneering. I suppose this world truly holds all manner of people. And what exactly are you to claim such dignity? Do you even deserve to register marriage with our President Yang? This woman served as the marketing manager at Yang Yi's company, named Chun Li, possessing both an excellent figure and remarkable beauty. She had harbored a secret crush on the handsome and wealthy Yang Yi for quite some time. Chun Li had barely arrived at the company that day when she stumbled upon such a dramatic spectacle, leaving her considerably irritated. In every aspect, figure, appearance, and temperament, she surpassed Lu Feifei by a vast margin. What right did this common cosmetics-clad woman have to propose to their President Yang? Someone like you deserves even to make such an offer. I haven't married him yet. How could it possibly be your turn? Lu Feifei glanced at her name badge, then sneered. Isn't it just a general manager position? I could have Yang Yi fire you in minutes. I advise you not to meddle in matters that don't concern you. Chun Li smiled. Security, come quickly and remove this hysterical woman. Our esteemed President Yang is extraordinarily busy with official duties. What time does he have to deal with such unreasonable nonsense? Soon a group of burly young security guards over. Manager Chun. The security captain addressed her with utmost respect. Chun Li waved her hand carelessly. Escort this woman out. If she refuses to leave, call the police. Understood. The security captain led his team toward Lu Feifei, preparing to escort her out. Panicked Lu Feifei loudly cried out to Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I was wrong. What exactly must I do for you to forgive me? Yang Yi and Li Hao exchanged glances, then a subtle, enigmatic smile crossed their faces. He turned back and gestured to the security captain, who immediately released his grip. Yang Yi approached once more, smiling. Let her in. To the reception room. I'll speak with her. Chun-Li gazed at her beloved Yang Yi in astonishment, an inexplicable ache stirring within her chest. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei regarded Chun-Li with the smug posture of a victor. She was on the verge of tears from emotion. You rascal. I knew it. You still love me in your heart. You simply cannot bear to see me bullied. Soon Lu Feifei followed Yang Yi and Li Hao into the reception room. The moment she entered, she feigned warmth and began removing her clothes. She desired nothing more than to capture Yang Yi swiftly, ideally conceiving his child immediately. Yet Yang Yi merely remarked that cameras here transmitted live to the company's main screen, and Lu Feifei promptly dressed herself again. Of course this was impossible. Yang Yi simply wished to avoid witnessing her indiscretion, which was indeed painful to behold. Yang Yi took his seat, while Li Hao remained standing beside him. Speak. What brings you here? Lu Feifei hastily replied. Yang Yi, I've broken up with Gao Kai. He simply doesn't measure up to me. A playboy like him who knows nothing but indulgence in wine and women has absolutely no comparison with you. Shall we be together? Yang Yi looked up and exchanged glances with Li Hao, who could barely suppress his laughter. This woman was truly foolish beyond belief. Yang Yi cleared his throat twice. As you know, I hold a grudge against Gao Kai. If you're willing to help me, I might consider your proposal. Lu Feifei's eyes lit up. Tell me. I'm willing to do anything for you, even die for you. Yang Yi tapped the table with his finger. I ask you, does Gao Kai already know where his father concealed the gold? Lu Feifei was somewhat surprised. How did you know about this matter? In truth, she had been extracted through Yang Yi's mind-reading interrogation, though she naturally remained unaware. Yang Yi smiled. There is nothing in this world I do not know. Cease your nonsense and simply answer my questions honestly. Lu Feifei nodded hurriedly. Yes. Gao Ziyuan has already told him. Then where is the location? Yang Yi pressed. Lu Feifei shook her head. I don't know that either. You should understand. Gao Kai would never disclose such important matters to me. Yang Yi had anticipated this and was not surprised. Very well. In that case, do me a favor. What favor? Tell me. Help me summon Gao Kai out. I wish to question him face to face. Lu Feifei bit her lip. But Gao Kai has already broken up with me. Yang Yi spoke coolly. That is your concern. If you cannot assist me, then leave. No. I'll think of a way immediately. Lu Feifei gritted her teeth, a scheme forming in her mind. She then took out her phone, and before Yang Yi and Li Hao's eyes, dialed Gao Kai's number. From the other end of the line came Gao Kai's cold laugh. You worthless bitch, you still dare call me. Lu Feifei smiled. Brother Kai, I did wrong by you before. I found a way to make it right. Oh, what method? I've lured Yang Yi out and drugged his drink. He's now fast asleep. He's your family's sworn enemy. If you seek revenge, come immediately. From the phone came Gao Kai's voice, teeth clenched in fury. Excellent. Well done. I'll be there immediately. Gao Kai received a phone call from Lu Feifei, his excitement through the roof. That treacherous woman Lu Feifei knows she wronged me, so she's trying to make up for her guilt. Gao Kai's teeth itched with hatred for Yang Yi. That bastard Yang Yi not only bankrupted my family, but also forced my sister to flee like a stray dog. Now that he's finally fallen into my trap, I need to find a way to make him suffer. Killing him outright. No, that's too good for him after what he did to my family. If I kill him directly, he'll just get off easy. Gao Kai was not merely consumed by hatred for Yang Yi. He was also burning with envy. Why the hell is that bastard the chairman of Atom Corporation? With all that money, there must be plenty of pretty women in his bed every single night. Gao Kai was absolutely sour with jealousy. After a long while his eyes lit up, he had finally come up with a brilliant plan. He wouldn't have to kill him, and yet the man would suffer torment for the rest of his life. That plan was to castrate him on the spot and turn him into a eunuch. That way, even if the bastard had trillions upon trillions of wealth, it would be useless. Let you be rich, let you play with women. Now I'll make you stand there with your eyes watering and your hands useless. No matter how much money you have, it won't do you any good now, I'll drive you crazy with craving. Just thinking about it made Gao Kai's heart surge with excitement. Of course, physical castration wasn't something Gao Kai had the professional skill to perform. He pulled out his phone and searched for how to chemically castrate someone. Soon he found a so-called folk remedy, veterinary estrogen. This type of estrogen was commonly used for chemical castration in certain mammals, so naturally it could be applied to humans as well. Whether taken orally or injected intramuscularly, a single dose would permanently rob a man of his virility. With prolonged use, it could even turn a man into an androgynous freak. Gao Kai promptly went to a veterinary pharmacy and bought a box of 100-fold concentrated liquid estrogen intended for livestock. Not long after, he drove alone to the rendezvous point Lu Feifei had specified. In the Tianhai Mountains at the Shanshui Tea House, Gao Kai arrived at the private room Lu Feifei had mentioned. Gao Kai pushed the door open and entered. Lu Feifei had been waiting there for quite some time. Brother Kai, you're here. I've already knocked Yang Yi unconscious. He's passed out on the sofa snoring like a pig. Gao Kai didn't answer. Instead, he turned and scanned the room. There was a man slumped face down on the sofa, fast asleep. Gao Kai sneered coldly. Yang, look at you now. Ha ha. Without a word, he reached into his chest pocket, pulled out an injection kit, and drew the concentrated veterinary estrogen into the syringe. Then he strode over to the sofa ready to inject it directly into the muscle of Yang Yi's arm. But as soon as he lifted the figure's arm, unexpectedly, the man abruptly turned his head and grinned at him. Gao Kai was stunned. You're not Yang Yi. Who the hell are you? The young man on the sofa was actually Yang Yi's subordinate Li Hao. In the next instant, Li Hao executed a swift acrobatic turn and flipped Gao Kai into a hold. Gao Kai was no match for the trained Li Hao, and he was subdued in an instant. At that moment, Yang Yi pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. Only then did Gao Kai realize he had been set up. He twisted his head and glared venomously at Lu Feifei, grinding his teeth. You treacherous bitch. You treacherous whore. I'll kill you. You actually helped Yang Yi set a trap for me. Watching the scene unfold, Yang Yi felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In his past life, Gao Kai used Lu Feifei to trick him into opening his door, leading to his death. In this life, Yang Yi had used Lu Feifei to lure Gao Kai here. Wasn't this the perfect case of turning someone's own trick against them? Lu Feifei said with a smug look on her face. Huh? Gao Kai, how could a piece of trash like you ever compare with my Yang Yi? Your family's entire fortune isn't worth even one of Yang Yi's toes. You didn't seriously think I'd fall for you, did you? Only Yang Yi is worthy of me. Gao Kai's eyes blazed as if about to spit fire. Fine, you bitch. Just wait. If you don't kill me today, I swear I'll be the one to kill you first. Slap. Yang Yi struck him across the face. Gao Kai, I'll ask you one thing. Where is the place your family hides its gold? Gao Kai froze. How the hell did Yang Yi know about that? It didn't take long for him to figure it out. It had to be that traitorous bitch Lu Feifei selling him out. Gao Kai burst into wild laughter. Pa. Yang Yi, if you've got the guts, just kill me. You think you can pry my secrets from me? Dream on. Yang Yi smiled, then ordered Li Hao to bind Gao Kai tightly with a thick rough rope. Then he told Li Hao to take Lu Feifei and leave the private room, leaving only him and Gao Kai inside. Why you? What are you going to do? Gao Kai asked, startled. Yang Yi chuckled. You don't actually think I'm interested in you, do you? With that, Yang Yi directly used his mind-reading interrogation on Gao Kai. In an instant, Gao Kai's eyes became vacant and hollow, as if his soul had been drained from his body. I ask you, where is the place your family hides its gold? In his hypnotic state, Gao Kai slowly replied. In a safe on the second floor of the Zihu Villa in the eastern outskirts of Tianhai City. A safe? It must have a password. Yang Yi continued questioning. Is there a password? What is the password? Gao Kai's expression was dazed, but his lips remained completely still. Only then did Yang Yi remember the mind-reading interrogation could only be used on a person once. That meant questioning Gao Kai further was completely pointless. Besides, Yang Yi had plenty of other ways to get the password. Suddenly his eyes caught sight of a discarded syringe filled with liquid on the floor. He then searched Gao Kai's body and found a cardboard box. On it was written, 100-fold concentrated veterinary estrogen. Dilute with saline solution before use. Can be taken orally or injected intramuscularly. Use with caution. Yang Yi was amused. Of course he knew exactly what Gao Kai had planned to do with it. But since you were kind enough to bring the goods, I'll have to make sure you enjoy them yourself. Yang Yi removed the needle, pried open Gao Kai's mouth, and directly emptied the entire syringe of estrogen into his throat. To prevent him from noticing, Yang Yi poured a cup of strong tea into his mouth afterward, leaving no trace of any medicinal aftertaste. Just imagining Gao Kai's miserable fate in the days to come made Yang Yi feel thoroughly satisfied. The mind-reading interrogation was nearly at an end, so Yang Yi promptly had Li Hao bring Lu Feifei back into the room. Mr. Yang, how did it go? Did you manage to get the information? Yang Yi swept his gaze across Lu Feifei and deliberately shook his head. Alas, that kid's tougher than I expected. I interrogated him for ages, and he didn't say a word. Oh, whatever. It's not like I'm hurting for gold anyway. Just then Gao Kai suddenly snapped back from his trance. Damn you, Yang Yi. What did you just do to me? Yang Yi didn't answer. He simply rose and turned to leave. Gao Kai strained against the rope and found that it had loosened considerably. With just a little more force, he could break free entirely. But to avoid Yang Yi binding him again, he didn't act on it. Instead, he kept pretending to be tied up. How's he? Let's go. Yang Yi led Li Hao and was about to leave the private room when Lu Feifei moved to follow. I'm coming with you. Yang Yi gave her a kick, sending her tumbling down beside Gao Kai. Then he said with a wicked grin, why don't you stay here and enjoy a little affection from Gao Kai? With that, Yang Yi slammed the door shut and locked it firmly from the outside. With a sharp snap, Gao Kai broke free of his restraints. Yang Yi and Li Hao had not departed. Instead, they lingered beyond the door, straining to catch every sound emanating from within. In an instant, Gao Kai snapped the ropes binding him. Rising to his feet in fury, he struck Lu Feifei to the ground with a single blow. You ungrateful, treacherous rear. You fed on my generosity, spent my money, pilfered my hard-earned dollars, and then conspired with that bastard Yang Yi to bring me down. I'll beat you to death today. Lu Feifei, her face bruised and swollen, frantically begged for mercy. Kaiji, I was wrong, I was so wrong. Don't strike me anymore. It was all Yang Yi's fault. Wah wah. But Gao Kai would hear none of it, cursing and unleashing his fury upon her. Damn it all. I cannot lay a finger on Yang Yi, but I can certainly make you suffer. Imagining Lu Feifei as Yang Yi, he used her as his personal punching bag. Haha. Yang Yi, even you meet your reckoning today. I'll kill you with my own hands. This AQ-style self-deceptive victory filled Gao Kai with grim satisfaction. Lu Feifei finally seized an opening and scrambled toward the door, hammering desperately. Help! Someone help! Open the door! A female server appeared with a key in hand, rushing to unlock it. Li Hao snatched the key away and snarled menacingly, "This does not concern you. Leave immediately, or I'll lock you in there with them." The terrified server, her face drained of color, hastily fled the scene. How much time elapsed? The cries and the sound of fists striking flesh from within had ceased. In their place arose something far more vulgar, laden with unbridled desire. Yang Yi and Li Hao could only hear Gao Kai's guttural roar. "I'm going to ravage you." Li Hao stared in disbelief. Demon, this Gao Kai is truly desperate. Even now he hasn't forgotten his base urges. Yang Yi burst into laughter. Let him have his moment. It very well could be his last. Boss Yang, what do you mean? Li Hao looked utterly puzzled. Suddenly agonized screams pierced from within the room. What's happening? Get up this instant. Outside, Li Hao froze solid. Did he just lose it? Yang Yi's lips curled into a wicked grin. Seems he cannot even enjoy his final hurrah. The high concentration estrogen worked with remarkable speed. Come Hao Zi, let's set the next phase in motion. It's time to claim the Gao family's gold bars. You got it, Boss Yang. Time crawled by. Gao Kai emerged from the abyss of despair. He remained bewildered by what had befallen his own body. He simply could not rise to the occasion. Perhaps I was simply too tense, too overwrought, Gao Kai assured himself. Beside him, a thoroughly battered Lu Feifei knelt upon the ground, sobbing wretchedly. She had been pummeled beyond recognition. Even her own mother would have failed to know her. "You wretched creature, cease your blubbering. Tell me, does that scoundrel Yang Yi know where I've hidden my gold bars?" Lu Feifei scrambled to reply, "Absolutely not. He was just saying he couldn't extract the location from me." "Good. I must convert those gold bars to cash with all haste. Money deposited in a bank is infinitely more secure than a hoard of gold gathering dust." Lu Feifei ventured hesitantly. "Could you spare me a portion? After all, wasn't it thanks to me that you uncovered Yang Yi as the mastermind behind everything?" "Share with you. Get the hell out of here. What audacity you possess to ask me for money. DM you." With that, Gao Kai dressed and stormed out. He climbed into his automobile and dialed his lieutenant Big Ox. "Hey Big Ox, have you located a buyer for my gold yet?" Big Ox responded without delay. Kaiji, a company, just reached out. They wish to inspect the merchandise before discussing terms. Gao Kai replied coldly, "Are you a complete idiot? What if this company was dispatched by Yang Yi? If I let them examine my gold, they'd empty my vaults entirely. Then what's our approach?" Big Ox's anxiety was palpable. Gao Kai considered in silence before responding. "Here is what we shall do. Inquire whether they would consent to signing the contract, first remitting payment, and only then allowing them to view the gold. Should they refuse, it confirms their association with Yang Yi." "Understood, Kaiji. I'll contact them straight away." Approximately 10 minutes elapsed. Big Ox contacted Gao Kai anew. "Kaiji, they have agreed. They'll sign first, pay up front, and then examine the gold." Only then did Gao Kai's suspicions subside. This at the very least demonstrated they were not agents of Yang Yi. Nevertheless, Big Ox continued, "But they fear we might abscond with the funds. Thus they propose depositing the money with a neutral third party for safekeeping. Once the third party verifies everything, only then shall the funds be transferred to us." Gao Kai hesitated momentarily, then acquiesced. "Acceptable, but this third party cannot be nominated by them. It must be an official bank or a reputable investment trust or securities firm. I cannot risk them appointing some fraudulent entity to pose as the third party. That would imperil us as well." Big Ox hastily replied, "Naturally. They've just informed me that to dispel your doubts, they are amenable to using Huatian Bank of Tianhai City, a state-owned institution, to conduct the formal third-party capital supervision." Upon hearing this, Gao Kai's final reservations evaporated. "Damn it all. Even if Yang Yi possesses formidable influence, I refuse to believe he can corrupt an official state bank. Were that the case, I would have perished long ago and not be present for this matter." "Splendid. Have them await me at the Huatian Bank office. I'm en route this instant." "Understood, Kaiji." Tianhai City. Huatian Bank Tianhai Branch. A state-owned financial institution operating under the watchful eye of the National Banking Regulatory Commission, the epitome of legitimacy. Gao Kai and Big Ox arrived at the branch manager's office. Two distinguished gentlemen of middle age occupied the space. The man seated in the manager's chair rose with an affable expression. "You must be Mr. Gao. Allow me to present myself. I am Wu Gang, branch manager of Huatian Bank. This is Mr. Zhou Jian, who has engaged our bank for third-party fund supervision." Gao Kai shook hands with each in turn. Zhou Jian offered a measured smile. "Greetings, young Master Gao. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Jian, chairman of Zhou Taifu Jewelry Company. I have come specifically to purchase your gold. Gao Kai acknowledged with a nod. Excellent. My associate has conveyed all the particulars to you, I presume. Indeed, young Master Gao. I pledge to execute the contract initially, then transfer the funds to Manager Wu for custodial oversight. Only after I have physically received your gold shall Manager Wu release the payment to you. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Very well, no reservations whatsoever. I place my complete faith in both your characters. Gao Kai roared with laughter. If he could not place faith in these men, then no one in this world merited trust. After all, this Manager Wu held the rank of deputy department-level state official. Would such a person conspire with Yang Yi to wrong him? Impossible. Moreover, every procedure had followed official channels with absolute compliance. Not only were there paper contracts, but electronic contracts, as well, even comprehensive audio recordings, preserved as evidence. Impregnable, utterly impregnable. Zhou Jian inclined his head. Then let us proceed with the contract without further delay. The price of gold ascends daily. Hesitation may cost me dearly. Now I am given to understand you possess 75 kilograms of gold. I propose acquiring the entirety for 60 million. Does this figure meet your approval? Gao Kai gulped audibly. 60 million. Incredible. How many years would that require to squander? Magnificent. Yes. Execute the contract immediately. Gao Kai declared, his features alight with unbridled excitement. Gao Kai did not even negotiate the price and quickly agreed to Zhou Jian's proposal. It is better to act swiftly before circumstances change. He had previously calculated that his family possessed slightly over 75 kilograms of gold. Calculated at current gold prices, that amounts to over 50 million. This Zhou Jian must have anticipated the surge in gold prices and wants to purchase my gold before the market rises. But it does not matter. Quick to sell the gold and deposit the cash into the bank is the safest approach. If that bastard Yang Yi snatches it away, I shall be left with nothing. President Wu Gang ordered several of his subordinates to bring many copies of paper contracts, electronic signatures, and complete audio recordings for archival purposes. Gao Kai expressed great reassurance. The more formal the process, the safer he felt. His greatest fear was that these two were hired by Yang Yi to swindle his gold. While signing the contract, Zhou Jian reminded him, by the way, young Master Gao, to avoid any disputes, please ensure you deliver the gold on the same day as signing the contract. Every delay means immense loss to me as gold prices fluctuate greatly now. Gao Kai dismissed it carelessly and said, no problem. As soon as the contract is signed, I will have someone deliver it immediately. With President Wu Gang here as witness, what do you have to fear? There is no way I would trick you out of your money. Zhou Jian smiled and replied, that goes without saying. I trust young Master Zhou. However, the breach of contract clause must still be clearly stated in the contract. You may take a look. Gao Kai glanced casually at the liability clause. It stated, if party A Gao Kai fails to fulfill the gold delivery obligation on the day the contract is signed, all payments shall be refunded along with a penalty of 100 of the total amount. Without a second thought, Gao Kai signed the contract directly. Boss Zhou, you think too much. I can deliver the gold to you right away. Zhou Jian smiled. Then let us have a successful cooperation. My 60 million has already been transferred to President Wu Gang. Once I receive the gold, he will remit the funds to you. Do not worry, President Wu Gang is an old friend of mine and will not charge us any handling fees. He is simply doing us a small favor. Gao Kai laughed heartily. You are too kind, too kind. Thank you very much. No more words then. I will go retrieve the gold for you now. Please wait here for a moment. Very well, young Master Gao. I shall await your good news here. Zhou Jian nodded with a smile. After speaking, Gao Kai left the bank and, accompanied by Denyo, headed toward the Dongja Ziju Villa where the gold was hidden. Meanwhile, at the Ziju Villa in the eastern suburbs of Tianhai City, on the second floor, Yang Yi and Li Hao had already arrived at the location where the Gao family stored their gold. Inside a custom-built luxury wardrobe in one of the second-floor bedrooms, they pushed aside a metal partition within the closet, revealing an enormous metal wall. It was a stark metallic textured wall. This metal wall was a remarkably sturdy safe embedded directly within the wall structure. On the metal surface of the safe, there was only a touchscreen keypad for entering the password. Li Hao hurriedly said, Boss Yang, many of my acquaintances are master locksmiths. Give me some time, and I will surely find someone who can open this safe. Yang Yi shook his head. Do not rush. I just asked my friend who deals in security equipment. He told me this safe was manufactured by his company. Its sturdiness and security far exceed my expectations. No explosion could breach it. Aside from the password, it is nearly impossible to open. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Then what should we do? Without the password, can we only stand here and watch? Suddenly his eyes lit up with inspiration. I know. Boss Yang, I just thought of a plan. We lie in wait and ambush them. When Gao Kai comes to open the safe, we rush out and seize it directly. Would that not work? Yang Yi chuckled. You are clever, but Gao Kai is not that foolish. He will surely bring many men to guard him. Once he discovers us here or in the vicinity, he will certainly not open the safe. Then what should we do? Li Hao grew anxious. It is simple. I will make him obediently reveal the password. No way. If we could extract the password, would we not have obtained it already? Li Hao could hardly believe it. Yang Yi smiled mysteriously. There is a tactic called testing the waters. Huh. After a while, nearly 10 minivans pulled up to the Ziju villa. Each vehicle carried approximately a dozen people. Gao Kai had summoned almost every brother he could call upon, totaling over 100 men. He was afraid. He feared Yang Yi might lie in ambush here waiting for him to retrieve the gold, and then charging out to snatch it. After everyone exited the vehicles and gathered around Gao Kai, their presence resembled a small army. Gao Kai addressed his men sternly. Brothers, search the entire area within 500 meters around this villa thoroughly. Any trace whatsoever must be reported to me immediately. Meanwhile, arrange for over a dozen brothers armed with crossbows and homemade powder guns to ambush in the forest beside the villa. The moment anyone from Yang Yi appears, open fire immediately. Understood. Yes, Brother Kai. The men responded in unison, nodding sharply before dispersing to carry out their tasks. Then Gao Kai, accompanied by Daniel and over a dozen men, entered the villa. He was exceedingly cautious. After all, this was the Gao family's last fortune. Whether he could live carefree for the rest of his life depended entirely on today. Not the slightest misstep could be tolerated. Caution is paramount. After a thorough search by the entire group, every room, including underneath beds and inside wardrobes, was inspected multiple times, yet no one was found hiding anywhere. Gao Kai was highly satisfied. He then entered the room containing the safe alone, instructing Daniel to stand guard at the doorway. He walked to the wardrobe and gently pushed aside the interior partition. The massive metal panel of the safe was revealed. After confirming everything was in order, Gao Kai was about to enter his password. His sharp eyes suddenly noticed several barely discernible fingerprints on the partition he had just pushed aside. Gao Kai's expression darkened immediately. Always cautious, he promptly withdrew his finger that was about to press the keypad. A cunning smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, Yang Yi, you have indeed been here. He then dialed Yang Yi's phone. Yang Yi, you are certainly hiding somewhere near my house. Am I right? Huh. Too bad you have no password and cannot open my safe, correct? Fortunately, I am one step ahead. I almost fell for your trick. Yang Yi chuckled on the other end of the line. Gao Kai, how do you know I have no password? What if I already knew yours? Gao Kai erupted in wild laughter. Huh. You fool. Do you really take me for a fool? My safe is the most secure in the world. Without the password, not even the Heavenly Emperor could open it. I am deliberately pissing you off. He felt as though he had finally won against Yang Yi at last. The sensation was incredibly satisfying. He could only hear Yang Yi's slow and deliberate voice. Your home safe password has already been cracked by me. The gold inside has also been taken. Additionally, I have changed your password. Now even you cannot open this safe. You are bluffing. I do not believe it. Gao Kai sneered. If you do not believe me, then try it yourself. After all, you have nothing to lose. With your intelligence, could I possibly deceive you? Yang Yi laughed. Gao Kai's eyes darted back and forth. He simply could not believe what Yang Yi said. How could he possibly crack the password to this safe? Was he really that formidable? Gao Kai decisively entered the password 763,421. A prompt tone sounded from the safe. Incorrect password. Please re-enter. You have 3 attempts remaining. Gao Kai's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He felt as though he had plummeted into an ice cavern. This can't be. This can't be. This can't be. Gao Kai trembled all over, his fingers shaking like a Parkinson's patient's. He swallowed and muttered to himself, I must have typed it wrong. I must have typed it wrong. Then he entered the password once more, 763,421. Ding. Password incorrect. Please try again. You have 2 attempts left. Gao Kai's mind went completely blank. He felt as if his heart had nearly stopped. His entire body was numbed as though hit by high-voltage electricity. His legs weakened and he sank helplessly to his knees. Staring vacantly at the safe, he muttered, how is this possible? Dad said this safe was the most advanced in the world and no hacker could ever crack it. Why does Yang Yi know our family password? Gao Kai felt all hope drain out of his life. After all, this was his family's last savings. He hurriedly dialed Yang Yi's number. Trembling, he begged in a servile voice, hello. Yang Yi, all of this was my fault. Please show mercy and let me off this once. Give me back the gold and I promise I'll return that bitch Lu Feifei to you. Fine. Really? Gao Kai's eyes lit up. Of course it's fake. Did you think I was that benevolent? Besides, Lu Feifei has been used up long ago. I'd even consider her too filthy to use as a toilet, ha. Yang Yi taunted. Gao Kai knew there was no point in saying anything more. Yang Yi went on with a smile, I have your good buddy to thank. He secretly told me you were going to sell that batch of gold. The gold is in my hands now and I'm about to make the trade. All 60 million will be mine. Gao Kai was stunned for a moment, then hung up immediately. A murderous intent appeared on his face. Day and night I guarded against thieves, but the thief within my own house is the hardest to prevent. Who else besides Daniel could have known he was selling the gold? No wonder Yang Yi was in control of his every move. So Daniel had betrayed him long ago. Still, Gao Kai caught an extremely important clue from Yang Yi's words. Yang Yi was going to take his gold and trade it with Zhou Jian. He had to rush over there right away, stop their transaction, and snatch the gold back. He also couldn't let those underlings know that Yang Yi had taken the gold. If they learned he was broke, they would stop following him. For now, he still needed them to serve as his thugs. Gao Kai made a plan and walked out of the room. Danny, standing outside, saw Gao Kai come out empty-handed and asked in confusion, "Brother Kai, where's the gold? Why didn't you bring it out?" Gao Kai shot him a cold glance, then smiled. "Silly me. My father has already moved the gold to a safe place. It doesn't matter though. Tell everyone to come with me to Zhou Jian's place now, and let me ask him for 2 more days' grace. I'll ask my old man for the gold." "Okay, Brother Kai. Let's go." With that, Gao Kai and Danyu led their more than 100 brothers away from Zihu Villa. About 10 minutes passed. Yang Yi and Li Hao reappeared there. The two went upstairs to the 2nd floor and stood in front of the safe. Li Hao couldn't help exclaiming, "Boss Yang, you're truly impressive. You covered the real safe with a fake panel and tricked Gao Kai into entering his real password on it. Now his password must already be in your hands, right?" Yang Yi smiled faintly, took out his phone, and saw a message with a string of numbers on it: 763,421. He laughed. "Same principle as the briefcase last time. I told you I would get him to hand over his password himself. This safe happened to be made by Yuan to company, the firm that had built Yang Yi's safe room. Earlier, Yang Yi had asked Yuan to bring an identical safe panel and attach it seamlessly over the safe at Gao Kai's house. That led Gao Kai to mistake it for the real safe, and he entered his password without suspicion. Of course, Yang Yi now had the genuine password. Then Li Hao stepped forward. He reached out, peeled off the disguise panel from the surface of the safe, and revealed its true face underneath. Yang Yi stepped up and entered the real password. Ding. Password verification successful. Click. The safe door swung open. It was like a thick metal gate. Yang Yi and Li Hao stepped inside. The interior was a small room of only a few square meters. Inside, a pile of gold bars was stacked up like a little wall. Li Hao was surprised. "I thought tens of millions in gold bars would be a lot, but it turns out to be this little." Yang Yi laughed. "Gold is very dense. More than 70 kilograms of gold bars isn't that much after all." He then casually grabbed a handful of gold bars and pressed them into Li Hao's hands. "Mouse, this is your hard-earned reward." Li Hao was so excited that his hands trembled. That handful of gold bars weighed at least 3 or 4 caddies. It was worth over $1 million at minimum. He had never dreamed that some of the gold would be his. Li Hao quickly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Yang." Yang Yi patted him on the shoulder. "You're welcome. I'll need your help again in the future. Just say the word, Mr. Yang. Li Hao will go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Li Hao said gravely. "First, get his gold into the car. After that, only one crucial move remains and Gao Kai will be utterly ruined." Yang Yi smiled, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Gao Kai led his group of over 100 men and rushed to Huaxia Bank in great haste. However, the security guards refused to let such a large group enter. Only Gao Kai was allowed to go inside by himself. Assuming Yang Yi was trading with Zhou Jian, Gao Kai hurried into the office. To his surprise, Zhou Jian was drinking tea with bank manager Wu Gang. Seeing Gao Kai arrive, Zhou Jian smiled. "Young Master Gao, have you brought my gold?" Gao Kai hesitated. "Did a man named Yang Yi come here just now?" Zhou Jian was puzzled. "Who's Yang Yi?" "No. I've been sitting right here drinking tea with manager Wu. I haven't gone anywhere and no one has come by." "Young Master Gao, why do you ask?" Gao Kai felt something was wrong. Suddenly his phone rang. It was an underling. "Brother Kai, something terrible has happened. One of the brothers was taking a dump outside the villa and didn't come with us. He just saw Yang Yi drive up, go to the 2nd floor, and have a young man load a pile of gold bars into his car before driving away." Gao Kai was stunned. In a flash, he understood everything. He had been lured away. Yang Yi hadn't taken the gold before. But now the gold was truly gone. It was over, everything was over. How could he be so foolish, letting Yang Yi toy with him over and over again? Gao Kai swallowed hard and said slowly, "Mr. Zhou, would it be possible to give me a few more days? I can't deliver the gold to you for now." A trace of slyness flickered at the corner of Zhou Jian's mouth. Then Zhou Jian sternly rebuked him. "Do you think this is a children's game? Since young Master Gao cannot hand over the gold on time, I'll have to pursue legal recourse. The penalty fee is 60 million, not 1 cent less." Gao Kai's face turned white, and he collapsed limply on the spot. Gao Kai felt numb all over, moving like a walking corpse. He knew his family was truly finished this time. If the previous incident involving his father's business had been nothing more than a minor setback, this time there was truly no hope left. Soon after, several professional lawyers entered the office. They organized all the contracts, electronic signatures, and video recordings that Gao Kai had previously signed, preparing to submit them to the court to file a lawsuit against him. Zhou Jian lifted a cup of tea, smiling as he said, "Young Master Gao, the 60 million penalty clause must be paid in full, not a single cent less. If you cannot afford it, then prepare to live as a fugitive." Gao Kai dared not think too much and decisively made his escape. From that moment on, survival became his sole concern. Not to mention 60 million, even 60,000 or 6,000, he could not possibly afford to pay. After Gao Kai left the office, Zhou Jian's phone rang. "Hello, Boss Yang. The matters you entrusted me with have been completed. Regarding the batch of gold you agreed to sell to me for 30 million, may I ask, when would be convenient to finalize the transaction. Gao Kai left the bank. He made his way alone to the parking lot below. He noticed all his men had scattered, leaving only Dinyo behind. Gao Kai was somewhat astonished. Dinyo, where are the rest of the brothers? Dinyo spoke with some bitterness. Brother Kai, someone just came by saying you were handled by Yang Yi, and all your gold was taken by him. When the brothers heard you had no money, they immediately drove away. Now I'm the only one left. Gao Kai looked utterly dejected. How would a bunch of so-called brothers? The moment there's no money, they scatter immediately. Dinyo declared firmly. Who said that? Brother Kai, you still have me. Whether you have money or not, I will follow you as always. I won't leave your side. Gao Kai was deeply moved and patted Dinyo on the shoulder. Good brother. Then Gao Kai said to Dinyo, I'm sorry, brother. That dog thief Yang Yi sowed discord between us, claiming you betrayed the gold information. It wasn't until now that I realized you are my only true brother who would stand by me through thick and thin. From now on, if I, Gao Kai, have anything to eat, I will definitely share half with you. Dinyo, moved to tears, reached behind his back and handed Gao Kai a bottle of drink. Here, brother Kai, don't get excited. Have a drink. In the future, the two of us will build our empire together. Good brothers. Gao Kai picked up the drink and drained it in one gulp. From a glass window on a certain floor of the adjacent bank office building, Yang Yi and Li Hao stood at the window looking down at Gao Kai and Dinyo on the ground floor through the glass. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Boss Yang, why did you disperse all of Gao Kai's men just now, leaving only Dinyo behind? Yang Yi smiled and said, there's a natural use for keeping him by Gao Kai's side. Li Hao paused for a moment. Oh, what use? That kid doesn't seem particularly bright. What can he help you accomplish? Did you see that bottle of drink Dinyo just gave Gao Kai? I saw it, but it was laced with animal estrogen. Whoa, damn, that's ruthless. Another 10 days passed. During these days, Dinyo sent reports about Gao Kai's latest situation to his new boss Yang Yi every day. Yang Yi had simply handed over 100,000 yuan to have Dinyo act as a camera by Gao Kai's side, monitoring his every move. According to Dinyo's description, when Gao Kai returned home, that day his father Gao Ziyuan found out about the stolen gold. The furious Gao Ziyuan grabbed a belt and a rolling pin, administering a thorough beating to his obedient son Gao Kai. In the end, the belt was beaten to shreds and 2 rolling pins were broken. Under this kind of torture, Gao Kai's legs were fractured. Afterwards, the Gao family received the court judgment. The entire 60 million lawsuit for breach of contract resulted in Gao Kai losing the case. Through the court's enforcement bureau, all of Gao Kai's remaining assets and real estate were frozen to be auctioned off at an appropriate time. Meanwhile, court staff informed Gao Ziyuan that if repayment was not made within the specified time, Gao Kai would be detained in a detention center for 15 days. The family of 3 had no choice but to flee. July 31st. Evening 7:40. This year the summer in Tianhai City was much hotter than usual, with many consecutive days of clear weather and no rain, making the climate extremely dry. Gao Ziyuan, along with Li Huijin and his son Gao Kai, temporarily took shelter under a bridge in the city center. Gao Kai's legs were encased in thick casts, making movement extremely difficult. Gao Ziyuan ran over from a distance and entered the underpass. In his arms, he carried a collection of food stolen from a Wallace burger shop on the street. All leftovers that customers hadn't finished, which he had casually taken. Gao Ziyuan carefully placed a pile of half-eaten hamburgers, fried chicken, French fries, chicken wraps, and other items on the ground. Then he said excitedly, "Come on, wife Xiao Kai, tonight we can eat something good." The family of 3 hadn't bathed for who knows how many days. Covered in dirt, it was midsummer, and they sweated heavily every day, causing them to emit a strong, unpleasant odor. Gao Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this pile of leftover food, and he eagerly grabbed it and began devouring it ravenously. So delicious. It's just a bit hard to swallow. If only there was something to drink. Gao Kai muttered to himself as he ate. Brother Kai, here's the drink. At this moment, Dinyo's voice rang out from outside the underpass. He walked over holding a bottle of drink and handed it to Gao Kai. Without hesitation, Gao Kai took the drink and drained it in one gulp. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you bringing me drinks every day these past few days, I really would have died of thirst in this crappy place. Dinyo chuckled. For Brother Kai, this is nothing. By the way, Brother Kai, I'll continue to bring you drinks tomorrow. Thanks, good brother. Gao Kai was deeply moved. After saying this, Dinyo left, as if his daily task was simply to deliver drinks. At this point, Li Huijin suddenly spoke up. Old Gao, we can't keep living like this, can we? Think of a way. Ask your good brother Chen Xiaoping for a loan. We give him so much money every year, so let him lend us 100 or 200,000. At least we can get through this. Gao Ziyuan spat on the ground. Uffed. That bastard Chen Xiaoping. I asked him to borrow money yesterday, but he's still asking me about his missing $2 million. What does that have to do with me? It's just an excuse not to lend me money. And those so-called good brothers who claim we're close, they all know our family is in trouble. I called them, and they all pretended to be poor, even asking me for money. It makes me so angry. A hint of despair crossed Li Huijin's face. Suddenly her gaze grew firm. Let's find old Su Dahai. His daughter Ying is still our Xiao Kai's fiancée. As a father-in-law, he can't just stand by and do nothing, can he? Gaoji shook his head with a bitter smile. Wife, under the current circumstances, I really can't bring myself to ask old Su for help. What's his status? He's a major entrepreneur in Tianhai City. Asking him to let his daughter marry into our family of bums. I'm afraid he'll refuse outright, and then I'll lose all face. I'm still waiting. Once Wenwen comes back and we rebuild our fortunes, it'll still be in time to go to old Su and fulfill the engagement. Li Huijin burst into tears, grabbing Gao Ziyuan's shoulders and shouting loudly, face, face, face. At a time like this, you still care about your face. I don't care. You must find a way to make old Su let his daughter marry our Xiao Kai. Otherwise our Xiao Kai's life will truly be ruined. Gao Ziyuan fell silent, but soon his gaze hardened as if he had made a decision. Another 10 days passed quietly. It was now late August. During this time, Daniel reported to Yang Yi every day about the Gao Kai family. Their daily routine was to disguise themselves with masks and hats, then go to those restaurants to eat the leftover food from others' tables. Meanwhile, Daniel also delivered medicine to Gao Kai on time each day, those drinks laced with diluted veterinary estrogen. After roughly a month of consumption, Gao Kai's voice had noticeably grown higher and thinner, and he unconsciously raised his fingers in a delicate gesture when speaking. His beard growth had also ceased. To test the effects, Yang Yi arranged for Daniel to invite him to visit those red light districts for prostitutes. Unexpectedly, Gao Kai claimed he now harbored only feelings of revenge toward Yang Yi and had no interest in women. Daniel relayed this test result back to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was extremely pleased. Gao Kai, that wretched man, had unwittingly undergone chemical castration without even realizing it. However, 2 days prior, when Daniel went to the bridge underpass where the Gao family lived to deliver the usual drink, he discovered that Gao Kai's entire family had suddenly vanished. All the bottles, jars, and daily necessities remained exactly where they had been, perfectly arranged without a sign of disarray. It was as though the Gao family of 3 had abruptly departed, leaving everything behind. Daniel could not reach Gao Kai either. They had simply evaporated from this world, completely disappearing. Sensing something amiss, Daniel immediately reported the matter to Yang Yi. Li Hao meanwhile grew somewhat anxious, worrying that the Gao family might have attached themselves to some influential figure and were about to make a comeback. Yang Yi, however, dismissed the concern entirely. The Gao family posed no threat to him whatsoever. The next time they reappeared would be the day of their complete annihilation. Thereafter, Yang Yi's daily routine consisted of working out at the gym alongside and Yuchi building muscle. After exercising came matters of love and passion. The modest gym had been transformed by Yang Yi into a bedchamber, and the campus beauty and Yuchi reveled in it. Once something began, there was no stopping. She craved him every day, constantly thinking of clinging to Yang Yi, wishing to mold him into a man belonging exclusively to her. And Yang Yi's body was extraordinarily robust. No matter how many times he never felt fatigued, indeed, he grew ever more vigorous. In less than a month, his physique had undergone a dramatic transformation. His well-defined 8-pack abs and handsome biceps emerged, giving him an energetic and spirited appearance. He looked more handsome and stylish than before. Another half-month passed. The person in charge of Yuan's company responsible for renovating and remodeling the villa suddenly called Yang Yi. The manager reported with great excitement that Yang Yi's safe house had been completed. The project, originally planned for 3 months, had finished in merely 2. Yang Yi also reflected that his living situation was rather cramped since he was staying at Su Mei's residence. With both Su Mei and Ling Xiangxuan sharing the space, accommodations were tight. Furthermore, Lin Shuyu had been frequently calling to ask whether Yang Yi's research facility was ready. Thus, Yang Yi's need for the villa was considerable. Soon after, Yang Yi arrived at his newly renovated villa for inspection. Upon entering his new home, even Yang Yi was stunned. Before his eyes lay a breathtakingly exquisite diamond-studded crystal chandelier, handcrafted Italian luxury leather sofas, a dining table carved from a single block of African black ebony, a tech-infused magnetic levitation, crystal wine cabinet, and hand-built rosewood bookshelves. All of this novelty thrilled Yang Yi, a man who had never before encountered such top-tier luxury. According to the manager, that single crystal chandelier was a global limited edition priced at over 10 million yuan. Every piece of furniture, lighting, and kitchenware was of the world's finest caliber. Within a residence like this, even a single day's stay would represent a level of extravagance beyond the wildest imaginings of 999,999% of the world's population. Yang Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of villa is this? Isn't this a palace?" No, even ancient imperial palaces couldn't match this magnificence. Not only the furnishings. Every corner of the villa was exquisitely decorated, immaculate, and breathtakingly refined, constructed entirely with world-class building materials. It was also extraordinarily eco-friendly and safe, with not a whisper of chemical odor or formaldehyde present. Yang Yi walked into the spacious open kitchen, gazing at the premium cookware and tableware arrayed before him, and smiled. These items are perfect for Ling Xiangxuan to use. From now on, she'll be in charge of domestic life in the villa. Beyond the renovations, the most critical element was the safety of the safe house itself. Those low-entropy alloy plates were all installed within the walls, and from the exterior this villa bore little difference from any ordinary luxury residence. But its interior was entirely different. Should post-apocalyptic refugees arrive equipped with professional breaching tools to assault Yang Yi's villa, they would be met with unending despair. Meanwhile, the villa's cooling measures had also been arranged. Cooling copper pipes ran throughout every corner of the house. When the extreme heat apocalypse arrived, these pipes would be filled with an ice-water mixture circulating internally. They would rapidly lower the temperature of the entire villa. All cooling pipes were concealed within the walls, invisible from the outside, achieving both functionality and aesthetic elegance. Beyond that, the most vital element remained energy. The rooftop was covered with the world's most efficient solar photovoltaic panels alongside dozens of ultra-high-density energy storage batteries. Even before the apocalypse had begun, Yang Yi's villa had already achieved complete energy independence. These were merely the renovations and equipment of Yang Yi's villa. There was one final crucial element: security measures. Yuan Company had designed a comprehensive security system for Yang Yi. For instance, the main entrance of Yang Yi's villa featured 2 doors, a design known as an airlock system. When the outermost door A opened, the inner door B remained closed, creating a buffer space of approximately 2 square meters between them. This design enhanced the security of the villa. Should someone somehow manage to open the outer door A, they would not yet enter the living room, but would instead find themselves in the buffer zone between doors A and B. Only when door B opened could they proceed into the villa. Additionally, the exterior courtyard was equipped with numerous metal sensors embedded in the ground. If hostile intruders invaded, Yang Yi could remain calmly within the villa and simply press a button, causing those metal sensors to instantaneously release 100,000 volts of electricity. Along the courtyard walls, many concealed infrared laser targeting devices were installed, capable of instantly locking onto an enemy's head and delivering a lethal laser strike. Having seen everything, Yang Yi expressed his great satisfaction. He then brought Su Mei and Ling Xiangxuan to move into the villa, officially beginning their luxurious new life. Su Mei was so excited she resembled a child who had received her most treasured toy, longing to explore every corner of this dream villa from top to bottom. In her previous life, she had dreamed of owning such a house, and now she lived in it. Even if she had purchased this villa herself, she never could have afforded such splendor. She felt deeply fortunate that her husband had abandoned her, otherwise how could she ever have lived in such a magnificent home? Ling Xiangxuan, now equipped with superior cooking utensils, could fully showcase her culinary prowess, preparing different delicacies for Yang Yi every day. 2 more days passed. Yang Yi was enjoying his extremely comfortable pre-apocalypse life when he suddenly thought of Su Ying. He hadn't contacted her for quite some time. Whenever she wanted to visit him, she always claimed her work was too busy and promised to come see him once things settled down. Just as Yang Yi was about to invite Su Ying to tour his luxurious villa and perhaps discuss matters of human reproduction upon their lavish waterbed that evening, his phone suddenly rang. It was Su Ying calling. Her voice carried a hint of despair and sorrow as she choked out the words, "Yang Yi, I'm getting married." Hearing Su Ying's words, Yang Yi was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean? Who are you marrying?" Su Ying fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of resentment in her tone, "My fiancé Gao Kai." Yang Yi smiled. "I see. No wonder that kid's been invisible lately. Turns out he was preparing to marry you." Su Ying looked surprised. "Huh, do you know him?" "Know him? Not only do I know him, but we're quite familiar." "How familiar, you ask?" "Well, let's just say, if he ever sees me, his legs would turn to jelly from fear." Yang Yi teased. Su Ying felt dejected. What kind of time is this to be joking? I'm getting married and you don't seem to care at all, do you?" Yang Yi smiled. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can take my woman away." Su Ying's face lit up with joy, 2 patches of blush blooming on her cheeks. Being cherished by the man you love is an incredibly joyful thing. She sighed. "Yang Yi, let's elope." "Elope, eh? Why would we need to elope?" Su Ying froze. "Because my father has already married me off to Gao Kai. If I want to be with you, my father will never agree. Why would I need his permission? Who the hell does he think he is?" Yang Yi laughed. But, then what do we do?" "No, I must come find you." Su Ying gritted her teeth. "All right, come then. Rest assured my place is extremely safe. Once you're in my villa, there's not a single person in this world who could take you away from me." "I'll come right away. Wait for me." 10 days earlier. Xingrui Group, the Su Family Corporation. The chairman's office. Su Dahei was working in his office when a female employee walked in and respectfully said, "Chairman Su, someone named Gao Ziyuan is waiting for you in the reception area downstairs. He says he's an old friend of yours. Would you like to meet with him?" Su Dahei furrowed his brow, looking somewhat worried. Actually, he had been hearing things about the Gao family lately. Gao Ziyuan's daughter Gao Wen had caused such a huge mess, manufacturing counterfeit drugs and harming so many patients. The Gao family had been thoroughly vilified. Their pharmaceutical factory had collapsed. That Gao Wen had also become a wanted criminal, hiding everywhere. And worst of all were the recent news of the Gao family's downfall. Su Dahei had several clients who happened to be friends of Gao Ziyuan. These clients told Su Dahei that the Gao family was finished. They owed tens of millions in breach of contract damages, borrowing money everywhere. When these people talked about Gao Ziyuan, they showed nothing but contempt. They said, look how mighty they used to be, and now they can't be mighty anymore. They actually came to me asking to borrow money. 100,000, 200,000. I spit on them. Watching others fall from grace is even more satisfying than making money myself. Not only that, but Su Dahei had also heard that Gao Ziyuan had taken his wife Li Huijin and son Gao Kai to some underpass in the city center, living as vagrants, picking through other people's leftovers every day. When Su Dahei learned this, he felt somewhat anxious. He was worried that Gao Ziyuan might come to him to demand fulfillment of the old marriage agreement. Actually, Su Dahei was a man who valued honor and integrity. He didn't despise the Gao family for being much weaker than his own. What he truly worried about was the counterfeit drug incident caused by Gao Wen. If his daughter Su Ying married Gao Kai, what would others say? Would his Xingrui group still be able to continue operating in the future? Moreover, Gao Kai was now a vagrant. Was he supposed to let his precious daughter Su Ying, who had lived a life of luxury and never lifted a finger, marry a vagrant? And after he passed away, wouldn't Xingrui group end up belonging to that Gao Kai? What right did someone like that have to be his son-in-law? After all these years of his hard work building such a massive empire, was he supposed to just hand it all over to the Gao family as a dowry? The more he thought about it, the more it gave Su Dahei a terrible headache. But bound by the old friendship, Su Dahei didn't know how to refuse. He could only hope that Gao Ziyuan would have the sense to back off on his own. He was prepared to give the Gao family some money and send them on their way. Never did he expect that today Gao Ziyuan would actually come looking for him personally. This made Su Dahei feel that things weren't looking good. However, given their old friendship, it didn't seem possible to simply throw Gao Ziyuan out. So Su Dahei instructed his staff, all right, let him up. We'll talk in my office. Understood. Soon Gao Ziyuan was escorted to the chairman's office. The moment he saw Su Dahei, Gao Ziyuan seemed to see a savior. He rushed over excitedly and shook Su Dahei's hand. Lao Su, long time no see. Su Dahei smiled and shook Gao Ziyuan's hand. But when he saw that Gao Ziyuan was dirty all over, his hair disheveled, and worst of all, emanating the stench of someone who hadn't bathed in a long time, Su Dahei felt somewhat disgusted, but didn't say anything on the surface. Lao Gao, just look at you. How did you end up like this? Come sit down. Let me pour you some tea. Su Dahei dismissed the staff and locked the door from the inside, leaving only himself and Gao Ziyuan there. Gao Ziyuan sipped the good tea he hadn't tasted in a long time, thoroughly savoring it. Then with a bitter smile he slowly said, Lao Su, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Our family is completely ruined now. Wen has become a wanted criminal. She doesn't even dare call me. All my savings are gone too, and now I've got a mountain of debt. Sai, it's truly the end of the road for us. Su Dahei sighed. Lao Gao, then what brings you here today? Are you looking for my help, or? Su Dahei had already decided that if Gao Ziyuan asked to borrow money, he would lend it, but on the condition that the old marriage agreement be destroyed. Losing some money was always better than losing his daughter. Then Gao Ziyuan spoke with a serious expression, I want you to honor the old marriage agreement. Marry Ying to my son Gao Kai. Su Dahei's hand trembled slightly. He kept his composure and calmly said, Lao Gao, that was over 800 years ago. Let bygones be bygones. Ying is still young. Such matters need her consent. Then he administered a stronger blow. Lao Gao, how about this? I give you 50 million. Let's call it quits on the past. Why should the older generation's affairs burden the next? Times have changed now. Gao Ziyuan seemed to have already prepared himself for rejection. He stood up angrily. Su Dahei, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Have you forgotten everything about how I saved your life back then? Seeing Gao Ziyuan fly into a rage, Su Dahei decided to drop the pretense as well. He said coldly, Lao Gao, I will never forget your kindness from back then in this lifetime. But my daughter has her own life to live. I have no right to interfere. 50 million is the biggest concession Su Dahei can make. After hearing this, Gao Ziyuan laughed coldly. Then he pulled out a pendant hanging from his neck, right from his chest. Lao Su, see what this is, eh? Lao Su, see what this is, eh? There, hanging from Gao Ziyuan's neck, was a pendant strung on a red cord. The pendant itself was a twisted, deformed bullet head. Back then, when you were surrounded by those terrorists, it was me. I risked my own life to pull you out. I took this very bullet for you. The bullet pierced deep into my thigh bone. The doctors spent 3 days and 3 nights digging that bullet head out of my leg. At that time, you knelt beside my hospital bed weeping and swore you would honor me as your big brother for the rest of your life. You even said that once your daughter grew up, she would marry my son. Now you've struck it rich, while I've fallen on hard times, so everything from back then has been tossed to the back of your mind, hasn't it? Am I right? Gao Ziyuan glared viciously at Su Dahei, fury almost blazing from his eyes. Su Dahei gazed at the bullet head in Gao Ziyuan's hand, his heart flooded with emotion. Perhaps had Gao Ziyuan not taken that bullet for him all those years ago, he would have died long ago. He owed old Gao too much, far too much. But Ying had her own life to live. She shouldn't have to waste her best years because of a promise her father made. That Gao Kai was no good. He was always surrounded by women and spent every day carousing with a pack of thugs. He cared nothing for his family's business and only knew how to wine and dine all day long. If his daughter married him, she would never come to a good end. Sudahai had already made up his mind no matter what happened, he would never let Ying marry such a playboy. Sudahai said in a deep voice, "Old gal, I would never dare forget the loyalty you showed me back then, but my daughter's marriage must be her own choice. So, just think of me as an ungrateful bastard." Hearing Sudahai say this, Gao Ziyuan suddenly burst into loud laughter. He didn't want the 50 million at all. The debt his family owed now was nowhere near something 50 million could settle. He had to take down the Su family and make his son the helmsman of Xingrui Group. That was the only way to solve every problem once and for all. I knew you'd say that all along. But since you've chosen to be heartless, then I can be ruthless too. Sudahai's expression darkened. Old Gao, what do you mean by that? Gao Ziyuan then pulled a USB drive from his coat and handed it to Sudahai. Then he sneered, "Old Su, to be honest, this is something I wish I never had to give you. But today it has finally found its purpose and meaning." A sense of dread washed over Sudahai. "Old Gao. What? What do you mean? Why don't you open the USB drive and see for yourself?" Gao Ziyuan said with a smile. Sudahai hastily plugged the USB drive into his computer. Inside there was a video file. Without hesitation, Sudahai opened it. The video began to play. It showed surveillance footage from a nighttime scene. The footage was somewhat blurry and clearly quite old. In the frame appeared a barbecue stall. Several young men bare-armed and shirtless sat around a small table beside the stall eating grilled skewers and drinking beer. Empty beer bottles littered the ground. The stall owner was a young man around 30 who handed the skewers he had just grilled to the group of youths beside him. Meanwhile, the young men began whistling at the stall owner's wife. "Whoa, sis, you're gorgeous. Come over here and have a drink with us." The owner's wife was remarkably beautiful, with striking features, fair skin, and an enviable figure. No wonder she drew the lecherous teasing of those young men. She looked frightened and hid behind her husband. Bang! The video came to an abrupt halt. Sudahai's hands had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. Gao Ziyuan sneered. "Do you need me to help you recall? More than 20 years ago, after you were discharged from the military, you and your wife, Bai Yao, set up a street stall to start a business, a barbecue stand here in Tianhai City. That night a few young men came by. Drunk, they harassed your wife Bai Yao. You were young and hot-blooded and you couldn't stomach it, so you grabbed a peeler from the stall and stabbed every one of those thugs to death. After that you stuffed their bodies into burlap sacks and dumped them into the sea. In the days that followed, you lived in constant terror, afraid the police would come for you. You dared not run your stall, dared not go out to work, and hid away in a basement, living day after sunless day. Then, because there was no money, nothing to raise a child, nothing to put food on the table, Bai Yao left you. From that day on, you never saw her again. You don't even know if she's alive or dead. Even now, you're still searching for news of her, aren't you?" Sudahai roared. "Old Gao, how did you get this video?" Gao Ziyuan stood up with a smile. "Have you forgotten? That night who helped you clean up the mess? And who promised to take down all the surveillance cameras for you? It was you. I should have known." Sudahai was stunned. Gao Ziyuan laughed heartily. "I did remove the surveillance footage for you, but I just tossed it in my old house. I never imagined it would come in handy one day." Sudahai trembled all over. He yanked out the USB drive and snapped it in two with all his strength. Gao Ziyuan sneered. "And you call yourself the founder of a top-tier corporation? You don't even understand something this basic. I've got plenty more of these USB drives where that came from. Want me to bring a few over for you to admire?" Sudahai fell silent. Society today was no longer what it had been back then. If he silenced Gao Ziyuan right here, he and Xingrui Group would both be finished. That year the whole country was in the midst of a severe crackdown and murderers were dealt with swiftly and mercilessly. That was precisely why Sudahai had spent every day hiding in that basement, trembling in fear. But forensic technology had been limited back then, and the police never came knocking, so he had managed to escape by sheer luck. But what about now? If Gao Ziyuan ever exposed what happened back then, Sudahai would definitely end up in prison. And Xingrui Group would surely be dragged into endless power struggles between the various factions within the company. Ying was still young. How could she possibly stand against those veterans who had founded the company alongside him? Without him, the founder, at the helm, it was only a matter of time before she was pushed out of the boardroom. "Old Gao, what exactly do you want from me to let me go? To letting Ying go?" Gao Ziyuan smiled. "Old Su, you and I are brothers, closer than blood brothers. As long as you honor the promise you made all those years ago, why would I ever send you to prison? There's no grudge between us." Sudahai collapsed into his office chair, utterly defeated, and spoke slowly. "Fine. I hope you'll keep your word." That night a chill hung over Tianhai City. Su Ying dragged a single simple suitcase as she rode the metro to the vicinity of Yang Yi's villa. Seeing that she was only a few hundred meters away from the man she longed for with all her heart, Su Ying felt nothing but sweetness and happiness inside. So what if she had run away from the wedding? As long as she could be with Yang Yi, she was willing to give up being the pampered daughter of a great corporation. Countless thoughts raced through Su Ying's mind. As she walked into a dark alley, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Instinctively, Su Ying turned around. The figure was petite and slender, clearly a young woman. Su Ying froze. You. Who are you? Why are you following me? The woman pulled a silenced pistol from her coat and aimed it at Su Ying, murmuring with a touch of mania. He, my dear sister, everyone loves you, everyone dotes on you. Your death is sure to make me utterly ecstatic. As Su Ying stared in shock and bewilderment, the girl pulled the trigger. Bayou. Yang Yi waited alone at the entrance of the villa for Su Ying's arrival. He was filled with anticipation, wondering what exhilarating sparks might ignite between them on that soft, luxurious bed. However, after waiting for quite some time, Su Ying still had not appeared. Yang Yi had an acute sense of time, and according to his calculations under normal circumstances, Su Ying should have arrived by now. This doesn't add up. She called me from the subway station not long ago. Why hasn't she arrived after all this time? Could she have run into some thugs? Damn it. Yang Yi spat and rushed out through the villa's gate. Only steps away, a muffled gunshot echoed from somewhere nearby. The sound was not loud, but Yang Yi's hearing was extraordinarily sharp now. He was very familiar with that sound. It was the report of a pistol equipped with a silencer. A sense of dread washed over Yang Yi. He hurried toward where the sound had originated. In less than a minute he arrived at the scene. A petite figure stood in the shadows, raising a pistol toward Su Ying's head as she lay in a pool of blood. Goodbye, my dear sister. The girl's voice was utterly manic, as if she were a raving lunatic. You damn bitch. I'll kill you. Damn it. Yang Yi's furious roar came from nearby. The girl instinctively turned to look, but didn't dare continue. Yang Yi was charging toward her too quickly. If she kept firing, he would definitely catch her. TCH. Bad luck. You got lucky this time. With that, the girl decided to flee immediately. Her figure vanished into the darkness of the night. But it was too dark for Yang Yi to clearly see her features. Indeed, Yang Yi did have time to chase after her, but Su Ying lay bleeding profusely in a pool of blood, having fallen into a coma. Saving her was the absolute priority. The bullet had struck her left shoulder, blood pouring out in great quantities. She had lost too much blood and had fallen into hemorrhagic shock. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi lifted Su Ying into a princess carry. He sprinted back toward his villa at superhuman speed. Su Mei, come out now. Drive, we need to get to the hospital. Su Mei rushed out with a startled expression. When she saw the bloodied figure in Yang Yi's arms, she was utterly dumbfounded. She didn't dare ask too many questions. Swiftly, she pulled the car out of the garage while Yang Yi sat in the back seat, tending to Su Ying. The pallid Su Ying slowly opened her eyes. Yang Yi, being able to see you one last time is truly wonderful. Shut your damn mouth. Don't speak, Yang Yi barked. With that, Su Ying fell back into slumber. Immediately after, Yang Yi dialed the renowned Dr. Yilina, Kongning Private Hospital in Tianhai City. You must be there within 10 minutes. Without asking any questions, Yilina hung up the phone and rushed toward the most prestigious private hospital in Tianhai City, Kongning Hospital. Afterward, Yilina arrived at the hospital and presented her credentials, requesting to perform the surgery on the patient personally. Su Ying was smoothly wheeled into the operating room. Yang Yi and Su Mei sat on the benches outside the operating room, waiting in silence. Yang Yi simply could not understand. How could Su Ying possibly be assassinated? Who did she offend? Besides, the assassin was a girl, and she seemed to be calling her sister. Based on Yang Yi's knowledge of Su Dehai's information, he only had one daughter. After his wife disappeared over 20 years ago, he never remarried. Could that girl be his illegitimate daughter, here to claim the family fortune? The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. After several long hours, Yilina walked out of the operating room. Her forehead was covered in sweat. Upon seeing Yang Yi, she let out a long, relieved breath. The surgery was a success. Her life is saved. Yang Yi smiled and nodded appreciatively at her. Immediately after, the unconscious Su Ying was wheeled out of the operating room by a team of nurses. Su Ying was then arranged into the most luxurious private warder room, so extravagant it rivaled a 5-star presidential suite. Moreover, a professional nurse provided round-the-clock dedicated care. Yang Yi walked into the luxurious ward. The attending nurse was tenderly caring for Su Ying. Yang Yi approached gently, taking Su Ying's small hand, and asked, "How are you? Can you still speak?" Su Ying's complexion was deathly pale, her lips bloodless, yet she remained in a relatively lucid but weak state. She managed a weak nod. I'm okay. As Yang Yi was about to continue questioning her, unexpectedly the attending nurse spoke with a hint of frustration. "Family member, the patient needs proper rest now. Please don't come over here and disturb her." It was only then that Yang Yi looked up and noticed this little nurse was actually extraordinarily beautiful. She wore a lovely nurse's uniform. Though petite and delicate, standing only about 1.6 meters tall, her beauty was stunning. A delicate oval face, fair and smooth skin, bright expressive eyes. Her looks were absolutely on par with Su Ying's. What was most striking was her prominent chest. How could someone so small be so well endowed? This defied all logic. She was truly a cute, beautiful, petite, big-breasted lowly. Moreover, Yang Yi vaguely sensed that this little nurse bore a certain resemblance to Su Ying, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was that made them seem alike. Yang Yi paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded to the beautiful little nurse. "All right, I'll head home first." Su Ying is in your care. By the way, what's your name? My name is Bai Luoli, Mr. Yang. Please rest assured I will take excellent care of Sister Su. Bai Luoli. Indeed, quite lowly and quite fair. And those assets were quite impressive too. Yang Yi smiled, and then departed. Before leaving, he had specially arranged over a dozen loyal subordinates to guard the hospital's main entrance and the door to Su Ying's ward. These dozen or so individuals were all robust, broad-shouldered men. If any suspicious person appeared, they would immediately subdue the intruder. Inside the ward, Su Ying lay in a post-operative coma. The beautiful, adorable, lowly nurse Bai Luoli had dozed off at the nearby nurse's station. As midnight approached, Su Ying's lips quivered slightly. From her pale lips came a faint, weak voice. Water. So thirsty. The dedicated one-on-one nurse Bai Luoli snapped awake from her drowsiness. Sister, hold on, I'll prepare some glucose water for you right away. Bai Luoli quickly went to the medicine cabinet to prepare the glucose water for Su Ying. Soon, with practiced hands, she brought the warm glucose water to Su Ying's bedside. She took a small silicone spoon and patiently scooped up a small amount of glucose water, bringing it to Su Ying's lips. Su Ying's eyes opened just a crack. In her dazed state, she saw Bai Luoli feeding her water. Then in a delirious murmur she whispered, Mom, you're back. Bai Luoli's hands went numb. Bai Luoli's entire body trembled. Su Ying had fallen into a deep slumber once again. For a brief instant, a faint dark crimson hue flickered within Bai Luoli's pupils. That blood-red tint lent her gaze an utterly eerie quality. Her body shook uncontrollably, her face twisted in agony, and her teeth ground together with a grating sound. A manic, distorted expression surfaced on her face. In that moment, she was nothing like the adorable little nurse girl she usually appeared to be. Instead, she resembled a bloodthirsty female demon. After another dozen seconds or so, the crimson hue had completely flooded her pupils, transforming her entire countenance into that of a different person. Then she snatched a stainless steel scalpel from the metal tray beside her and pressed it against the carotid artery on Su Ying's neck. Glaring at her with a venomous expression, she said icily, Don't you dare speak of her. I am the one Mother loved most. Why? Why do you have to take everything that belongs to me? Suddenly her demeanor shifted to a tender, yet deranged look. Smiling at the sleeping Su Ying, she said cheerfully, My dear big sister, you were truly lucky to have survived my earlier attempt. Was that brother just now your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Why does everyone like you so much? And yet no one likes me. Bai Luoli's gaze dimmed with melancholy. Then she fixed her gaze upon the sleeping Su Ying with a warm, yet sinister smile. Once you're dead, everyone will love me, won't they, eh? Mother. She will love me too. So for the sake of my happiness, please, just die. With that, she drew the stainless steel blade across Su Ying's carotid artery. Suddenly, Bai Luoli's right eye instantly returned to normal, no longer that cruel blood red. Her left hand seized her right wrist. Her expression reverted to one of normalcy as she cried out urgently, Stop it, you lunatic. She is your sister. Immediately afterward, the mad and twisted expression resurfaced on her face. So what if she's my sister? Only by killing her can we be happy. Bai Luoli, has anyone in this life ever truly loved you? Mother's lips forever sing praises of her most beloved daughter, while you are merely a child who should never have been born. Bai Luoli's expression switched once more, the two personas interweaving continuously across her face, as though she were talking to herself, as if one person were performing a grand drama alone. No, Mother loved me, otherwise she never would have given birth to me. I have already lost Mother, and I do not want to lose this sister as well. I beg you, please spare her. No, I must kill her. This is for our own good. This is the best opportunity we will ever have. Bai Luoli, think about it. Sister has such an amazing boyfriend. If you kill her, her boyfriend will surely fall in love with you, and then you will possess everything that sister possesses. Madman. You are a madman. In the next instant, Bai Luoli sank her teeth into her own right hand, crying out in pain. The stainless steel blade in her hand clattered to the floor. Suppressing the agony, she made her way to the nurse's station, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a bottle of medicine. With trembling fingers, she took out a single white pill and swallowed it dry. Then she sat down at the nurse's station, gasping for breath. Several minutes passed before Bai Luoli finally returned to normal. Water. I want water. Su Ying on the hospital bed had awakened once more and wanted a drink. Bai Luoli hastily mixed a cup of glucose water and came to her side. With great patience, she fed her the water spoonful by spoonful. Be careful, sister, don't choke. Bai Luoli said with deep concern. Su Ying replied gratefully, Sister, thank you. Bai Luoli's cheeks flushed slightly. Sister, this is what I should do. Where is Yang? Su Ying asked. You mean Mr. Yang? I already sent him home. Just leave yourself in my care. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will hurt you, Bai Luoli said with a smile. Su Ying smiled and nodded, then fell back into a deep sleep. Time passed until the next day. Yang Yi rose early. In the dim light of dawn, Yang Yi drove Yelena to Kangning Hospital. When the two entered the ward, they saw the adorable little nurse, Bai Luoli, already fast asleep at the nurse's station. Judging from the dark circles under her eyes, she must have been run ragged the night before. Yang Yi led Yelena to Su Ying's bedside. Su Ying's condition had already improved considerably. When she saw that Yang Yi had brought along a stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, yet whose facial features resembled a Chinese person's, she was instantly consumed by jealousy. She pursed her lips and turned her head away, refusing to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi chuckled, seemingly aware of what was on her mind. Without saying much, he asked Yelena, "Professor Yi, how is her condition?" Yelena glanced at the heart rate, blood pressure, blood oxygen, and other readings on the monitor, then nodded with great satisfaction. "Nothing serious. It's fortunate that this hospital is truly capable and had sufficient blood bank reserves. Had it been an ordinary hospital, she probably wouldn't have awakened so soon. Of course, this private hospital is the most luxurious in the entire city. With the right connections and a hefty sum of money, getting some blood from the blood center was a piece of cake." Yang Yi could not help but sigh. This world truly served the rich. Behind every relationship and every background lurked the shadows of money and power. At that moment, Bailuali, who had been asleep at the nurse's station, was awakened by their voices. She stood up and walked over. Rubbing her sleepy eyes with their adorable dark circles, she yawned and said, "Teacher Yi, Mr. Yang, you're here. The nurse's station is calling me over for a bit. Please wait here for a moment. Once I'm done, I'll come right back." Yang Yi smiled. "Nurse Bai, thank you for your hard work last night. Go ahead, there shouldn't be anything serious now. You can get some rest." Big brother, you're so kind." With a giggle, Bailuali left the ward. Yang Yi returned to Su Ying's bedside and took her cool, delicate little hand. "Jealous are we? If not for Professor Yi here last night, you would still be asleep. She was the one who performed your surgery." Su Ying quickly turned back, sticking out her tongue sheepishly, then said with deep gratitude, "So that's how it is. Dr. Yi, thank you so much." Yang Yi smiled and waved at Yelena. "You go on ahead. I want to have a private chat with her." Yelena tactfully left the ward. Yang Yi asked directly, "That girl who shot you last night, was she your sister?" Su Ying shook her head. "No, she must be mentally ill. My mother only gave birth to me. Where would I get a sister?" Yang Yi froze upon hearing Su Ying say she had no younger sister. "How could that be? That girl had no quarrel with you. Why would she shoot you?" Su Ying sighed and shook her head. "I don't know either. When my father was young, he had no ambition. He spent his days drinking alone in their rented room or going out to gamble, never once showing his face. My mother couldn't bear it anymore and left him. At that time, I was just a child. All these years, my father has searched tirelessly for my mother's whereabouts, but unfortunately with no results whatsoever." Yang Yi furrowed his brows. "Could it be possible that after your mother left your father, she remarried another man and had a daughter? Perhaps that girl from last night?" Su Ying looked puzzled. "That's unlikely. My father has extensive connections, both with the police and the underworld. They have spared no expense in searching for her, but my mother has vanished as if she had disappeared from this world with not a single trace found." "Isn't that suspicious?" Yang Yi countered. What do you mean?" Su Ying looked surprised. Yang Yi analyzed. "It's quite simple. Her information has been concealed too thoroughly. An ordinary person wouldn't have such capabilities. Your mother's identity must have been hidden by someone with considerable power." Su Ying grew sorrowful. "It's probably pointless now. Even if we found her, what good would it do? My mother despised my father. He used to come home drunk every single day, and that was precisely why she left him. Besides, they have been separated for 20 years. Any marital affection between them has long faded away." Yang Yi smiled faintly. "Never mind. Let bygones be bygones. I suspect that girl last night may have been a crazy patient who escaped from a psychiatric hospital. Yang Yi, you have to protect me well. If I run into her again, next time I won't be so lucky." Su Ying coaxed him affectionately. Yang Yi tenderly pinched her soft, smooth cheek. Suddenly the bedside phone rang. It was the nurse station calling. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Would it be convenient for you to come down to the nurse station to collect the patient's report? We currently have quite a large number of hospitalized patients and our staff is stretched thin. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." "All right, I'll come down." After hanging up, Yang Yi took the elevator straight downstairs to the nurse station on the first floor. Kongning Hospital, first floor. This was peak visiting hours. Although this was an extremely expensive private hospital, its medical expertise was the best in the entire city. Wealthy patrons seeking medical treatment almost always came here. At that moment, a man and a woman wearing masks, sunglasses, and black baseball caps appeared in the waiting hall. The woman whispered, "Honey, are you absolutely certain that Lord Qin's daughter is hospitalized in this very hospital?" The man replied decisively, "When I paid a considerable sum just to obtain this intelligence. Lord Qin's daughter Qin Xiao suffers from mental illness and is detained in the psychiatric ward on the top floor of this hospital." The woman asked with confusion, "Didn't you say she ran away from home? How did she end up in a psychiatric hospital?" The man explained, "Let me tell you. This hospital belongs to Lord Qin's enterprise. Last time his daughter ran away, Lord Qin sent many people to search for her everywhere, but to no avail. Just 2 days ago, an acquaintance from the underworld happened to have spotted Qin Xiao in the psychiatric ward of this hospital. No way, Brother Long. With such crucial information, that person would be willing to share it with you. That's a 10 million yuan reward. Of course, not for nothing. I promised to give that informant 5 million once I collected the reward. This man and woman were none other than Zhang Xiaolong and Gao Wen, who had lain low for a long time. Gao Wen had been wanted for quite some time and dared not show her face anywhere. She could only conceal herself with a black mask, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. Gao Wen said coldly, "That bastard Yang Yi has made my parents and my brother and me suffer so terribly. I will never forgive him." Zhang Xiaolong hesitated. "Forget it. Your family simply cannot compete with him. He is at least the president of a major enterprise. He could crush you with money alone." Gao Wen smiled bitterly. "That remains to be seen. I have already thought of an excellent plan that will make Yang Yi die a terrible death." Zhang Xiaolong looked somewhat surprised and curious, eagerly asking, "Oh, Wenwen, what brilliant idea have you come up with?" Gao Wen sneered, "Isn't it simple enough? No matter how formidable Yang Yi may be, can he possibly surpass Lord Qin? Lord Qin is the undisputed king of the underworld in Tianhai City. No matter how wealthy Yang Yi is, the moment he crosses Lord Qin, there is only one word: death. Let alone an insignificant Yang Yi. Even the former mayor transferred from above, who upon taking office sought to investigate Lord Qin's underground operations and uproot his influence. What became of him? After less than 2 months in office, he was stabbed to death by a drunken hoodlum. That hoodlum was quickly sentenced to death. Others may not know, but we in the underworld certainly do. This young man accepted Lord Qin's settlement payment and traded his own life for the mayor's. Someone as ruthless as Lord Qin. If Yang Yi provokes him, he won't even know how he died." Zhang Xiaolong fell silent for a moment. "But Wenwen, how exactly are we supposed to make Yang Yi cross Lord Qin? That lad is clever. He surely wouldn't dare provoke a big shot like Lord Qin." Gao Wen smiled. "Didn't you just say that Lord Qin's daughter is hospitalized here? That makes it quite simple. We will impersonate Yang Yi and kidnap Qin Xiao, framing him for the crime. Do you think he can escape then? Lord Qin treats his beloved daughter like treasure, more precious than his entire lineage. If Yang Yi dares to kidnap Qin Xiao, I can hardly imagine how brutally he will die." Ha ha. Upon hearing Gao Wen's plan, even Zhang Xiaolong felt a chill run down his spine. To dare kidnap Lord Qin's daughter. What a crime, far greater, some might say, than kidnapping an emperor's daughter in ancient times. He dared not imagine how horrific Yang Yi's end would be if the plan succeeded. But soon he thought of another issue. Wenwen, but didn't Lord Qin issue a command offering a 10 million yuan reward for anyone who finds his daughter? If we kidnap her, how can we still get that 10 million? Gao Wen smiled confidently. 10 million? No. That pittance isn't even worth mentioning. I want 1 billion. Damn it. How are we supposed to get that? Zhang Xiaolong asked with great interest. Gao Wen's eyes gleamed with deep confidence. Simple. Kidnap Qin Xiao, demand ransom from Lord Qin. Once we have the money, frame Yang Yi. 1 arrow, 2 targets. Zhang Xiaolong immediately gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Gao Wen and Zhang Xiaolong took the elevator to the top floor of the inpatient building. They happened to narrowly miss Yang Yi, who was taking the elevator down. Neither side noticed the other's presence. Yang Yi had just walked downstairs and arrived at the nursing station when he spotted the very pretty and cute nurse Bai Luoli. At this moment, she was busy administering an 4 drip to a new patient. However, as she aimed the 4 needle at the extremely obese patient's arm to find the vein, his thick fat layer made it difficult. After several attempts, she still couldn't locate the correct position. The young fat man erupted in curses. "Do you even know how to give an injection? That's for misses. Are you using me as your practice subject? If your skills are this poor, why don't you go back to school and practice more?" They boast about Kongning Hospital's excellent medical standards, but I never expected them to be this awful. I'd suffer less at a small clinic. Bai Luoli broke into a cold sweat, her hands trembling as she hastily apologized to the fat man. "I'm sorry, please be a little more patient with me. I promise I'll get it right next time." But the more nervous she became, the more prone to errors she was. True to form, she missed again, this time causing the fat man to jump up in pain. "Ouch! Help! This woman is trying to murder me." At that moment, several pretty young nurses at the nursing station rushed over. When they saw Bai Luoli attempting the injection, they all wore expressions of disdain and mockery. One of the nurses, pretty but with a sharp, mean-looking face, sneered, "Bai Luoli, they gave you such a good opportunity to practice on your own, and you still couldn't get it right after several tries. Do you even deserve to be a nurse?" Bai Luoli kept her head down in silence, wronged with tears welling up in her eyes. Another pretty nurse added her own mockery. "If not for your pretty face, you probably wouldn't have gotten into our hospital in the first place, right? Tell the truth, did you sleep with the director to get in?" Bai Luoli looked up and quickly shook her head. No, I'm just not skilled enough yet. Next time I'll definitely get it right." But when she looked at the furious fat man glaring at her with a vicious gaze, her hands trembled even more. She knew she wouldn't be able to hit the vein next time either. So she looked at her nursing colleagues and timidly asked for help. "Could you maybe find someone else to do this for me? I really can't seem to get the needle in." The other nurses watched her with amused, indifferent expressions. "What does that have to do with me? The head nurse assigned this patient to you, so figure it out yourself." Bai Luoli knew these women wouldn't help her. She forced herself to steady her composure, picked up the needle, and once again aimed it toward the fat man's vein. This time, somehow, It failed again. Off. It hurts like hell. You did that on purpose, right? I'll kill you. The fat man, enraged, raised his hand to slap Bailuali's face. Off. Bailuali screamed in fright, her face draining of color, frozen in terror, with her whole body trembling, utterly motionless. The nearby nurses watched with smug satisfaction, enjoying the spectacle about to unfold. Among women, jealousy is the most fearsome force. They were jealous that Bailuali had such a beautiful face, such a good figure, and such large breasts. Smack. The next moment, the fat man's palm was gripped tightly by another hand, completely immobilized. You worthless piece of shit with all that fat on your body, you actually dare to lay a hand on a young girl. Have you no shame? Yang Yi held the fat man's palm with a cold sneer, looking at him. The fat man grew furious. None of your damn business. Do you even know who I am? Let go right now, or I'll beat you too. Crack. Yang Yi dislocated the fat man's wrist with a single squeeze. All the nurses were stunned. The fat man screamed in agony. Call the police, I'm calling the police. Yang Yi stared at him with a chilling gaze, and spoke calmly. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Terrified by Yang Yi's icy stare, the fat man clammed up, and quickly retreated, clutching his injured hand. At that moment, the pretty young nurses walked over. When they caught sight of Yang Yi's striking handsomeness and impressive physique, their eyes lit up. Handsome, how about adding me on WeChat? I happen to be free tonight. Want to go on a date with me? Yang Yi ignored them entirely, and simply took Bailuali's hand to leave. Just then, a middle-aged woman wearing a nurse's cap with 3 stripes approached. The young nurses fell silent immediately and respectfully called out, "Head nurse." Those 3 stripes signified more than an ordinary head nurse. She was the director overseeing the entire nursing department, effectively the leader of all nurses in the hospital. Bailuali quickly pulled away from Yang Yi's grasp and respectfully nodded toward the head nurse. The head nurse strode directly to Bailuali's side, her expression darkening instantly. She rebuked her coldly. "Bailuali, what a mess you've made. I told you to give an injection, and you couldn't get it right after several tries. That guy went straight to my office to file a complaint. Do you have any idea who that man is? He's the nephew of President Zhao Guoping from Atom Group. He's one of our biggest clients. He's come in 3 times this month alone for HIV testing, contributing hundreds of thousands to our hospital every year. Now you've gone and offended him, and you think it's fine. You're on a fixed salary anyway, so getting reprimanded doesn't affect you, right?" The head nurse's eyes were practically sparking with fury. In this kind of private hospital, revenue was the most important thing. It operated just like any ordinary supermarket or clinic. Someone like this, a yearly contributor of hundreds of thousands, was clearly not someone to offend lightly. Bailuali looked at the head nurse with a wronged expression, tears welling in her eyes. "Head nurse, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." The head nurse snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the fact that you're an orphan and I felt sorry for you, I wouldn't have let a rookie like you into our nursing department. Now pack up and take these documents to the psychiatric ward upstairs." With that, the head nurse handed a stack of documents to Bailuali and stormed off in anger. Yang Yi finally came to his senses. So that fat boy was Zhao Guoping's nephew. How coincidental. Bailuali clutched the documents tightly, her head bowed as tears continuously fell. The other nurses watched her with smug satisfaction, their faces twisted with triumph. Then Bailuali suddenly raised her head, her eyes red from crying with traces of tears still visible at the corners. She forced a smile and gratefully said, "Brother, thank you for what you just did." Yang Yi found this Bailuali extremely pitiable. Somehow she evoked in him a protective instinct, a desire to draw close and shield her. A little girl, fatherless and motherless, had somehow survived in this cruel world until now. Yang Yi sighed and reached out to take the documents from Bailuali's hands. "Give me the papers, I'll deliver them for you. I'm heading upstairs anyway." Bailuali looked at Yang Yi as though gazing at her own older brother. Yang Yi's care and protection brought a warmth to a girl who had never known love. "Brother, thank you. Yeah, it's nothing. Just a small matter. You can do better, keep going." Yang Yi comforted her with a smile. Bailuali nodded decisively and said firmly, "Yes, brother, I will." At that moment, the smug voice of the fat man from before echoed from nearby. "Cousin, this is the spot. The guy who hit me is right here. You have to avenge me." Yang Yi heard the voice and looked up. It was indeed that chubby kid again, but this time he brought someone along. The person was someone Yang Yi did not recognize, a young man in his early 20s. The chubby kid led his cousin over toward Yang Yi. He wore a smug expression, his smirk so despicable that the flesh on his face trembled with every grin. "Cousin, it's him. He just dislocated my wrist, and he dared to threaten me." The cousin lifted his head and glared coldly at Yang Yi. Without asking anything, he simply said in a flat tone, "You were the one who beat my brother. I'll give you one chance. Apologize to my brother and pay compensation, and I'll let this go." Bailuali quickly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yang Yi. She bowed apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, so sorry. It was all my fault earlier. I made a mistake while administering acupuncture. Please don't blame my brother." The chubby kid's cousin sneered. "Step aside. We'll deal with the acupuncture matter later. Right now, I only want justice for my brother. Get out of the way. Otherwise, if you get hurt when things escalate, don't say, I didn't warn you." Yang Yi reached out and patted Bai Luoli's shoulder, then gently drew her aside. He offered a faint smile to the two brothers, walked up to them, and from his coat produced over 1,000 yuan in cash, placing it squarely in the cousin's palm. The cousin was taken aback. This kid was actually complying without a word, just handing over money. Bro, what are you trying to do here? Medical expenses. Huh? What medical expenses? Bang. The next moment Yang Yi's fist appeared on the cousin's face, sending him crashing to the ground. The cousin spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and teeth, his heart pounding with shock. How the hell was this guy so fast? I didn't even see him make his move. How am I supposed to fight this? Realizing he couldn't win, he hastily turned and shouted at his chubby brother. Zhao Tieju, what the hell are you standing around for? Call for backup. Hurry up and make a call to Uncle Guoping. Tell him to bring the factory workers over. Bring as many as you can. Today I'll show this kid what happens when you mess with our factory. Yang Yi cracked his knuckles and smiled. What factory are you talking about? None of your business. If you've got guts, don't run. When I get here, you'll regret everything. Yang Yi dragged a wheelchair over from nearby and sat down in it, crossing his legs casually. Did I say I was leaving? Fine, fine. Just wait. I'm going to kill you today. Bai Luoli was pacing like an ant on a hot pan. She grabbed Yang Yi's arm and begged, brother, please leave. Don't stay here. I'm begging you. They have so many people. What if you get hurt? Yang Yi smiled. If I get hurt, so what? We're at a hospital anyway. They'll rush me straight to ICU. What's the big deal? Tears of crystal clear shimmer rose in Bai Luoli's eyes. But brother. Before she could finish, Yang Yi cut her off. You've called me brother so many times already. As your older brother, it's only right that I protect you here, right? Don't be afraid. Looking at Yang Yi's calm and composed demeanor, Bai Luoli felt her heart racing. She felt as though her heart had been utterly captivated by the man before her. Brother Yang Yi is so handsome. I feel so safe by his side. If only he were mine. The next moment a trace of extremely dim crimson slowly emerged in the pupils of her eyes. But almost instantly the crimson color vanished. Her worried gaze returned. Brother, Bai Luoli whispered tearfully. Before long the sound of densely packed footsteps echoed from the nearby corridor. There were at least dozens of people. A group of burly men in identical work uniforms appeared, each one radiating an intimidating aura, so fierce it felt as though they could tear the roof off the building. Emblazoned across the chests of their uniforms in unified lettering was the company name Tianhai City Atom Company Machinery Manufacturing Plant Parts Department 3. The attractive young nurses watching from the sidelines began gossiping. This guy looks so handsome, and yet he's so foolish, just standing there instead of leaving. Bai Luoli really is popular. Such a handsome guy is even defending her. Why do I never get such good fortune? The leading man, face flushed with indignation, bellowed. Zhao Zihao, tell me who hit you. I swear I don't believe anyone dares to lay a hand on someone from our Atom Company without knowing who we are. We're the Atom Company now. How arrogant do they think they are, beating the factory director's nephew? The chubby cousin Zhao Zihao and chubby Zhao Taiju stood tall with arrogant pride, eyeing Yang. He then pointed at him and declared to the workers, that's the guy? Brothers, let's move in together and beat him up. I'll cover all medical bills if anyone gets injured. Under the leadership of the man at the front, the group approached Yang Yi. The leader looked at Yang Yi with an arrogant air and said, Kid, do you know what happens when you mess with our Atom Company? I advise you to hurry and TSK. Huh. At that moment the leader noticed something was off. Why did this kid sitting in a wheelchair look so familiar? He resembled the chairman of our Atom Company. In truth, the workers at the factory mostly interacted with factory director Zhao Guoping and rarely caught a glimpse of the chairman. Moreover, Chairman Yang Yi was always elusive, now appearing, now disappearing, so there was hardly any chance for a face-to-face conversation. This department supervisor had only once seen Chairman Yang Yi during a company video conference. He asked tentatively, are you Chairman Yang? Yang Yi smiled. You know me? The supervisor's face instantly drained of color. He hastily replied with respect, this I've seen you once on a video call. Yang Yi said coldly, it's working hours yet you're not on the job. What are you doing here? Did I pay your wages so you could loaf around? The supervisor felt as though his entire life was coming to an end. He immediately spun around and roared at the workers. What the hell are you all standing around for? Hurry up and greet the chairman. Zhao Zihao, Zhao Tieju, and all the workers were completely dumbfounded. In particular, the Zhao brothers' mouths gaped wide enough to swallow a durian whole. The other workers hurried over and in unison nodded and respectfully greeted Yang Yi. Hello, chairman. Zhao Zihao and Zhao Taiju stood utterly bewildered, staring at Yang Yi, daring not utter a single word. Zhao Zihao scrambled over on hands and knees, wearing a sycophantic smile. It turns out to be Chairman Yang. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Everything that just happened was all a big misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you, sir. Am I that old? No. You're as brilliant as the sun in my heart. I'm not General Jean and I don't deserve that title. Tell your uncle Zhao Guoping to come see me. The supervisor quickly dialed Zhao Guoping's number. Soon Zhao Guoping arrived from the factory. When he reached the hospital and saw the scene before him, he was instantly stunned as well. Chairman Yang, What are you doing here? Yang Yi walked up to Zhao Guoping and patted his shoulder so forcefully that Zhao nearly collapsed on the spot. Zhao Guoping managed a faint smile. Yes. President Yang, this is all just a small misunderstanding. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. I'll just stay here and watch how you handle it. After speaking, Yang Yi settled back into his wheelchair, awaiting Zhao Guoping's explanation. Thud. Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Zihao, the two brothers, dropped to their knees before Yang Yi without hesitation. Director Yang, we were wrong. We admit our mistake. We blindly underestimated you and judged you by appearances. Please, with your vast magnanimity, show us mercy this once. We solemnly pledge never to repeat this offense. Beside them, Bai Luoli watched Yang Yi command the situation with effortless authority, and her eyes revealed a trace of admiration and longing. True strength doesn't necessarily lie in martial prowess, rather it resides in one's formidable influence. With just a few well-chosen words, a person of genuine power can shape the destinies of others. Yang Yi chuckled. I never intended to punish either of you. I've always left factory affairs entirely to Zhao Guoping's judgment, and today is no different. Zhao Guoping, the decision is yours to make. The two brothers then shifted their pleas to their uncle Zhao Guoping, imploring him for mercy and promising to keep a lower profile in the future, lamenting how they'd never expected to encounter someone as significant as the company's chairman. Zhao Guoping sighed with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. These two foolish bastards. They lacked any understanding of proper conduct. President Yang had made it clear he was handling everything himself, yet they came begging to him. What brain-dead nonsense. Aren't you trying to drag me into a fire pit? If President Yang thinks I'm acting arrogantly and usurping authority, won't that embarrass him as the chairman? These two brats are completely lacking in awareness. Zhao Guoping steeled himself and spoke coldly. All workers who participated in today's incident will be marked as absent without leave, with half a month's wages and all allowances forfeited. Does anyone have any objections? The other workers quickly shook their heads in unison, declaring, no objections. We'll follow Director Zhao's arrangement. They understood he was protecting them, so they accepted the compromise gracefully. All right. If there's nothing else, get back to work immediately. Next time anyone leaves the factory without authorization, they'll be fired outright. Understood. The workers hurriedly departed, not daring to even glance at Yang Yi. Zhao Guoping then turned to his two nephews and sighed heavily. Zhao Zihao and Zhao Tiezhu, you're both fired. Go settle your wages at the accounts department now. They stood stunned. They'd only gotten these positions through their uncle Zhao Guoping's connections. They handled the lightest work while earning the highest pay, and the other workers treated them like pampered young masters. Now it had all vanished into thin air. Uncle, they said bitterly. What uncle? Didn't you hear what I said? Get the hell out of here. Zhao Guoping cursed at them. They didn't dare argue further and supported each other as they left. Zhao Guoping approached Yang Yi with an apologetic expression. President Yang, I'm truly sorry. Yang Yi asked, what exactly is your relationship with those two idiots? Are you their biological uncle? Zhao Guoping shook his head. No. Zhao Tiezhu's father is from our rural hometown. We're connected through family genealogy, but have no blood relation. Moreover, my cousin passed away early, leaving behind his widow raising their child alone. When I was young, my family was too poor to support my university education despite my acceptance. It was my cousin's wife, Zhao Tiezhu's mother, who sold everything she had to lend me the money so I could study in the city. Without her mother's sacrifice, I wouldn't be where I am today. A few years ago, her mother fell gravely ill. I spent a considerable amount trying to save her, but she passed away anyway. Before she died, she entrusted me to care for her son, and I agreed without hesitation. Yang Yi remarked with admiration. I didn't realize you were such a loyal and principled man. Heh. Zhao Guoping replied wryly. Sigh. Later, Zhao Taizhu came to the city with his cousin Zhao Zihao. I treated them the same as my own children. Then he shook his head and sighed. President Yang, did you know that when Taizhu first came to Tianhai City, he was quite lean, not overweight at all. He was genuine, simple-hearted, and remarkably honest. But as everyone began praising and accommodating him, he grew arrogant. Even with a monthly salary nearing 20,000, he'd claim it was gone within days, and asked me to lend him more money. This year alone, I've lent him over $500,000. Who knows where that money went? Yang Yi laughed heartily. What about entertainment and indulgence? That's a bottomless pit. Zhao Guoping sighed. Money is truly a devil. Who would have thought that such an honest boy would become so arrogant and overbearing? Life is unpredictable. Hearing this, both Yang Yi and Bai Luoli fell silent. Yang Yi reflected deeply on everything that had happened since his rebirth. In a way, he wasn't so different from Zhao Taizhu. Once he gained his advantage, he started showing off. Would he still be so arrogant without the system, without wealth, without such formidable combat power? At this thought, Yang Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Indeed, such advantages were the only shortcut for the poor to turn their lives around. The wealthy, however, didn't need any system. They could already enjoy unparalleled luxurious lives. They all lived under the same sky in the same country, yet why was the gap between people so vast? Some could afford earrings worth over 2 million, while others haggled over 2 yuan earrings at street stalls. Yang Yi felt a pang of sadness at these thoughts. Then he consoled himself. It didn't matter. The apocalypse was coming soon. Everyone would soon return to the same starting line. Well, except for him, Yang Yi smiled at Zhao Guoping. All right, let's leave it at that. You should get back to work. Zhao Guoping nodded. Yes, President Yang. I'll take my leave now. After that he left. Meanwhile, Bai Luoli handed the stack of documents back to Yang Yi. President Yang, could you please deliver these files to the psychiatric ward on the top floor? Thank you so much. Yang Yi took the documents and smiled. Don't call me President Yang. That's too formal. Just call me brother. Having such a lovely younger sister isn't bad at all. Bai Luoli's cheeks flushed. Brother. Thank you. Yang Yi ruffled her hair gently. Then he glanced at the first page of the documents. It read, Inpatient Qin Xiao. So I should give these files to this Qin Xiao. Yang Yi casually glanced at the information on the file. Patient name Qin Xiao. Gender female. Age 19. Condition severe depression, severe anxiety disorder, severe mania, schizophrenia, severe hysteria. After reading her condition, Yang Yi said with a surprised expression, she's playing DNF here, stacking so many buffs. This girl's buffs far exceeded the severity of Yang Yi's own psychiatric certificate. They were on completely different levels. At this degree, anyone would be intimidated. Bai Luoli smiled and said, it's perfectly normal. We see all kinds of patients here. Yang Yi chuckled, so I can just hand these directly upstairs. Yes, brother. All these documents belong to Qin Xiao. Just give them to the nurse's station on the top floor for me. Thank you. Yang Yi smiled. All right, no problem. With that he took the documents and walked into the elevator, arriving at the psychiatric inpatient ward on the top floor. Something about this place seemed oddly unsettling. The scene before him stirred an indescribable unease in Yang Yi, as though a faint killing intent lingered in the air. Scattered across the seating area were some young people. Some had dyed their hair in garish colors, others bore terrifying tattoos on their arms, and a few even had piercings on their noses and lips. In short, none of them looked like decent folks. There were easily several dozen of them scattered about. And then there were a few others dressed casually, but wearing masks, baseball caps, and sunglasses. They looked about as suspicious as it got. Was this supposed to be a psychiatric ward? More like a den of delinquents. Yang Yi approached the nurse's station with the documents in hand. The moment the group of young nurses caught sight of the handsome man, their eyes sparkled with admiration. Yang Yi handed over the papers and asked, Miss, what's going on with those people? They seem quite unusual. One of the nurses eagerly jumped in to answer. Oh, who knows? This morning some people just appeared out of nowhere. Some look like thugs. Hey, did you notice those ones over there with face masks? I even spotted what looked like a gun tucked into their pockets. They're definitely gang members. Upon hearing her account, Yang Yi immediately perked up with interest. Could these be the subordinates of the girl who shot and wounded Su Ying last night? Was their target Su Ying? Yang Yi was startled and immediately asked, what are they doing here? No idea. They all came and are now guarding the door to room 1108. Everyone's fixated on that room. 1108. Yang Yi pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, is that Qin Xiao's room? The nurse replied, yes, it's our most exclusive ward. Normally you'd need deep pockets to get in. That girl seems to have some connections, though I'm not sure what her background is. Another nurse immediately chimed in. TSK Tisk, I heard long ago that the real owner of this hospital is President Qin Jiyuan. Since Qin Xiao shares his surname, she's probably his granddaughter. Yang Yi finally felt relieved. At least they weren't targeting Su Ying. At the end of the corridor, the fully armed Gao Wen and Zhang Xiaolong waited patiently. Room 1108 housed their target for this mission, Qin Xiao. But the door couldn't be forced open, so they had to wait for the right moment to slip inside. Once they kidnapped Qin Xiao from inside, everything would fall into place. But when Gao Wen noticed numerous other colleagues guarding the area, she quickly asked, Xiaolong, something feels off about this. Zhang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. Yeah, I felt it too. Seems like a lot of people are looking for Qin Xiao today. Gao Wen suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now. No wonder your friend was willing to share such crucial intelligence with you. The info must have leaked already, and everyone knows about it. Your buddy's chances of pulling this off were slim to begin with. By handing it to you, he takes zero risk. And if you succeed, he still gets to split 5 million. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly snapped out of it. Damn it. That's exactly what happened. We've been played. Gao Wen smiled reassuringly. It doesn't matter. Our target isn't just 10 million. It's 1 billion. Zhang Xiaolong suddenly whispered, Shh. Quiet, I think room 1108 is opening. A nurse carrying a metal tray of medication approached the door of room 1108 and pressed the doorbell. Qin Xiao, open up. I'm here to deliver your medication. Hearing this, the dozens of young men surrounding them also rose to their feet, watching intently as the situation unfolded. Creak. The door opened. A pale-faced girl with striking features and a strand of purple-blue hair along her hairline stood in the doorway. Her hair was dyed 2 colors, half burgundy, half blue, with a nose ring adding to her rebellious appearance. A sickly pallor covered her face as she coldly spoke, come in. Beside her, Zhang Xiaolong gave Gao Wen a decisive nod. Moved. Just as they were about to rush into the ward and snatch Qin Xiao, the unruly youths also moved simultaneously. Everyone surged toward room 1108. At the forefront were 3 young men in casual clothing. They reached the door and yanked the medication-delivering nurse out. What are you doing? The nurse screamed in terror. The 3 youths, wearing black masks, baseball caps, and sunglasses, simultaneously drew handguns from behind their backs, pointing them at everyone present. One of them growled menacingly, "Scram if you value your lives. Qin Xiao is ours." The sight of 3 guns rendered everyone frozen in shock, including Zhang Xiaolong and Gao Wen. They had only intended to sneak and quietly knock out Qin Xiao and carry her away, never expecting these 3 youngsters to go so far as to pull firearms and make an open robbery. Was it really worth risking everything for 10 million? Kidnapping in broad daylight. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't swallow his frustration. He ordered, "Wen, don't panic. We'll follow those 3 and see if we can catch them slipping." "All right, I trust you." Gao Wen nodded. Click. The 3 armed youths entered the ward and firmly locked the door behind them. The other delinquents realized they wouldn't be making that 10 million today and promptly dispersed. Yang Yi smiled that it had nothing to do with him, so he paid it no mind and simply walked away.